The Empress forces the palace. I summon 3,000 Imperial guards. Synopsis. Invincible start, overwhelming forces, decisive actions, summoning great figures of Huaxia. Just as I transmigrated to become the crown prince, my father passed away, the wicked Empress, wielding a forged edict, and the uncle of the nation drawing his sword in the court, forced me to abdicate to her 3-year-old son. The entire court is filled with either traitors or cowards, and the demise of the kingdom looms near. In a moment of despair, the strongest emperor summoning system activates. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Reward 1. Pinnacle figure of great power, Chao Zhengchun. Reward 2. Divine Demon Legion, 3,000. Imperial Guards. Reward 3. Passive Divine Skill, Emperor's Prognostication Technique, able to see through loyalty and treachery at a glance. The stronger the national fortune, the mightier the summoned figures of Huaxia. Human Butcher Jinyiwei, Killing God by Qi, Martial Saint Guanyu, Crouching Dragon Zhuge. When the ancient heroes of Huaxia descend into this foreign realm, the entire continent shall tremble before me. Chapter 1. The dragon rides the noble guests. The Empress forces the palace. Activating the Emperor Summoning System. In the year 730 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, winter. Within and outside the imperial city, all is draped in mourning white. The long and oppressive tolling of the death knell penetrates the swirling snow, echoing in the sky, bidding farewell to the deceased emperor. That tolling also seems to signal the final elegy for this storm-tossed dynasty. Inside the Golden Luan Hall, the flickering candlelight casts shadows, and the scent of cold air mingles with sandalwood permeates the atmosphere. 16-year-old Qin Hao, clad in heavy and intricate pure white mourning garments, sits rigidly upon the icy dragon throne. His complexion is as pale as death, lips devoid of color, long eyelashes drooping, concealing all emotions hidden deep within his eyes. He remains there, motionless, like a beautifully crafted puppet devoid of a soul. Only he knows that within this frail body, long kept from the sun, lies a spirit from the 21st century, suffocating in fear. 3 days have passed since his transmigration. From a mere corporate drone, oppressed by KPIs and a demanding boss, he has become the crown prince of a dynasty. Before he could fully comprehend this sudden fortune, his negligent father, who indulged in alchemical pursuits for 30 years, has met his untimely end. Thus, he, Qin Hao, the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, was hastily thrust upon this dragon throne yesterday. There was no coronation ceremony, no foreign dignitaries to pay homage. What remained were only the wolves and tigers of the court below. His gaze discreetly sweeps through the assembly from beneath his lowered eyelids. The civil and military officials stand divided on either side. Leading them are the venerable old ministers, Taiwei Zhou Bingda and Chancellor Zhou Wenchong, their hair grayed, faces etched with worry, their eyes heavy with unshakable concern. They are the last guardians of the dynasty, yet powerless to avert disaster. Opposite them, the military faction led by Uncle Li Xian stands robust and formidable. Their faces betray unmasked pride and greed, stealing glances at the dragon throne, as if eyeing a lamb to be slaughtered. These individuals are the Empress party. Qin Hao's gaze ultimately lands upon the center of the hall. There, a woman clad in resplendent phoenix robes glides forward. She appears to be in her 30s, possessing an enchanting figure and alluring features, her brows and eyes exuding an innate charm. She is Li Yanran, the Empress of the Great Zhou, the younger sister of the current Uncle Li Xian, and the mother of Qin Hao's 3-year-old younger brother, Qin Yu. A woman who regards power as her lifelong pursuit. At this moment, a subtle smile graces her lips, as she holds a roll of bright yellow edict in her hands, her captivating phoenix eyes shimmering with an insatiable desire for supreme power. She stops before the dragon throne, bowing gracefully to Qin Hao, her voice soft enough to melt bones. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Qin Hao remains silent, his hands and feet are icy, his heart thundering in his chest. He knows the final moment has arrived. Li Yanran seems unfazed by his lack of response, gradually straightening up, unfurling the edict in her hands, and with a clear yet mournful tone, publicly declares, Edict of the late Emperor, Crown Prince Qin Hao, of weak character and dull wit, unfit to be sovereign. My third son, Qin Yu, is intelligent and astute, possessing the qualities of a wise ruler. Thus, I decree the deposition of Crown Prince Qin Hao, and that Qin Yu shall inherit the throne. Given Qin Hao's youth, he shall be granted the title of King Annal, and shall not enter the capital without summons. Yet, as the new ruler is still young, the responsibility falls to the Holy Mother Empress to govern behind the curtain, with Uncle Li Xian as regent, jointly aiding the governance of the court. So decreed, boom. This so-called edict exploded like thunder within the silent golden Luan Hall. The court erupted into chaos. Empress, this cannot be. The gray-haired Taiwei Zhou Bingda was the first to rush forward, tears streaming down his face, kneeling before Li Yanran, pounding his head on the ground in despair. When the late emperor was alive, he had already clearly named the crown prince, and the world knows it. How can you present such a ridiculous edict now, when the late emperor's body is still warm, and attempt to effect such a deposition? This undermines the foundation of the nation, a path to self-destruction. I implore the Empress to reconsider. Impudence. A furious roar interrupted the Taiwei's lament. Uncle Li Xian, a man as stout as an iron tower, stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. He exudes an overwhelming aura of menace, his eyes like hawks, fixated on the Taiwei. Zhou Bingda, you old fool, do you wish to defy the late emperor's will and seek your own demise? The aura emanating from Li Xian is one of genuine bloodshed. As a martial artist of this world, capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers, he has reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm as the Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou. One of the few powerful figures within the Imperial city, that pressure causes the Taiwei to momentarily gasp, his face paling instantly. Yet he still holds his head high, shouting, I have devoted my life to the teachings of sages, only knowing loyalty to the emperor and serving my country. I know not how to flatter. The truth of this edict is known to heaven and earth, to you and me. You are usurping the throne, seeking death. Li Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and without hesitation, he raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the Taiwei's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhou Bingda, an old man, could not withstand such a heavy blow, and was sent flying, crashing onto the cold tiles of the Golden Hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting instantly. Taiwei. Several old ministers cried out in alarm, wanting to step forward, but were pushed back by the blade-wielding followers of Uncle Li. Li Xian, having kicked a crucial figure of the nation into unconsciousness, displayed no sign of remorse, instead revealing a cruel smile as his gaze swept across the assembly. Who else dares to dissent from the late emperor's edict? His frigid gaze swept across the assembly, compelling all officials to bow their heads in silence, as if caught in a sudden chill. Even the Grand Chancellor found himself in such a predicament. Who would dare to speak up? The entire Jinyiwei Hall once again descended into an oppressive stillness. Only the elderly Grand Chancellor lay prostrate on the ground, the faint rise and fall of his chest serving as a testament to his continued existence. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, then turned and ascended the steps to the throne, approaching the youthful Emperor Qin Hao. From his elevated position, he regarded the boy emperor, who stood a head shorter than himself, with a gaze akin to that of a giant observing an ant, ready to be crushed at will. Your Highness, oh no, I should now refer to you as Wang Anil. His voice was laced with mockery and menace. Now, hand over the imperial seal and acquiesce to the will of heaven. Otherwise, swords are blind, and should you suffer harm, it would be regrettable. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. This blatant aura of death pierced Qin Hao like a tangible icicle. His body trembled uncontrollably. This was no mere performance. He was genuinely afraid. The shadow of death loomed over him with unprecedented clarity, but he found himself trapped in a dilemma. Qin Hao understood that relinquishing the seal would likely lead to a fate of lifelong confinement. A more sinister possibility lurked, an accidental demise that very night. Yet, within the imperial family, there existed no semblance of familial affection. Refusal? Given Li Xian's demeanor, it seemed he would not hesitate to cleanse the court, leaving him to bleed upon the Golden Hall. This was a deadlock, an insurmountable deadlock. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The Empress Dowager Li Yanran observed the scene, a victorious smile finally gracing her enchanting features. This was the outcome she desired. Before the civil and military officials, she aimed to utterly dismantle the young emperor's psychological defenses, compelling him to surrender power like a docile dog. From this moment forth, the realm of Dezhou would belong to her Li family. Despair. Endless despair surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Qin Hao's reason. He felt Li Xian's patience waning. Qin Hao could hear the mournful cries of his own heart, steeped in hopelessness. Am I to perish in this manner? After such a hard-won journey through time, having briefly tasted the life of a prince, to face death without having accomplished anything. Who could he turn to for justice? As Qin Hao's fingers spasmed in fear, Li Xian's gaze hardened into a tangible threat, while the Empress Dowager's smile brightened further in that fleeting moment. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in Qin Hao's mind. Beep. Host detected to be in a life and death crisis, facing the annihilation of the nation and usurpation of imperial power. Conditions met. activating the Supreme Emperor Summoning System. Chapter 2. The Descent of Divine Beings, Summoning the Pinnacle of Greatness. Zhengchun of the Eastern Depot. That voice resonated like a divine light cleaving through the chaos, instantly dispelling all fear and despair in Qin Hao's mind. The system. It is the system. As a weary soul well-versed in web literature, he instantly comprehended its significance. This was his sole glimmer of hope, his only lifeline in this desperate situation. System, if you had arrived any later, I might have perished. Qin Hao was nearly moved to tears. His breath hitched, and the scattered consciousness that had been clouded by fear became sharply focused in this moment. Before him, a faint golden virtual panel slowly unfurled, visible only to him. Supreme Emperor Summoning System. Host, Qin Hao. Identity, Emperor of the Dazhou Dynasty, pending succession. Nation's fortune value, 10 points. In turmoil, the nation's fortune is waning. On the verge of collapse, rewarded passive skill. Sovereign's insight technique allows one to perceive others' loyalty, fortune, cultivation level, and flaws in their techniques at a glance. System functions. 1. Heroic summoning. Consumes national fortune to summon civil and military figures, legendary heroes from myriad realms and mythologies. All summoned individuals are at their peak state. Their powers aligned with the levels of a fantastical world, and they are 100 loyal to the host. 2. Divine and Demonic Legion. Can summon and upgrade specialized military units. 3. Divine Dynasty Infrastructure. Consumes national fortune to construct the National Guardian Temple, enhancing training speed, connecting to the Celestial Tower, and reviving fallen heroes through the Reincarnation Well. Among other functions. Note, this system is deeply bound to national fortune. The stronger the national fortune, the more powerful the system functions, and the higher the levels of summoning heroes, legions, and divine artifacts. A powerful stream of data surged into Qin Hao's mind, akin to the awakening of enlightenment. And in an instant, he grasped all the system's functions and rules. National fortune, the very foundation of this dynasty, is the cornerstone of his existence. Yet now, he stood on the brink of national fortune's collapse. Beep. System activation successful. Beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Detected that the host's imperial authority is about to be usurped. National fortune faces the risk of complete depletion. Gift rewards have undergone crisis enhancement. The mechanical system prompt at this moment sounded extraordinarily melodious. Qin Hao forcibly suppressed his inner ecstasy and focused his thoughts. Open a gift pack. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme physique. Emperor's Heavenly Tao Body. Emperor's Heavenly Tao Body. Immune to all methods, impervious to poisons. Cultivating any technique will yield rapid progress. Inherently exuding imperial majesty. Protected by dragon chi. Boom! A surge of warmth unexpectedly erupted from within Qin Hao's limbs, enveloping his entire being in an instant. He could distinctly feel his frail body undergoing a profound transformation. His bones emitted subtle cracking sounds, becoming as resilient as jade. His meridians were expanded and reshaped, flowing like vast rivers. The once feeble vitality surged forth, robust as a furnace. In just a fleeting moment, he was reborn. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Supreme Eye Technique, Emperor's Heavy Eye. Emperor's Heavy Eye. Able to pierce illusions, discerning the essence. When combined with the Sovereign's Insight Technique, it allows one to observe others' fortunes, loyalties, cultivation levels, and flaws in their techniques. A warmth radiated from Qin Hao's eyes. He instinctively closed them. Upon reopening, the world appeared transformed through his gaze. He could see the various colors of qi floating above the heads of each official in the hall. Chancellor Zhou Wenchang's head bore a mix of white and gray, a reflection of his concerns for the dynasty, yet powerless to change its fate. Conversely, the head of the national uncle, Li Xian, was aflame with a glaring crimson, interwoven with strands of black mist, an omen of the treacherous ambitions of a power-hungry minister. His gaze swept past Li Xian, and a virtual data panel instantaneously manifested before him. Name, Li Xian. Identity, National Uncle of the Dazhou. Grand Commander of the Military. Cultivation level, 9th layer of Spirit Sea Realm. Loyalty, 100. Archenemy, eager to kill the host. Fortune, crimson and black intermingled, a sign of treachery. Yet his fortune is waning, a dire omen. Technique, Turbulent Waves Technique. low-grade mystical. Weakness, technique is vigorous, foundation unstable. The third rib under the right side is the critical point. Everything lay bare. Qin Hao's heart began to pound vigorously. The icy blood within him rekindled with fervor. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a Pinnacle Expert Summoning Card X1. Card description can designate the summoning of a fixed-level expert from Huaxia at the pinnacle of the Great Ability Realm. This individual is in peak condition and 100 loyal to the host. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Divine and Demonic Legion. 3000 Jinyiwei, Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Realm. Legion description: 3000 Jinyiwei at the Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Realm, equipped with flying fish garb, embroidered spring knives, and specially crafted crossbow arrows. Their military spirit is concentrated, and they are 100 loyal to the host. A true trump card. This is an authentic royal trump card. Qin Hao's fingertips trembled slightly. He stifled the impulse to howl at the heavens and redirected his gaze back to the imposing figure of the national uncle, Li Xian. Through the system, Qin Hao had learned that in this world, everyone could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining themselves and comprehending the great way. There were also levels of cultivation, from low to high: mortal realm, 4 stages; body refinement realm, chi refinement realm, foundation establishment realm; spirit sea realm, profound realm, 3 transformations; divine palace realm, great ability realm, king realm; holy realm, 3 stages; sage realm, preliminary comprehension and application of spatial, temporal, and elemental laws, capable of rebirth through blood and instantaneous travel across vast distances. A stabilizing force for the dynasty. Great Sage Realm, deep mastery of the law's power, capable of creating localized domains of law. Holy King Realm, laws become one with oneself, wielding divine might with every gesture, sufficient to establish an empire. Above this lies the legendary Divine Realm, Divine Fire Realm, True God Realm, God King Realm, Emperor Realm, a mythical existence said to be able to stand alongside the Tao of Heaven. At this moment, Li Xian remained oblivious to the monster he was about to face. Observing Qin Hao's prolonged silence, he assumed the young man was simply stunned, his impatience growing by the second. "Your Majesty, my patience is limited." He lowered his voice, his murderous intent now unmasked. "Will you come down gracefully? Or shall I compel you?" Empress Li Yanran also spoke, her tone tinged with urgency and condescension. "My son, do not remain obstinate. Hand over the Imperial seal, and Mother will ensure you retain some dignity." In the Grand Hall, all eyes were fixed upon the Dragon Throne, gazing at the isolated and seemingly on the verge of collapse youth. Yet in the next moment, Qin Hao slowly lifted his head. This simple motion caused Li Xian, who had been fixated on him, to feel his heart race. What kind of eyes were these? No longer the vacant, timid, and fearful gaze he had seen before. Instead, they were deep, cold, resembling the abyss of the 9 underworlds. Within those pupils, there flickered faint golden shadows, exuding an indifference that looked down upon all beings, perceiving all as mere ants. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, even Li Xian, at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, felt a chill rising from the depths of his soul. He even experienced a fleeting illusion. Before him stood not a mere 16-year-old youth, but an ancient emperor, awakened from his slumber. A cold, yet somewhat amused smile slowly graced the lips of Qin Hao. He disregarded Li Xian, who was mere inches away, as well as the Empress Dowager present in the hall. His gaze seemed to penetrate through all present, settling upon a vacant corner of the Grand Hall. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity throughout the Golden Lawn Hall. It was a voice imbued with supreme authority, unmistakably regal. "Chao Zhengchun, where art thou?" As the words fell, an overwhelming, chilling presence, as vast as an abyss and as cold as a prison, materialized abruptly in the corner of the Golden Lawn Hall. This aura caused all within, including Li Xian of the Linghai realm, to feel a wave of trepidation, as if they were being targeted by an unparalleled beast, their very blood nearly freezing in their veins. The onlookers gazed in horror. From a shadowy corner emerged a pale-faced eunuch, clad in a bright red robe, whose hunched figure appeared unremarkable. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous individual became the focal point of the hall's energy. Upon hearing Qin Hao's call, the red-robed eunuch slowly lifted his head, revealing a delicate visage, and bowed respectfully towards the dragon throne. "This servant is here." He stepped forward, his form gliding like a wraith, instantly covering a distance of several dozen zhang to appear beside Qin Hao. A terrifying force surged forth like a tide, instantly locking onto the Duke of the State. Li Xian, seated above. Chapter 3. Purging the Empress Dowager's faction. Blood stains the Golden Yuan Hall. I am the mandate of heaven. Who dares intrude upon the Golden Yuan Hall? Get out, you eunuch! Li Xian, feeling the icy pressure, sensed an ominous premonition. Yet, having long held a high position and possessing absolute confidence in his peak Linghai strength, he bellowed with a fierce demeanor. To him, this was merely a hidden master that Qin Hao had somehow summoned, attempting a final struggle. Such folly, in the face of absolute power and military might. What could a mere Jianghu expert accomplish? However, Qin Hao's subsequent reaction caused Li Xian's pupils to constrict in shock. The young emperor upon the dragon throne did not even lift his eyelids. He merely cast a cold glance at Li Xian with his profoundly deep eyes. Then, he uttered 2 words, devoid of emotion, yet weighted as if mountains bore down upon them. "Kill him. At your command." Chao Zhengchun's voice, laced with a morbid excitement, echoed as he moved. There was no earth-shattering burst of spiritual energy, nor were there dazzling techniques. His body merely left a faint afterimage in place. So swift that even Li Xian, a peak Linghai expert, could hardly react. He perceived a flash before his eyes, a life-threatening crisis enveloping him in dread. He wished to draw his sword, to retreat, to summon his spiritual energy for protection. Yet all these thoughts proved futile. A hand, seemingly frail and pale, had latched onto his throat like a vice. That hand crushed his protective energy as if it were mere paper, shattering it instantly. Li Xian's eyes bulged, his face etched with sheer terror and disbelief. He yearned to beg for mercy, to call for help. Alas, only a strangled sound escaped his throat. He felt his vitality and strength being devoured, extinguished by that hand. Crack! The piercing sound of bones fracturing echoed through the silent Golden Yuan Hall, particularly jarring. The once mighty Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou, who wielded power and authority, could not even utter a cry before his neck was twisted at an unnatural angle by Chao Zhengchun. With a casual flick, Chao Zhengchun discarded Li Xian's massive body, like a tattered sack, onto the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The once rounded eyes of Li Xian remained wide open in death, reflecting the last vestiges of fear and confusion. He could not comprehend why this seemingly weak youth had such a terrifying presence, nor why his demise had come so easily. Devoid of dignity, the Golden Yuan Hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was rendered speechless by the bloody, tyrannical, and lightning-quick spectacle. Prime Minister Zhou Wenchang stood agape, trembling all over. The once arrogant supporters of the Duke turned pale, their legs quaking. The triumphant smile on Empress Dowager Li Yanran's face froze, fragmenting into an abyss of fear and pallor. This eunuch was undoubtedly a being of terrifying prowess, beyond the realm of the divine palace. Otherwise, it would be impossible to eliminate a peak Linghai expert like Li Xian with such ease. How could this be? The royal family of the Great Zhou was in decline. The strongest in the worship hall was merely an aged ancestor in the late stages of the realm. How could a peak expert emerge from nowhere? Thud, thud, thud. Just as the crowd's mind shattered, a synchronized sound of armored footsteps, akin to the crunch on a heart, resonated from outside the hall. The sound was heavy, cold, brimming with an aura of impending doom. In the next moment, 3,000 soldiers clad in black flying fish attire, wielding long embroidered spring knives and wearing black caps, with faces as cold as ice, surged into the Golden Yuan Hall like a tide of darkness. Their movements were precise, silent, swiftly sealing all exits, encircling the hall completely. 3,000 icy gazes, 3,000 concentrated killing intents converged into a terrifying domain of slaughter, enveloping all civil and military officials within the hall. The Jinyiwei had arrived. No, impossible. This cannot be. Witnessing the formidable and menacing army before them, and seeing the red-robed eunuch standing beside Qin Hao like a deity, Empress Dowager Li Yanran finally crumbled. All the power she took pride in, the brother she relied upon, the elaborate schemes she had orchestrated, all became a mere joke in that moment. Pointing at Qin Hao upon the dragon throne, her voice, sharp with extreme terror, quivered. Qin Hao, how dare you slay the Duke? How dare you employ private soldiers in the Golden Lawn Hall? Are you attempting treason? She still clung to her logic, trying to accuse Qin Hao of crimes. Yet, the youth before her was no longer the timid boy she could manipulate. Qin Hao rose slowly from the dragon throne. He descended step by step, his dragon boots echoing against the cold tiles, ultimately stepping upon the still warm corpse of Li Xian, his nominal duke. Blood stained the soles of his shoes. He approached the Empress Dowager Li Yanran, who had collapsed in fear and crouched before her. Under her terrified gaze, he took a corner of her opulent phoenix robe and deliberately wiped the blood from his boots in a gesture filled with humiliation and disdain. After completing this act, he finally raised his head, his cold, heavy gaze locking onto the once feared enchanting face, and spoke with frigid clarity. Mother, the times have changed. Upon finishing his words, he cast not a single glance in her direction, slowly rising and turning to face the terrified civil and military officials who had long since lost their composure. He inhaled deeply, a surge of unprecedented ambition and murderous intent swelling within him. The fears of traversing time and the humiliation of being cornered converged in this moment, transforming into an unparalleled majesty befitting a sovereign. His voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, reverberating in the ears of every individual present. Henceforth, I shall personally govern the court. All members of the Empress Dowager Li's faction shall face annihilation of their 3 clans. Chao Zhengchun, present. The figure of Chao Zhengchun appeared once more behind him, bowing to receive his command. Imperial Guard, present. The chorus of 3,000 soldiers erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the very universe, causing the hall to vibrate. Qin Hao's gaze swept across the myriad faces of fear, flattery, and despair, ultimately uttering the blood-soaked decree that would herald the dawn of a new era. Cleanse the court for me. Understood. The cold 2 words served as a death warrant for all treacherous ministers. Amidst the terrified prostrations of the officials and the desperate wails and curses from the Empress Dowager's faction, the embroidered spring blades of the Imperial Guard raised the first hue of crimson. Qin Hao did not turn back to witness the inevitable bloodshed of the cleansing. His gaze pierced through the grand doors of the Golden Lawn Hall, gazing into the vast expanse beyond, where wind and snow swirled. There lay the territory that rightfully belonged to him, an empire spanning millions of miles, an unparalleled dynasty reigning over the heavens, its prologue commencing today amidst blood and fire, to be officially unfurled by his hand. Chapter 4. My will is the will of heaven. Imperial Guard, kill for me. Understood. Chao Zhengchun's delicate and sharp voice transformed into a decree of death. Clang! Like a thunderclap, 3,000 embroidered spring blades were simultaneously drawn. The gleaming blades emanated a chilling aura, the crisp sound of metal scraping forming a torrent that instantly shattered the stagnant air within the Golden Lawn Hall. That mingled atmosphere of iron and blood transformed into a tangible storm, rushing toward every face stricken with horror. Qin Hao, you tyrant! Murdering the royal uncle, slaughtering the innocent. You shall not die a good death. The Minister of War, the most loyal dog of Li Xian, a martial general at the late stage of Foundation establishment, erupted in a final frenzy under the threat of death. His spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in a crimson glow as he attempted to fight back like a cornered beast. We are court officials. How dare you treacherous ministers wield blades? Several core civil officials from the royal uncle's faction, with bluster but no courage, shrieked in an attempt to intimidate. Yet, they faced the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's hounds who recognized no authority beyond their sovereign. Almost the instant their roars escaped their lips, the nearest Imperial Guard sprang into action. There were no shouts of anger, no responses. 3 Imperial Guards formed a group, their movements interweaving in an uncanny manner, swiftly forming a simple formation. Their actions were as swift as lightning, the blade lights merging into one, sealing off every escape route of the Minister of War. The minister could only raise his arms, conjuring a shield of spiritual energy. Crack! The shield shattered under the combined assault of the 3 embroidered spring blades, fragile as an eggshell. In the next moment, 3 streaks of blade light simultaneously sliced through his throat, heart, and dantian from 3 distinctly treacherous angles. Spurt! Blood mist erupted. This dignitary, who had wielded power in the court, did not even have the chance to emit a complete scream before collapsing, his vitality extinguished. The entire process was orderly, efficient, and devoid of chaos. An official of the censorate, terrified to the core, turned and lunged toward the not-so-distant Prime Minister Zhou Wenchang, clawing at him as if to take the defenseless civil official hostage. "Prime Minister, be careful," an elder exclaimed in alarm. Yet, seated upon the dragon throne, Qin had not even twitch an eyebrow. Zhengchun, standing beside him, remained motionless. He merely flicked the sleeve of his crimson robe nonchalantly. Whoosh! A nearly imperceptible gray energy shot forth from his sleeve, reaching its target before the eye could catch it, instantly piercing through the back of the censorate official. The official's body stiffened abruptly, his hand outstretched toward Zhou Wenchang, frozen in midair, his face still contorted in a fierce grimace. Yet life had already fled. He crumpled to the ground, splattering blood. Hiss! The surviving officials within the hall collectively gasped in shock, slaying with a flick of the sleeve. What terrifying cultivation is this? The gazes directed toward Zhengchun shifted from awe to sheer terror, akin to revering a deity or demon. This effeminate eunuch strength was likely far more fearsome than they had ever imagined. Qin Hao sat calmly upon the dragon throne, regarding the massacre with indifference. His imperial eyes had already opened, merging with the royal divination technique, rendering the loyalty and destiny of every individual in the hall transparent to him. Over the heads of most members of the royal Uncle S faction loomed thick clouds of black and deathly energy, swiftly obliterated beneath the blades of the Imperial Guard. Yet, a few caught his attention. Those officials knelt, banging their heads on the ground, fervently proclaiming the Emperor's brilliance, feigning repentance and steadfast loyalty. However, in Qin Hao's eyes, their heads were tinged with red amidst the black, and the loyalty column prominently displayed. Hitty, fence-sitters, ready to act, poised to betray. They were quite the actors. Qin Hao chuckled coldly within. He slowly raised his hand, and the cacophony of slaughter and wails came to an abrupt halt. All Imperial Guards paused, their blades stained with blood, standing still, awaiting the Emperor's next command. The entire Golden Lawn Hall was filled only with heavy breaths and muffled sobs. The surviving officials, believing the bloody purge had finally concluded, were about to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Qin Hao's icy voice resonated once more, precisely pinpointing a figure among the crowd. Minister of Revenue, Zhengchun. A slightly plump official trembled and looked up in shock. Qin Hao gazed down at him, his tone neutral, yet seemingly controlling his fate. 3 days prior, you met in secret at the Li residence, plotting with Li Xian that once he became regent, you would succeed him as Minister of Revenue and transfer 30% of the treasury to the Li family's private coffers. Qin Hao paused, adding, "Am I correct?" Boom! Zhengchun's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, instantly blank. The color drained from his face, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. How could this be possible? This matter was known only to him and Li Xian. How did your majesty know? Before he could comprehend, Qin Hao's finger pointed to another individual. Grand Justice, Liu Feng. 5 years ago, you accepted 100,000 taels of silver from the Li family and framed the loyal general of the West for treason, resulting in the execution of his entire family. Am I mistaken? The Grand Justice, who appeared to be of righteous character, now looked ashen, collapsing to the ground, losing control of his bowels. And you. Each name Qin Hao called forth, each secret he revealed, added another soul to the ranks of the terrified within the hall. The officials whose names were called had all just exhibited the greatest loyalty. They could not comprehend, utterly bewildered, these secrets, buried deep within their hearts, were unexpectedly revealed by this 16-year-old sovereign. Is he not a feeble puppet, a marionette confined within the palace, oblivious to the affairs of the world? What is truly transpiring? The surviving officials turned their gaze toward Qin Hao, a sentiment so profound it defied description. If the recent bloody massacre instilled fear in them at this moment, Qin Hao's all-seeing insight evoked a shudder that resonated from the depths of their souls. Before this new monarch, they felt utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. Zhengchun, came the unwavering voice of Qin Hao. Attend. Understood. The Jinyiwei, fierce as wolves, sprang into action, dragging the petrified officials out as if they were lifeless dogs. Outside the Jinluan Hall, a wailing more harrowing than death soon echoed. Within the hall, the stench of blood was suffocating. The cleansing was complete. Led by Prime Minister Zhou Wenchong, the few remaining neutral officials and elder statesmen knelt trembling on the ground, not daring to breathe. They finally comprehended that the heavens of the great Zhou had shifted. This new emperor was no mere tiger or dragon. He was the unfathomable abyss of the nine hells. Assist the Grand Chancellor to his feet and administer this healing elixir, Qin Hao instructed, retrieving a medicinal pill awarded by the system and handing it to Zhengchun. Soon, Zhou Bingde, who had been knocked unconscious by Li Xian, awoke slowly under the nurturing effects of the medicine. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of carnage and a pool of blood that seemed to solidify. The Grand Chancellor was momentarily dizzy, nearly losing consciousness again. At that moment, a pair of boots adorned with golden dragons halted before him. He struggled to lift his head and beheld Qin Hao descending from the dragon throne. Grand Chancellor Zhou, how do you fare? Qin Hao asked, personally helping him up, his demeanor gentle, a stark contrast to the iron-fisted ruler he had just been. Zhou Bingde looked at the youth before him, then glanced at the devastation within the hall, his lips trembling. Your Majesty, I am purging traitors and detoxifying the great Zhou, Qin Hao replied, supporting him as they approached the hall's forefront. These parasites infest the court, plundering the treasury and framing the loyal. If they are not eliminated, the great Zhou will perish within 3 months. I know you are loyal to the throne and love your country, but sometimes drastic measures reveal a compassionate heart. Zhou Bingde shuddered. He gazed into Qin Hao's clear and profound eyes, devoid of the madness of slaughter or the arrogance of power, only calmness and resolve. Suddenly, he understood. Indeed, under the previous emperor's folly, the scheming of the treacherous Empress, and the power of the maternal uncle, this dynasty had rotted to its core. Gentle methods were futile. Perhaps this most ruthless and domineering approach was the only path to survival. The once ignored young sovereign possessed a temperament, depth, and cunning far beyond anyone's imagination. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground, although still shaken, a flicker of hope quietly ignited amidst the ruins. He knelt before Qin Hao, slowly and solemnly. The old minister pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Chapter 5. Establishing the Dongchong. Zhengchun, I require you to be my most ruthless blade. Within the Jinyiwei hall, the bloody cleansing finally reached a temporary halt. The remaining officials lay prostrate, trembling like leaves caught in a storm, not daring to lift their heads. The hall was enveloped in a suffocating silence, thick with the stench of blood. Qin Hao's dragon boots tread through the coagulated pools of blood, advancing step by step toward the luxurious figure slumped in despair. Empress Lianran. Her phoenix robe was disheveled, hairpins scattered, and the beauty that once captivated the world now bore an ashen pallor, filled with terror. You cannot kill me, she quivered as she instinctively recoiled at Qin Hao's approach, her voice trembling and tinged with tears. I am your mother. I am the Empress of the great Zhou. If you kill me, how will the world perceive you? My family, my connections will never spare you. She clung to her last card, attempting to intimidate this unfamiliar youth. Maternal affection? The power of the Li family? A mocking smile graced Qin Hao's face as he knelt down to meet her fearful gaze. Name, Lianran. Title, former Empress of the Great Zhou. Cultivation, 5th stage of body refinement. Loyalty, 100, arch-nemesis. Wishes to devour your flesh and skin. Fortune, crimson and black intertwined. The phoenix's essence shattered, fortune dissipating, yet still connected to an external force. Weakness, her son. Jinyiwei. Items, foaming hairpin, a low-grade mystical artifact containing a communication talisman for contact with specific targets. This woman's life held more value than she could fathom. To slay her would sever the connection to external forces. To spare her could reel in a significant catch. Mother? Qin Hao reached out, gently adjusting her disheveled hair. His touch tender, yet his words were colder than the winds and snow outside. From the moment you produced that false edict to dethrone me, you ceased to be one. Rising slowly, he turned away, regarding her as an inconsequential object. He then faced the prostrated officials, his voice firm yet restrained, each word slicing through the silence. Let be known, Li Yanran, having forged the late emperor's edict and plotted to usurp the throne, has committed unforgivable crimes. She is to be deposed of her title as Empress and relegated to a commoner, confined to the cold palace for life, never to step beyond its bounds without my decree. Li Yanran stood as if struck by lightning, her last glimmer of hope extinguished. She was seized by two impassive Jinyiwei and dragged away like a lifeless dog, her curses fading into the distance. Qin Hao, you wretched spawn, may you never find peace. Having dealt with this woman, Qin Hao's gaze swept across the remaining officials. Those who had recently harbored hopes now buried their heads deeper in submission. Li Xian, conspiring against the throne and engaging in factionalism, has irrefutable evidence against him. However, I believe his accomplices extend beyond the corpses within this hall. His words sent a jolt of fear through the surviving officials. Was this a warning of implicated guilt? To cleanse the court and ensure the enduring peace of the great Zhou, to expose those hidden in the shadows, Qin Hao paused, each word like a hammer striking at their hearts. Today, I shall establish a new office outside the 6 ministries of the court, named the Dong Ji Shirchong. Dong Ji Shirchong. Upon hearing these 5 words, the expressions of the learned elder officials shifted dramatically. They recalled fragments from ancient texts, recognizing it as a representation of the darkest and most ruthless imperial secret police. The Dongchong was tasked with overseeing officials, conducting inspections and arrests. Any who embezzled, engaged in collusion, or conspired against the throne could be apprehended directly without trial, their power only subordinate to the emperor himself. His actions are solely accountable to me. The words of Qin Hao struck like divine retribution, utterly shattering the last vestiges of hope held by the civil officials. This was not merely the establishment of an office. It was a sword suspended above the heads of all court ministers. Zhengchun, your servant is here. The ethereal figure emerged from behind Qin Hao, bowing in deference. I hereby appoint you as the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot, entrusted with its authority. Qin Hao removed a dragon-patterned jade belt, symbolizing imperial identity, from his waist, and personally bestowed it upon Zhengchun. Don this robe of the imperial python, and let this jade belt signify my presence. Zhengchun accepted the belt with both hands, a sickly yet fervent smile gracing his delicate features for the first time. He caressed the jade belt, absorbing the lingering imperial aura, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. The chilling and ruthless aura he exuded melded perfectly with the title of the Eastern Depot, sending shivers down the spines of all the officials witnessing this moment. The most fearsome hound had finally been endowed with the sharpest claws. Your servant expresses profound gratitude for your grace. Zhengchun knelt and bowed deeply. I shall not fail your majesty's trust, and I will cleanse the realm for you. The 3,000 Jinyiwei will be placed under the command of the Eastern Depot, effective immediately. Qin Hao issued successive commands. Zhengchun, your first task is to take charge of all defenses within the imperial city, especially the inner court. He emphasized the latter words. That was the stronghold cultivated by Li Yanran for over a decade. Understood. Zhengchun acknowledged the order, turning swiftly as the crimson python robe traced a blood-red arc through the air. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of Jinyiwei surged out of the Golden Lawn Hall, their efficiency terrifyingly high. Half an hour later, within the inner court, this was the heart of the palace. Heavily guarded in ordinary times, a gathering place for eunuchs and palace maids, and the core of the Empress Dowager's power. As Zhengchun led a squad of Jinyiwei into the main hall, Changxin Palace, a series of chilling whistling sounds erupted from the dark corners of the palace. Dozens of ominous blood-colored flying blades, coated with deadly poison, arced through the air towards Zhengchun and the Jinyiwei, aiming for their vital points. Be careful, Chief Eunuch. It's the bloodthirsty assassins trained by the Empress Dowager. A Jinyiwei officer shouted, raising his sword to block. Clang! Sparks flew as several Jinyiwei were forced back, their arms numb from the impact. The assailants were evidently all at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Dozens of eunuchs of the Spirit Sea realm. These were the assassins cultivated by Li Yanran. Yet Zhengchun merely halted, not even glancing back. A disdainful cold smile emerged on his delicate visage. Do they think they can be called bloodthirsty assassins in my presence? With a flourish of his sleeve, a tremendous, yet extremely ethereal gray energy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Tiangong Tongzi Gong. The blood-colored flying blades disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the gray energy, dissolving silently. The gray energy continued unabated, sweeping across the entire area. The hidden assassins, caught off guard, could not even utter a cry before their bodies were engulfed by the energy. Their bodies, as resilient as steel, crumbled before the terrifying might of a peak expert. With a series of explosive sounds, blood rained down before Changxin Palace. In a single move, they were annihilated. Zhengchun did not spare a glance at the remains. Striding directly into Changxin Palace, where he seized a barely alive leader of the assassins. His fingers curled like claws, gripping the man's crown, he spoke ominously. Reveal all of Li's secret strongholds and contact methods within the capital. The leader's eyes burned with resentment, ready to curse. Ah! A scream more agonizing than death echoed from his lips. Gray energy seeped from Zhengchun's fingertips, akin to countless ants, burrowing into the man's brain and gnawing at his soul. The nearby Jinyiwei felt their scalps prickle. The chief eunuch's methods of interrogation were 1,000 times more terrifying than his killing techniques. Within the Golden Yuan Hall, the scent of blood had been hastily cleaned by the palace servants, yet the aura lingered, seemingly embedded in the beams and tiles. Qin Hao personally assisted Zhou Bingde to a nearby chair. Zhou Taiwei, I understand today's events have alarmed you. Qin Hao's demeanor was gentle, a stark contrast to the iron-willed emperor from earlier. Your humble servant does not fear your majesty's ruthless measures, as they are for the preservation of the state. I commend you. Zhou Bingde struggled to rise in respect. Qin Hao pressed gently on his shoulder. The Taiwei is a pillar of the nation. I still need you to stabilize the court. I appoint you as the acting chancellor, to lead the officials, pacify the departments, and maintain the court's operations. Will you accept? Zhou Bingde trembled. What extraordinary trust this is. After showcasing the harshest imperial power, he immediately extended the greatest trust and authority to the elder statesman. The balance of benevolence and severity, the emperor's astute strategy. This 16-year-old new emperor possessed depth and resolve that seemed unfathomable. The unease in Zhou Bingde's heart, born of the bloodshed, dissipated entirely, replaced by unprecedented excitement and hope. The Dazhou might truly be saved. Trembling, he slowly rose from his seat and performed an exceptionally solemn bow before Qin Hao. Your humble servant accepts the decree. Qin Hao helped him up, his gaze drifting beyond his shoulder to the palace exterior. The wind and snow seemed to have lessened. Chapter 6. The nation's fortune soars. The emperor's heavenly Tao body begins to display its might, and cultivation breaks through. The stench of blood in the Golden Yuan Hall was repeatedly scrubbed away by the palace servants with water and sandalwood. Yet it stubbornly clung to the beams and tiles like a vengeful spirit. Qin Hao sat firmly upon the dragon throne, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingertips. Zhou Bingde stood below, the newly appointed acting chancellor, still unable to fully straighten his back. The impact of the daytime slaughter had yet to subside. At that moment, a faint golden panel unexpectedly unfurled within Qin Hao's consciousness. Ding! Detection of host exterminating the principal offender, intimidating the court, successfully averting the subversion of imperial power, and salvaging the endangered national fortune. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 60 points. A warm sensation surged from the void, not affecting the body, but rather directly infusing his destiny. Qin Hao clearly observed that the previously minuscule golden national fortune above his head had swelled slightly. Boom! It was as if a new world had opened. This newly injected national fortune activated the supreme physique within him that was capable of unlocking rewards. The Emperor's heavenly Tao body was fully awakened. In an instant, Qin Hao felt as though the entire world had transformed. The ethereal spiritual energy, which was once elusive and only perceptible to cultivators, now appeared to him with the clarity of rivers and lakes. No longer drifting aimlessly, it approached his body with an almost eager demeanor, converging upon him in a frenzied manner. Every pore of his body became a voracious vortex. The surrounding spiritual energy was forcefully torn, consumed, and infused into his newly transformed body. His bones hummed, muscles pulsated, and blood surged like thunder. Invisible shackles were brutally shattered. First level of the body, refinement realm. Second level of the body, refinement realm. The potential of this body, under the dual enhancement of the Emperor's heavenly Tao body and the nation's fortune, was elevated without reservation. The ascension of his cultivation showed no signs of stagnation. It surged forward with great momentum, breaking through the limits of the mortal realm. Peak of the body, refinement realm. An unprecedented sense of immense power filled Qin Hao's limbs and bones. He felt as if, at this moment, he could strike down a charging bull with a single punch. Yet this was not enough. System exchanged for techniques. Qin Hao's consciousness sank into the system marketplace. A dazzling array of techniques unfolded before him, and without hesitation, he directly locked onto the one most suited to his physique. Jinlong Zhao Huaju, an exclusive technique for the Emperor, drawing upon the aura of the true dragon from the nine heavens to forge an unparalleled body. Cultivating this method allows one to condense dragon energy and exert pressure over all beings. Exchange required, 10 points of national fortune. Exchange, ding, national fortune points, 10. Remaining, 50. Jinlong Zhao Huaju has been issued. Does the host wish to learn it immediately? Learn. Boom. A torrent of information, even more powerful than when his physique was activated, surged instantly into Qin Hao's mind. Each character, each phrase felt as though it were imprinted by the heavenly Tao itself, allowing him to comprehend it as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. He instinctively began to channel the immense vitality within his body according to the technique's path. The vitality surged like a dragon, roaring through his meridians, and after merely one circulation, a faint golden vortex of energy coalesced in his dantian. This was spiritual power, a sign of entering the Qi refinement realm. Having just reached the peak of the body refinement realm, he broke through once again within half an hour. Early stage of the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, that faint golden vortex of spiritual power was steadily growing at a terrifying speed. He opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible golden lightning flashed deep within his pupils. Your Majesty? Zhou Bingde sensed something unusual. He raised his head to look at the youthful emperor seated in the dragon chair, his entire being stunned as if struck by lightning. It was still that young face, still that black and gold dragon robe, yet the aura surrounding him had undergone a momentous transformation. The previous Qin Hao, though he had intimidated the court with his thunderous methods, had still carried an undeniable weakness and pallor. But at this moment, he simply sat there, exuding an almost imperceptible pressure that spread naturally, deep and formidable, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly at him. This was no longer mere imperial majesty, but a suppression of a higher order, a life form's dominance. Duke Zhou, what troubles you? Qin Hao's tone was calm, yet it made Zhou Bingde's heart leap. Your Majesty, your body. Zhou Bingde's voice trembled, pointing at Qin Hao, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a complete sentence. You have cultivated? How is this possible? In such a short time, you have transformed from a powerless mortal into a cultivator? This completely overturned Zhou Bingde's understanding of life over the past decades. Qin Hao slowly rose from the dragon chair and walked down the elevated platform. With each step, the dragon's might emanating from him grew heavier. I have merely reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me. Qin Hao approached Zhou Bingde, an invisible pressure causing the old duke to instinctively want to bow and kneel. How have matters in the court been handled? Qin Hao changed the subject. Zhou Bingde, as if awakening from a dream, forced himself to suppress the tumult within and quickly bowed to report. Your Majesty, regarding the officials who were executed, I have drafted a temporary list of acting officials, all of whom are honest and principled ministers. Please review it. Additionally, the national treasury has been taken over by our people, but the deficit is substantial, and the Ministry of Revenue's accounts are in disarray. It may take several days to complete the counting. Furthermore, there seem to be some signs of instability within the capital. Zhou Bingde's words were interrupted as a figure clad in a bright red python robe appeared ghost-like at the entrance of the hall. Silently, Zhengchun had arrived. He entered the hall, glanced at Qin Hao, and a hint of barely discernible surprise flickered across his androgynous face before he quickly lowered his head to conceal it. He knelt on one knee. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Speak, Qin Hao commanded with a single word. Your Majesty. Zhengchun's voice was low, laced with a chilling intent. The Longxin Palace has been thoroughly cleaned. The 73 death warriors raised by the Empress Dowager have all been executed on the spot. From the leader, we have interrogated and discovered 3 secret strongholds of the Leaf family within the capital, as well as their communication methods with the outside military. Upon hearing the term military, Zhou Bingde's complexion suddenly turned pale. That was the 100,000 troops safeguarding the capital. Though nominally under the court's control, they had long been firmly grasped by the Leaf family. Zhengchun did not pause. continuing his report. The events that transpired in the Golden Wan Hall have already leaked. Zhao Wuji, the leader of the military, is a protege of Li Xian and has sealed off the 9 gates of the capital under the pretense of purging the court and exterminating evil officials. He is currently gathering troops to advance toward the Imperial city. Simultaneously, the private soldiers and retainers of the Li family within the city have all mobilized, collaborating with the military to create chaos everywhere. Boom! Zhou Bingde felt the world spinning around him, nearly collapsing to the ground. It is over. Within the city, the Li family's soldiers are causing turmoil, and outside the city, 100,000 troops are poised at the gates. Although your majesty has those 3,000 mysterious guards and the powerful Chao Gong, how can you withstand 100,000 elite troops? This is a deadlock. Your majesty. The only course of action now is to hold the deposed Empress Li hostage and negotiate with Zhao Wuji for a glimmer of hope. Zhou Bingde, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat, his voice quivering. However, as he looked up, he found a young emperor before the dragon chair, displaying no signs of panic whatsoever. Not even a hint of gravity appeared on Qin Hao's face. It was only cold, calm, and the amusement of a hunter seeing its prey finally walk into the trap. Negotiate? Qin Hao repeated the words as if he were hearing a joke. Why should I negotiate with a group of dying men? He turned and walked back up to the elevated platform, resuming his seat on the dragon chair that symbolized supreme power. Qin Hao looked down upon the terrified Zhou Bingde and the coldly stern Chao Zhengchun. Convey my decree. Close the 4 gates of the Imperial city. All Imperial guards, take to the walls and stand guard. I shall wait for them right here. Qin Hao's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the dragon chair. I want the entire court and the people of this world to witness what is truly ordained by heaven. Chapter 7. The Palace in Turmoil. 30,000 Imperial guards surround the Imperial city. Who is a loyal minister and who is a traitor? The lingering scent of blood within the Imperial city was overwhelmed by a more potent aroma of iron and fire. Just as dawn broke, a heavy and dense tremor emanated from the ground, as if an ancient giant beast was advancing with heavy steps toward the heart of the capital, the Imperial Palace. Boom! 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 Those were war drums, the murderous aura of 30,000 Imperial guards. The clamor echoed through the air. That was the friction of armor, the breath of 30,000 blades. Upon the towering Qingtian gate, several members of the Jinyiwei bore solemn expressions, their hands resting on their sword hilts. Beneath them, a dark torrent surged from all directions, encircling the majestic Imperial city so tightly that not a drop could escape. At the forefront, a valiant general rode a magnificent black steed, clad in heavy armor forged from mysterious iron, wielding a golden spear with a tiger's head. He was none other than Zhang Tao, the commander of the capital's Imperial Guards, Yulin, a fierce warrior of mid-level Linghai realm, and a trusted confidant handpicked by Li Xian. People atop the city, Zhang Tao reined in his horse at the front lines. His tiger-headed spear pointed directly at the palace gates, his voice resonating like thunder as he infused his words with spiritual power. The prince has met a tragic end, and treacherous officials are in control. You are aiding the tyrants. What is your intent? His voice echoed across the Imperial city. We serve at the behest of the late emperor to protect the sacred capital and safeguard his majesty. Now that his majesty is deceived by villains, I, Zhang Tao, commander of the Imperial Guards, cannot sit idly by. Surrender the eunuch Chao Zhengchun and the old thief Zhou Bingde. Open the palace gates, allow us to meet the sovereign, cleanse the court, and protect the emperor. His words were delivered with righteous fervor and a grand air. Inside the Golden Wan Hall, the remaining officials, who had just survived a bloodbath, turned ashen upon hearing his proclamation. It was over. They had just executed the prince, and now the Imperial Guards were at the city gates. Zhou Bingde, the acting chancellor, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his face flushing with distress. He fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty, Zhang Tao is courageous indeed, but he is a blunt fool. He commands 30,000 Imperial Guards and controls the capital's defenses. We cannot confront him directly. I am willing to leave the city to explain. If he remains obstinate, I am prepared to offer my head to quell the anger of the Imperial Guards. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Several newly appointed elder officials also knelt down in unison. We beseech your Majesty to reconsider. They were genuinely terrified. Chao Zhengchun was a formidable figure, and the 3,000 Jinyiwei were elite troops. Yet outside were 30,000 regular soldiers. The military spirit and murderous aura were enough to weaken even high-level cultivators. Should battle commence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Zhang Tao had already sealed off the 9 gates of the capital, leaving them trapped like fish in a barrel. The entire hall was engulfed by an atmosphere of despair and trepidation, yet the figure upon the dragon throne remained as steadfast as a mountain. Qin Hao paid no heed to the wailing officials beneath him. His imperial eyes had long since opened, penetrating through the palace's barriers and settling upon the dark, oppressive formation of soldiers beyond the city. The Emperor's divination technique was in operation. In his vision, the world transformed into an ocean of fate. Above Zhang Tao's head, a thick, blood-red pillar of energy surged skyward, intertwined with dense blackness, a mixture of murderous intent and deathly resolve. Name: Zhang Tao. Cultivation: mid-level loyalty, 100. A death warrior, seeking vengeance for his master. Fate: bloodlight soaring to the heavens, destined to die. Legion: capital Imperial Guards. Status: military morale wavering, 45. Combat intent weak, 30. Loyalty chaotic, 25. This man was determined to rebel. However, behind him, the 30,000 troops exhibited an exceedingly peculiar aura. It was a chaotic mist, with hues of red symbolizing loyalty to the great Zhou, gray representing fear and confusion, and blood red indicating incited wrath, along with tendrils of black denoting greed and ambition, meandering restlessly within the ranks. The military spirit was disjointed. Even among the vice-generals at the rear, their auras displayed an uncertain stance of observation. A ragtag collection of individuals. Qin Hao chuckled coldly to himself. He slowly raised his hand. The cries of Zhou Bingda and the others abruptly ceased, their eyes fixed anxiously on Qin Hao, believing the emperor was finally ready to heed their counsel. Qin Hao gazed down at Zhou Bingda, his tone flat, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. Zhou Taiwei, I acknowledge your loyalty. He instructed him to rise. But your head must remain intact to govern this vast realm for me, rather than serve as fodder for a band of rebels. Zhou Bingda was momentarily taken aback. Qin Hao stood up, his dragon robe billowing without wind, a weightier pressure emanating from him. I am the son of heaven of the great Zhou. My authority is forged through blood, not mere words. If I concede today, they will dare to step into this golden Luan hall tomorrow and claim my throne. At this moment, retreat equated to death. With each word he spoke, Zhou Bingda's complexion paled, yet his posture unconsciously straightened. Indeed, the emperor had no path of retreat. Gao Zhengchun, Qin Hao's voice echoed through the vast hall. At your service. The figure clad in red appeared silently within the hall, as if he had always been present. Qin Hao did not look at him, but turned away, returning to the dragon throne. Outside, 30,000 voices buzzed like flies in annoyance. Gao Zhengchun Baoet, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I shall go and swat them for your majesty. No. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Some of the Imperial Guards remain loyal to the great Zhou. They have merely been misled. I am not one who delights in indiscriminate slaughter. He paused, his chilling voice issuing an edict. I require you to perform one task. He raised his hand, making a downward slicing motion. Decapitation. Chao Zhengchun's body trembled, followed by a surge of morbid fervor coursing through him. He understood. The emperor desired him to take the head of the commander before the watchful gaze of the 30,000 troops. This was the most domineering, direct, and intimidating method. I obey your command. Chao Zhengchun accepted the order, turning to stride out, his crimson robe slicing through the air like a blood-red arc, without a hint of hesitation. Zhou Bingda and the other officials were left in stunned silence. He was going out alone? Against 30,000 troops? Chao Zhengchun, solitary, traversed the long palace corridors, ultimately standing behind the heavy, vermilion gates of the Chengtian Gate. He could hear the roar of the crowd outside, akin to the crashing of waves. Surrender the treacherous officials. Cleanse the court. Protect the emperor. He adjusted his robe, his delicate face revealing no sign of tension, only the anticipation of savoring a bloody feast. With a creak, the heavy palace doors slowly opened. A blinding ray of sunlight, along with 30,000 murderous gazes, pierced through simultaneously. Chao Zhengchun, alone, bathed in the light, stepped forward. Chapter 8. The frantic counterattack of the Li clan's remnants, the royal family's cold indifference. Just as Zhengchun strode towards the Chengtian gate, the scene outside the Imperial city was entirely different. Have you heard? The new emperor is a tyrant. Yesterday, in the Golden Lawn Hall, he executed the prince and dozens of loyal officials. Not just that, my cousin's neighbor works in the palace and said the blood flowed like a river, and the corpses piled up as high as mountains. The prince was such a good man. It must be that damned unit Zhengchun who is manipulating the sovereign. Rumors spread like a plague with wings, surging wildly through the streets and alleys of the sacred capital. Immediately thereafter, a towering inferno erupted from the granary in the eastern part of the city, while violent explosions resonated from the armory in the west. Clad in black and masked, a cohort of shadowy figures surged forth from the dim recesses, slaying anyone in their path and igniting every structure they encountered. The entire Shengjing was thrown into chaos. Within the Jinyiwei hall, Zhou Bingda's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down his brow. Your Majesty, the city is in turmoil. This must be the remnants of the Li clan stirring trouble. They're surely colluding with the Imperial guards outside. He knelt upon the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, we are bereft of provisions, beset by formidable forces, and the populace is gripped by fear. This is an omen of impending doom for the nation. Several elder ministers followed suit, kneeling and wailing in despair. Qin Hao remained seated upon the dragon throne, deaf to their lamentations. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of the throne, producing a dull sound. At that moment, a young eunuch tumbled into the hall, his voice piercing. Your Majesty, the three esteemed officials from the royal offering hall seek an audience. The mention of the offering hall caused Zhou Bingda to lift his head abruptly, a flicker of manic joy flashing across his desperate visage. They had finally decided to take action. Those were the last trump cards of the great Zhou dynasty. Powerful beings who had long secluded themselves in deep cultivation. Oh, Qin Hao expressed mild surprise, halting his rhythmic tapping. Momins latte. Three elderly figures clad in simple gray robes ambled into the grand hall. The foremost elder, Wang Chun, with his white hair and youthful face, exuded a profound aura. He was the elder of the offering hall. Two other officials followed closely behind, both radiating a weighty presence and exceptional cultivation. Upon entering the hall, still suffused with the stench of blood, they merely frowned slightly before directing their gazes towards Qin Hao seated upon the dragon throne. Without performing the customary kneeling salute, they simply inclined their bodies slightly. Your Majesty, Wang Chun's tone was flat and devoid of emotion. Zhou Bingda hurriedly approached. Elder Wang, your timing is impeccable. Zhang Tao is plotting treason with the Imperial guards, and the Li remnants are causing chaos in the city. I implore the three esteemed officials to take action and quell the rebellion for our great Zhou. Wang Chun shot him a sidelong glance, as if regarding an irritating insect. He then turned his attention back to Qin Hao, speaking slowly. Your Majesty, our duty at the offering hall is solely to safeguard the royal bloodline's safety. As long as your Majesty remains within the palace, we shall ensure your safety. As for the conflicts within the court and the military mutiny, such matters are mundane and not within our purview. The offering hall does not intervene. Upon hearing this, the elation on Zhou Bingda's face instantly froze, transforming into a pallid despair. Not intervene? What does this mean? Are we to watch idly as the great Zhou's empire is toppled by the rebels? Qin Hao smiled. His imperial gaze had already seen through the three individuals. Name, Wang Chun. Identity, elder of the royal offering hall. Cultivation, late stage of the great being realm. Loyalty, 65, aligned with the Li clan, awaiting the right price. Fate, gray tinged with black, connected to the Li clan's fortune. Name, Zhao Qian. Identity, royal offering. Cultivation, mid-stage of the great being realm. Loyalty, 10, indecisive, self-serving. Name, Sun Li. Identity, royal offering. Cultivation, early stage of the great being realm. Loyalty, 25, slightly inclined towards the royal family, yet fearful of the powerful. What a fine protector of the royal bloodline. What a splendid non-interventionist stance. To put it plainly, they were a pack of ungrateful wolves, watching coldly from the sidelines, waiting for the opportune moment. Should he emerge victorious, they would be hailed as loyal subjects for their defense. Should he falter, they would likely present his head to the new master to claim credit. The three esteemed officials are quite discerning. Qin Hao's voice remained level as he rose from the dragon throne and descended the dais. If that is the case, I invite the three of you to observe the proceedings here. He approached Wang Chun, his inferior cultivation overshadowed by an overwhelming presence. Watch as I crush these petty clowns one by one. Wang Chun's eyelids twitched. He sensed a disquieting pressure emanating from the young emperor. Outside the Chengtian gate, the heavy palace gates creaked open, revealing a solitary figure clad in a brilliant red ceremonial robe, illuminated by the heavens, stepping forth alone. It was neither an army nor a retinue of officials, only a single eunuch. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by an uproar of indignation and fury. It is Chao Zhengchun. That eunuch has emerged. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Tao, upon seeing that feminine visage, felt his eyes blaze crimson, resembling a mad tiger. You vile traitor who has disrupted the court and harmed the nation. How dare you show your face? He raised his golden spear and pointed it at the figure below the city walls. Archers, ready. With a rustle, thousands of archers swiftly knocked their arrows. The myriad tips glinting coldly in the morning light, all aimed squarely at Chao Zhengchun. Zhang Tao's spiritual energy surged as his voice echoed throughout the ranks. Warriors, this man is the leader of the treacherous eunuchs who have brought calamity upon the realm. It is he who has incited the emperor to slaughter the loyal. Today, we shall act on heaven's will, cleanse the court, and eliminate this demon. Kill him. We shall see the emperor again and restore the great Zhou to its rightful glory. The battle cry of the incited soldiers rose like a tidal wave. Faced with the onslaught of thousands of drawn bows and the murderous intent of 30,000 men, Gao Zhengchun stood quietly. He raised a hand, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe, his movements graceful and unhurried. Release the arrows. Zhang Tao's furious roar transformed into a decree of death. Whoosh! Thousands of crossbow bolts infused with the soldiers' vitality transformed into a black storm of death, blotting out the sky as they rained down towards Chao Zhengchun. Zhou Bingde, witnessing this scene from the inner palace walls, crumpled to the ground in terror. It was over. The three officials from the offering hall instinctively tensed their bodies. In their view, even a great being realm expert would not dare to withstand such a concentrated barrage. Suddenly, Chao Zhengchun moved. He did not evade, nor did he summon any defensive artifact. He simply raised his head slowly, a strange and chilling smile blossoming on his feminine face. Opening his mouth, a sharp yet seemingly profound voice resonated. Silence. Boom! An indescribable wave of terrifying pressure erupted from Chao Zhengchun's form. It was not spiritual energy, nor was it vitality, but a higher-level realm of belonging to a great being. The true energy of the sunflower circulated to its utmost, the yin and yang converging within him, transforming into the purest force that suppressed all. The entire world seemed to be pressed on pause. The wind ceased. The soldiers' shouts caught in their throats. The rain of arrows that had blotted out the sky suddenly froze 3 feet above Chao Zhengchun's head. Countless arrows hung eerily in midair, as if grasped by an invisible hand, unable to move. Then came the sound of crisp shattering, under the gaze of 30,000 horrified eyes. The countless steel arrows began to shatter, fragmenting from their tips into powder that fell like dust. In but a fleeting moment, the rain of arrows vanished into thin air. Thud, thud, thud. The thousands of soldiers in the front row of the Imperial Guard, as if struck by an unseen force, lost their grip on their bows and crossbows, letting them tumble to the ground. Their faces turned pale, blood seeping from their orifices, their legs buckling as they fell in clusters to the earth. The oppressive force bore down upon each soul like the weight of countless mountains, robbing them not only of the will to resist, but also the very right to stand. Zhang Tao's once fierce countenance now reflected boundless fear and stupor. Even his steed, the taksha Jinyiwei, let out a mournful cry, collapsing under the weight of the pressure and throwing him to the ground. Chao Zhengchun stepped forward, gently placing 1 foot ahead. Boom! The pressure intensified. More soldiers in the rear could no longer control their bodies and fell to their knees. With another step forward, the entire formation of 30,000 men, save for a few high-ranking officers who still struggled to maintain their stance, succumbed to the ground in submission. The dense mass of troops knelt before him. A dark sea of humanity bowed low. Chao Jingchuan's crimson robe billowed in the gentle breeze as he surveyed the prostrate ocean before him. His voice, smooth yet imposing, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Now, who among you are loyal subjects, and who are the traitors? Chapter 9. The terrifying power of Chao Zhengchun before the army. The might of a great being. Outside the Chengtian gate, silence reigned. 30,000 Imperial guards knelt, their armor clattering, yet none dared to lift their heads. The terror emanating from their very souls resembled an invisible ancient mountain, suppressing their will, courage, and even their breath. Zhang Tao, the commander of the guards, lay overturned on the ground, shaking his head violently as he broke free from a momentary daze. He beheld his once proud elite forces, now reminiscent of wheat bowed low. He spotted the eunuch clad in a magnificent crimson robe, standing with hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon his 30,000 troops as if they were mere objects. Such humiliation, boundless shame, and rage instantaneously overwhelmed his fear. All of you rise, Zhang Tao commanded, forcefully pushing himself off the ground, retrieving his golden-tipped spear. The aura of his mid-stage Linghai realm erupted, counteracting the oppressive force. Stunt, you are soldiers of the great Zhou, not a bunch of cowards. His roar acted as a potent stimulant, causing some of the kneeling soldiers to tremble and struggle to their feet. Is only I. Fear not. Zhang Tao's eyes turned red, resembling a frenzied tiger, as he pointed his spear directly at Chao Zhengchun. This fiend must have employed some sorcery. His voice was laced with undeniable madness. Loose the arrows. Slay this wretch. Those who dare to retreat shall face military law. The order was forcefully issued. Those struggling to rise, their faces still marked by lingering fear, had no choice but to harness their cultivation under the watchful eyes of the enforcers. Lifting their bows and crossbows once more. Kill! Zhang Tao bellowed in a fit of hysteria. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the arrows covered the entire area in front of the city gate, forming a merciless curtain of death that eliminated any chance of evasion. Inside the Golden Wan Hall, the elder Wang Chun, in charge of the shrine, revealed the slightest hint of a smile. The power of the domain demanded immense energy. Faced with the army formation, once trapped, even a great being could meet a bitter end. This eunuch was far too overconfident. Yet beneath the city wall, Chao Zhengchun smiled. He ceased to exert that oppressive force. At the moment the rain of arrows descended upon him, his figure transformed into a red blur, an apparition beyond the grasp of ordinary eyes. With a delicate push off the ground, he soared upward like a blood-red arrow released from its bowstring, charging towards the storm of arrows. He weaved through the rain of arrows, his form elusive as a specter. Not a single arrow managed to graze his robe. Surpassing the height of the city wall, he traced a breathtaking arc in the air, then plummeted like a meteor towards the heart of the 30,000 troops, targeting the central army position. He has lost his mind. One vice commander gasped in astonishment. Form up. Long spear formation. Impale him. Zhang Tao was both astonished and furious, issuing frantic commands. Boom! Chao Jingchuan's figure crashed into the army formation. The ground cracked, and a cloud of dust erupted. Dozens of the closest soldiers, unable to comprehend what had transpired, were struck by the terrifying shockwave, spewing blood and flying backward, meeting their end in an instant. Kill! As the surrounding soldiers regained their senses, they roared, raising their long spears to stab fiercely at the center of the dust cloud. Hundreds of long spears formed an impenetrable iron cage. Yet, as the dust settled, the cage revealed itself to be empty. Where is he? A soldier looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a comrade beside him had his head severed without warning, blood gushing several feet high from his neck. A red shadow darted past. There he is. Chao Jingchuan's speed had surpassed the limits of their nervous reactions. He moved through the dense formation like a reaper from hell, walking leisurely among the ranks. Each strike was simple, direct, and efficient. A finger thrust pierced a brow, a palm strike shattered organs, and a kick snapped bones. The cries of agony echoed throughout. The once proud formation of the Imperial Guards became a mere joke before him. Ordinary soldiers could not capture his fleeting figure. Their blades and swords could not even brush against his garments. In his wake lay a path paved with corpses and blood, leading directly to the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Tao. Inside the Golden Lawn Hall, Zhou Bingda collapsed to the ground, mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. What had he witnessed? One man, against an army of thousands. The three royal attendants who had initially observed with indifference now stood in shock. Their faces bore no trace of disdain or composure, replaced instead by profound astonishment and gravity. Such speed, such ruthless killing technique, murmured Zhao Qian, one of the attendants. He is not fighting, he is slaughtering. The influence of military spirit and murderous aura barely affects him. Sun Li's body trembled slightly. The leader, Wang Chun, remained silent. Yet his narrowed eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions. He questioned himself. He too could slay thousands, but he could never achieve such ease and grace. As if strolling through his own backyard. This eunuch was undoubtedly a top-tier existence among his peers, one specialized in combat. He instinctively cast a glance at the young emperor seated upon the dragon throne. Qin Hao remained composed, one hand supporting his chin while the other gently tapped the armrest. He appeared to be savoring a play whose outcome he already knew. This demeanor of being in complete control sent a chill through Wang Chun's heart, even more so than the eunuch rampaging outside. On the battlefield, fear was spreading like wildfire. Zhang Tao's visage had utterly drained of color. He had never encountered such a terrifying powerhouse. Bodyguards? Where are my bodyguards? Stop him! He bellowed in sheer panic. With a rustle, over 100 specially armored bodyguards, each at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, surged forth from behind him, forming a final line of defense. They represented Zhang Tao's most elite forces, the very foundation of his confidence. Attack! They shouted in unison, their blood boiling as they formed a battle array, an aura of iron and blood surging skyward, pressing down upon the crimson figure before them. In the flickering light, Chao Zhengchun's form suddenly halted before the battle array. For the first time, he raised his hand, his finger poised like a sword, and gently swiped at the oncoming bloodlust. A gray, gossamer-like wave of energy flickered and vanished. The iron-blooded aura, which could render ordinary Linghai realm experts numb with fear, was effortlessly cleaved apart as it met the gray energy, like a hot knife slicing through butter. In the next moment, Chao Zhengchun's figure vanished from sight. A series of sickening sounds echoed, flesh tearing apart. The expressions of those over 100 elite bodyguards were frozen in the moment of their furious roar. In the next instant, their bodies split from brow to groin, a straight line of crimson marking their demise. Over 100 corpses fell, perfectly halved. One strike, the entire bodyguard formation was annihilated. This scene, transcending comprehension, obliterated the last vestiges of Zhang Tao's mental fortitude. "Devil! You are a devil!" he shrieked, turning his horse to flee. Yet, the moment he pivoted, a cold hand clasped his nape. A wave of soft, ethereal energy surged into his body, sealing away all his spiritual power. "Before me, where can you run?" A smooth voice whispered in his ear. Zhang Tao's body stiffened, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous force lifted him from the saddle. Under the horrified gazes of 30,000 soldiers, Chao Zhengchun held their commander by the neck with one hand, raising him high like a mere chick. Chapter 10. Instantaneous elimination of the Imperial Guard leader. "Qin Hao, who dares to covet my realm?" Outside the Chengtian gate, silence reigned. Zhang Tao dangled in the air, his face contorted in rage and fear, now the color of a liver. "Let me go," he croaked, struggling futilely, his golden spear clattering to the ground. He was a formidable warrior of the Linghai realm, the commander of 30,000 Imperial Guards. Yet at this moment, his spiritual power was completely shackled by the overwhelmingly soft yet tyrannical energy, rendering him unable to move even a finger. He was but a piece of meat on the chopping block. I ask you now, who is the loyal minister, and who is the traitor? A sinister smile adorned Chao Zhengchun's face as he leaned closer to Zhang Tao, whispering in a voice only they could hear. Zhang Tao's pupils dilated in horror as he saw the sickly, delighted expression on Chao Zhengchun's face. Fear consumed him entirely. "Yes, I am a traitor. I beg for mercy. It was Li Xian. Li Xian forced me. I am willing to submit. I will serve his majesty like a beast of burden." "Gao Zhengchun why done?" "Too late," he uttered softly, and with a crisp sound, the crack of bones echoed across the silent battlefield. Under the gaze of 30,000 eyes, Chao Zhengchun's fingers crushed Zhang Tao's throat with the ease of breaking a walnut. Zhang Tao's struggles ceased abruptly. His head hung limply, his eyes still reflecting boundless regret and terror. With a casual toss, Zhengchun flung the still-warm corpse aside like a dead dog, which landed heavily before the Imperial guards. The dull thud resonated like a hammer, striking hard at the hearts of every soldier. Their commander had been brutally executed before their eyes, like a chick being lifted. After an extreme silence, there followed an extreme collapse. A terrified scream pierced the air, and the sound of weapons dropping to the ground echoed. The front-line soldiers began to retreat uncontrollably, colliding with those behind them, causing the entire military formation to descend into chaos. The military spirit they had prided themselves on crumbled to dust in the instant their leader was slain. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged atop the Chengtian gate. Clad in a black and gold dragon robe, wearing a crown of authority, he was illuminated by the morning light, exuding a faint golden radiance. It was Qin Hao. He had shed his mourning attire and now stood as the sovereign of the great Zhou, surveying the city below. Behind him stood hundreds of upright figures of the Jinyiwei, their hands resting on their embroidered spring knives, resembling a silent forest of steel. Qin Hao's presence was like an invisible decree, calming the chaotic Imperial guards below. Every gaze converged upon him. Their monarch, the infamous young tyrant rumored to have unleashed a massacre in the Golden Wan Hall. Within the hall, Zhou Bingde and several elderly officials had already been assisted to the inner wall. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Bingde trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Heaven bless our great Zhou! Heaven bless our great Zhou! Meanwhile, the three royal attendants were engulfed in an entirely different state of mind. Standing in the shadows of the wall, their expressions of composure and indifference were replaced by sheer horror. One strike, instant kill. Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse as he gazed at the eunuch in the bright red robe below, as if viewing a monster. Sun Li trembled slightly, feeling the ease with which that power was wielded, revealing no hint of exertion. His strength surpassed the early stages of the great power realm by far. The leader, Wang Chun, fixed his gaze on the young figure atop the tower, a tempest brewing within him. This eunuch was absurdly powerful. When had the previously timid and ineffectual young sovereign acquired such formidable prowess? A chill of dread gripped him. His earlier demeanor of bargaining for favors must have been thoroughly seen through by the other party. Below, Qin Hao looked down upon 30,000 faces filled with fear, confusion, and trepidation. He refrained from employing the Imperial gaze technique, for it was no longer necessary. Qin Hao merely allowed his qi of the refining energy realm to flow gently, enhancing the innate majesty of the Emperor's heavenly path. An overwhelming, majestic aura, akin to divine might, radiated from him. Zhang Tao, commander of the Imperial Guards, conspired and abused authority, intending to rebel, committing unforgivable crimes. Qin Hao declared. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of each person, thundering like a rolling storm. He has been executed. These simple words carried an irresistible weight of judgment. He paused, scanning each soldier below. Today, I only seek to eliminate the chief villain. You all are soldiers of the great Zhou, momentarily deceived by treacherous men, coerced without inquiry. Lay down your weapons and kneel in surrender. Past offenses will be forgiven. The defiant rebels, guilty alongside Zhang Tao, shall face the extermination of their entire lineage. With both benevolence and severity, all their hopes were extinguished. At that moment, a blood-red figure ascended from beneath the city, landing steadily behind Qin Hao. It was Zhengchun, holding aloft the severed head of Zhang Tao, his eyes wide open in fury, refusing to close even in death. This shocking tableau shattered the psychological defenses of the 30,000 Imperial Guards, becoming the final straw. Clang! A deputy commander was the first to cast aside his long blade, collapsing to his knees. His action served as a signal. The sound of countless weapons hitting the ground resonated, creating a symphony of despair. The 30,000 Imperial Guards, cloaked in darkness, knelt in submission. They removed their helmets and bowed their foreheads heavily against the cold bluestone pavement. Long live our Emperor! Long live! Long live! The thunderous cries, born from despair, surged skyward, embodying both submission and reverence. A rebellion capable of overturning imperial authority was quelled in mere minutes. The crisis transformed into an opportune moment for Qin Hao to consolidate military power. His expression remained devoid of tumult, as if all of this was predestined. He gazed upon the kneeling Imperial guards below and issued new orders. Zhengchun, present. I command you to immediately identify all commanders of the Imperial Guards ranked as captain or above and execute those in collusion with the Leaf family on the spot. Without seeking approval. Understood. Jinyiwei. Yes. Hundreds of Jinyiwei responded in unison. Down in the city, confiscate weapons and take control of the defenses. Any who resist shall be met with death. Orders were issued with clarity and decisiveness. At that moment, a voice only he could hear echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has suppressed the rebellion with a thunderous hand, regained military authority in the capital, imperial power is revitalized, and national fortune is consolidated. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 30 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 80. Jinyiwei turned away, no longer regarding the prostrate throne below. His gaze transcended the imperial city, reaching towards distant troubles that awaited him. Zhou Taiwei, your humble servant is here. Zhou Bingda hurried forward, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Jinyiwei did not look back. Draft an edict to announce to the world. The royal uncle Li Xian, who plotted treason, has been executed by my decree. Chapter 11. Reforming the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's art of divination discerns loyalty and treachery, eradicating the Leaf family's minions. In the camp of the capital, the training grounds, the 30,000 Imperial Guards surrendered all their weapons, which were confiscated and secured. The air was thick with the scent of rusted iron, sweat, and an inescapable dread. Hundreds of commanders ranked as captain or above were separated and gathered in the center of the training grounds, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. These individuals formed the backbone of the army, the most deeply infiltrated by the Leaf family. Jinyiwei's figure appeared on the elevated platform of the training grounds. Behind him stood the impassive Zhengchun and 300 of the most elite Jinyiwei. Their presence rendered the entire training ground silent. Jinyiwei's gaze swept across the assembly. The Emperor's art of divination activated. The world transformed before his eyes. The heads of the hundreds of commanders glimmered with a chaotic array of fortunes. A vast expanse of deep black, intertwined with strands of blood, indicated the die-hard loyalists of the Leaf family, whose fates were irrevocably entwined. Another section shimmered with an uncertain grayish-yellow, signifying those who were opportunistic, swaying with the tide. Scattered among them were a few faint white or pale red hues, representing the remnants of loyalty to the Zhou Imperial family. Boldly, those who remain standing before the Emperor do not kneel. Zhengchun's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the training grounds. The remaining commanders dared not hesitate, promptly kneeling. Lu Tong. Jinyiwei pronounced the first name. A burly captain trembled and looked up. In Jinyiwei's vision, dark clouds swirled above him. Name, Lu Tong. Cultivation, early stage of Linghai realm. Loyalty, 95, die-hard loyalist of the Li family. Zhao Da. Sun Fang. Li Hui. Jinyiwei recited nearly 100 names in one breath. The expressions of those called varied widely. Some were bewildered, others terrified, and a few bore fierce expressions, instinctively reaching for their waists only to find nothing. They could not comprehend how the new emperor could pinpoint them all with such precision. They were all placed within the Imperial Guards by Li Xian himself, maintaining secretive communications amongst each other. Your Majesty, these individuals, a captain with a grayish-yellow aura, mustered the courage to inquire. Jinyiwei ignored him, simply turning to Zhengchun. Zhengchun understood, stepping forward. His voice laced with a sickly excitement. Those whom the Emperor has named are traitors of the Leaf family, deserving of death, to be executed on the spot. As his words fell, the 300 Jinyiwei sprang into action. They descended upon the nearly 100 named commanders like a pack of silent hounds, drawing their embroidered spring blades. No, Your Majesty, spare us. We are innocent. Tyrant, you shall not have peace. The cries for mercy, curses, and screams of agony intertwined in an instant. Yet, all was over swiftly. The blades of the Jinyiwei were solely for execution. Thud, thud, thud. The gleam of blades flashed, severing heads from bodies. Blood gushed forth, staining the cold training ground with a shocking dark red hue. In mere moments, nearly 100 mid-level commanders of the Imperial Guards had lost their heads. The remaining 200 commanders knelt in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to raise their heads. The training ground was filled only with heavy breaths. Jinyiwei descended from the platform. He ignored the quaking commanders in the blood-soaked ground, advancing towards the 30,000 ordinary soldiers who had been detained. The soldiers, filled with dread, lowered their heads. Qin Hao strolled among the ranks. His art of divination swept over the youthful and weathered faces. These were the true foundation of the army. Most soldiers' fortunes manifested as a gray, representing confusion, and a pale, red indicating loyalty to the Dezhou. They merely followed orders, often unaware of why they were besieging the imperial city. Qin Hao paused before a young soldier, visibly trembling. He possessed only the cultivation of the body refinement realm, yet stood upright. Above him shone a pure, radiant white fortune. Name, Wang Tinyu cultivation, peak of body refinement realm. Loyalty, 75, loyal to the Dezhou imperial family. What is your name? Replying, Your Majesty, I am Wang Tinyu. Wang Tinyu, terrified, nearly bit his tongue, stammering his response. Lift your head. Wang Tinyu shakily raised his head. Qin Hao pointed at him. From this moment on, you're a captain of the Imperial Guards, leading a battalion. Wang Tinyu was taken aback. The soldiers beside him were also stunned. The distant commanders kneeling were equally bewildered. A soldier at the level of Quidijing has been directly promoted to the position of Xiaowei. This is utterly against protocol. Qin Hao did not halt his stride. He continued forward and pointed to another individual. You there, what is your name? I am Zhang Ming. This man was a Shichong, with a cultivation level of Liankajing, and a striking light red aura above his head. Loyalty, 81. Loyal to the Emperor, patriotic, Zhang Ming. I hereby appoint you as Du Wei, granting you command over a guard. Zhang Ming's body trembled profoundly, unable to believe his ears. Qin Hao did not pause. You Xiaowei. You Du Wei. You temporarily serve as the commander of a left camp. He walked on, pointing as he went. In succession, he promoted over a dozen soldiers and low-ranking officers, all of whom hailed from humble beginnings yet displayed remarkable loyalty. This series of actions struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the existing power structure within the Imperial Guards. The surviving generals felt the heat of shame upon their faces. They finally comprehended that His Majesty was not jesting. Thud! The first person named, Wang Tinyu, finally reacted. He knelt heavily, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. I, the guilty soldier Wang Tinyu, express my gratitude for Your Majesty's grace. I am willing to face fire and water for Your Majesty, unafraid of death. His voice quivered with emotion, yet brimmed with fervor. One person ignited the fervor of many. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. We are willing to serve you unto death. The newly promoted individuals collectively bowed, their voices hoarse from their fervent cries. Qin Hao returned to the high platform, gazing down at the soldiers whose emotions had completely transformed. I know that many of you are innocent. Compulsion shall not be questioned, and past grievances shall not be held against you. From this day forth, the Imperial Guards shall be reformed. All loyal and valiant individuals shall receive rewards. All meritorious subjects shall be promoted. I demand only loyalty from the soldiers of Dezhou. Long live the Emperor. Long live. Long live. The 30,000 Imperial Guards roared in unison, shaking the heavens. The morale of the army was firmly established. As night fell, within the Imperial study, Zhengchun appeared silently, bowing as he presented a blood-stained secret letter. Your Majesty, this was discovered among Zhang Tao's personal belongings. Qin Hao took the letter and unfolded it. The letter was penned by the head of the Li family, Li Yuan, the father of Li Xian, who had long since retired to his hometown. The content of the letter was shocking. Besides inciting Zhang Tao to revolt and collude from within, the key phrase stood out. Once successful, the Wang of the East and the Wang of Pingnan will surely submit their support, and the situation will be settled. The Fan Wang. Qin Hao's fingers gently tapped the table. The unrest in the capital was merely a prelude, a pawn cast to test the waters. The real threat lay with the several powerful Fan Wang at the borders. The Li family was but a pawn inserted into Shunjing, a pretext for instigating internal strife. Should I mishandle the situation and be delayed by the Imperial Guards, the Fan Wang would immediately march into the capital under the banner of purging the treacherous. A brilliant ploy indeed. Unfortunately, they miscalculated one crucial aspect. Qin Hao was the fated son, traversing through time with a system of his own. How many factions of the Li family remain in the capital? Qin Hao inquired without lifting his gaze. Zhengchun bent even lower, replying to Your Majesty. I have instructed the Jinyiwei to investigate discreetly. The Li family, both direct and collateral branches, former students and officials, as well as merchants who have secretly allied with them. Total 173 households and over 3,000 individuals. The list is here. He presented another thick roster. Excellent. Qin Hao stood, walking to the window, looking out at the Xinjiang cloaked in night. Gao Zhengchun, I am here. Qin Hao's voice was devoid of warmth. Tonight, I desire a sleepless Xinjiang. Chao Zhengchun's body quivered. A rush of exhilarating fervor surged within him. He understood. His Majesty was about to take action against those individuals. Convey my secret decree. The Eastern Factory S. Jinyiwei shall mobilize en masse. According to this roster, execute them. Qin Hao turned, articulating each word with precision. Not a single one shall be spared. Chao Zhengchun knelt abruptly, his delicate face alight with fervent loyalty. I shall obey. He bowed his head and, upon rising, blended into the shadows beyond the hall. In the night breeze, only a bloody command lingered, echoing within the study. Chapter 12. The Empress Dowager's End, a gift of white silk in the cold palace. I shall leave no future troubles. Within the study, the flickering candlelight elongated Qin Hao's silhouette, having just issued the decree for a bloodbath in Xinjiang. The very air within the Imperial Palace felt as though it had solidified for a moment. A massacre was on the verge of engulfing this ancient capital. Yet within Qin Hao's heart lingered one final thorn. The deposed Empress Dowager, Li Yanran. Allowing her to remain would provide the remnants of the Li family and the restless Fan Wang with a manipulable illusion, a banner they could exploit. A perfect excuse. The bait was no longer necessary. Qin Hao prepared to eliminate future threats. Gao Zhengchun, the figure that had just retreated into the shadows, reappeared silently, as if it had never left. I am here. Draft the decree. Go to the cold palace. Qin Hao did not turn, but gazed out into the dense night. I desire this palace to be utterly cleansed. Chao Zhengchun slightly bowed, his delicate face devoid of any emotion. I understand. He did not need to inquire how to proceed. Ensuring the palace was clean was his forte. His figure once again melted into the darkness, this time carrying away an aura of murderous intent more profound than the night itself. The cold palace. This was the most remote and eerie corner of the Imperial Palace, perpetually shrouded from sunlight, where even the sound of the wind bore a mournful quality. The deposed Empress Dowager, Li Yanran, or rather, Li Yanran, was curled up in a dusty corner of the bed, her hair disheveled. The tumult of the day, the bloodshed in the Golden Lawn Hall, and Qin Hao's icy visage felt like a nightmare from which she could not awaken. She still could not accept it. It's not real, it's not real. She murmured to herself, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of mad hope. My father will come to rescue me. The Wang of the East is a close friend of my brother, and the Wang of Pingnan has also received great favor from my Li family. They will send troops. They surely will. Once they purge the treacherous and eliminate that eunuch, everything will return to normal. She clutched her already soiled phoenix gown tightly, as if it were her last lifeline. Just then, the door to the palace, which had not been opened for years, creaked ominously. A beam of light illuminated the dust within the palace. Li Yanran abruptly looked up, her eyes bursting with ecstasy. Have my father and brothers sent someone to rescue her? However, the person who entered was someone she least wished to see at that moment. Gao Zhengchun. He still wore that glaring red python robe, two young eunuchs following him, carrying a black lacquered tray. Upon the tray lay 3 items covered by red cloth. Gao Zhengchun. Li Yanran's ecstasy instantaneously morphed into resentment as she screamed. You eunuch! What are you doing here? Get out! Ignoring her, Chao Zhengchun approached Li Yanran, waving his hand. The young eunuch stepped forward, pulling away the red cloth atop the tray. A strip of white silk, a cup of poison, a dagger. Li Yanran's pupils dilated, suddenly constricting to the size of a needle's point. Chao Zhengchun delicately pinched his fingers, retrieving a scroll of bright yellow imperial edict from within his robes, unfurling it slowly. By the grace of heaven and the mandate of the emperor, this decree is proclaimed. His voice, soft yet piercing, reverberated throughout the desolate cold palace. The Empress Dowager, Li Shi, has conspired with the external relatives, creating chaos in the court and plotting treason. A crime deserving of execution. However, considering her past as the mother of the nation, I, unwilling to wield the axe, grant her 3 feet of white silk, a pot of poison wine, and a dagger. Preserve her dignity. she shall depart at once. Thus decreed. Each word struck like a heavy hammer upon Li Yinran's heart, transforming her expression from one of malice to complete shock, and finally to utter distortion. No, no, she roared, akin to a maddened lioness, lunging towards Zhengchun. Qin Hao, you beast! I am your mother. You dare to kill me. Gao Zhengchun medley sidets pep like thee, causing Li Yinran to miss her target and fall clumsily to the ground. Your Highness, please, he said, a sickly smile gracing his face. Shall I assist you on your journey, or would you prefer to choose yourself? I choose your death. Li Yinran scrambled up from the floor, appearing utterly deranged. Do you think that by killing me you have won? My Li family still has a trump card. The armies of the 3 great princes are already en route. They will trample the divine capital and dismember that little beast, Qin Hao. She cursed hysterically. You castrated dog. You shall die. You will be torn to shreds. You will not die a good death. The smile on Zhengchun's face deepened. He relished witnessing the struggles of his prey in their final moments. Your Highness, those princes you mentioned are far away. He advanced slowly, crouching down to whisper in Li Yinran's ear. But I am right here before you. This whispered phrase became the final straw for Li Yinran. The madness in her eyes faded, replaced by boundless despair and bitterness. Suddenly, she laughed, a chilling and eerie laugh. Just wait, Qin Hao Zhengchun. You shall pay for this. She bit down hard on her tongue, a spurt of blood erupting into the air, transforming into a sinister crimson rune. Simultaneously, she violently tore open her collar, revealing a complex blood-red mark already tattooed upon her chest. With the bloodline of the Li family as the guide, ignite my soul as the offering. A subtle yet potent wave of energy erupted from her body, seemingly to tear apart the void, transmitting a message to an unknown destination. This was Li Yinran's last resort, a distress signal that could only be activated by the direct bloodline. Once initiated, the head of the Li family, miles away, would instantly know everything occurring here. However, just as the crimson rune was on the verge of formation, the sickly smile on Zhengchun's face vanished abruptly. In its place came a chilling coldness. A mere parlor trick dares to flaunt itself before me. He did not even rise. Instead, he pointed his finger like a blade towards Li Yinran and made a gentle slash. There was no grandiose spectacle, no dazzling light. A gray energy, as thin as a cicada's wing, flickered and vanished. Puff! The newly formed crimson rune burst like a bubble, silently dissolving. The energy that threatened to rend the void came to an abrupt halt. Li Yinran's body trembled violently. Her laughter, her curses, the expression of resentment on her face, all froze. She slowly lowered her head to gaze at her chest. There, no scars were present. Yet, she could feel that her heart, her internal organs, and her very soul had, in that instant, been utterly shattered into dust by an exquisitely domineering power. Vitality was swiftly fleeing. Great ability realm. She managed to squeeze out her final words, her eyes filled with boundless horror and unwillingness. She could never have imagined that this eunuch, whom she had always regarded as a castrated dog, was, in fact, a terrifying powerhouse of the great ability realm. Thud! Li Yinran's lifeless body collapsed softly to the ground. Devoid of any sound, Zhengchun slowly stood, dusting off non-existent particles from his robe. Approaching her corpse, he coldly tore open her clothing. At the center of the blood-red mark lay a black token, neither gold nor jade, engraved with a distorted, ghostly face. Zhengchun removed it, tucking it into his robes before turning to leave, leaving behind a gradually cooling corpse and a room steeped in silence. In the palace study, Qin Hao was poring over a roster of over 3,000 names. Zhengchun's figure reappeared. Your Majesty, the task has been completed. He presented the ghostly face token. Qin Hao took the token, feeling its icy chill. He gazed at the strange pattern, a flicker of intrigue passing through his imperial eyes. It seemed to conceal a deeper secret. However, there was no rush. One must eat one bite at a time. Enemies must be eliminated one by one. With Li Yinran's downfall, the last thread binding him to the past was severed. From this moment forth, he was merely the emperor of the Dezhou. Qin Hao. Beep. Detected that the host has entirely eradicated the core power of the external relatives, further solidifying imperial authority and consolidating national fortune. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 100. Qin Hao casually placed the token on the table. Issue an edict. The Dongchang shall commence operations. Chapter 13. The Dongchang moves citywide sweep. Tonight, the divine capital shall know no rest. At the hour of the rat, snowfall blanketed the divine capital. Fluffy snowflakes descended from the dim sky, silently covering the vermilion palace walls and the dark streets. The entire city was under curfew, enveloped in tranquility. Within the Dongchang's offices, the lights blazed brightly, yet there was not a whisper. 3,000 Jinyiwei, clad in flying fish robes, their hands resting on embroidered spring sabers, stood like 3,000 cold statues in the courtyard. Snowflakes settled upon their shoulders, yet not a single person stirred. Zhengchun stood on the steps, playing with 2 iron balls, before lightly waving his hand. Go! A hint of satisfaction graced his sickly visage. According to the roster, carry out your duties. We only require results. Understood, came the deep, synchronized reply. 3,000 figures transformed into hundreds of small teams, led by the Dongchang agents, merging like phantoms into the wind and snow of the night. A purge targeting the entire divine capital had commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent and heavy knocking resonated outside the residence of Wang Zheng, the head of the Ministry of Revenue. Wang Zheng awakened from the warm embrace of his concubine, irritated as he donned his outer garments. Who is it? In the middle of the night, are you mourning? He opened the courtyard door, only to behold a row of cold, masked faces. The leading Jinyiwei commander slammed the document bearing the Dongchang seal against his face. The Dongchang is here to apprehend individuals by Imperial decree. Wang Zheng's mind buzzed, the effects of alcohol dissipating in an instant. Dongchang, on what grounds do you arrest me? I am an official of the court. By this. The commander revealed the evidence from the roster, detailing Wang Zheng's collusion with Li Shi and embezzlement of military funds. Wang Zheng's face turned pale, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The residence of the Minister of Rights was next. The door was kicked open. As the Jinyiwei burst into the inner courtyard, the Yuan Weilong was desperately attempting to incinerate several letters exchanged with the Li clan. A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, piercing his wrist and pinning him firmly against the pillar. His scream shattered the stillness of the night, only to be swiftly engulfed by the howling wind and snow. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously in countless corners of Shenzhen City, filled with cries, pleas for mercy, curses, and the clash of weapons. The flames leaping into the sky cast an eerie orange glow upon the falling snowflakes, while the pungent scent of blood mingled with the frigid air, invoking a sense of nausea. In the Ministry of Personnel, Zhao Mingfu was a formidable challenge in tonight's operation. Form a formation, roared Zhanglong, a 100-man leader of the Jinyiwei, as he gazed at the 3 cloaked figures standing with their hands clasped behind their backs in the courtyard. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 Jinyiwei. The 3 black-clad figures exuded surging spiritual energy, each a powerful cultivator at the initial stage of the Linghai realm. A swarm of mere foundational ants dares to encircle us? Sneered the leader, his countenance dripping with disdain. Since you seek death, let it be so. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging directly at Zhanglong. The gust of his palm carried the unique pressure of the Linghai realm. Unfazed, Zhanglong commanded array. Tiangang and Dizhao, the essence of our military spirit, takes form. At his order, the surviving over 90 Jinyiwei instantly repositioned themselves, aligning in an intricate arrangement. Their vital energies and cultivation levels rapidly interconnected through the invisible patterns of the formation beneath their feet. A suffocating aura of iron-blooded ferocity surged upward, coalescing into a hazy, war-godlike apparition wielding a battle spear. The leader's palm strike collided with the phantom, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, merely creating a ripple. What is this? The black-clad leader exclaimed in shock. He sensed he faced not just over 90 foundational cultivators, but a waking ancient beast. Kill! Zhanglong commanded with a pointed finger, directing the spectral war god to mimic the movement of his spear. There were no extravagant techniques, only the purest and most violent cleave. Brother, be cautious. The other 2 black-clad figures sensed danger and struck simultaneously, unleashing 2 sharp beams of sword light aimed at the apparition. The clash of metal rang out, jarring the eardrums. The sword lights shattered, yet the spectral figure barely quivered. Cursed be this formation. The leader of the black figures narrowly evaded the spear, but sustained a grievous wound that exposed bone. The spiritual energy within him showed signs of disintegration upon contact with that ferocious aura. Unite. We must break this apparition. The trio exchanged glances, abandoning their arrogance. They channeled their spiritual power to the utmost, launching powerful attacks from different directions toward the war god. Zhang Long's complexion paled slightly. Maintaining the formation drained him immensely. Yet, he and his remaining brothers did not falter. They poured their entire cultivation into the formation without reservation. The Jinyiwei advances without retreat. Zhang Long bellowed, forcing a drop of his own blood into the formation's core. With a thunderous roar, the apparition blazed with light, its form expanding several folds. It relinquished all defense, allowing the three attacks to strike, yet the battle spear locked onto the leader of the black-clad figures, sweeping outwards in a mutual destruction stance. The black-clad leader sensed the imminent threat of death and attempted to retreat, only to find the air around him solidified by the ferocious aura. With a swift motion, the spear swept through, bisecting the Linghai realm cultivator and his protective spiritual light, spilling blood and entrails across the ground. The remaining two black-clad figures were utterly paralyzed with fear. Madmen, you insane fools! They turned to flee. But the other hand of the war god had already transformed into a massive palm, descending upon them. With a resounding crash, the ground caved in, leaving behind two indistinct pools of blood and flesh. The battle concluded. The war god's apparition gradually dissipated, leaving the over 90 Jinyiwei pale and breathless, many collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Zhang Long leaned on his spear, surveying the devastation, then turned his gaze towards the trembling Zhao Ming, the minister of personnel. He approached step by step. Now, it is your turn. In the Imperial Palace, atop the stargazing tower, Qin Hao, clad in a black and gold dragon robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back, allowing the wind and snow to buffet him. In his eyes, the entirety of Shenzhen city unfolded as a different panorama. A golden net woven from countless strands of fate enveloped the city, symbolizing the state fortune of the great Zhou. Yet, within this net lurked over 100 black and gray clumps of ominous fate, resembling malignant tumors affixed to a healthy body, exuding a stench of decay and rebellion. The largest clump of black energy resided in the direction of the Guojiao mansion, nearly solidified and faintly resembling a vile serpent. In that moment, as flames ignited throughout the city, the smaller black fate clumps were ruthlessly torn apart and consumed by rapid streams of red energy imbued with iron-blooded ferocity. Each time a clump of black energy dissipated, the golden net blanketing the city gleamed brighter. Qin Hao could even sense the golden dragon of national fortune hovering above the palace, on the verge of dispersing, emitting a joyful roar. As the black energy receded, the golden dragon ascended. This was the rightful duty of an emperor. Within Shenzhen city, countless unscathed officials, noble families, and commoners were roused from slumber in their residences. They listened to the distant echoes of anguish and beheld the towering flames, terrified and bewildered. They knew not the cause of this turmoil, only that the heavens above Shenzhen had irrevocably shifted this night. The silent young sovereign, who had remained dormant for 16 years, finally revealed his fearsome fangs. As night deepened, completed squads of Jinyiwei converged from all directions towards a singular target, the Guojiao mansion, the Li clan's stronghold in Shenzhen. The mansion was ablaze with light, its hundreds of guards on high alert, clearly forewarned of the impending storm. 3,000 Jinyiwei, having cleared the outer pawns, surrounded this most malignant tumor in a tight embrace. Leaving no escape, Zhengchun emerged at the forefront of the ranks, gazing at the heavily fortified mansion with a cruel smile gracing his pale visage. He raised his hand gently. His Majesty has decreed. The Guojiao mansion, the Li clan, shall leave no survivors. Kill. Chapter 14. Bloodbath at the Guojiao mansion. Annihilation of the family. The embroidered spring knives of the Jinyiwei. Outside the Guojiao mansion, the snowfall intensified. The wind and snow, sharp as blades, cut across each Jinyiwei's cold mask. 3,000 figures surrounded the sprawling estate, blocking every route to the outside world. Zhengchun stood directly before the mansion's entrance, two iron balls in his hands, slowly rotating with a faint clicking sound. Inside, the mansion was brightly lit, bustling with figures, a scene of impending doom. The head of the Li clan, Li Yuan, with his hair bound tightly in a crown, donned armor, and wielded a long sword. In broad daylight, he had already received the grievous news from the palace. His sole son, the Zhouguojiao Li Xian, had perished. Listen closely. Li Yuan's voice reverberated through the courtyard, tinged with a hint of indignation. The tyrant is devoid of morality, ruthlessly slaughtering the loyal. My son, Li Xian, as the current Guojiao, sacrificed himself for the nation. But our Li family has not yet been defeated. He gestured towards the 5 composed figures in black behind him. We possess 5 esteemed guardians of the Linghai realm, alongside 300 steadfast warriors. As long as we hold our state until dawn, the Prince of Jindong and the Prince of Ping Nan will receive the news. When the loyalist army arrives, it will mark the end for that young emperor. The 300 guards and family warriors within the estate were ignited with fervor by his proclamation. To the death, defend the Li family. However, the 5 guardians of the Linghai realm bore expressions devoid of ease. They sensed the palpable, bloodthirsty aura from outside the estate, akin to a monstrous beast lurking in the shadows, ready to devour. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The grand vermilion door of the Guojiao residence, wide enough to accommodate 8 horses side by side, along with the colossal stone behind it, exploded into a myriad of wooden splinters. Hundreds of figures clad in flying fish attire surged in like a tide. Zhengchun ambled into the courtyard, not even glancing at the vigilant guards. He lifted his hand, flicking off the snow that had settled on his shoulder. His Majesty has decreed that the Li family is in rebellion, a crime unforgivable. A chilling smile unfurled upon his sickly visage. Leave no chickens or dog alive. Kill. A captain of the Jinyiwei bellowed, drawing his sword. Kill. 3,000 Jinyiwei echoed in unison, the sound of unsheathing blades merging into a symphony of death. The bloody battle erupted instantaneously. Although the Li family's guards fought valiantly, they were up against the disciplined and unyielding Jinyiwei. In a single clash, the front line of guards was cleaved apart by the synchronized blades. Blood gushed forth, staining the pristine snow a glaring red. Slay them. At last, the 5 guardians of the Linghai realm sprang into action. They surged forth like 5 ethereal shadows into the ranks of the Jinyiwei, with their spiritual energy surging. Sword energies crisscrossed. One guardian unleashed a palm strike, his formidable spiritual force shattering the bones of 3 Jinyiwei, sending them flying. Another guardian swept his sword, unleashing a fierce blade light that carved a bloody path through the crowd. How dare a swarm of foundational ants behave so audaciously? The leading guardian laughed heartily, releasing the full weight of his mid-tier Linghai realm aura. The Jinyiwei's offensive momentum was stymied by the 5 of them. Seeing this, Li Yuan's face revealed a flicker of joy. Good. Annihilate these eunuch's lapdogs. Zhengchun stood at the back, silently observing the scene, his smile unwavering. He moved. In an instant, he appeared behind the laughing guardian. The guardian's laughter ceased abruptly as he felt an icy grip encircle his neck. His internal spiritual energy froze, immobilized in an instant. He could only utter a single word. Crack. Zhengchun exerted pressure with his fingers, effortlessly snapping the neck of the mid-tier Linghai realm expert. He casually tossed the lifeless body aside, where it crumpled onto the snow. Only then did the remaining 4 guardians react. Elder brother. What they saw was Zhengchun's smiling face, now mere inches away. It is your turn. Zhengchun transformed into a blurred red shadow, weaving between the 4. One guardian desperately swung his sword, yet the blade light passed through Zhengchun's ephemeral figure. A chill enveloped his chest. Looking down, he saw a pale hand had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. In that hand, it clutched a still-beating heart. Thud! Zhengchun withdrew his hand, crushing the heart effortlessly. The remaining 3 guardians were utterly shattered. They were not facing a mere human, but a grim reaper from the depths of the netherworld. Run! They instinctively chose to flee. Yet, Zhengchun merely stomped his foot lightly. An invisible force of domain spread forth. The bodies of the 3 guardians sank as if trapped in quicksand, their movements becoming agonizingly slow. Zhengchun, with his fingers poised like a sword, delicately traced 3 lines in the air. 3 nearly invisible gray energies flickered and vanished. Thud! 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 The 3 struggling Linghai realm experts suddenly stiffened, and fine bloodlines appeared on their foreheads. In the next moment, 3 heads tumbled to the ground. Within a mere 10 breaths, the Li family's trump card, 5 guardians of the Linghai realm, was utterly extinguished. In the courtyard, the once fervent cries of battle came to an abrupt halt. All Li family guards bore witness to this terrifying spectacle. Their morale shattered in that instant. Li Yuan trembled uncontrollably, his face devoid of color. Quickly, activate the defensive formation. Grasping at the last straw of hope, he scrambled toward the central rock formation of the courtyard. He bit his fingertip, pressing a drop of his essence blood onto an inconspicuous stone. This was a defensive formation crafted at great expense by the Li family, capable of withstanding an hour's assault from a sovereign-level expert once activated. However, he waited 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, yet the anticipated radiant barrier did not materialize. The rock formation remained unresponsive. In disbelief, he looked at the stone, only to discover a small, fiery mark of the Donchong inscribed on its reverse side. That mark had disrupted the core lines of the formation. No, no. Despair engulfed Li Yuan's eyes. He turned abruptly, recklessly rushing toward a woodshed in the backyard. There lay a secret passage leading outside the city. He kicked open the door of the woodshed, tumbling inside, and groped in the corner to uncover the entrance to the underground passage. The tunnel was pitch black, yet there was light ahead. That was the exit. Li Yuan summoned all his strength to surge forward. The light drew closer. He burst out of the tunnel, gasping the cold air outside. However, he was not met with freedom. Instead, a pair of black boots adorned with python patterns awaited him. Zhengchun stood at the tunnel's mouth, hands clasped behind his back, watching him with an air of leisure. Li family patriarch, why the haste to flee? Thud! Li Yuan's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Lord Chao, spare my life. Spare me. He frantically knocked his head against the ground, quickly drawing blood from his forehead. I am guilty, but my family is innocent. I beg you to spare the women and children of the Li family. Zhengchun crouched down, gripping his chin to force him to meet his gaze. We shall ask, and you shall answer. What is the relationship between your Li family and the Prince of Zhendong? Li Yuan's body shuddered. I do not know. Crack. Zhengchun's fingers gently crushed one of his finger bones. Li Yuan let out a wretched scream. Speak. I will speak. I will. Li Yuan wept profusely, utterly devastated. It was the Wang of the East who had taken the initiative to contact my Li family. He proclaimed that come spring of the following year, he would march south under the pretext of purging the court. He further promised that should his endeavor succeed, my son would be granted the title of king. A satisfied smile crept across Zhengchun's face. Excellent. He released his grip. Li Yuan, believing he could escape with his life, revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The elder, Zhengchun, rose and stepped down. Crack! Li Yuan's head burst open like a smashed watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Zhengchun retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and meticulously wiped his shoes. He turned and exited the alley. The slaughter within the Duke's residence was nearing its conclusion. A captain of the Jinyiwei hurried forward, kneeling on one knee. Supervisor, all resistance within the residence has been eliminated. Zhengchun nodded, his voice devoid of emotion. Count the treasury's assets. All valuables, techniques, and elixirs must be meticulously documented. Not a single coin should be overlooked. Additionally, present the evidence of Li Yuan's treason to the palace immediately for His Majesty's perusal. As you command. Chapter 15. The shockwaves in court and the realm. The iron-fisted grasp of the new monarch. The officials bowed in submission. As dawn broke, the tempestuous winds and snow ceased abruptly. The capital, Shenzhen, appeared enveloped in a shroud of pure white, concealing all the previous night's sins and bloodshed. Yet the mingled scent of rust and death lingered in the air, impervious to the howling winds. Alert! The host has thoroughly eradicated the Li clan's external kin in Shenzhen, eliminating the greatest internal threat. The national fortune consolidates. The Imperial authority is initially stabilized. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 200. National fortune feedback. Host cultivation level has risen to the mid-stage of qi refinement. A warm current surged within Qin Hao. Flowing along the route of the Jinlong transformation technique, the cyclone in his dantian accelerated abruptly, becoming more substantial. He could distinctly sense his perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth sharpened further. In the golden throne hall, During the morning court assembly, the officials entered in single file, their footsteps echoing starkly in the vast chamber. The bloodstains had long been washed away. The white marble tiles gleamed as new. Yet all felt as though the invisible sin of blood had seeped into every crevice of the stone. Nearly a third of the officials were absent. The surviving officials stood in their places, each bowing their heads, deliberately slowing their breaths, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Grand Commandant Zhou Bingde stood at the forefront of the civil officials, his figure hunched, appearing a decade older overnight. He gazed at the vacant positions, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Last night, he had been sleepless, contemplating the fate of the tumultuous Great Zhou. Perhaps only such iron-fisted measures could sever the festering rot and bring forth a glimmer of hope. Dressed in a black and gold dragon robe, Qin Hao strode into the hall, making his way directly to the exalted dragon throne. He did not intentionally exert any pressure, yet all the officials felt an immense weight descend upon their hearts, compelling them to kneel in unison. Long live the emperor! Upon taking his seat, Qin Hao raised his hand. Be at ease. The officials rose, none daring to meet his gaze. Zhengchun's figure appeared like a specter beneath the steps of the dais, bearing a thick scroll of memorials. Your Majesty, the Eastern Factory has received orders to seize the remaining Li remnants, totaling 173 households, and the inventory has been completed. He unfurled the scroll, his soft voice resonating in the stillness of the hall. In total, we have seized 3 million taels of gold, 12 million taels of silver, 13,000 acres of fertile land, over 700 shops across various regions, 200,000 stones of grain, 1,300 bottles of various elixirs, and over 300 volumes of martial techniques. Each staggering figure that fell from Zhengchun's lips weighed heavier on the hearts of the officials. They could hardly fathom how a single Li family could have depleted the wealth of the great Zhou to such an extent. Upon finishing, Zhengchun raised the scroll high above his head. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. All shall be deposited into the national treasury. These 5 simple words, uttered casually, resonated with authority. The moment those words left his lips, many officials trembled slightly. By convention, the emperor would typically retain at least half of such confiscated wealth for his own treasury. Yet this new monarch claimed not a single coin for himself. A flicker of light shone in Zhou Bingde's murky eyes. He finally took action. Stepping out of the ranks, he approached the center of the hall, lifted his official robe, and knelt heavily. Your Majesty is wise. This is a blessing for the nation, a fortune for the people. He raised his head, an expression of resoluteness emerging for the first time on his aged face. This old minister, until yesterday, was foolish and unable to perceive your Majesty's earnest intentions, deserving of death 1,000 times. Today I understand that without thunderous means, there can be no peace in the realm. This old minister is wholeheartedly devoted. I am willing to serve your Majesty, even to the point of sacrificing my life. With a heavy bow, he knocked his head against the ground. Long live the emperor! Long life! Long live! This act of kneeling and bowing was more sincere than any prior gestures. The officials in the hall were ignited by Zhou Bingde's actions. We are willing to serve the emperor to the death. Long live the emperor! Long life! Long live! The thunderous applause shattered the gloom within the hall. This time, it was true submission. Qin Hao gazed upon the sea of officials kneeling below, his expression unperturbed. What he sought was not their heartfelt allegiance, but their absolute obedience. The crimes of the Li clan extended beyond mere treason. Qin Hao's voice reverberated once more, instantly cooling the fervor that had just surged. It also pertains to treasonous collusion. Zhengchun immediately understood, retrieving another piece of evidence from his bosom, this one a top-secret document extracted from Li Yuan. The Wang of the East promised that in the spring of the coming year, he would march south under the guise of purging the court, and upon success, he would crown Li Xian as king. The 3 characters, Wang of the East, struck the officials like a thunderclap. They finally comprehended why the emperor employed such ruthless measures. The chaos in the capital was merely the beginning. Beyond the borders loomed an even greater peril. Qin Hao did not afford them time to digest this shocking revelation. There remained one final matter to address before the capital could be deemed thoroughly cleansed. Summon the royal temple, Wang Chun, Zhao Qian, and Sun Li to the hall. The officials gasped once more. The royal temple was the protector of the great Zhou imperial family, Each member was a legendary figure of immense power, elusive as a dragon. It was rumored that one of them, a late-stage adept, had long since entered seclusion, nearing the end of his lifespan. Why was His Majesty summoning them now? A moment later, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. The elder at the forefront was clad in a brocade robe, his aura profound. He was Wang Chun, elder of the royal temple, a late-stage adept. Behind him were Zhao Qian, a mid-stage adept, and Sun Li, a novice adept. Upon entering the hall, the 3 merely inclined their hands toward Qin Hao on the dragon throne. "We have met your majesty." This demeanor resembled more of a senior addressing a junior than a subject before sovereign. Qin Hao's imperial divination had already revealed the truths of the 3. Above Wang Chun's head loomed a dark aura connecting him to the Li clan, with a loyalty rating of 65. Zhao Qian and Sun Li, on the other hand, were shrouded in indecisive gray, their loyalty ratings standing at 10 and 25, respectively. The 3 esteemed guardians yesterday faced a rebellion from the Imperial Guard that besieged the royal city. I, along with my ministers, find ourselves in perilous straits. Where do you stand? Qin Hao's voice was devoid of emotion, revealing neither joy nor anger. Wang Chun stroked his long beard, wearing an air of complacency. Our duty is to safeguard the continuation of the royal bloodline. We shall protect your majesty's safety, but as for the disputes within the court, it is not our place to intervene. What a fine declaration of non-intervention in court matters. Qin Hao reiterated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That 1,000-year-old blood ginseng gifted by the Li family. Are you at ease with your conscience? While I nearly faced disgrace in the court, you remained comfortably ensconced in the Hall of Guardians. For the first time, Wang Chun's expression shifted. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? You 3 consume vast resources from the national treasury each year, living off the sustenance of the populace. Yet in my time of need, you merely stand by, even colluding with the rebels. Qin Hao slowly rose, gazing down at them. I ask you, what purpose do you serve? Zhao Qian and Sun Li sensed the gravity of the situation, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, anger flickered across Wang Chun's face. Your Majesty, we are the guardians personally appointed by the late emperor. Even if there is fault, it is not for a mere child to question us. He unleashed the pressure of his late-stage Taoist mastery, directing it toward the dragon throne. He sought to impart a lesson to this presumptuous new emperor. However, that oppressive force was halted 3 feet from Qin Hao by an unseen power, unable to advance further. Gao Zhengchun. Qin Hao didn't even glance at him. Your servant is here. The figure of Zhengchun appeared at Qin Hao's side. The royal family does not nurture waste nor traitors. Qin Hao's voice was cold as ice. Seize him. Wang Chun scoffed, turning to strike at Zhengchun with a palm. How dare a eunuch lay hands on me? He struck out in fury, the force of his palm capable of shattering stone. Zhengchun did not evade. He simply raised his hand, delicately meeting the strike with his elegantly poised fingers. When their palms collided, there was no thunderous sound. Wang Chun's body went limp, as if all his bones had been removed. Astonishment and disbelief etched across his face. You, at the pinnacle of Taoist mastery. His words were left unspoken as life fled from him. Zhengchun casually tossed Wang Chun's lifeless form to the ground, as if discarding refuse. Zhao Qian and Sun Li were left trembling in terror. At the pinnacle of Taoist mastery, this eccentric eunuch was indeed a formidable force. Spare us. Your Majesty, spare us. They lost all semblance of strength and fell to their knees, frantically bowing their heads. Zhengchun's figure flickered. There were 2 soft thuds. Zhao Qian and Sun Li's heads soared into the air, tracing a line of blood before rolling to rest at the feet of Zhou Bingda. Blood once more stained the Golden Lawn Hall. The entire grand hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every official felt as though their heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Qin Hao descended from the elevated dais, passing by the 3 corpses to stand at the center of the hall. Henceforth, the Hall of Guardians is abolished. The realm of Dazhou does not require such fickle turncoats to protect it. He surveyed the trembling officials. Minister of Personnel, Zhang Jinyiwei. A seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged official trembled and stepped forward. Present. From this day forth, you shall be the Minister of Personnel. Head of the Ministry of Revenue, Li Jia. Present. You are promoted to Deputy Minister of Revenue, collaborating with the new minister to immediately open the granaries and provide relief to the city's disaster victims. Ministry of Works, Qin Hao continued to elevate a dozen lower-ranking officials he had previously assessed through his foresight, swiftly filling the vacancies in the court. Finally, Qin Hao announced a significant decree. In 1 month, the imperial examinations will resume, selecting talents for the nation without restriction. Dismissed. He did not cast another glance at anyone, turning to return to the rear hall, leaving behind an unassailable silhouette for the entire assembly of civil and military officials. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Qin Hao's mind. Ding! The host employs swift measures followed by benevolence, pacifying the hearts of the people. The populace of the capital returns to loyalty, and national fortune experiences a slight increase. Gain 10 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 210. Chapter 16. News spreads across the land. The shock and conspiracy of the 3 feudal kings. Though the snowstorm in Zhengchun city had ceased, the chilling aftermath of the monumental upheaval swept across the entire Dazhou realm faster than the storm itself. In the Eastern Territory, at the residence of the Eastern King, a priceless glazed lamp was violently smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The Eastern King, Qin Yi, a man with blood ties to the state uncle Li Yuan, now bore a grim visage, his chest heaving violently. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Before him knelt a trembling messenger, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold ground. The news the messenger brought struck him like a series of stinging slaps, leaving him dizzy. The Li family was slaughtered. The state uncle's residence ran red with blood. Over 3,000 officials affiliated with the Li family lost their heads overnight. Even the 3 towering Daoist guardians of the royal family were slain by the current dynasty. Qin Hao, Qin Hao. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out like a bitter pill. He had thought the young emperor was a mere puppet, a cowardly youth. Yet this was no puppet. It was a ferocious beast that had just awakened, ready to devour all in its path. The Li family's intricate schemes in Zhengchun were the culmination of decades of his efforts. Now, in the span of a single night, they had turned to dust. No, I cannot let this go unchallenged. The fury in Qin Yi's eyes was gradually replaced by a sinister resolve. His original plan was to have the Li family exert pressure within the court, forcing Qin Hao to abdicate and seize Zhengchun without bloodshed. Now, with the pieces removed, he must overturn the board. He approached a large military sand table, fixing his gaze upon the central location of Zhengchun. Someone initiate the 3 Kings Council, almost simultaneously, in the northern frontier and southern border. Within the residence of the northern king, an elder clad in a heavy bearskin cloak, his visage rugged and ancient, was meticulously polishing an archaic long sword over a charcoal fire. He was the northern king, Qin Ta. A personal guard hurried in, kneeling on one knee to present a piece of intelligence that had just passed through highly confidential channels. Qin Ta opened the document, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable lighting up his murky eyes. A Daoist eunuch has made quite a spectacle by cleansing Zhengchun. He tossed the document into the fire, watching as it turned to ash. Intriguing. In the southern border, the southern king, Qin Mang, a robust figure exuding a fierce aura, had just torn apart a challenging spirit beast with his bare hands. He received the intelligence, glancing over it briefly, a cruel smile forming on his lips. This young emperor possesses far more grit than his deceased father. Well done. I have long found those underhandedly family members to be distasteful. He wiped the beast's blood from his hands, his expression turning contemplative. However, the court is in disarray and the foundation unstable. This presents a prime opportunity. Just then, a radiant light appeared in the void before the 3 men, coalescing into an ancient bronze mirror. The 3 Kings' Council has commenced. In the mirror, the distorted face of the Eastern King Qin Yi appeared, twisted with rage. The 2 of you must already be aware of the situation. Qin Yi's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. That little emperor is nothing short of a madman. He has turned the divine capital into a slaughterhouse. My arrangements in the capital are sufficient. The cold voice of the northern king, Qin Ta, interrupted him. This is not the time for your lamentations. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Qin Yi's expression froze as he forcibly suppressed his anger. Very well. The matter at hand is that we can no longer wait. That little emperor has just purged the court, and the people are in a state of panic. The internal structure is at its most vulnerable. We must immediately raise our troops, under the banner of cleansing the court and exterminating the eunuchs, and seize the divine capital in one fell swoop. On the other end of the mirror, the southern king, Qin Meng, stroked his beard, sharp as steel. Directly raising troops? Zhengyi, have you lost your mind in your rage? Ginman Scott, we know nothing of the powerful eunuch beside that little emperor. Who is he? What's his background? Are there any hidden masters behind him? You would charge in without understanding the situation, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Qin retorted, so what? My Easttown army is strong and well-equipped, and we have the support of the sex. Are we to fear a mere eunuch? Finally, the previously silent northern king, Qin Tuo, spoke. Impulsiveness is the path to demise. He slowly lifted his head, his murky eyes seeming to see into the hearts of men. Our understanding of the new emperor is far too limited. He has endured for 16 years, and now, in a single morning, he erupts with such ruthless methods and decisive temperament. This is not something an ordinary youth could achieve. He dares to act in such a manner, indicating he has substantial backing. This backing is certainly not merely a powerful eunuch. Qin Tuo's words cast a pall of silence over the other two. Though Qin was angry, he was not a fool. Yet, he recognized the truth in Qin Tuo's cunning words. What do you suggest we do? Qin asked unwillingly. A calculating smile crept across Qin Tuo's face. Why the haste? The late emperor has passed, and he has ascended the throne as feudal lords. It is only right and proper for us to send envoys to the capital to mourn the late emperor and congratulate our dear nephew on his ascension. Congratulate? Qin Meng furrowed his brow. Qin Tuo continued to elucidate. Precisely. The three of us shall jointly dispatch a delegation, ostensibly to mourn the late emperor and congratulate the new monarch on his coronation. First, we may test the waters to see how stable his court is, and to ascertain how many cards he holds. Second, we can gauge his attitude. If he treats us with respect, it indicates he is anxious and dares not confront us openly. If he neglects us, it provides us the perfect excuse to strike. Brilliant. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, his anger dissipating substantially. This tactic is akin to casting a stone to find the way. How did I not think of it? Qin Meng chuckled, adding old fox. Your strategy is commendable, but it lacks venom. He extended a thick finger to tap on the mirror surface. We should strike in dual fashion. The delegation is for the world to see. Meanwhile, we should secretly dispatch elite assassin teams to infiltrate the divine capital. No matter how formidable that little emperor is, his cultivation is merely at the qi refinement stage. Given an opportunity, we can deliver a fatal blow. At that point, with the leaderless chaos in the divine capital, our armies can sweep in. How glorious would that be? A glimmer of approval flashed in the eyes of both Qin Tuo and Qin Yi. Employing both soft and hard tactics and combining overt and covert actions, this is the ultimate strategy. Very well. Qin Yi thumped his thigh. Let it be done. I shall immediately summon the golden-rated assassins of Wu Shenglu. My Gu master in the southern wilderness also needs to stretch his limbs. Ginman Gaka Omi Nu Si Li. Qin Tuo nodded, offering a final summary. Then, let us each prepare. Remember, until we ascertain the little emperor's cards, no one is allowed to act recklessly. The three mirrors dimmed, their brilliance fading into the void. A colossal conspiracy against the new emperor was quietly woven in silence. They believed their schemes were flawless. They imagined that the young emperor, far away in the divine capital, was currently at his wit's end, striving to stabilize the court. What they did not realize was that Qin Hao had already cast a much larger net for them. In the palace within the study, Qin Hao set down the memorial in his hand, which detailed the preparations for the resumption of the Imperial examinations in a month. He lifted a teacup, gently blowing away the steam. Is everything arranged? A shadow appeared soundlessly in the study's gloom. It was Zhengchun. He had changed into a dark uniform, losing some of his femininity and gaining an air of sternness. Your Majesty, the dark operatives of the Eastern Bureau have been preliminarily established within the territories of the three major feudal lords. Zhengchun bowed in response, his voice kept low. Just half an hour ago, the three lords communicated through secret channels and reached an agreement. Oh, Qin Hao sipped his tea, his demeanor unchanged. They intend to send a delegation to the capital, ostensibly to mourn, but in reality to test the waters. Simultaneously, the Eastern King has contacted Wu Shenglu, and the Southern King has mobilized the Gu masters of the Southern Wilderness, all preparing to send elite assassins into the divine capital, aiming for. Zhengchun did not finish his sentence. It is for the head, Your Majesty. Qin Hao completed for him, his tone calm, as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself. A faint smile even graced his lips. This is the script he was familiar with. Internal instability, external threats. If these three feudal lords truly become so frightened they dare not move, he would be disappointed. If the three major feudal lords do not act, how can he find a reason to annex them and seize that vast national fortune? Zhengchun lowered his body even further. Your Majesty, shall I take action now to eliminate those assassins before they reach the border? Qin Hao set down his teacup. There is no need. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the invisible national fortune golden dragon slowly growing above the palace. The bait has already been cast. We must wait for the fish to bite. Chapter 17. The national fortune soars again. The second divine level summoning begins. In the palace within the Yangxin Hall, fine silver silk charcoal burned, warming the room like spring. Qin Hao set down a military report in his hand, detailing the reorganization of the divine capital's Imperial Guard. Zhengchun stood in the shadows of the desk, resembling a lifeless statue. How goes the reorganization of the Imperial Guard? Qin Hao's voice was calm. In response, Zhengchun stepped out from the shadows and bowed. All of the Li clan's former officials and those with ulterior motives have been purged. The current 30,000 Imperial Guards are serviceable, yet he did not finish his statement. Qin Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Not sufficient for significant use, is it? Zhengchun's head hung lower. Indeed, they are merely ordinary soldiers. They can guard the city. But in a field battle against the tiger and wolf troops under the feudal lords, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Qin Hao rose and approached the large sand table in the hall. The sand table depicted the divine capital standing solitary in the center, while to the east, north, and south, three imposing royal banners were planted. The three major feudal lords boast armies claiming to number in the millions. The forces I possess upon ascending the throne are limited. Even with the 30,000 Imperial Guards added to the 150,000 troops of the three major camps in the capital, it is still insufficient to fill their gaps. And we do not even know how many from the three major camps are their people. Qin Hao is not posing a question, but rather stating a cold, hard fact. Zhengchun fell into a brief silence before raising his head. Your Majesty, should the feudal lords dare to invade, I am willing to take the lead, commanding 3,000 Jinyiwei to strike directly at the enemy commander's head. His words carried an unwavering spirit of courage. He possessed this confidence. A peak-level powerhouse could indeed claim the head of a general amidst a million soldiers. It was not an impossible feat, however. Qin Hao shook his head. Since the adversaries had the audacity to come, they must have made thorough preparations. His hand pressed heavily upon the sand table, marking the position representing the territory of the Great Zhou. Moreover, what I desire is not intimidation or coercion. I seek a grand and righteous confrontation, to crush them with overwhelming might. I wish for all under heaven to witness that any who dare challenge imperial authority shall meet but one fate: utter annihilation. Zhengchun's body trembled slightly. For the first time, he sensed an ambition and dominance in this youthful emperor that far surpassed his years. This was the true heart of an emperor. I understand, Your Majesty. On the battlefield, we lack a commander capable of leading thousands into fierce combat. Zhengchun pinpointed the crux of the issue. The Jinyiwei are sharp blades and hidden arrows, yet they cannot serve as the heavy shield and long spear needed for frontal combat. Qin Hao turned and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne. Mighty generals will manifest. He waved his hand. You may withdraw for now. I wish to be alone. As you command. Zhengchun's figure melted back into the shadows, vanishing without a sound. Within the grand hall, only Qin Hao remained. His consciousness sank deep into his mind. Supreme Emperor Summoning System. Host, Qin Hao. Cultivation. Mid-stage, Qi Refining. Technique, True Dragon Transformation Art. National Fortune Value, 210 points. Summon Talents. Zhengchun, Peak of the Divine Ability Realm. Owned Legion. 3,000 Jinyiwei, Peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The national fortune value stood at a mere 210 points. This was the capital he had acquired through the lives of the Li clan and the heads of hundreds of officials. It was also the foundation of his courage to confront the three feudal lords head-on. The envoys and assassins of the three feudal lords were on their way. Time was short. He must forge a sharper, more formidable weapon before their slaughtering blades descended. Qin Hao's thoughts focused on the talent summoning function. Lines of information emerged automatically. Talent summoning consumes national fortune to summon civil and military figures from the vast expanse of Huaxia's history and mythological legends. Current national fortune level allows for the summoning of first-rate talents. First-rate talent summon consumes 100 points of national fortune. Can summon talents of the divine ability realm, with a very low probability of summoning a talent of the king realm, dependent on the talent's inherent potential. 100 points of national fortune for a single summon. This was a high-stakes gamble. What he lacked now was not a spy chief like Zhengchun, nor a strategist like Zhuge Liang. What he truly needed was a valiant general, capable of commanding an army, a war machine that could traverse the battlefield as if it were an uninhabited realm. A peerless warrior who could carve through all enemy formations with his weapon. System. Qin Hao's intention transformed into an undeniable command. Consume 100 points of national fortune for a talent summon. Before his eyes, a colossal vortex, woven from countless golden threads, seemed to materialize. Ding. National fortune value deducted. Remaining national fortune value, 110 points. Please confirm the summoning direction. Commander? Strategist? Mighty general? Assassin? Summon for me a peerless, unparalleled mighty general from ancient times. Qin Hao made his choice without hesitation. Summoning direction confirmed. Mighty general. The system is searching for matching talents from the vast history of Huaxia. Buzz. Within the Yangxin Hall, the air trembled violently. A brilliant golden light appeared before Qin Hao, coalescing into an ancient and profound formation. Countless runes circulated atop the formation. Padyatinga majesticoha. An indescribable will began to awaken from the vortex at the center of the formation. It was not the cold, venomous killing intent of Zhengchun, but rather a more primal and pure ferocity. Fury. Dominance. With an indomitable spirit of preferring to shatter than to yield. It was as if a savage beast, long dormant for a millennium, had awoken to reveal its bloodthirsty gaze. The intensity of this aura was so overwhelming that even Qin Hao's true dragon transformation art activated instinctively, allowing him to barely withstand the oncoming pressure. Even Zhengchun, who had just retreated outside the hall, suddenly halted, turning back in astonishment to gaze at the Yangxin Hall. What terrifying malevolence! This aura was 100-fold more ferocious than any demonic master he had encountered. What on earth is His Majesty doing? A radiant brilliance. The vortex at the center of the formation reached its peak. Boom! A figure stepped forth from the light, landing heavily on the solid floor of the Golden Lawn Hall. With a resounding thud, the entire hall seemed to tremble in response. As the light gradually dissipated, a towering figure emerged before Qin Hao, standing 9 feet tall, with a broad back and powerful physique exuding explosive strength. His dark face commanded respect without a word, and his eyes sparkled with fierce intensity, as if 2 flames were burning within. Most striking was the pair of enormous dual iron halberds he wielded. Each halberd stood taller than a man, glimmering with a chilling light in the flickering illumination of the hall. Simply standing there, an overwhelming aura of invincibility filled the entire space. The newcomer surveyed his surroundings, and when his gaze fell upon Qin Hao seated upon the dragon throne, all his ferocity and rage instantly transformed into profound respect and fervor. He cast down his dual iron halberds, whose combined weight exceeded several hundred pounds, which crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Immediately thereafter, this magnificent general knelt on one knee before Qin Hao, lowering his proud head with great reverence. His voice boomed like thunder, deep and powerful, filled with boundless loyalty. This humble general, Jinyiwei, pays homage to the sovereign. Chapter 18. The emergence of the mighty general. The ancient evil comes. The human slayer, Jinyiwei, descends. Jinyiwei, the ancient evil. Qin Hao's heart raced wildly. He gazed at the towering figure kneeling before him, an overwhelming joy surging within. The one who had arrived was none other than the unparalleled warrior who defended his lord to the death, fighting until he was the last man standing. Ding! Talent summoned successful. Generating talent information panel. Qin Hao's focus sharpened instantly. Talent. Jinyiwei origin. Late Han. 3 kingdoms. Alias. Ancient evil. Cultivation. Peak of the divine ability realm. Characteristic 1. Unmatched in close combat, when Jinyiwei's feet are grounded. His melee combat abilities receive a 30 boost, growing stronger with each battle. Characteristic 2. Death defending for his lord, when the host is in peril. Jinyiwei can unleash his potential, temporarily exceeding his own realm by one level in power. The more perilous the host, the mightier their combat prowess becomes. Characteristic 3. The body of a demon. Their physique, stronger than steel, possesses formidable resistance against physical damage and malevolent attacks. Loyalty, 100, unwavering. At the pinnacle of the realm of great power. 3 unmatched combat traits. Qin Hao could barely contain his laughter. Zhengchun is at the peak of the great power realm, but his strength lies in cunning, assassination, and coercive interrogation for intelligence. In contrast, Jinyiwei's strength is pure, domineering, capable of leading armies and crushing all in a frontal assault. One operates in the shadows, while the other stands in the light. One serves as a dagger, the other as a shield. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Qin Hao exclaimed thrice in delight, rising from his dragon throne and descending the steps of the Dan Terrace. He approached Jinyiwei, placing his hand upon his broad shoulder. "My dear minister, please rise." Feeling the strength in Qin Hao's hand, Jinyiwei stood upright, his towering figure imposing a tremendous sense of pressure upon Qin Hao. Yet, on his fierce visage, there was only admiration and respect. "My lord." His voice resonated like a bell, shaking loose the dust from the grand hall's ceiling. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards the 2 colossal halberds at the foot of the Dan Terrace. "Do these halberds have a name?" In response, "My lord, these are the weapons of a humble servant, nameless," Jinyiwei replied in a deep voice. "Since they are to be used for slaying enemies, they must be named." After a brief contemplation, Qin Hao declared, "From this day forth, they shall be known as the Human Slayer, the dual halberds of the Human Slayer." Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei's eyes ignited with a fearsome brilliance, and he clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for the bestowed name." He gazed at the iron halberds as if witnessing his own rebirth. Qin Hao's attention shifted to Zhengchun, who had been silently standing in the shadows. "Zhengchun, present." "My lord." Zhengchun gracefully stepped from the shadows, positioning himself beside Jinyiwei. He scrutinized Jinyiwei, a faint professional smile adorning his pallid face. Yet only he understood the palpable murderous aura emanating from the imposing figure before him, causing his own internal energy to stagnate. This man is a monster, a creature born solely for battle and slaughter. "Jinyiwei, from this day forth, I appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, overseeing the newly formed 30,000 elite troops, while concurrently serving as my personal bodyguard. The defense of the capital, my safety, is entrusted entirely to you." Without hesitation, Jinyiwei knelt once more, his voice booming across the realm. "I shall obey. As long as I draw breath, no one shall harm a hair on my lord's head." This decree directly placed the capital's most elite armed forces into Jinyiwei's hands. "Zhengchun, you shall command the Eastern Depot, overseeing both internal and external affairs. Jinyiwei, you shall lead the elite troops to protect the capital." Qin Hao regarded the 2 men before him, one dark and the other cunning, with great satisfaction. "You 2 shall serve as my left and right hands, and must work in utmost harmony." "Isong obei, gao Zhengchun ziblit, baoing zet pet fun." Jinyiwei merely nodded heavily at Zhengchun, acknowledging him. He did not favor the eunuch exuding an aura of coldness. Yet he would unconditionally execute the orders of his lord. Qin Hao observed this interaction without revealing his awareness. The emperor's strategy is fundamentally one of balance. "Jinyiwei, here is your identity token and military insignia." Qin Hao presented him with the prepared items. "Now, proceed to the elite troops camp and take command of your forces." "I shall obey." Jinyiwei took the identity token and military insignia, turning to seize the Human Slayer halberds from the ground, striding out of the Yangxin Hall with the grace of a giant. With each step, the very ground of the grand hall trembled slightly. In the capital's elite troops camp, the newly restructured 30,000 troops appeared somewhat lethargic after undergoing a significant purge. Officers had been executed, comrades slain, and the newly appointed leaders lacked the prestige to command the arrogant soldiers. In the training grounds, soldiers huddled together, more sunbathing than training. "Have you heard? The National Uncle's residence was raided. Blood flowed like a river. Not only that, but even the 3 divine figures from the royal shrine had their heads severed. The new emperor's methods are rather ruthless." At that moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from the camp's entrance. Everyone felt as though a colossal stone weighed upon their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Unanimously, they turned towards the entrance. A towering giant strode in, his shoulders burdened by 2 halberds taller than himself. As he passed, soldiers instinctively parted to create a path. Jinyiwei marched directly to the central podium of the training grounds. He effortlessly drove the several hundred-pound human slayer halberds into the ground. With a resounding crash, the solid bluestone floor yielded like tofu, the halberd blades deeply embedded. The entire podium fissured with spiderweb-like cracks. All the elite troops stood dumbfounded. "I am a newly appointed Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, Jinyiwei." His voice, unaugmented by any mystical force, echoed through every corner of the military camp. "From this day forth, I am your sky, your law." Below the stage, a former officer, self-assured in his seniority, bravely called out, "Grand Commander, we elite troops heed only the Emperor's command, not merely the strongest." He attempted to challenge the new arrival. Jinyiwei, upon hearing this, displayed no emotion upon his dark visage. He neither retorted nor chastised. Instead, he extended his enormous hand, pointing towards a massive stone, half the height of a person, designated for strength testing. In the next moment, he moved. He leapt down from the podium and sprinted toward the stone. Under the astonished gazes of all, he raised the iron halberd in his right hand. No grandiose maneuvers, no radiant powers, only the purest, most primal strength. With a thunderous shout, the iron halberd sliced through the air with a howl, crashing down. Crack! The once impenetrable 1,000-pound stone cleaved effortlessly beneath the blade of the human slayer, splitting cleanly in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The training grounds fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. All soldiers gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if to swallow an egg. The previously brazen officer felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Jinyiwei slowly retracted the iron halberd, resting it upon his shoulder as he surveyed the crowd. "Is there anyone who dares to defy?" No one replied. The faces of all were etched with reverence and fear. "Excellent." Jinyiwei grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, which appeared particularly menacing. "All of you heed my command. Full armor, bearing a 20-pound weight. Run 20 laps around the camp. Those who fail to complete the run by sunset may leave the elite troops' camp. Only those who finish shall be entitled to dinner." At this command, the crowd erupted in tumult. Such a training method could prove fatal. Yet this time, no one dared voice dissent. Before absolute power, all rebelliousness becomes a farce. The soldiers scrambled to don their armor, and for the first time, the elite troops' camp exhibited a semblance of discipline. Within the Yangxin Hall, a notification from the system resonated in Qin Hao's mind. The activation of the unique attribute, Overlord Training Method, associated with the exceptional talent Jinyiwei, has been detected. The Bawang Lianbing Fa. By exerting extreme pressure on the soldier's potential, we can eliminate the weak and preserve the strong, thereby rapidly enhancing the overall combat strength and cohesion of the army, significantly accelerating the formation of the military spirit. A delightful surprise appeared on Qin Hao's face, revealing a satisfied smile. Jinyiwei was in charge of external affairs, responsible for military and security matters, utilizing the most direct force to forge an invincible army for him. Zhengchun oversaw internal affairs, managing intelligence and surveillance, employing the most straightforward methods to eliminate all potential threats. The combination of light and shadow, rigidity and flexibility, created a perfect team. At that moment, another notification sounded. Ding! Rinja Jinyiwei has arrived. The national fortune is being replenished, and the host cultivation begins to rise. A surge of energy, more magnificent and pure than any prior experience, flooded into Qin Hao's body. The bottleneck of the mid-stage of qi refinement was instantly shattered. His cultivation soared rapidly, reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Qin Hao slowly clenched his fists, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. Chapter 19. Appointing Jinyiwei to reassume command of the Imperial Guards. Zhou Bingde takes office. The court's governance begins to stabilize. 3 days later, the Second Grand Court Assembly commenced. The atmosphere within the Jinyiwei Hall was palpably different. If 3 days prior had been marked by the eerie silence and fear following a bloody aftermath, today exuded a sense of tension and order. The officials stood in neat rows, with vacant positions filled by newcomers, each one standing straight, not daring to show any sign of negligence. A towering figure stood quietly beside the dragon throne, Jinyiwei. Clad in ordinary military attire rather than armor, he emanated a presence even more imposing than any armor could provide. With his arms crossed over his chest, his fearsome dual halberds rested beside the throne, their sharp blades reflecting the candlelight of the hall, sending a chill down the spine of those present. Simply standing there, silent, he cast a palpable aura of menace over the entire assembly. The officials bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. At the forefront of the civil officials stood the Grand Commandant Zhou Bingde, his posture considerably straighter than it had been 3 days prior. Stealing a glance at Jinyiwei, the last shred of his doubts dissipated. The balance of civil and military, of yin and yang, was now perfectly aligned. Zhengchun was the concealed blade, silent yet deadly, while Jinyiwei stood at the forefront, a force capable of shattering cities. The new emperor's methods were beyond his comprehension. As Qin Hao entered the grand hall, the black and gold dragon robe swayed slightly with his movements. "Your Majesty, long live the emperor! Long live, long live!" The chorus of voices echoed like a tidal wave, yet remained perfectly synchronized. "Be seated." Qin Hao took his place without a moment's hesitation, diving straight into the matter at hand. "Over the past 3 days, I have reviewed the previous dynasty's archives and discovered that the national governance is mired in stagnation, with numerous entrenched issues stemming from unclear authority and multifaceted directives." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the hall. "From today onward, the position of chancellor is abolished." A resounding shockwave rippled through the assembly. Upon hearing this proclamation, all present were taken aback, especially Zhou Bingde, who trembled in disbelief, his aged face a portrait of confusion and astonishment. Abolishing the chancellor? This has been a cornerstone of the great Zhou dynasty for 700 years. He stepped forward from the ranks, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, the chancellor oversees national governance, being the foremost among officials and the pillar of the nation. How can governance be effectively managed without the chancellor? I implore you to reconsider." "Zhou Aiqing, I am aware of your concerns." Qin Hao raised his hand, signaling for calm. "The abolition of the chancellor is not a move toward centralization, but rather a step toward decentralization." The term decentralization rendered all officials momentarily speechless. "I intend to establish a cabinet." Qin Hao's fingers gently tapped the armrest of the throne. "The cabinet's role will be to draft proposals. All memorials to the throne must first be submitted to the cabinet, where the cabinet scholars will deliberate collectively, drafting responses that will accompany the memorials before being presented to me. Ultimately, I will give my final approval for them to take effect." At this declaration, even seasoned ministers like Zhou Bingde felt a spark of hope ignite within their muddied eyes. This was an unprecedented concept, the separation of deliberative and decision-making powers. The cabinet scholars could provide specialized opinions, averting the biases of a single emperor's unilateral decisions. Meanwhile, the ultimate decision-making authority would remain firmly in the emperor's hands, effectively eliminating the potential for powerful courtiers to dominate. This was nothing short of a stroke of genius. The cabinet will have 1 chief minister, 1 deputy minister, and several scholars. Qin Hao's gaze settled upon Zhou Bingde, Grand Commandant Zhou Bingde, loyal to the throne and astute in governance. "I appoint you as the chief minister of the cabinet." Zhou Bingde's mind went blank. He had initially thought the emperor's abolition of the chancellor was a move towards centralization. Yet unexpectedly, he was granted the position of chief minister. The trust and reliance bestowed upon him far surpassed anything from the past. His lips trembled as he knelt deeply once more, this time filled with genuine gratitude. The old minister accepts the decree with thanks. "I shall serve your Majesty and the great Zhou with utmost dedication until my last breath." Zhou Wenchang, you will serve as the Deputy Minister of the Cabinet. Minister of Personnel Zhang Jianji and Minister of Revenue will also join the cabinet as scholars. Qin Hao completed his appointments in one breath. He then presented a second significant announcement. Furthermore, there will be reforms to the court assembly system. From today onward, assemblies will occur every 3 days. My esteemed ministers, you are not made of iron. You are entitled to your rest. For now, we shall set a schedule of 1 day off every 5 days. Important holidays, such as the Spring Festival and Winter Solstice, will have additional days off designated. During these rest periods, the cabinet and the 6 ministries will take turns to ensure that state affairs continue unabated. The entire court of civil and military officials stood in stunned silence. Granting officials time off? A schedule of 1 day off every 5 days? What unprecedented measure was this? What thoughts occupied the mind of this new emperor? After the initial shock, a wave of warmth washed over them. For the first time, they sensed that this iron-willed monarch possessed a side that was considerate of his subordinates. Your Majesty is wise. It was uncertain who first shouted this, but soon, praises erupted in a chorus. Qin Hao paid no heed to their flattery and continued to advance his agenda. Before my ascension, the Great Zhou had long been plagued by issues. Land consolidation and the prominence of aristocratic families led to an empty treasury and suffering among the populace. Qin Hao's tone turned cold, causing the atmosphere in the hall to freeze once more. I intend to implement new policies. Firstly, a thorough investigation of all lands across the realm. Within the territories of the Great Zhou, regardless of royal family members, aristocrats, or officials, all lands under their names must be remeasured, registered, and assessed for taxation. Those who dare to conceal or resist shall be punished, as if they were plotting rebellion. At this announcement, the hall fell into a profound silence. Many newly appointed officials turned pale. This decree was aimed directly at the heart of all privileged classes. Zhou Bingde felt a knot tighten in his throat. Was the emperor's stride perhaps too ambitious? Your Majesty, could this be too hasty? It may provoke local unrest. Unrest? Qin Hao scoffed. Are you concerned about cutting off certain individual sources of income? Qin Hao stood up and walked to the center of the hall. I ask you, is this realm my realm? Or is it the domain of those entrenched aristocratic families? I ask you again, why are the court's taxes not collected? Why is the treasury unable to fill the soldiers' coffers? It is precisely because of unclear land ownership and an inequitable tax system. The wealthy possess vast tracts of land, yet pay a meager fraction in taxes, while the poor have no land to stand upon and are burdened with excessive levies. How can such injustice not weaken the nation? How can the people not rebel? Qin Hao's every word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Zhou Bingde stood in stunned silence. He had never imagined that a mere 16-year-old youth could perceive the flaws of the Great Zhou with such clarity and dare to articulate them so boldly. This was not mere youthful bravado. This was the essence of true governance and statecraft. The old minister felt a pang of shame. Zhou Bingde bowed once more, exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. I am entirely convinced. Let us investigate the land holdings for the benefit of the nation and its people. I second this motion, he urged, followed by a chorus of agreement from his fellow ministers. With Zhou Bingde leading, all the officials knelt in unison. Only then did Qin Hao return to his throne, aware that this was merely the first step. Furthermore, I decree that the 300,000 taels of gold and 12 million taels of silver confiscated from the Li family shall be entirely deposited into the national treasury. Half of this will be allocated to reinforce the defenses of the capital, to prepare military supplies. The other half shall be used in the capital region to improve irrigation, open granaries, and provide for the displaced. Upon hearing this policy, the hall erupted in applause. To take the spoils of confiscation and utilize every last coin for the state speaks to the grandeur of spirit. Zhou Bingde and the other elder ministers, gazing upon the youthful sovereign upon the dragon throne, found no trace of doubt lingering in their hearts. The decisive actions were aimed at eradicating treachery. The reforms were intended for lasting peace. The sacrifice of wealth was for the sake of the common folk and the nation. This 16-year-old ruler exhibited a political acumen and governance philosophy that seemed beyond mortal comprehension. Your Majesty, I have another matter to address, spoke the Minister of Revenue, stepping forward. To fortify the city and prepare military supplies will require vast numbers of artisans and materials. I was just about to mention this. Qin Hao interrupted. I will establish a separate office, to be called the Tiangong Institute. We shall recruit skilled artisans from across the realm, regardless of their background or prior achievements. Anyone with a craft may join. The Tiangong Institute will not be governed by the 6 ministries, but will be directly under my authority. Its function will be to research and improve plows, water wheels, weaponry, armor, and even siege equipment. I desire for the soldiers of the Great Zhou to wear the sturdiest armor and wield the sharpest blades. I wish for our fortifications to be as solid as gold, instilling fear in any adversary. This ambition was one of his true visions. While the fantastical world remained enamored with individual prowess, He aimed to employ assembly line production for standard weapons and siege engines, demonstrating to them the very essence of warfare. The officials were left bewildered, yet they grasped the final sentiment. This sovereign was determined to forge an invincible army. The court session unfolded seamlessly according to Qin Hao's carefully orchestrated script. The atmosphere in the hall had transformed from initial tension to an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Everyone sensed that a new and powerful Great Zhou was on the verge of rising under the reign of this young monarch. Qin Hao felt a sense of satisfaction as he prepared to conclude the assembly. At that moment, an inner servant rushed in from outside the hall, kneeling in haste. "Your Majesty, what has caused this alarm?" Qin Hao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The servant's voice trembled with uncontainable urgency. "An urgent report from outside the city. The joint envoy from Wang of Zhendong, Wang of Zhenbei, and Wang of Pingnan has arrived within 10 miles of the capital." The news of the three kings' envoy entering the city struck like a boulder into the recently tranquil waters. The gates of the capital swung wide open, facing no obstruction. Yet, a palpable air of foreboding enveloped the assembly. This was not merely a diplomatic envoy. It was a show of military force. The leading three envoys rode upon majestic steeds, followed by a formidable contingent of 500 elite guards. Each guard donned standard black armor, exuding a heavy aura. Marching in perfect unison, each one radiating the energy of foundational cultivation. This elite guard of 500 cultivators surrounded the three envoys as they marched down Zhuke Avenue. The townsfolk, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent and retreated in fear. This was no mere visit of condolence. It was an armed demonstration of power. Zhengchun and Jinyiwei stood at the palace gates, overlooking the procession. "What a grand display," Jinyiwei remarked, instinctively grasping the cold handle of his dual weapons. Zhengchun remained silent, his narrow eyes narrowing into a dangerous slit. Qin had already issued orders for the envoys to be received with due courtesy and welcomed into the guest house. He understood that the true confrontation lay not outside the city, but within the court. The next day, during the Grand Court Assembly, the atmosphere within the Golden Lawn Hall was more somber than before, the air thick with tension. Jinyiwei stood like an iron tower beside the dragon throne, his arms at rest, poised to spring into action at any moment. Announced the three kings' envoy, came the inner servant's proclamation, echoing through the hall. The three envoys, clad in the garb of feudal lords, strode confidently into the Golden Lawn Hall. The foremost envoy, representing the Wang of Zhendong, was tall and gaunt, with a haughty demeanor. The second envoy from Wang of Zhenbei was robust and imposing, while the third, from Wang of Pingnan, bore a sinister gaze, emanating the damp, chill characteristic of the southern regions. As they reached the center of the hall, facing the throne where Qin Hao sat, none of them knelt. They merely bowed slightly, which they deemed sufficient. Audacious, an imperial censor immediately stepped forward to reprimand. "Why do you not kneel before the emperor?" The envoy from Wang of Zhendong did not even glance at the censor, lifting his head to meet Qin Hao's gaze directly. "We have come at the behest of the three lords to pay our respects to the late emperor, filled with sorrow, but our legs are too weak to kneel. We ask for your understanding, your majesty." This dismissive statement dripped with contempt, causing the expressions of all present to darken instantly. Zhou Bingde trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. This was no longer a test. It was a blatant insult. Qin Hao remained composed upon the throne, his expression unreadable, revealing neither joy nor anger. He raised his hand slightly. "It matters not, since you have come to pay respects to the late emperor. You may connect with the Ministry of Rights after the court session. Do the three royal uncles have any messages for me?" Seeing that Qin Hao did not pursue the matter further, the three envoys exchanged glances, and the envoy from Wang of Zhendong stepped forward, his voice suddenly rising. "Your Majesty, the Wang of Zhendong sends me to inquire, how is it that Li Yuan, a royal relative and brother to the Empress, has met with utter extermination? The Empress, despite her minor faults, is nonetheless your elder. Why was she given poison to drink? And what of the 3,000 officials, our great Zhou's backbone, who perished overnight?" His tone was sharp, each word striking like a heavy blow. "Your Majesty has indulged the eunuchs, slaughtered the loyal, and committed regicide. Such actions are intolerable. The Wang of Zhendong implores you to issue a self-criticism edict to announce to the world and soothe the hearts of the people. The call for self-criticism edict sent shockwaves through the Golden Yuan Hall. To demand the sovereign issue, such an edict was tantamount to rubbing the imperial authority into the dirt. Before Zhou Bingde and the others could respond, the envoy from Wang of Jinbei also stepped forward. He surveyed the room and let out a cold snort. Our northern soldiers have long battled against the Tianlang royal court to protect our homeland. Yet now, your majesty intends to implement land investigations? Upon the issuance of this decree, the noble clans and esteemed families across the realm found themselves engulfed in trepidation. The local magnates voiced their grievances without restraint. This action was tantamount to self-sabotage, undermining the very foundation of the nation. The Wang of the North declared that such nefarious governance must be abolished forthwith. Otherwise, while the soldiers of the northern front shed blood, their families would suffer plunder in the rear. How could one possibly wage war under such circumstances? His words struck directly at the essence of Qin Hao's new policies, manifesting a blatant military threat. Eventually, the envoy of the Wang of the South quietly departed. His gaze traversed the assembly, landing upon Zhengchun. The Wang of the South, indifferent to the new or old policies, sought only one individual. He extended his finger, pointing towards Zhengchun. This man, named Zhengchun, had committed heinous crimes in our southern borders a decade prior, becoming a notorious fugitive hunted for 10 years in the land of Baiwei. The Wang of the South commanded me to bring him back to the southern borders for public execution, to honor the souls of those who perished unjustly. I beseech your majesty to surrender this villain immediately. Such accusations are baseless fabrications. The three great feudal lords each demanded Qin Hao to confess, to abolish the new policies, and to hand over the accused. Each demand was lethal, tightening the noose around him. Audacious, overbearing, the officials were thoroughly intimidated by the fervor of these three figures. There was no semblance of respect from subjects to their sovereign, but rather a blatant contempt for the court. Nonsense. Zhou Bingde could no longer contain himself. His aged frame erupted with remarkable vigor as he stepped forward. These three feudal lords, who claimed to serve the great Zhou and partake of its bounty, dare to come here to distort the truth and roar in the court. Do you not regard the emperor? Is there no law of the land? The Minister of Personnel, Zhang Jinyiwei, also rebuked. Envoys of the feudal lords, how dare you frame the emperor's close advisors? This is sheer disrespect, a crime deserving of punishment. However, the envoy of the Wang of the East merely cast a cold glance at them. An overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Linghai realm, Zhou Bingde, and Zhang Jinyiwei, mere mortals, felt an immediate pressure in their chests, struggling to breathe, rendered speechless. The other two envoys likewise unleashed their own Linghai realm might. The three formidable presences intertwined, resembling an invisible mountain, pressing down upon the hearts of all civil officials. In that moment, the court fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes converging upon the figure seated majestically upon the dragon throne. To retreat would be to trample upon imperial authority, reducing it to a laughingstock. To advance would provide the three lords with the perfect pretext to raise arms. It was a deadlock. Qin Hao remained utterly still, his form betraying not the slightest tremor. Unbeknownst to others, in his vision, the entire world had transformed. Événement Empress QI observation technique activated. The three envoys before him emanated different colors of fortune. Character, Zhao Xen, faction, Wang of the East, cultivation, mid-Linghai realm, loyalty, 80, deadly enemy. Fortune, deep red, impending doom. Technique flaw. Character, Qian Biao, faction, Wang of the North, cultivation, early Linghai realm. Loyalty, 75, deadly enemy. Fortune, bright red, blood calamity. Character, Sun Miao, faction, Wang of the South, cultivation, mid-Linghai realm. Loyalty, 90, deadly enemy. Fortune, intermixed black and red, murderous calamity. Entangled in misfortune. Note, this individual bears a killing contract mark from Wu Xinglu. Qin Hao's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Chapter 21. Undercurrents surge. Assassins of the monarch's realm infiltrate. A perilous atmosphere. The motion of Qin Hao's fingers ceased. Through the heavenly emperor's Qi observation technique, the fortunes above the heads of the three envoys turned crimson and dark, all bearing the mark of death. They were merely pawns thrust forth by the three feudal lords. Qin Hao's gaze swept past the clamoring Zhao Xian, landing upon his few standing guards behind him. These guards stood with their hands at their sides. Their breaths reined in to an extreme, their fortunes unremarkable, and their cultivation evidently at the foundation establishment realm. Yet two among them were distinct. These two stood in a nondescript corner of the guard unit, heads bowed, their presences suppressed to an extreme, indistinguishable from the surrounding soldiers. But under the Heavenly Emperor's Qi observation technique, their disguise was rendered utterly transparent. Qin Hao's focus sharpened on those two individuals. Character, Shadow Assassin, disguised as a bodyguard of the Wang of the East. Faction, Wuxing Lu. Cultivation, Early Monarch Realm. Loyalty, 100 Deadly Enemy. Fortune, Ashen White, Death Soldier, no fortune to speak of. Technique flaw, proficient in shadow evasion and instant kill, weakened body defense. Afraid of supreme Yang power. Character, Ghost Gu, disguised as a bodyguard of the Wang of the South. Faction, Southern Border Witch God Temple. Cultivation, Early Monarch Realm. Loyalty, 100 Deadly Enemy. Fortune, Ashen White. Technique flaw, the true body concealed within a Gu puppet. As long as the puppet exists, the body remains immortal. Weakness lies in the area 3 inches above the brow. Monarch Realm. Two formidable experts at the Monarch Realm. Qin Hao's heart tightened in an instant. This represented an absolute might that transcended the Linghai realm and approached the realm of the formidable. Although Chao Zhengchun and Jinyiwei were at the pinnacle of the formidable realm, merely a step away from the Monarch realm, this step was akin to a chasm. To engage across such a vast divide, especially with 2 against 2, the odds of victory were slim. The feudal lords, in their quest to eliminate him, were willing to expend considerable resources deploying such trump cards. This was the true lethal blow. The raucous demands of the 3 envoys were merely a smokescreen to divert attention. Once provoked, should he order the execution of the envoys? The ensuing chaos in the court would provide the 2 Monarch Realm assassins with the perfect opportunity to strike with devastating force. Well calculated. The true dragon transformation technique within Qin Hao began to operate autonomously, a chilling intent to kill spreading within him. He maintained his composure. Yet a thought quietly transmitted to both Chao Zhengchun and Jinyiwei. Chao Zhengchun, left guard unit, 6th man of the 1st row. Jinyiwei, right guard unit, 2nd man of the 5th row. Monarch Realm. The target is me. A few succinct sentences held enough weight to shatter the silence. Both men were shaken to their cores. Standing at the right of the dragon throne, Jinyiwei's robust form abruptly stiffened. He did not turn around, but his blood surged. The innate characteristics of his fierce physique immediately igniting, muscles bulging, veins protruding. He silently shifted half a step, positioning himself to completely shield Qin Hao behind him. As long as he, Jinyiwei, stood, no one could reach their sovereign, even if the adversary belonged to the Monarch Realm. On the other side, the pallid visage of Chao Zhengchun remained unchanged. Yet the fingers hidden within his ample sleeves began to move with a peculiar rhythm. The genuine energy of the Tiangang young master surged wildly through his meridians. They had long sensed 2 exceedingly subtle auras within the guard unit, sending shivers down their spines. Little did they expect, they were Monarch Realm experts. Engaging across such a vast disparity in cultivation was a near-suicidal endeavor. However, within the hearts of the 2, there resided not an ounce of retreat, only an increasingly fervent battle spirit and murderous intent. Within the Imperial court, the atmosphere had solidified to a freezing point. The 3 envoys observed that Qin Hao remained silent for an extended period, while officials like Zhou Bingda were further intimidated by their oppressive presence, their arrogance swelling even more. The envoy from the Eastern King, Zhao Xian, stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the throne. Your Majesty, silence. Do you tacitly approve of the slaughter of loyal subjects and the harm to kin? If so, I implore your Majesty to issue an edict of self-condemnation at once. The envoy from the Northern King, Qian Biao, sneered and added, if the new policies are not abolished, the northern borders will surely remain unsettled. Zhou Bingda felt a rush of blood to his head. He struggled to step forward and refute their claims, but was firmly held down by the overwhelming pressure of the Linghai realm, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he nearly coughed up blood. In that moment, it seemed as if the dignity of the entire Zhou dynasty was about to be trampled underfoot by these 3. Slowly, Qin Hao rose from the dragon throne. He looked down upon the 3 arrogant faces in the hall, as well as two hidden figures among the crowd, who fancied themselves infallible kings. When he spoke, his voice was soft yet carried an icy chill. You vassal kings, rather than thinking of serving your country, dare to send envoys to threaten the Son of Heaven. Do you truly believe my sword lacks sharpness? This statement sent the temperature within the Golden Lawn Hall plummeting to an absolute zero. Zhao Xin was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned Qin Hao losing his temper, compromising, or even feigning politeness. However, he had never anticipated that this 16-year-old emperor would be so resolute in the face of the combined pressure from the three major vassal kings. After all, Qin Hao had only just ascended the throne, wielding limited real power, and had already undertaken actions that influenced the stability of the political landscape. To stand so firm against the three vassal kings was either sheer ignorance or reckless arrogance. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Xin's anger flared. As a powerful figure within the Linghai realm and a trusted aide to the vassal king, he had never experienced such disdain. He stepped forward aggressively, nearly pointing at the imperial dais, directly accusing Qin Hao. Foolish monarch, you act against the righteous, slaughtering loyal subjects. If you do not provide the three lords with an explanation today, if you do not offer an explanation to the world, enough. Qin Hao coldly interrupted him, not even casting a glance at Zhao Xin, but merely tilting his head slightly to address Jinyiwei, who stood at his side. Jinyiwei, your servant is here. Jinyiwei stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Take these three raucous traitors, who disregard their sovereign, and drag them out. Qin Hao's tone was calm, yet resolute. Behead them and display their heads to the public, preserving them in lime and returning them to their masters. Boom! This declaration was akin to detonating a thunderclap within the Golden Lawn Hall. The entire assembly of officials was instantly petrified. In warfare, envoys were rarely executed. Moreover, this was a united delegation from the three major vassal kings. To slay them would be tantamount to declaring war on all three simultaneously, completely severing any potential for reconciliation. Zhou Bingde trembled violently. Your Majesty, no, absolutely not. He disregarded the pressure of the Linghai realm and struggled to step forward, hoping to counsel against such a drastic action. To execute envoys would only provide our enemies with leverage. Qin Hao remained seated upon the dragon throne, unyielding. He did not respond to Zhou Bingde, but simply used his steadfast gaze to halt any further counsel from the elder statesman. The emperor's heart was like an abyss. His will already decided. Zhou Bingde gazed at the young yet authoritative visage, the remaining words stuck in his throat. He realized that this new emperor's resolve surpassed his wildest expectations. Your servant obeys. Jinyiwei did not hesitate in the least. The emperor's command was his only guiding principle. With a thunderous roar, Jinyiwei's robust form leapt down from the imperial dais. The terrifying aura of a peak-level Darren realm erupted instantly as he lunged towards the three envoys. Zhao Xin and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They had never imagined that Qin Hao would truly dare to issue a death sentence against them. You dare! Outrageous! Zhao Xin, Qian Biao, and Sun Miao erupted simultaneously, unleashing their full power as mid-level Linghai realm cultivators. Three beams of spiritual energy shot skyward, attempting to withstand Jinyiwei's assault. Chapter 22. In battle, first slay the envoys. Qin Hao, drag them out and behead them. The three joined forces, confident they could contend with an ordinary early Darrenrel powerhouse, especially with the backing of two royal figures. However, they faced an ancient menace and were unaware that they had already become discarded pawns of the three vassal kings. Faced with their resistance, Jinyiwei revealed a sinister smile on his dark face. He did not flinch or evade, allowing the three beams of spiritual energy to crash against him. The characteristics of his powerful physique activated. The attacks from the Linghai realm merely produced a sound of clashing metal against steel, failing to even break his skin. Jinyiwei spread his arms, his hands like large fans penetrating through the barrier of spiritual energy. He grasped Zhao Xin by the throat with his left hand, locked Qian Biao and Sun Miao by their throats with his right, and simultaneously kicked Sun Miao down, stepping on him. With overwhelming force, the three Linghai realm envoys, who appeared formidable in the eyes of the hundreds of officials, were subdued before Jinyiwei like chicks. Their internal spiritual energy was completely suppressed under Jinyiwei's ferocious strength, unable to be summoned in the slightest. The gap was far too vast. Jinyiwei turned, preparing to drag the three out of the hall for execution. Just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two figures, previously standing silently among the guard like statues, suddenly moved. Without warning or sound. They had awaited this precise moment. As Jinyiwei struck, focusing his attention on the three envoys, he turned his back to the dragon throne for a fleeting instant. Boom! Two terrifying auras, far surpassing the Linghai realm, and even the Darren realm, erupted within the Golden Yuan Hall. The pressure from the rulers spread forth. The air within the Grand Hall seemed to be instantly drained. The violent pressure descended like Mount Tai, causing all the officials, including Zhou Bingde, to shudder in their souls. Some of the weaker officials were even forced to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. It was overwhelmingly powerful. This was truly the vassal king's ultimate strike. On the left, a shadow nearly melded into the folds of space, silently bypassing Zhengchun's defenses. Wuxing Lu, shadow sting. The dagger in his hand glimmered with a ghostly blue light, aimed directly at the throat of Qin Hao on the throne. On the right, a foul, dark green mist materialized out of nowhere, instantly enveloping half of the Imperial dais. Nanja which got, ghost goo. Within the mist, countless tiny goo worms emitted a nauseating buzzing sound as they swarmed towards Qin Hao's face. Two assassins at the early kingly realm joined forces to assassinate a young emperor at the Qi refining realm. In their eyes, this was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They were confident that before Jinyiwei could return to defend, and under the interception of Zhengchun, they had sufficient time to kill their target 10 times over. Within the Golden Yuan Hall, the pressure was suffocating. Two auras, far beyond that of the Darren realm, erupted like two awakening volcanoes. This was the true killing move of the vassal kings. Several loyal Jui formed a wall, bravely standing before the dragon throne. However, the assassin from the shadows merely waved his hand casually. There was no brilliance of spiritual energy, no earth-shattering sounds. Puff, puff, puff. In front of him stood several members of the Jinyiwei, who, before they could even emit a cry of despair, were crushed like watermelons under an unseen force. Bursting into clouds of blood mist, flesh and bone turned to mud, staining the golden steps with crimson. The casual strike of a warrior at the peak of power was indeed fearsome. Protect your majesty, Zhengchun shrieked, transforming into a ghostly apparition, charging towards another formidable adversary that exuded toxic mist. A ghastly pallor washed over his face, tinged with an unhealthy flush as he pushed the Tiangang Tong Zi Gong to unprecedented heights. A blazing sphere of pure yang energy coalesced in his palm, akin to a miniature sun, as he hurled it against the inky green miasma. He was acutely aware that he was no match for a warrior of such caliber. Yet, he had to intercept one. Overreaching, the raspy voice of the ghostly warrior emerged from the fog as a hand, shriveled like a chicken's claw, reached forth to collide fiercely with Zhengchun's pure yang energy. Boom! The miniature sun in Zhengchun's palm extinguished in an instant. A chilling, tyrannical force shattered his protective chi as if it were brittle twigs. He felt as if struck by lightning, spewing blood as his body was flung backward, crashing heavily against the coiling dragon pillar within the hall. In a single exchange, the peak of the great ability realm, Zhengchun, was defeated. Meanwhile, the shadowy assassin faced no further obstacles. His figure materialized silently within mere inches of Qin Hao, the poisoned dagger glinting with a ghostly azure light poised at his throat. The cultivation of the refining Qi realm was as insignificant as an ant in the face of a warrior's lethal strike. Zhou Bingde and the other court officials were filled with despair, their hearts shattering. It was over. Yet, on Qin Hao's face, there was no trace of terror. He remained eerily calm. Imperial eyes activate. As he opened his gaze, the assassin's movements slowed to an almost languid pace. The seemingly unavoidable fatal strike, revealing its points of weakness and the trajectory of its energy. But that alone was insufficient. Merely seeing did not guarantee evasion. With a thought, Qin Hao summoned a power that only he could perceive. In my name, I gather the fate of the nation, condensing the dragon's energy to protect my true self. Ding! The host activated the national luck dragon energy, forming a temporary defense. A faint golden shield materialized around Qin Hao's body. adorned with subtle dragon scale patterns that exuded a regal aura. Ding! The tip of the assassin's dagger struck precisely against the golden barrier. The expected sensation of flesh being pierced did not arrive. Instead, he encountered an unyielding counterforce that momentarily halted the dagger. The assassin's pupils constricted in shock. National protection? How could the emperor of a newly ascended, weakened dynasty summon such power? He was taken aback. It was this brief moment of resistance. This fraction of a second's delay, that bought time for the distant Jinyiwei. My lord, do not fear. I am here. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the grand hall. Jinyiwei's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld the dagger nearly pressed against Qin Hao's neck, his very blood igniting with rage. There was no time for defense, but his twin halberds could still strike. Get away from him. Jinyiwei's body surged with strength, hurling his dual halberds, each weighing hundreds of pounds, like deadly projectiles toward the assassin. Whoosh! The two black iron halberds tore through the air with a shrill whistle, resembling two dragons emerging from the abyss, aimed directly at the assassin's vulnerable back. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, the assassin had no choice but to abandon his lethal strike. Damn it! He shouted in frustration, spinning around and executing a peculiar arc with his dagger, precisely meeting the oncoming halberds. Clang! Clang! The resounding crashes echoed as the dual halberds were forcefully deflected, embedding deeply into the walls of the hall. The warrior assassin was also pushed back several steps by the violent force. Jinyiwei, like a lion unleashed, caused the stone tiles beneath him to crack with each step, transforming into a blur as he lunged forward barehanded. He did not bother to retrieve his weapons, for his body itself was the mightiest weapon. To die defending my lord. Activate. Ding. The system detected that the host was in mortal danger, triggering Jinyiwei's latent potential, temporarily enhancing his strength. Boom! In that instant, Jinyiwei's aura surged, breaking through the boundaries of the great ability realm, unleashing a wild, untamed, and overwhelmingly dominant presence. His eyes glowed a blood red, muscles rippling with sinewy strength, veins snaking beneath his skin. Those who harm my lord shall perish. He unleashed a punch, devoid of technique or finesse, pure brute force. The assassin's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such power from this brute. He hurriedly raised his arm to block. The impact resounded with a sharp crack, echoing throughout the silent Jinluan Hall. Chapter 23. Jinyiwei Unleashed. A great ability faces a warrior. Indomitable valor. The sound of bone breaking was jarring. The assassin's left arm twisted grotesquely. He could hardly believe that a mere great ability fighter could shatter his protective spiritual energy with bare hands and break his bones. You seek death. The assassin suppressed his agony, his form becoming ethereal as he attempted to create distance, activating the speed laws of the warrior realm to toy with the brute. But Jinyiwei offered him no respite. In his state of desperation, Jinyiwei abandoned all defense. His feet smashed against the ground, shattering the blue bricks beneath him. As his massive form surged like a battering ram toward the assassin's phantasmal image, he spared no thought for which was the true body. He only sought to attack. The force of his punches roared like thunder, tearing through the air. The assassin was forced to reveal himself to block. He realized that his speed advantage was rendered futile against Jinyiwei's relentless onslaught. Each of Jinyiwei's punches weighed like mountains, driven by a mentality of trading injury for injury, life for life. The assassin's dagger sliced through Jinyiwei's flesh multiple times, but the brute's formidable body only seemed to awaken his ferocity. Madman! The assassin felt a chill. He had never encountered a great ability warrior so recklessly determined. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle remained equally tense. Zhengchun spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, sliding down the coiling dragon pillar. Though severely injured by the ghostly warrior's strike, he had not lost his fighting spirit. A mere eunuch dares to block our path. The ghostly warrior manipulated the toxic mist, attempting to bypass Zhengchun and make a beeline for Qin Hao. Zhengchun's figure flickered as he harnessed the Tiangang Tongzi Gong to its utmost limits, transforming into several afterimages that circled the ghostly warrior, hindering his advance. With nimble fingers, he flicked dozens of silver needles, as thin as cow hair, into the mist. Trivial skills. The toxic mist churned, dissolving the silver needles entirely. However, Zhengchun's intent was never to kill, but to restrain. Like a relentless parasite, he clung to the ghostly warrior, preventing him from aiding the assassin or attacking Qin Hao. In the center of the Jinyiwei hall, Jinyiwei's ferocity escalated. The assassin was forced to retreat step by step, realizing he could not prolong the confrontation. The brute's condition was clearly abnormal. The longer it dragged on, the greater the variables. He resolved to end it swiftly. Yingxi suddenly bit through the tip of his tongue, a spray of blood splattering onto the dagger. The art of assassination, a lethal technique. In an instant, his form vanished, his presence entirely merging with the void. This was the ultimate killing technique of Wu Shenglu. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Jinyiwei, the dagger aimed directly at his heart. This strike embodied the entirety of his power at the king's realm. Jinyiwei sensed the imminent threat to his life. He could evade, yet he chose not to. Instead, he embraced the most brutal of fates. Jinyiwei advanced rather than retreating, allowing the poisoned dagger to pierce his back. The blade sank half an inch into his flesh, but was firmly ensnared by Jinyiwei's sinewy muscles. A primal roar erupted from Jinyiwei, and he suddenly turned, wrapping his arms around Yingxi with a grip as unyielding as iron. You shall perish. In a fierce defense of his lord, his strength surged explosively. Jinyiwei's muscles bulged, veins protruding, and he tightened his embrace. Crack! Yingxi's protective aura shattered under this raw, unadulterated force, splintering like glass. No! Yingxi let out a desperate scream, struggling violently, channeling his power in an attempt to break free from Jinyiwei's grasp. Yet, Jinyiwei's arms only constricted tighter. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the silent hall. Ribs, sternum, and finally the spine. A dull thud resounded. Yingxi's body stiffened abruptly before it slumped down. Black blood oozed from his orifices, his spine brutally crushed by Jinyiwei. A formidable warrior of the king's realm had been mercilessly subdued by the peak of the Grand Master realm, Jinyiwei, in a most primal and savage manner. The hall fell deathly silent. Zhou Bingda and the other civil officials collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Did he truly just slay an enemy across such a vast realm? Is this even human? Thud. Jinyiwei released his grip, and Yingxi's corpse crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. He swayed slightly, the dagger still embedded in his back, bleeding profusely, yet he remained oblivious. Yingxi. On the other side, Gu was shaken to the core upon witnessing his companion's demise. He had fought alongside Yingxi for many years and understood his prowess well. How could he have been slain by a mere grandmaster warrior? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhengchun seized the opportunity. His figure flashed, closing the distance, and 3 silver needles, steeped in black blood, struck into Gu's chest in a triangular formation. Gu felt his inner energy stagnate, his flow obstructed. Next, Jinyiwei turned, his sternum caved in. The dagger lodged in his back, drenched in blood. Yet he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, locking his gaze on Gu. He stepped forward, leaving bloody footprints with each stride. Gu was utterly panicked. The mission had failed, his companion lay dead, and he was now restrained. Flee! With a swift motion, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a tide of dark green insects to momentarily impede Jinyiwei and Zhengchun. He then retreated violently, crashing into the tightly shut doors of the Golden Yuan Hall. From the Dragon Throne, Qin Hao witnessed Jinyiwei's relentless struggle. His grip on the armrest left 5 deep indentations. At this moment, seeing Gu attempting to escape, Qin Hao spoke coldly. Close the palace doors. Release the arrows. The 3,000 Imperial guards, already on standby outside the hall, sprang into action. Hundreds of them surged in, wielding specially designed crossbows. Clack! Simultaneously, the heavy palace doors were firmly locked, cutting off Gu's escape. Whoosh! 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 The air filled with the sound of countless crossbow bolts. These arrows were completely black, their tips triangular, etched with intricate runes. Spirit-breaking arrows, specifically designed to pierce through a cultivator's protective aura. Just as Gu turned, a rain of arrows met him head-on. Break for me, he bellowed, unleashing his pressure at the king's realm, attempting to shatter the incoming projectiles. However, the penetrating power of the spirit-breaking arrows far exceeded his expectations. Thud! Thud! Several bolts pierced through his protective aura, embedding themselves in his shoulder and thigh. Gu shrieked in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhengchun's silver needles activated, causing chaos within Gu's inner energy. At this juncture, Jinyiwei lunged forward like a frenzied lion. He delivered a punch squarely to Gu's chest. Gu was sent flying, and before he could land, dozens of spirit-breaking arrows were already on their way. With Zhengchun's interference, Jinyiwei's heavy strike, and the synchronized volley from the Imperial guards, this King's Realm Gu master had no avenue for escape. Thud! He was impaled by the numerous arrows, pinned against the colossal dragon pillar in the Golden Lawn Hall. Blood trickled down the dragon motifs etched upon the pillar. The stench of blood permeated the grand hall, overwhelming the senses. Qin Hao rose from the dragon throne and approached the edge of the platform, gazing down at the scene below. Jinyiwei, on the verge of collapse, struggled to remain standing on one knee. This soldier has not disgraced his mission. Zhengchun, pale as a sheet, clutched his chest and also knelt. Zhou Bingda and the other officials stared at the two lifeless bodies of the King's Realm warriors, their minds blank. Victory! 2 Grand Masters had slain 2 King's Realm assassins. Chapter 24. A shock to the courtiers. Qin Hao's hidden trump card instills fear. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, the stench of blood became suffocating. The corpse of Gu was riddled with spirit-breaking arrows, blood trailing down the dragon motifs. Ing Ci's body lay twisted on the ground, his spine shattered, a pitiful sight. Jinyiwei knelt on one knee, the dagger still dripping blood from his back. His formidable frame swayed, sustained only by sheer willpower. Zhengchun clutched his chest, his face as white as a ghost, barely managing to stand. In Qin Hao's mind, the system notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your subordinate has achieved an extraordinary kill, slaying 2 early-stage King's Realm warriors. Foiled the assassination plot of the feudal prince. National fortune is the foundation of a nation, and the strong are its guardians. This battle has instilled awe across the court and elevated our nation's prestige. Reward national fortune points, 80 points. Current national fortune points, 240 points. Qin Hao descended from the platform. He approached Jinyiwei, reaching out to steady his faltering body. Well done, Eli. Qin Hao had no superfluous words. A thought flickered in his mind. System, expend national fortune to heal Jinyiwei. Ding. Consumed 5 national fortune points. Commencing the healing of the esteemed warrior Jinyiwei's injuries. A faint golden light, visible only to Qin Hao, descended swiftly, enveloping Jinyiwei. National fortune transformed into the purest life force, flooding into Jinyiwei's body. The wounds torn by the King's Realm power began to heal at a visible pace. The poisoned dagger clattered to the ground, expelled from his body. Broken bones rejoined, and his caved-in chest gradually restored. Within mere breaths, Jinyiwei's breath stabilized from feeble to steady. He abruptly opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, producing a series of pops. Thank you, my lord. Jinyiwei knelt once more, his voice resonating like thunder. Beside him, Zhengchun had already consumed a medicinal pill, regulating his breathing. Witnessing Jinyiwei's instantaneous recovery filled him with profound respect for his lordess abilities. Your Highness, Zhou Bingda, and the assembly of civil and military officials were already left speechless. They lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the 2 corpses of the King's Realm warriors. Their minds utterly blank. The King's Realm, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was a terrestrial immortal, a formidable being capable of establishing his own sect. Yet astonishingly, 2 of them had perished. Moreover, they were slain by the formidable warriors Jinyiwei and Zhengchun, in a manner akin to a life-or-death struggle. This surpassed their comprehension of the power hierarchy. How could the Emperor's subordinates be so terrifying? Zhou Bingda trembled as he rose from the ground. His gaze towards the dragon throne was no longer that of observing a youthful sovereign, but rather that of beholding a ruler of unfathomable depth and celestial prowess. Qin Hao's hidden cards were far more fearsome than they had ever imagined. This new emperor was not only decisive in his actions, but possessed the foundation to contend against transcendent powers, all burgeoned within the hearts of every courtier. Penetrating to their very marrow, Qin Hao turned and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne. His gaze fell upon the 3 envoys from the vassal kings, who had been subdued by Jinyiwei and were now utterly terrified their bodies betraying them in fear. Zhao Xin, Qin Biao, and Sun Miao were pallid and shaken. They had come with arrogance, believing that their status and the backing of royal assassins would suffice to intimidate this new ruler. Yet their proud trump card, those two royal assassins, had been reduced to cold corpses. Your Majesty, spare us. This was all orchestrated by the vassal kings. It has nothing to do with us. Zhao Xin pleaded incoherently, stripped of his earlier haughtiness. Qin Hao's expression was frigid, as if the earlier shocking assassination had merely been a farce. Jinyiwei, where are you? Here. Several fierce Jinyiwei stepped forward. I have no desire to repeat myself. Qin Hao raised his hand, pointing at the three envoys. Drag them out and behead them. He then gestured towards the bodies of the assassins on the ground and the corpse of the ghostly figure hanging from the pillar. Preserve these 5 heads in lime and send them to my 3 esteemed uncles, and hang the 2 corpses at the southern gate of Shunjing for 3 days, exposing them to the world. Those who offend my imperial might shall face execution, no matter how far they flee. His voice echoed in the vast, blood-soaked hall, imbued with undeniable imperial authority. Understood. The Jinyiwei advanced, dragging the 3 limp envoys out of the hall like dead dogs. Their desperate wails faded into the distance. Soon, 3 dull thuds were heard outside the hall, and the cries abruptly ceased. The stench of blood grew stronger. Zhou Bingde, struggling to maintain his composure, understood that everything was irrevocably lost. He approached the steps of the Dan terrace, bowing in respect, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, the execution of the 3 envoys and the loss of 2 royal assassins is tantamount to declaring war on the 3 vassal kings simultaneously. They will surely seize this as a pretext to mobilize their forces. We must prepare for what lies ahead. Leaning back on the dragon throne, Qin Hao lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. Zhou Aiqing, this old minister is here. Do you think that if I retreat today, bow my head in apology, and hand over Zhengchun, they will not retaliate? Zhou Bingde fell silent. He knew the vassal kings had long been arrogant, their treachery evident. From a moment I bloodily purged the Li clan and reclaimed the throne, this war had become inevitable. Qin Hao rose, his imperial robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. If they desire war, then let it be so. My act of executing the envoys today is to proclaim to the world that I fear not the battle. My Zhou shall not be treated as a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Issue an edict. Shunjing shall immediately enter a state of war, with the entire city under martial law. Jinyiwei, I am here. Jinyiwei stepped forward. I command you to take charge of the capital's defenses and reorganize the city guard. Zhengchun, this old servant, is present. Deploy all forces of the Eastern Factory and Jinyiwei, closely monitoring all movements within and outside the capital, particularly the eyes and ears of the 3 vassal kings in the city. Eliminate them all. I wish to see who will first meet my blade. The events transpiring within the Golden Lawn Hall were swiftly disseminated, akin to a tempest, throughout the land, causing a tremor across the realm. In the eastern domain, within the Zhendong Wang Fu, the opulent hall was filled with the Zhendong Wang Qin Yi, who was toying with a jade ring, seemingly awaiting favorable news. Suddenly, a scout burst in, rolling and scrambling, terror evident on his face. My lord, urgent news. The capital has reported that Lord Zhao Xin and others have been executed. Qin Yi paused momentarily, his actions halting. As expected, if that young emperor dares not even slay envoys, he is unworthy of being my opponent. But what of the Yingxi lord? Did he succeed? The scout trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. And no, the Yingxi lord and the ghostly figure summoned by the Ping Man Wang, both royal assassins, have perished in the Golden Lawn Hall. According to reports, the Dezhou dynasty now possesses only 2 formidable warriors. They barely achieved victory through a life-or-death struggle. What? Qin Yi sprang to his feet, the jade ring slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground. 2 royal assassins dead, slain by those of a lower realm, his face contorted with rage and disbelief. He had expended a great deal to summon the Yingxi from Wuxing Lu, only for him to die at the hands of a mere young emperor. How could that inept nephew command such formidable subordinates? Yet soon, this fury was replaced by a chilling exhilaration. Qin Yi not only refrained from fury, but erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! To uncover the truth behind Qin Hao's strength, the deaths of the 2 royal assassins are not in vain. As for the 2 formidable warriors, I scarcely regard them. They are insignificant in the face of a million-strong army. The execution of the envoys was precisely the outcome he had desired. He had personally received the pretext for war and the justification for righteousness, graciously delivered into his hands. Jinyiwei approached a large map hanging on the wall and struck the table with force. Issue my command. Gather the 3 armies, don armor, and observe mourning protocols. Immediately send out proclamations to announce to the world. In the northern frontier, at Feihu Sa, the juncture of the territories of the 3 vassal kings. The terrain was perilous and seldom trodden. Within a secret underground stone hall, the charcoal fire blazed brightly, failing to dispel the cold air. The Zhenbei Wang Qin Tua, Zhendong Wang Qin Yi, and Ping Nan Wang Qin Mang, the 3 most powerful vassal kings of the Zhou dynasty, convened in secret. On the stone table lay urgent reports hastily sent from the capital, alongside the 5 heads of the envoys preserved in lime. With a resounding crash, Ping Nan Wang Qin Mang slammed his fist onto the stone table, shards flying. This insolent child dares to insult us. He has executed our envoys and slain 2 royal assassins. This is an affront to us. Zhendong Wang Qin Yi's face darkened with fury. He had lost the Yingxi, a prized asset he had acquired at great cost. This young emperor was more ruthless and resourceful than they had anticipated. The fact that a formidable warrior would engage in combat with royal assassins indicated he possessed death warriors among his ranks. Breaking the silence, Zhenbei Wang Qin Ta, who had been silently polishing his long knife, spoke in a hoarse voice. My brothers, given the situation, it is meaningless to dwell on losses. Qin Hao's execution of the envoys is equivalent to a declaration of war against us. If we do not respond, what face shall we have left? How will our soldiers perceive us? Qin Yi's eyes glinted with sharpness. This imperial nephew is forcing our hand. He is not forcing, he is pleading. Qin Tua sheathed his long knife, the sound crisp and resonant. Though his foundation was unsteady, he was eager to diminish the vassals and implement new policies. He requires a war to thoroughly cleanse the court and establish his prestige. Yet, he has overestimated himself and underestimated us. Qin Mang rose to his feet, his imposing figure casting an enormous shadow. Then let us fight. My southern warriors have long yearned to savor the essence of the women from the Central Plains. Indeed, we must engage in battle, and it must be swift and ruthless, with decisive action to determine the fate of the realm. Qin Tua glanced at the 2, declaring, I have reached an agreement with the Northern Wolf King Court. I will cede 3 iron mines outside Yanmen Pass, and they guarantee that during my southern campaign, they will not invade our borders. Qin Yi and Qin Mang were taken aback. The king of the north is willing to sacrifice resources for the sake of foreign tribes? Brother, you cannot expect to catch wolves without parting with your children. Once we seize Shenzhen, the entirety of the Great Zhou will be ours. Those 3 iron mines can be reclaimed later. Qin Tuo's voice was icy. I have no concerns behind me. I can deploy 300,000 iron cavalry from the north and march south at full speed. Vinyi nodet Agelent. I will dispatch 300,000 troops from the eastern waters and infantry to blockade the canals, pressing towards Shenzhen. Ginman Godin Menasin. I will send forth 400,000 elite soldiers from the southern frontier, with 3 forces encircling a million-strong army. Let's see what Qin Hao will use to defend against us. Thus, they pledged their blood as allies. Qin Tua drew a dagger, slashed his palm, and let his blood drip into a wine bowl. Qin Yi and Qin Mang followed suit. The 3 raised their bowls and drank deeply. Send the orders immediately. Commence mourning. The 3 armies shall don white. Qin Tua smashed the bowl with force, issuing a decree in the name of purging the court and restoring the nation. Proclaiming to the world that we rise in arms solely to eliminate the eunuchs, Zhengchun, and the cruel official, Jinyiwei, to restore the great Zhou to a glorious state. 3 days later, in Shenzhen, within the Golden Wan Hall, the atmosphere was stifling, heavy as lead. An intense and bloodthirsty decree of rebellion was presented on the imperial desk. The new emperor, Qin Hao, having been deceived by the eunuchs, slaughtering loyal subjects and harming his kin, now as imperial uncles, we are pained and indignant. Thus we raise an army of 1 million to cleanse the court and restore the nation. The decree circulated among the officials, and silence enveloped the court. 1 million troops. This figure loomed like a mountain upon everyone's heart. In the 7 centuries since the establishment of the Great Zhou, such a scale of civil war had never been witnessed. Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Li Jia, stepped forward, his voice trembling, according to urgent reports from the Ministry of War. The vanguard forces of the 3 major princes have already begun their mobilization. In particular, the King of the North's Iron Cavalry is moving with astonishing speed and will soon reach the Yellow River crossing. The 3 military camps in the capital barely muster 150,000 troops. General Jinyiwei's newly trained Imperial Guard of 30,000 has yet to achieve combat readiness. The stationed troops in various regions cannot reach in time, even if they march to aid the throne. The complexion of the Deputy Minister of War turned pale. 18,000 against 100,000 this. Panic swept through the court. The Chief Minister of the Cabinet, Zhou Bingda, an old minister from 2 reigns, was also deeply troubled. He trembled as he approached the steps of the Dan Terrace and knelt. Your Majesty, Zhengchun is situated on the plains, devoid of fortifications to defend. With 1 million rebel forces pressing in, this lone city cannot withstand. Zhou Bingda bowed his head to the ground, tears streaming down his face. To preserve your Majesty's health and to protect the Great Zhou's foundation, I, an old minister, dare to implore your Majesty to relocate the capital. Please, your Majesty, relocate the capital. Dozens of civil officials knelt in unison, supporting his plea. In their view, avoiding the conflict by moving to the secondary capital, utilizing the vast strategic depth of the Great Zhou, and planning for a resurgence was the only path to survival. On the dragon throne, Qin Hao slowly read through the decree, casually tossing it to the ground. He looked down at the kneeling officials without a hint of anger. Relocate the capital? Flee? If he left, the newly consolidated fortune of the nation and the hearts of the people would collapse in an instant. The system was tied to the fate of the nation. If the national fortune waned, how could he summon heroes and resist formidable foes? Zhou Aiqing, Qin Hao spoke. I am here, the old minister replied. Do you know what it means to be the son of heaven? Zhou Bingda was taken aback. Qin Hao rose and walked to the edge of the Dan Terrace, standing with his hands clasped behind him. I have read history books and often come across a phrase. The son of heaven guards the nation's borders, and the monarch dies for the realm. Qin Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder within the hall. As long as Zhengchun exists, I exist. If Zhengchun perishes, I perish. I shall not retreat, even a step. Zhou Bingda suddenly raised his head, gazing at the young yet commanding figure, his heart shaken. In that moment, the imperial majesty emanating from Qin Hao rendered even this old minister unable to meet his gaze. Your Majesty is wise. Jinyiwei stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. I am willing to lead the Imperial Guard to share life and death with Xinjing. Qin Hao turned to face the standing Chao Zhengchun. Gao Zhengchun. The old servant is here, Chao Zhengchun bowed. With 1 million troops approaching, I do not wish to hear any dissent within Xinjing City. Qin Hao's tone was chilling. The hidden agents and spies of the princes within the capital, those traitorous individuals, I give you 3 days to eliminate them all. Leave not a single one. Before the great battle, we must first secure the interior. A cruel smile appeared on Chao Zhengchun's pale face. He had awaited this command for a long time. The old servant shall obey. The Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei will not disappoint your Majesty. That afternoon, within Zhengchun City, an atmosphere of dread prevailed. The Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei surged forth en masse. This time, they were not merely investigating in the shadows, but openly apprehending suspects. Open the door. The Eastern Depot is conducting a case. In the West City, within an ordinary rice shop, the Jinyiwei burst in like wolves, pinning the shopkeeper and staff to the ground. Injustice. We are merely ordinary merchants. The shopkeeper cried out. Clad in a dragon robe, Chao Zhengchun stepped in, glanced at the rice shop's ledger, and casually tossed it to the ground. Ordinary merchants? You dare claim to be ordinary merchants at the grain transfer point for the King of the North? Chao Zhengchun waved his hand. Search. Soon, the Jinyiwei uncovered a trove of weapons and letters from the underground compartments of the rice shop. Take them away. Send them to the prison. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Xinjing. The residence of the Minister of Rites, the largest tavern in the South City, and even the Taoist temple outside the city. The Eastern Depot exhibited terrifying intelligence infiltration capabilities. Many deeply hidden agents, undetected even during the Li family's rule, were unearthed one by one. The Eastern Depot's prison became overcrowded. In the dimly lit dungeon, Chao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. listening to the screams emanating from the interrogation room. An agent from the Eastern Depot hurried over, presenting a confession. Director, they confessed. This is the supply hideout of the Pingnan Wang in the capital region, along with their military logistics route map. Zhengchun received the confession, which still bore fresh bloodstains. Continue the interrogation. I want to know every detail about their million-strong army. As Zhengchun exited the prison, he looked up at the overcast sky. A storm was brewing. Chapter 26. All is prepared. Preparing for the coronation ceremony. The iron-blooded emperor's renown spreads. In the Eastern Depot's prison, the stench of blood was thick enough to be tangible. Clad in a dragon robe, Zhengchun stood before the torture rack. Beneath his feet lay several bodies that had been mutilated beyond recognition. Director, all 327 hidden agents in the capital have been eliminated. An agent from the Eastern Depot reported, but during the interrogation, unexpected findings emerged. The agent handed over a bloodied confession. Zhengchun accepted it, his expression shifting. He hurriedly left the prison, making his way to the royal study. Your Majesty, Zhengchun presented the confession, revealing that the penetration of the three princes within the court was deeper than anticipated. Qin Hao took the confession, glancing at the two names inscribed within. Deputy Minister of Personnel, Liu Ha. Chief of the Ministry of Works, Wang Qian. These two had been newly appointed officials personally promoted by Qin Hao to fill the vacancies after purging the Li faction. When did the two of them conspire with the vassal king? Qin Hao set down the confession, reporting to Your Majesty. Liu Ha has been a hidden pawn planted by the Zhendong Wang a decade ago, while Wang Qian is aligned with the Pingnan Wang. They concealed themselves exceptionally well. Had it not been for the use of torture this time, we would not have pried open the mouths of several core informants. Zhengchun paused momentarily. These two currently hold important positions in the 6 ministries. Should they turn traitor during wartime, the consequences would be dire. Qin Hao's fingers tapped rhythmically on the imperial table. The art of divination had long been activated. He recalled the aura of these two individuals in the court, which indeed bore a muddled and ominous hue. At the time, he thought it was a lack of capability, never suspecting their ulterior motives. No need for further interrogation. Qin Hao stood, instructing Zhengchun to lead the Jinyiwei to the residences of these two individuals. The old servant obeyed the decree. Execute all members of their households, leaving no trace. Hang their corpses at the marketplace, alongside those of the 5 envoys. Qin Hao's command was cold and unyielding. He needed no irrefutable evidence. In these exceptional times, it was better to wrongfully execute than to let a traitor slip through. Zhengchun accepted the order and departed. Half an hour later, 2 squads of Jinyiwei stormed into Liu's and Wang's residences. The wails and cries were but fleeting moments before silence fell. Blood flowed down the steps of the grand doors onto the long street. The news of the annihilation of the 2 newly appointed court officials swept through the entire Xinjiang like a chilling wind. The atmosphere in the court and among the people fell into a hushed stillness. Those who had harbored hopes and attempted to observe from the shadows were thoroughly intimidated by Qin Hao's iron-fisted approach. The atmosphere in Xinjiang became oppressively tense. However, this high-pressure purge also brought absolute control. The entire Xinjiang transformed into an impenetrable iron barrel before the war. Qin Hao stood atop the city tower, surveying the capital that had completely submitted to him. Your Majesty, here is the roster of several neutral noble families in the capital, along with the quantities of grain and weapons they have secretly stored, presented Zhengchun with another confidential report. The efficiency of the East factory is terrifying. Qin Hao took the roster. These families had maintained neutrality during the Li family's reign and had not made their stance clear even after his ascension, sitting on the fence. Prepare the carriage. I wish to personally meet the head of the Wang family. At the Wang residence, the head, Wang Yuan, trembled as he knelt on the ground. Qin Hao sat in the main seat, idly toying with a teacup. Wang family head, I have heard that your family is as wealthy as a nation, with enough aged rice in your granaries to feed the citizens of Xinjiang for 3 years. Your Majesty, this is merely a rumor. I assure you, I care not whether it is a rumor. Qin Hao interrupted him. I only know that rebel troops are approaching, and the national treasury is bare. My soldiers require provisions and weapons. Wang Yuan's cold sweat flowed freely. The Wang family is willing to donate 50,000 stones of grain and 100,000 taels of silver to assist your Majesty in quelling the rebellion. Qin Hao gently set down the teacup. 50,000 stones? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Zhengchun stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure of a peak expert enveloping Wang Yuan in an instant. Wang family head. The East Factory has discovered that you had contact with the Zhenbei Wang's caravan half a month ago. Should we discuss this in the prison? Wang Yuan instantly collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, spare my life. I will donate. I will donate everything. The Wang family is willing to offer 500,000 stones of grain, 500,000 taels of silver, and an additional 3,000 sets of fine iron armor. Qin Hao rose, adjusting his robe. It would have been better had this been the case from the start. Remember, I can give you everything, and I can also take everything away. Through the intimidation of the East Factory's intelligence and the Emperor's personal pressure, several large, noble families in the capital were compelled to generously open their coffers. A significant amount of supplies was secretly transported to the military camp. In the capital's military camp, Jinyiwei, bare-chested and wielding twin halberds, stood at the center of the training grounds. The 30,000 new elite troops he personally trained were brimming with murderous intent. The rigorous training methods of the Ba Wang had transformed this army in a remarkably short time. They were equipped with the newly crafted horizontal sabers and Mingguang armor from the Tiangong Yuan. The blades were sharp and the armor sturdy. Although their numbers were far inferior to the rebels, their morale was high, and the military spirit was beginning to take shape. Everything was ready. The next day, during the morning court session, the lingering scent of blood in the Jinwan Hall had yet to dissipate completely. Officials filled the chamber, the atmosphere heavy, all awaiting Qin Hao's latest orders regarding military preparations. Qin Hao sat upon the dragon throne, surveying his ministers. Proclaim the decree. Instruct the Ministry of Rites and the Astronomical Bureau to prepare for the coronation ceremony immediately. I wish to offer sacrifices to the ancestral temple and officially assume the position of the 9-5 within 3 days. Upon hearing this declaration, the entire court was taken aback. A coronation ceremony? At this time, the chief minister, Zhou Bingde, hurriedly stepped forward, disregarding etiquette, his voice urgent. Your Majesty, this is utterly unwise. The million rebel troops will arrive within days. Shunjing is on the brink of peril. Now is the time to concentrate all efforts on preparing for battle. How can we divert our attention and exhaust the people and resources for a ceremony? I implore your Majesty to retract your command and prioritize the state affairs. Behind Zhou Bingde, several officials stepped forward in agreement. Qin Hao looked down at Zhou Bingde. Minister Zhou, do you believe that my coronation at this moment would exhaust the people and resources? The old minister dared not. But with enemies at the gates, this is truly an inauspicious time. Incorrect. Qin Hao interrupted him. The closer we are to imminent danger, the more I must ascend to the throne. The rebels wave the banner of purging the court. They merely seek to deceive me, thinking me young and my legitimacy unestablished. If I were to avoid battle now and hastily conduct affairs, would that not play into their hands? Would it not lead the world to believe that I am afraid? Qin Hao stood, the golden dragon on his robe seemingly coming to life. I wish to conduct the most solemn of ceremonies to appease heaven and earth, proclaiming to all people that I am the one true son of heaven of the Zhou. I want the soldiers on the front lines to know who stands behind them, a legitimate monarch. I want those 3 traitors to understand that they are opposing the true ruler of this land. Qin Hao's words echoed within the hall. This is the heart of an emperor. War is not merely fought with troops, money, and supplies. It is also a battle for hearts and national fortune. The more perilous the situation, the more it is imperative to emphasize legitimacy and consolidate national fortune. Zhou Bingde stood frozen in place. He looked at Qin Hao and suddenly realized that the vision and courage of this youthful emperor far exceeded his imagination. He lifted his robe and knelt. Your Majesty's foresight is profound. The old minister is enlightened. The news of Qin Hao executing envoys, battling king-level assassins, and ruthlessly purging Shunjing spread rapidly across the Tian-Xian continent. An image of a decisive and iron-willed emperor began to take root in the hearts of surrounding powers. In the north, at the Tianlang Wangting, Great Khan, amidst the chaos in Dezhou, 3 kings have rallied 1,000,000 troops. This is our best opportunity to march south and graze in the central plains. An excited general sought to take action. Yet the Tianlang Khan shook his head. Not yet. The Zhenbei Wang, Qin Ta, has already ceded 3 iron mines to us. Let us observe as they tear each other apart. We will strike once they are both weakened. In the western regions, at the great glorious divine hall, the high priest looked at the intelligence in his hand. De Zhou's fortunes have waned. I initially thought it would soon collapse. I did not anticipate that the new ruler's ascension would herald signs of revival. It seems plans must change. In the eastern wilderness, at the Tai Su sword sect, an emperor of a mundane dynasty has a guard capable of slaying those at the king level. Intriguing. It appears it is time for my disciples to descend the mountain. In the palace, at the star observation platform, Qin Hao could feel as if drawn by an invisible force. Streams of ethereal power converging from across the territories of De Zhou, surging into his being. Ding! The host's iron-willed actions have intimidated the court and purged internal threats, enhancing De Zhou's national fortune cohesion. Ding! The host's renown spreads far and wide, intimidating neighboring enemy states, causing them to refrain from reckless actions and increasing national fortune. Current national fortune value, 300 points. The national fortune has reached its peak. A tremendous power courses through Qin Hao's body. The Zhenlong Zhao Huaju operates autonomously within him, while the Imperial Heavenly Dao body emits waves of dragon roars. Boom! Qin Hao's meridians are expanded, and the spiritual energy within his dantian begins to liquefy. The barrier of the refining Qi realm collapses under the onslaught of national fortune, crumbling like earth and stone. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Qin Hao clenches his fist, feeling that he could now deliver a blow strong enough to vanquish a peak refining Qi practitioner. The national fortune value stands at 300 points, the maximum trump card he can currently wield. With 1 million troops pressing down, relying solely on the two formidable figures, Jinyiwei and Zhengchun, is far from sufficient. He requires an army capable of creating miracles on the front lines. System: open the summoning list for the Divine Demon Legion. 3 days later, Zhengchun. The persistent gloom and snow miraculously cease. A ray of sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the golden glazed tiles of the Imperial city. The coronation ceremony officially commences. Qin Hao, clad in a robe adorned with 12 chapters and crowned with a 12-pearled crown, strides toward the ancestral temple, flanked by a throng of officials. Each step he takes resonates with the very pulse of the entire De Zhou. Outside the ancestral temple, bells and drums resonate in unison. The music is solemn, yet it cannot suppress the air thick with tension. The entire city of Zhengchun is under martial law. 30,000 new Imperial guards, clad in shining armor, stand in formation along the Imperial road, their spears resembling a dense forest. Jinyiwei, wielding his twin halberds and clad in heavy armor, stands like an iron tower at the entrance of the ancestral temple. Behind him are 500 of the most elite Imperial guards. Zhengchun leads the Eastern Factory agents and the Jinyiwei, mingling among the spectators and the families of officials. No unusual movements escape their vigilant eyes. As the auspicious hour arrives, officials from the Ministry of Rites sing in chorus. Qin Hao appears, dressed in a black robe of 12 chapters, embroidered with a golden dragon writhing against a dark background. He wears the 12-pearled crown, with a beaded curtain obscuring his visage, leaving only his serene majesty visible. He walks steadily, ascending the white jade steps leading to the ancestral temple. Qin Hao's pace is unhurried, yet remarkably stable, as if each step is taken upon the very fortune of the De Zhou. Zhou Bingde leads the cabinet and officials closely behind him. Inside the ancestral temple, incense wafts through the air. In front of the tablets of the ancestors of the De Zhou, Qin Hao personally offers incense and kneels in reverence. After the rites, the procession turns toward the central altar of the Imperial city. This is the most crucial part of the coronation ceremony, a ritual to announce legitimacy to heaven and earth. The altar stands 9 zhang high, symbolizing the supreme authority. Qin Hao ascends the steps with purpose. The fierce wind rustles his dragon robe. Standing atop the altar, he gazes down at the entire Zhengchun. Below, officials kneel in accordance with their ranks. Further away, representatives of the common people permitted to witness the ceremony kneel along the long street, creating a sea of black. The sound of kneeling and the roaring cheers rise to the heavens. Qin Hao unfurls the heavenly edict in his hands, channeling his spiritual energy to project his voice throughout the city. Heaven above, earth below. I, Qin Hao, of the bloodline of the great ancestor. Inherit the fortune of the Dezhou. With internal strife and external threats, treachery abounds. I shall sweep through the realms and recreate the universe. Protect the myriad people of the Dezhou and usher in an era of peace. Today, I accept the mandate of heaven and assume the position of supreme authority. Upon reciting the edict, Qin Hao places it upon the altar to be incinerated. At the moment the blue smoke rises, an unexpected transformation occurs. The once thin clouds in the sky suddenly swirl, forming a colossal vortex. A thunderous dragon roar pierces the heavens, resonating throughout the cosmos. A massive golden beam of light descends from the heavens, striking directly upon Qin Hao. The national fortune manifests, the dragon energy crowns him. The golden dragon energy, rich to the point of tangibility, rapidly expands from Qin Hao, forming an immense golden shield that envelopes the entire Zhengchun. The citizens within the city feel a warmth in their hearts, the anxiety of recent days replaced by an inexplicable sense of stability. The officials experience a profound shock. Zhou Bingde gazes upward, witnessing the towering golden dragon energy, his body trembling with excitement. Heaven bless the Dezhou. This is a sign of the resurgence of national fortune. On the altar, Qin Hao basks in the golden light. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the coronation ceremony, rightfully claiming your position, winning the hearts of the people. The national fortune of the Dezhou has significantly coalesced. National fortune value increased by 100 points. Current national fortune value, 400 points. Ding! Host gains the effect of national fortune enhancement. Within the Zhengchun area, all attributes increased by 50, enabling the suppression of enemies through national fortune. The surging power flows through Qin Hao's body. The Jinlong Zhou Hua Ju operates frantically, and having just broken through to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, it ascends once more, stabilizing directly at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Qin Hao clenches his fist. He can distinctly feel that as long as he remains in Zhengchun, under this shroud of national fortune, he even possesses the confidence to contend with those of the Divine Palace realm. This is the privilege of an emperor, the power of national fortune. Half an hour later, the coronation ceremony reaches its climax. The ministers are invigorated. If previously they followed Qin Hao out of necessity and his iron-fisted methods, now, this extraordinary display of dragon energy soaring into the sky has allowed them to truly perceive the hope of the Dezhou. Zhou Bingde adjusts his attire, preparing to step forward and extend his congratulations. Your Majesty, having received the mandate of heaven, the Dezhou shall surely. His words are abruptly interrupted by the urgent and chaotic sound of galloping hooves approaching from a distance. The sound is like a torrential downpour, striking a drum surface, piercing, frantic, and filled with urgency. At the end of the long street, a swift steed races forward. The rider bears 3 red command flags, his appearance dust-covered and frantic. 800 li of urgency. An emergency military report. The rider's voice is hoarse as he races along, and the Imperial guards, upon seeing his flags, dare not obstruct him. Hastily clearing a path, Jinyiwei furrows his brow, stepping forward to block the entrance of the altar. Who dares to disrupt during the ceremony? An urgent military situation. The scout, utterly exhausted, tumbles from his mount, scrambling towards the altar, disregarding Jinyiwei's obstruction. He collapses at the base of the altar, expending his last ounce of strength to deliver a heart-wrenching shout. Report, Your Majesty. An urgent military report from 800 li. This voice drowns out the solemn ceremony music, causing the festive atmosphere to freeze instantly. Zhou Bingde's expression changes dramatically, a wave of intense unease surging within him. The ability to utilize 800 li of urgency and rush directly into the coronation ceremony must signify a calamity of monumental proportions. On the altar, Qin Hao turns around. The beaded curtain of his crown sways slightly. Speak. The scout suddenly raises his head, his face etched with seriousness and urgency. I report to Your Majesty. The Tiger Lock Pass has fallen. Boom! These 4 words strike like a thunderclap, detonating above the heads of every courtier. The Tiger Lock Pass, the last bastion of Zhengchun, the greatest pass under heaven, has actually fallen? Zhou Bingde swayed, nearly losing his balance. What did you say? How could the heavily fortified Hulao Pass be breached with a garrison of 100,000 elite soldiers? It is the Sanglong cavalry of the Northern King. They have hastily circumnavigated several passes and launched a surprise attack on the rear of Hulao Pass. The scouts, with tears of blood in their eyes, reported that General Yang fought valiantly for his country. The main forces of the three vassal kings coalition have already crossed Hulao Pass. The Eastern King's navy has blockaded the Grand Canal, while the vanguard of the Pingnan King is advancing north at full speed. The 30,000 vanguard iron cavalry of the Northern King is now less than 100 miles from the capital. A million-strong army will soon be at the gates. An oppressive silence enveloped the altar for the heaven worship. The officials, who had just been immersed in hopes of revival, were suddenly plunged into icy despair. Less than 100 miles. For cavalry, that is merely a few hours' journey. The three vassal kings' million troops will soon be at the gates. Panic spread like a plague, and several civil officials, unable to withstand the overwhelming shock, collapsed to the ground. Zhou Bingde was deeply worried. What should be done? 18,000 against 100,000. How could the capital withstand such an assault? He trembled as he looked towards the figure on the altar. Qin Hao stood there, the golden dragon energy still swirling around him. He suddenly raised his head, tore down the pearl curtain from his crown, revealing the might of an emperor without any concealment. The spirit of battle surged wildly within him. Convey my decree. Chapter 28. Summoning the elite troops. The resolve of the elite troops is one of life and death. On the altar, the golden dragon energy had yet to dissipate completely. Qin Hao discarded the curtain that obstructed his view, revealing his youthful and stern visage to all. Panic and despair spread among the officials like an epidemic. Your Majesty, if Hulao Pass falls, there will be no barrier left for the capital. Please hastily recall the 150,000 troops from the capital garrison. Indeed, Your Majesty, the defense at the southern gate is weak and cannot withstand the charge of 30,000 iron cavalry. The Minister of War's face turned pale, struggling to maintain his composure, nearly kneeling again. Yet, Qin Hao remained indifferent to his pleas. His voice, though not loud, cut through the clamor and panic with clarity. Convey my first decree. Command the 150,000 troops of the capital garrison to hold their ground and not act recklessly. They must be ready to support the capital at any moment, but without my command, they are not to approach the city walls. What? The officials erupted in an uproar. With a great enemy at hand, they would not mobilize troops to defend the city, but instead keep them in place? What did this mean? Your Majesty, this is tantamount to severing our own limbs. The Minister of War urged hastily. Qin Hao disregarded him and continued issuing orders. Convey my second decree. Immediately close the 9 gates of the capital and activate the city defense formation. The entire city is to enter the highest state of combat readiness. This command, though conventional, barely allowed the officials a moment to breathe before Qin Hao's third decree came crashing down like ice. Jinyiwei, this subordinate is here. Jinyiwei stepped forward, dual halberds in hand, his armor clanking. I command you to immediately lead the 30,000 newly formed Imperial Guards and take over the defense of the southern gate. Zhengchun, this old servant, is present. Zhengchun appeared silently behind Qin Hao. I want no sound within the capital. All members of the Dongchong and Jinyiwei are to be mobilized. Anyone who dares to spread rumors, to stir the morale, regardless of their official rank or status, shall be executed on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, another swift horse galloped in, and the scout fell from his mount. Report. The vanguard of the Northern King's 30,000 Sanglong cavalry has crossed Weishui Bridge and is rapidly approaching the southern gate. They are expected to reach the city within less than 2 hours. 2 hours. This time frame fell upon each heart like a heavy hammer. It was over. Those 2 words echoed in everyone's mind. How could 30,000 Imperial Guards withstand 30,000 ferocious Sanglong iron cavalry? They were the most elite forces under the Northern King. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This is sending General Jinyiwei and 30,000 soldiers to their deaths. A civil official cried out in despair. Qin Hao cast a cold glance at him. Zhengchun's figure flickered, appearing behind the official, a slender embroidered spring knife in hand. The Empress cannot be questioned. The official, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Qin Hao turned away from the court officials and descended from the altar. Dismissed. My esteemed ministers, each to your duties. I shall await the rebel forces on the city walls. He calmly delivered his words, his dragon robe sweeping as he walked directly towards the study. In the study, Qin Hao dismissed all attendants. He stood before the window, gazing towards the southern city gate, where dust and smoke were already rising. Though Jinyiwei was brave, 30,000 Imperial guards against 30,000 seasoned elite cavalry would have little chance of victory in a direct confrontation. Individual valor would be diminished against a truly iron-blooded military formation. He needed an army capable of creating miracles on the battlefield. Qin Hao closed his eyes, delving into the system. Open the summoning list for the Divine and Demonic Legions. Ding! The Divine and Demonic Legion list has been opened. A golden scroll, visible only to him, unfurled in his mind, displaying the illustrious names within. Da Xuelongqi, elite of Bailiang, swift as the wind, unmatched in combat. Summon requirement, 1,500 national luck points. Xuanjiao Army, the Iron Army of the Tang Dynasty, both man and horse armored, impervious to attack. Summon requirement, 1,200 national luck points. Beihai Army, the elite of the Yu family army, unparalleled loyalty and bravery, fearless in death. Summon requirement, 1,000 national luck points. Too expensive. His gaze continued downward. Finally, one name caught his attention. Xianzini, source, Late Han and Three Kingdoms. Commander, Gao Shun. Characteristics, unbeatable in attack, invincible in battle. No city has ever resisted their assault. To summon Commander Gao Shun, peak of the mighty realm, and 800 soldiers of Xianzini, all at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. It will cost 380 national luck points. This is the one. The king of infantry, Xianzini, possesses a natural counter to cavalry. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao commanded, system, confirm the summoning of Xianzini. Ding! Consuming 380 national luck points, summoning begins. In the royal palace's largest training ground, Qin Hao's figure appeared out of thin air. The very next moment, the space of the entire training ground began to warp. An overwhelming, inescapable aura of blood and iron surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. 800 soldiers clad in black heavy armor, wielding large shields and long halberds, emerged step by step from the void like statues. They stood silent as mountains, their gazes resolute, as if they were not 800 living beings, but a mobile fortress forged from steel and will. The foremost among them was of medium stature, with a resolute countenance, tightly pressed lips, and eyes devoid of any turbulence. He approached Qin Hao, kneeling on one knee, his voice steady as iron. This subordinate is Gao Shun, paying respects to the Lord. Paying respects to the Lord. Behind him, the 800 soldiers of Xianzini moved in perfect unison. Kneeling on one knee, the sound of 800 men resonated as one, shaking the very earth. The detailed attributes of Xianzini appeared in Qin Hao's mind. Legion, Xianzini, number, 800 soldiers. Cultivation, all at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Commander, Gao Shun, peak of Denung realm, trait 1. Determination of the Assault Legion, as long as Commander Gao Shun remains alive. The military spirit of the Assault Legion will not perish. All members receive a 100 increase in defense, and injured soldiers can swiftly recover a portion of their combat strength. Disregarding any fear or intimidation effects. Trait 2. Breaking the formation, all members of the Assault Legion inflict an additional 50 damage against enemy cavalry and various military formations. A perfect war machine. Qin Hao gazed at the remaining 20 points of national fortune. System, allocate all remaining 20 points of national fortune to enhance the armor of the Assault Legion. Ding! Enhancement successful. Before his eyes, the armor and weapons of the 800 soldiers of the Assault Legion shimmered with a faint golden glow before fading away. The armor grew sturdier, and the weapons sharper. Qin Hao approached Gao Shun and personally helped him to his feet. Gao Shun, reporting. The enemy's vanguard, 30,000 iron cavalry, is about to besiege the city from the south gate. Gao Shun raised his head, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with pure combat intent. Soldiers of the Assault Legion are willing to defend the national gate for our Lord. Qin Hao shook his head. No, he spoke slowly and deliberately. I do not wish for you to defend the city. Qin Hao suddenly turned, pointing towards the southern gate of the Imperial city, his voice rising sharply. Imbued with imperious authority, I command you to lead the 800 Assault Legion and march out to meet the enemy. Gao Shun was momentarily taken aback. Qin Hao's gaze pierced through him like a blade. I demand that you, under the walls of Xinjing, before the arrival of the million rebel forces, carve a path through them for me. Gao Shan abruptly lifted his head, a fervent flame igniting in his eyes, a sense of belonging to his lifelong pursuit. The spirit of the Assault Legion. He exerted all his strength and let out a furious roar. To death, not to life. Chapter 29. Gao Shan meets the enemy outside the city. 800 Assault Legion versus 30,000 Iron Cavalry. Xinjing, South City Gate Tower. The snow had just ceased, and the sky was as dark as iron. The ground trembled slightly, initially resembling distant thunder, gradually becoming clear and dense, as if thousands of colossal beasts were galloping towards them. On the horizon, a black line rapidly expanded, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured the rising winter sun. They are coming. The Minister of War pointed into the distance, his hand trembling. It is the Songlong Cavalry, the vanguard of the Northern King. Upon the city tower, the civil and military officials, who had just regained their confidence during the coronation ceremony, now appeared ashen-faced. The oppressive aura brought by that black line was far more tangible and terrifying than any written decree. 30,000 elite Iron Cavalry, mostly at the peak of the body refinement realm, clad in heavy armor, could trample a small mountain when they charged. And they had only a solitary city. Chief Minister Zhou Bingda leaned against the parapet, feeling dizzy. How could they arrive so quickly? The military report stated there were still 2 hours. The speed of cavalry cannot be measured by common sense. A military general remarked solemnly, "They are charging at full speed, having marched through the night, intending to catch us off guard. It is over. The troops in the capital are still 30 miles away and cannot come to our aid. Can General Dian Wei's 30,000 new troops withstand this?" The atmosphere of despair was more piercing than the cold wind outside the city. Qin Hao stood at the highest point of the city tower, dressed in a dark black dragon robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the torrent of steel rushing towards them. He remained silent, merely observing. The panic of the officials and the fear of the generals were etched deep within him. The golden dragon of national fortune, which had just coalesced during the coronation ceremony, circled overhead, emitting a silent roar that resisted the oppressive aura of the approaching enemy. "Your Majesty," the Minister of War hastily approached, urging, "Please issue an order for General Jinyiwei to hold the city gate and activate the city defense formation. We must not venture out to meet the enemy." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Songlong Cavalry is unmatched in sharpness, invincible in open combat. Our army can only rely on the city walls for a glimmer of hope. Qin Hao slowly turned. He did not look at the advising officials, but instead raised his hand towards the messenger officer beside him. "Convey my decree." Everyone's breath caught in their throats. The 2 words, "Open the city gates," floated lightly yet struck like heavy hammers upon each heart. On the city tower, an instantaneous silence fell. Zhou Bingda thought he had misheard and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, what did you say?" "Open the city gates." Qin Hao repeated, his tone unchanged. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely unthinkable." A civil official, overwhelmed by the immense shock, blurted out. Chao Zhengchun's figure flashed behind him, a cold hand gripping his neck, forcing him to swallow the remaining words. "Your Majesty, what is the intent behind this? If the city gates open, the Iron Cavalry will surge in, and Xinjing will be lost." The officials were horrified, unable to comprehend. To them, this was akin to suicide. Yet the messenger officer dared not disobey, trembling. He raised the command flag with all his might and brought it down. The Emperor commands to open the city gates. Creak. The heavy city gates, pulled by the winch, slowly creaked open. The dark entrance loomed like the gaping maw of a beast ready to devour. Outside the city, the Songlong Cavalry, poised to form ranks, were momentarily stunned. Their leader, a trusted general under the Northern King, named Hu Yanzhua, at the peak of the King realm, stared at the slowly opening gates of Xinjing, first stunned, then erupted into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha! I thought that little emperor had some remarkable tactics. Turns out he is just a spineless coward." The gates are open. Does he plan to kneel and beg for mercy? His deputy joined in the laughter. "General, it seems we need not besiege the city. We can directly enter and capture the emperor." Hu Yanzhua raised his wolf-tooth club, pointing at the gates. "Brothers, that little emperor is scared stiff. He is presenting us the city. Pass my command. Prepare to charge. The first to enter Xinjing shall be rewarded with gold and titles." "Awu." The 30,000 Songlong cavalry howled with excitement, their morale soaring to new heights. Just then, a synchronized, heavy-footed sound echoed from within the city gates. Thud, thud, thud. It was not the sound of panicked flight, nor chaotic running. Each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, some astonished, some disdainful, some doubtful, a single army emerged from the city gates. They were few in number, only 800. They remained silent, not a sound escaping their lips. Clad in pitch-black heavy armor that covered them completely, only their cold and resolute eyes were visible. In their left hands, they wielded massive shields that could shield half their bodies, while in their right hands, they held long, sharp halberds extending a full yard. Leading them was none other than Gao Shan. He did not ride a horse, but walked on foot, just like his soldiers. 800 soldiers stepped out of the city gates and halted on the open plain outside, facing the 30,000 iron cavalry. On the city tower, all stood in stunned silence. Infantry, 800 infantry, to confront 30,000 heavy cavalry on level ground? An experienced veteran rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight before him. This is sending soldiers to their doom. This is a complete and utter suicide. The dignity of the Zhou is on the verge of being utterly tarnished by these 800 souls. Even Jinyiwei tightened his grip on his twin halberds. Outside the city, the laughter of the commander of the Songlong cavalry, Jinyiwei, grew louder. Ha ha ha! I have traversed the northern frontiers for 20 years and have never encountered such a foolish strategy. He pointed his wolf-toothed club at the distant, diminutive military formation, as if surveying a throng of corpses. To think that a mere 800-foot soldiers could thwart the charge of my 30,000 Songlong cavalry? Has that little emperor's mind been struck by a donkey? Very well. The smile on Huyenju's face twisted into a sinister grin. Let me use these 800 heads as an appetizer for breaching the divine capital. Charge! With a single command, the earth trembled violently as the iron tide of 30,000 cavalry began to accelerate. The sound of horse hooves converged into a thunderous roar of annihilation. This overwhelming momentum left the officials atop the city walls trembling, many collapsing to the ground in fear. Faced with this torrent capable of flattening everything, Gao Shan remained as calm as a still pond. He slowly drew his sword from his waist and pointed forward. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs. To the death, with no possibility of retreat. Behind him, the 800 soldiers of the Zhengchun unleashed their first furious roar since their arrival. Form up. Gao Shan's sword swung down fiercely. Clang! 800 heavy shields were driven forcefully into the ground, connecting to form an impenetrable circular iron wall. Swish! 800 long halberds thrust forth uniformly from the gaps in the shields, creating a spine-chilling thicket of steel. In mere moments, the 800 men transformed into an indomitable bastion of iron. They stood silently on the plain, awaiting the collision with the oncoming tide of death. No one faltered. No one wavered. In the next instant, the cavalry tide struck. The foremost Songlong cavalry, bearing bloodthirsty grins, raised their curved sabers high. They envisioned the absurd fortress being effortlessly crushed beneath their hooves, its occupants ground into pulp. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The cavalry wave crashed violently into the black rock of the fortress. The anticipated destruction did not come to pass. The expected slaughter was absent. The leading hundreds of cavalrymen, horses and men alike, seemed to collide with an invisible ancient mountain. The anguished cries of the horses, the sound of bones shattering, and the clanging of broken weapons immediately intertwined. The foremost cavalry sabers struck against the heavy shields of the Zhengchun, producing only a shower of sparks, leaving behind a mere faint white mark. Yet their steeds were easily pierced through the chest by the thicket of steel. The sharp halberds even penetrated the horses' bodies, impaling the riders atop them. Blood gushed forth. The cavalry wave was forcefully torn asunder, creating a massive breach. The formation of 800 soldiers remained steadfast, like a nail driven into the earth, unmoved by the relentless assault. The battle, upon contact, plunged into the most brutal mode of slaughter. On the city tower, all laughter, skepticism, and panic froze on the faces of the officials. Zhou Bingda's mouth gaped wide, nearly large enough to fit an egg. The seasoned veteran who had declared this a suicide mission stood rigid, motionless. He gazed at the black fortress below, which incessantly consumed the lives of the cavalry. Murmuring to himself, "What manner of army is that?" Chapter 30. The Might of the Zhengchun. A mythical victory, a surge of national fortune. Upon the city walls, there was an eerie silence. The words meat grinder lingered in the minds of every official witnessing the battle below. The black fortress formed by 800 men was not merely a military formation, but a precise, cold, tireless meat-grinding machine. Thud! A long halberd thrust through the shield's gap, perfectly piercing a horse's neck, its momentum unyielding, nailing the rider to the ground. In the next moment, the halberd was retracted, the shield remaining as steadfast as a mountain. The Songlong cavalry sabers struck against the dark, heavy shields, only producing a shower of sparks, failing to leave even a substantial scratch. Each of their charges resulted in chaos, with men and horses tumbling, blood and flesh flying. How could this be? The Minister of War murmured, having spent his life studying military tactics. Yet he had never witnessed such a bizarre army. "Look, that soldier with the blade in his chest." A martial general pointed to the formation, his voice trembling. The crowd turned to see a soldier of the Zhengchun struck in the chest armor by a stray saber. The tremendous force forced him back a step, yet his comrades immediately surged forward, dragging him back into the formation. In less than 10 breaths, that soldier stood again, taking the place of another wounded comrade, as if the previous blow had been but an illusion. The military spirit is healing them with its power. The Minister of War recalled the ancient texts, though those were mere legends. How could this be possible? What kind of elite army could condense such a tangible military spirit? This exceeded their comprehension of warfare. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. What they beheld was not 800 soldiers, but a colossal iron beast with 800 pairs of limbs. 800 hearts, yet sharing a single soul. It was tireless, unafraid of casualties. With each breath, it consumed the lives of the Songlong cavalry. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. In the distance, Huyenjua's eyes bulged with rage. The arrogance on his face long vanished, replaced by disbelief and fury. In the brief span of a single incense stick, his most elite 30,000 cavalry had already suffered nearly 5,000 losses. Meanwhile, their formation remained unbroken, their military strength undiminished, with not even a visible casualty. "Commander, this infantry is too strange. Our brothers cannot breach their defenses." A peak-level deputy general from the Divine Palace rode over, his face filled with dread. "Their armor is too sturdy. Our blades strike them as if against a mountain of mysterious iron." Huyenjua shoved him aside. "Relay my orders. Increase fire support on both flanks. Concentrate the remaining forces to assault them directly in front." He pointed his wolf-toothed club towards Gao Shun's position. "I refuse to believe they are made of iron. Use our lives to tear that gap open for me." Yes, the Songlong cavalry altered their tactics, like waves crashing frantically against the forefront of the Zhengchun formation. The pressure escalated abruptly. On the city walls, Qin Hao remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Gao Shun keenly sensed the enemy's intentions. Without hesitation, he temporarily delegated command to a deputy general, taking up his sword and leading the remaining 100 reserves directly into the fray. The commander is personally entering the battle. The seasoned veterans atop the city walls gasped. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Gao Shun's figure was like a nail, driven fiercely into the most brutal part of the front line. His peak-level prowess erupted without reservation at that moment. The sword in his hand transformed from mere iron to a divine weapon infused with spiritual energy. As the blade flashed, the 3 foremost Songlong cavalrymen were cleaved in half. Horses and riders alike. Blood and flesh stained his pitch-black armor. Alone with his sword, he carved out a vacuum amidst the throng of 10,000 cavalry, seeking death. Huyenjua's eyes flared with murderous intent upon witnessing this scene. Capture the leader first. Once the commander is slain, this enigmatic army shall surely collapse. He urged his steed, a warhorse imbued with the bloodline of mythical beasts, which let out a fierce neigh, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it surged towards Gao Shun. The terrifying aura of a pinnacle sovereign like a mountain thunderously descended. "General, be cautious. Protect the general." The soldiers of the Xinjiang camp attempted to intervene, but the oppressive pressure of the sovereign realm rendered their movements sluggish. "Your Majesty." On the city wall, Jinyiwei could no longer contain himself. He knelt on one knee. his voice resounding like a bell. I volunteer to fight. Let me slay that scoundrel. Qin Hao turned his head, gazing at him calmly. This battle was to be the Zhengchun camp's moment of glory. He neither consented nor objected, merely stating a fact. Jinyiwei posed, instant y comprending qu'une AOS intention. This was the art of an emperor. What the sovereign desired was not merely victory, but a legend capable of shaking the world. And the protagonist of this legend must be the Zhengchun camp, must be Gao Shan. Jinyiwei tightened his grip on his dual sabers, ultimately lowering his head. This subordinate shall obey. In the heart of the battlefield, Gao Shan faced the onrushing Huiyinzhua without an ounce of retreat. He sensed the power capable of crushing him. Yet the 800 wills behind him, infused through the military soul, continuously flowed into his being. The military soul roared. An invisible force enveloped Gao Shan, enabling him to withstand the pressure of the sovereign realm. Quite interesting. Huiyinzhua was somewhat taken aback, but his wolf-toothed club showed no signs of hesitation. Whistling through the air as it descended upon him. Clang! Gao Shan parried with his sword. A thunderous sound erupted, sparks flying. The ground beneath Gao Shan cracked underfoot, as he was forced to retreat 3 steps, each one leaving a deep imprint. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Even with the military soul's support, the chasm between the Grand Master and the sovereign realm was still insurmountable. Ha ha ha! Let us see how many of my blows you can withstand. Huiyinzhua, having landed a hit, intensified his assault, the wolf-toothed club swirling like a black whirlwind, completely enveloping Gao Shan. Gao Shan fell back step by step, his armor beginning to show cracks, wounds multiplying. Yet, the sword in his hand remained steady. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. Huiyinzhua, increasingly alarmed, realized that his opponent was like a piece of taffy, seemingly at a disadvantage, yet managing to deflect his force at critical moments, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Losing patience after failing to break through, Huiyinzhua abandoned all defense, channeling all his spiritual power into the wolf-toothed club, unleashing his most powerful strike. Now, a glint of determination flashed in Gao Shan's eyes. He too relinquished all defense, allowing the lethal wolf-toothed club to smash into his left shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Gao Shan's left arm was rendered useless in an instant, but at the cost of this grievous injury. He seized the fleeting moment when Huiyinzhua's defenses were wide open. 100, form up! With all his strength, he bellowed. The 100 soldiers of the Zhengchun camp swiftly rearranged their formation. 100 long spears thrusting simultaneously from various angles towards Huiyinzhua. Huiyinzhua's pupils constricted. He sought to defend, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Gao Shan's long sword, which had been biding its time, transformed into a streak of deathly light. Thud! The long sword pierced through Huiyinzhua's throat. 100 long spears impaled him and his steed, turning them into a sieve. Huiyinzhua's expression of rage froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Gao Shan, vitality rapidly draining from his body. He died without comprehending how a pinnacle sovereign could succumb to a grandmaster. The commander has fallen. The 30,000 Songlong cavalry beheld their general's body hoisted high. All ferocity and bravery crumbled in that instant. The general is dead. Run. Panic spread like wildfire. These cavalrymen, most of whom were merely at the body refinement realm, completely disintegrated. They turned their horses around, seeking to flee. Gao Shan, enduring excruciating pain, discarded Huiyinzhua's corpse and raised his long sword aloft. The will to fight. He roared. No life, only death. Kill. At that moment, the 800 soldiers of the Zhengchun camp transformed from an indomitable fortress into a relentless machine of pursuit. They dismantled their circular formation and began the chase. Their peak spirit sea cultivation allowed them to run faster than the horses themselves. On the city wall, everyone went mad. What did they witness? 800 infantry pursuing 30,000 iron cavalry across the plains. It was a mythic tableau capable of appending all perceptions. Zhou being dissuaded, and Zhang Jinji hastily supported him. Am I dreaming? Did we win? We won. Total annihilation. This was an unprecedented victory. The seasoned general who had previously proclaimed this a suicidal endeavor was now flushed with excitement, abruptly turning to kneel before Qin Hao. Your Majesty's divine might. His kneel toppled the first domino in a chain reaction. All the officials, regardless of their previous thoughts, now knelt in awe. overwhelmed with excitement. "Long live your majesty! Long live 1,000 times!" The thunderous cheers resonated through the heavens. Qin Hao stood there, receiving the homage of his officials, his deep black dragon robe billowing in the wind. "Ding! Your legion has achieved an epic victory, overcoming a larger force, instilling fear in the enemy. National fortune value increased by 320. Ding! National fortune returns. Cultivation breaks through to the late foundation establishment stage." Qin Hao slowly raised his hand, feeling the surging power within and the soaring national fortune value of 320 points. A smile graced his lips. Chapter 31. A million troops surround the city. The three kings gather. Urgency in the capital. The city gates swung wide open. Gao Shun, drenched in blood, with his left arm hastily bandaged, stood tall and straight. Behind him, 800 soldiers of the Xinjiang camp, their armor marked with scars, exuded a palpable aura of ferocity, yet none had fallen. They marched back to the capital, dragging their spoils of war and escorting a few captives, their steps synchronized. We won! We won! On the city wall, after a brief silence, a roar of jubilation erupted like a tsunami. Zhou Bingda's tears streamed down his cheeks as he leaned against the parapet, rendered speechless by his excitement. The officials gazed in awe at the army that had emerged from the depths of hell, their hearts filled with reverence. Qin Hao stood atop the highest point of the city wall, his black dragon robe fluttering in the wind. Ding! Casualties detected in the Xinjiang camp. Would you like to consume national fortune to replenish and heal? Replenishing fallen soldiers and treating the severely injured will require 50 points of national fortune. Confirm. With a thought, Qin Hao acquiesced. A barely perceptible golden light flowed from him, instantly enveloping the trapped soldiers below the city. Gao Shun felt a warm current surge into his left arm, and the shattered bones visibly healed at an astonishing pace, alleviating his excruciating pain. The wounds of other injured soldiers also began to mend rapidly. The vacant positions left by the fallen were filled by identical figures emerging from the void. The 800 trapped soldiers stood complete once more. Gao Shun abruptly looked up towards the figure on the city tower, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonant like a great bell. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." 800 men knelt in unison, their voices echoing across the land. This miraculous scene plunged the recently calmed officials into profound shock once more. However, the fleeting joy was soon replaced by a more oppressive tremor. The earth groaned. This time, it was not 30,000 iron cavalry, but an endless tide of darkness advancing from the horizon. It was a coalition of 1,000,000 troops from the three great vassal kings. Banners fluttered like a forest, obscuring the sky. The glint of swords and spears shone coldly. The once jubilant Xinjiang was suddenly engulfed in a deathly silence. On the city tower, a civil official's legs buckled, and he collapsed on the ground. The three great vassal kings have arrived. Outside Xinjiang city, 10 miles away, a vast military encampment rose from the ground, composed of countless tents. Inside the central tent, the atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed tangible. The burly and fierce Pingnan Wang Qinmang kicked over the table in front of him, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! 30,000 wolf riders could not even touch a city wall before being annihilated by 800-foot soldiers. That fool Hu Yinzhua, Jinbei Wang, is this the elite under your command?" Beside him, the rugged Jinbei Wang Qin Tuo was methodically polishing an ancient long sword beside a basin of charcoal, seemingly deaf to Qin Mang's furious outburst. In another corner, Zhendong Wang Qin let out a cold laugh. "Mang brother, what use is there in lamenting now? Our 1,000,000 troops are the city's gates. We should attack directly." Qin stood up and approached the map, slamming his fist down on Xinjiang's location. "How many troops can that young emperor muster now? The 150,000 troops in the capital are worthless. Indeed, Qin Mangzhou, even if it costs lives, we must flatten Xinjiang. I want to personally twist that young emperor's head off." "Fools!" The previously silent Jinbei Wang Qin Ta finally spoke, slowly raising his head, a glint of cold severity flashing in his tranquil eyes. "Are you two relying on your brains or your brawn?" Qin Mang and Qin Yi's expressions shifted simultaneously. Qin Ta stood up and approached the map, pointing at the marker indicating the annihilated wolf riders. "Do you believe Hu Yinzhua fell due to underestimating the enemy?" "No." He shook his head. He perished due to that peculiar army, due to that young emperor's cunning. After this battle, the morale of Shunjing will be soaring. A direct assault now would play right into his hands and only result in greater casualties. Qin, he furrowed his brow. What do you mean, elder brother? Surround the city. Qin Tuo uttered 2 words. Although Shunjing is vast, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians within consume astronomical amounts of supplies daily. We will encircle it so tightly that not a drop of water can pass. He traced a line across the map, cut off their supply routes, sever their water sources. In less than half a month, chaos will ensue within the city. An impatient expression crossed Qin Mang's face. Half a month? That is far too long. I cannot wait that long. He let out a cold laugh, a cruel delight manifesting on his face. Have you forgotten what I brought from Nanjiang? Qin Tuo and Qin, he turned to look at him simultaneously. Qin Mang clapped his hands, an emaciated old man dressed in black robes. His face covered in eerie symbols, emerged from the shadows of the tent like a specter. Why use blades and weapons to besiege the city? Qin Mang's smile turned sinister. Prepare to have the Goon Masters release the subgus of the corpse plague into the city moat outside Xinjiang, and have our spies within the city drop the subgus into their wells. Corpse plague? Even Jindong Wang, Qin Yi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing that name. Ginmang Laoet Jiwung Fan. This goo is colorless and odorless. Once it enters the human body, it can manifest within half a day to 3 days, leading to high fevers, vomiting, and eventual putrefaction and death. Moreover, it is contagious. He licked his lips. I will turn Shunjing into a city of plague, a city of death. I want that young emperor to watch helplessly as his subjects and soldiers rot before his very eyes. Nightfall. Inside Xinjiang City. The joy ignited by the recent victory was quietly replaced by an invisible terror. At the southern city gate, a patrolling soldier from the Imperial Guards suddenly felt a chill, collapsing to the ground. His body burned with fever, and he continuously vomited foul substances. Soon, similar scenes unfolded across military camps and civilian dwellings throughout the city. The shadow of plague enveloped the entirety of Xinjiang in less than 3 days. In the Imperial study, illuminated by bright lights, Qin Hao gazed at the urgent reports being presented to him, his expression growing increasingly grave. Your Majesty, 300 soldiers have shown symptoms in the southern city. Over 100 laborers have collapsed in the western civilian camp. The Minister of War's voice trembled. The Imperial physicians from the Royal Hospital are at a loss. They claim this is no ordinary cold. It is goo poison. A chilling voice emerged as Chao Zhengchun appeared silently in the study. He tossed a barely conscious black-clad man onto the ground. The old servant subordinates captured him by a well in the western district. He has confessed. The murderous intent on Chao Zhengchun's face was unmistakable. He is a goo master from Pingnan Wang Qin Mang's command. They have released corpse plague goo into the city's water sources. Corpse plague. Qin Hao's fists clenched tightly. He had ultimately underestimated the cruelty of this world. Beyond blades and arrows lay these insidious and unpredictable tactics. The morale of the army and the people, which had only just solidified, was now crumbling at an astonishing rate in the face of this sudden outbreak. He had to resolve the plague. Immediately. System. Qin Hao closed his eyes and plunged his consciousness into his mind. Open the list for summoning talents. He urgently needed someone who could resolve the plague. A divine physician. Current national fortune value, 270 points. Qin Hao's heart sank. With this meager amount of national fortune, whom could he summon? He swiftly browsed through the golden summoning scroll. Familiar names flashing before his eyes. Divine physician Bian Ke. The patriarch of traditional Chinese medicine. General practitioner, adept in all medical arts, skilled in pulse diagnosis. Summoning requirement, 500 points of national fortune. Medicine King Sun Simiao, author of the treasure prescriptions, proficient in various herbs, skilled in concocting elixirs. Summoning requirement, 480 points of national fortune. Medical sage Zhang Zhongjing, author of the treatise on cold damage, a revered figure in medicine throughout the ages. Summoning requirement, 450 points of national fortune. Not enough. None of them were sufficient. Qin Hao's heart sank further. Was heaven truly intent on destroying the Dezhou? He continued to search down the list, his fingers nearly tearing the scroll. At the very end of the list, a name he was on the verge of overlooking caused him to pause. Chapter 32. The Divine Doctor Descends. Summoning Hua Tuo to unravel the poison. Qin Hao's heart sank gradually. His remaining 270 points of national fortune seemed utterly insignificant in the presence of these legendary names. Was there truly no way out? His consciousness continued to plunge downward, nearly slipping to the bottom of the list. In that dimly lit area, a name caused him a halt. Divine Doctor Hua Tuo, reviving the dead, mending flesh and bone, adept in surgery and epidemic prevention. Summoning requirement of national fortune, 260 points. This is the one. Proficient in epidemic prevention. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao commanded the system to confirm the summoning of Rinjia. Hua. Ding. Consuming 260 points of national fortune, summoning begins. Rinjia. Hua. Cultivation. Divine Palace Realm. Mastery of Medical Arts. Trait 1. Qing Nong Jishur, capable of resolving all bizarre poisons. Possesses formidable resistance and resolution capabilities against epidemics and poison-related ailments. Trait 2. Ma Fei San can concoct miraculous anesthetics in conjunction with his surgical skills. Can swiftly heal external injuries, significantly reducing the casualty rate of soldiers. Trait 3. Wu Qin Shi can create and impart methods to strengthen the body with long-term practice. Can enhance the overall physique and resilience of the army. Loyalty, 100, utterly loyal. In the next moment, a gentle fragrance of herbs filled the Imperial study, dispelling the original restlessness and anxiety. An elderly man, clad in a blue robe, with slightly graying hair and a benevolent countenance, materialized within the hall. He bore no trace of a murderous aura, yet his divine palace realm cultivation exuded an air of transcendence. Commoner Hua Ta pays respects to the Lord. Hua Tuo slightly bowed to Qin Hao. No need for formalities, esteemed sir. Qin Hao stood up from the dragon throne, hastily approaching him, speaking earnestly with no unnecessary words. In the capital, an epidemic rages, truly a result of the southern region's poison, with over 1,000 soldiers and civilians infected. I implore you, esteemed sir, to intervene and save the people of Dezhou. Without further inquiry, Hua Tuo simply nodded. Please, take me to see the patients. In a courtyard temporarily converted into a quarantine camp, groans echoed incessantly. Hua Tuo entered the tent, disregarding the foul stench that assailed him, and approached a soldier lying on a bed, his body burning with fever and black spots appearing on his skin. Instead of taking his pulse, he formed his fingers like a sword, a gentle green light emanating from his fingertips, which he lightly touched to the soldier's forehead. Moments later, Hua Tuo retracted his finger, his brow furrowed. Indeed, it is the corpse plague poison, crafted from the mingling of death energy and resentment with 72 types of venomous creatures, further exacerbated by witchcraft, truly insidious. Turning to Qin Hao, he bowed. My lord, while this poison is troublesome, it is not insurmountable. I require 3 things. Speak, esteemed sir. Whatever is needed, I shall procure it for you. First, I need a vast quantity of medicinal herbs. The list is here. Hua Tuo presented a piece of cloth filled with names of herbs. The more, the better. All the soldiers and civilians in the city require medication. Second, I need absolute authority to mobilize personnel, brew medicinal concoctions, isolate the afflicted, and incinerate contaminated materials. Strict orders to be followed without error. Third, Hua Tuo's expression turned serious. The primary ingredient for the antidote must be prepared in a place abundant with spiritual energy, catalyzed by pure yang energy to counteract the malevolent aura of the poison. As for the medicinal herbs, my national treasury is at your disposal. Qin Hao declared without hesitation. For authority, I command Zhengchun to lead the Eastern Bureau's Jinyiwei to fully cooperate with you. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be dealt with swiftly. He paused and looked at Hua Tuo. As for the place abundant in spiritual energy, what do you think of the dragon veins within my palace? Hua Tuo suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. He sensed an overwhelming, vast, and pure yang energy residing deep within the palace. That was the dragon energy, formed from the aggregation of national fortune. Marvelous! Marvelous! Hua Tuo clapped his hands in laughter, the weight on his face lifting. Dragon energy is the nemesis of all evils, the most pure yang force in the world. If we use dragon energy as a catalyst to concoct the antidote, the results will be exponentially better. He immediately began to make arrangements. My lord, I shall draft the prescription at once. Additionally, based on the principles of Wu Qin Shi, I have devised a simple guiding technique that, when combined with a medicinal concoction, can accelerate the expulsion of toxins from the patient's bodies. Excellent. Qin Hao turned to Chao Zhengchun. Convey my orders. The entire Eastern Bureau and Jinyiwei are to mobilize, sealing off the entire city, distributing medicines according to the divine doctor's prescription, and supervising all soldiers and civilians in practicing the guiding technique. Anyone who dares to defy or horde shall be treated as a traitor. As you command. Chao Zhengchun's figure vanished in an instant. A thunderous operation to race against death unfolded throughout the entire capital. The Jinyiwei kicked open closed doors, pouring hot medicinal concoctions into the mouths of the afflicted. The agents of the Eastern Bureau monitored everyone in the streets, ensuring that all, regardless of age or gender, were learning and emulating a rather peculiar set of movements. Tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Initially, there was resistance among the people. But when the first patient drank the medicinal concoction and practiced the guiding technique, their high fever subsided within half an hour. Panic transformed into hope. However, an unexpected incident occurred while inspecting a medicinal warehouse in the western part of the city. Supervisor, an agent from the Eastern Bureau, rushed in, kneeling before the directing Chao Zhengchun. The Wang, Sun, and Zhao families have not only refused to surrender their medicinal herbs, but have also conspired to inflate the prices, demanding 10 times the amount. Chao Zhengchun's expression darkened. Moreover, the agent retrieved a sealed letter from his bosom. We found this on the steward of the Wang family. They have clandestinely contacted the rebel forces outside the city, attempting to incite greater chaos within. Chao Zhengchun took the letter and glanced at it, his murderous intent surging. He turned and headed straight for the palace. In the Imperial study, Qin Hao remained expressionless after hearing Chao Zhengchun's report. He calmly set down the wolf hair brush he held on the brush stand. In times of national crisis, profiting from the nation's misfortunes and even colluding with enemies, these parasites must be eradicated. Jinyiwei, this subordinate, is here. Jinyiwei, wielding dual halberds, strode in from outside the hall. I command you to personally lead 3,000 Imperial guards to seize the Wang, Sun, and Zhao families. Qin Hao's voice was as cold as ice. All their assets shall be confiscated for the purpose of combating the epidemic. All core family members shall be imprisoned in the Sky Prison, awaiting their fate. He lifted his head, adding the final decree. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed without mercy. This subordinate obeys. Jinyiwei hefted his dual halberds and turned to leave, the sound of armor clanging behind him. On that day, the capital was once again drenched in blood. As the citizens witnessed carts filled with confiscated medicinal herbs and grain being transported to the military camp and epidemic zones, their reverence for the new ruler reached its zenith. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the capital, the shadow of the epidemic that had enveloped the city finally dissipated. No new cases emerged, and existing patients were recovering rapidly. The name of the divine Dr. Tua spread to every corner. The hearts of the people, once unsettled by the epidemic, were now completely at ease. Qin Hao stood atop the palace, keenly sensing the national fortune golden dragon above him roaring with joy, its form more solid than before. Ding! You have successfully resolved the crisis of the Shunjing plague, winning the hearts of the populace and significantly enhancing the nation's fortune. The current national fortune value stands at 160 points, a stark contrast to the mere 10 points remaining earlier. Qin Hao, observing this newfound abundance, slowly clenched his fist. Chapter 33. The siege commences. Extraordinary machinery. National fortune suppression. In the rebel camp, within the central tent, the disgraced Peng Nin, Wang Qinmeng, kicked over the fire pot before him, charcoal scattering across the ground. His eyes burned with rage as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the incredulous black-robed Gu masters in the tent. You swore an oath. You claimed your corpse plague, Gu, was insurmountable. You insisted that within 3 days, Shunjing would become a dead city. And now, a gaunt Gu master fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as if he were a leaf in a storm. My lord, please calm your anger. This is beyond our control. The corpse plague, Gu, is a secret art of our southern frontier. Unless there's a medical sage equipped with the utmost yang energy, it cannot be broken. Medical sage? Zhendong Wang Qin, he scoffed, cleaning his long sword. Do those inept fools at the Taiyuan hospital dare to call themselves sages? The silent Jinbei Wang Qin Tua sheathed his ancient blade after polishing it. It is not the Taiyuan hospital. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the tent instantly. Qin Tuo stood and approached the map, first pointing at the mark of the annihilated Songlong cavalry, then shifting to the city of Xinjing. With 800-foot soldiers, they decimated my 30,000 iron cavalry. They were also able to unravel the southern frontier's mysterious Coup in a single night. He turned to his two younger brothers. Do you not realize? The emperor seated in Xinjing is no longer the puppet we can easily manipulate. He has powerful allies. Qin Tuo's tone was devoid of emotion. It sent a chill down the spines of Qin Mang and Qin Yi. So what? Qin Mang retorted defiantly. We now have a 1,000,000-strong army. Are we to fear one powerful ally? Indeed, Qin Yi concurred. Let us assault the city directly. I do not believe he can conjure 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. Then it is settled. Qin Tuo made a decisive command without awaiting their response. Relay my orders. The entire army prepared to besiege. The drumbeats of war resounded like thunder. A black tide formed by 1,000,000 troops began to advance slowly toward Xinjing. This time, leading the charge were not cavalry, but rather several towering siege engines, each over 10 feet tall, moving like hills and emanating an oppressive aura. Following the siege engines were numerous uniquely designed giant crossbows, crafted from black iron and inscribed with intricate runes, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. These were the Pojing crossbows made by the Eastern Wilderness sect. On the city walls, a battle-hardened veteran exclaimed in astonishment. Zhengchun Wang. He has even purchased Pojing crossbows from his sect. The Pojing crossbow, powered by spirit stones, fires specially crafted giant arrows designed to penetrate protective auras and defensive formations, ideal for assaulting mountain gate defenses. Now, they were being deployed here. Fire. At the command of the rebels, a deafening roar erupted as hundreds of Pojing crossbows discharged simultaneously, the air vibrating violently. Hundreds of 3-zhang-long runic arrows, trailing long blue tails, tore through the sky like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks, striking fiercely against the invisible protective array above Xinjing. Boom! A colossal explosion shook the entire city. The protective array's light flickered violently, rippling visibly where it was struck, its radiance dimming considerably. The defending soldiers on the walls were thrown into disarray by the shockwave, with some of the less experienced troops bleeding from their mouths and noses, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Archers, counterattack. Jinyiwei, wielding dual halberds, bellowed like a bell, stabilizing the morale of the troops. A sparse rain of arrows fell, yet they could not even reach the rebels' vanguard, being intercepted by the defensive artifacts before them. Boom! Boom! Another 2 rounds of volleys were fired. The protective array's brilliance waned further, even beginning to show cracks. A sense of helplessness enveloped the defenders once more. At that moment, a figure clad in a black and gold dragon robe appeared atop the city tower. Qin Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the unending army outside and the relentless assault of the Pojing crossbows. Your Majesty, the Minister of Military Affairs rushed forward, his face filled with urgency. The protective array is about to fail. Please retreat. Qin Hao paid him no heed. Deep within his pupils, 2 golden lights flickered, the Emperor's Qi observation technique. In his vision, the 1,000,000-strong army outside, though fierce, was enveloped in a chaotic gray-black aura, fraught with violence and ominousness. That was the energy of the rebels, akin to a tree without roots and water without a source. In contrast, above Xinjing, the national fortune golden dragon, now more solid due to the suppression of the plague, coiled and roared, though slightly weakened by the onslaught. Its core remained pure gold. Qin Hao snorted coldly. He slowly raised his right hand, gesturing outward with a grasp. How dare you be so brazen within my capital? He focused his thoughts, mobilizing the immense power of national fortune above Xinjing. National fortune suppression. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, resonating within every soul. The national fortune golden dragon, hovering above Xinjing, suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing an invisible yet weighty pressure as formidable as an ancient divine mountain, instantly enveloping the battlefield within a 10-mile radius. Outside the city, within the rebel ranks, a soldier straining to operate the crossbow's winch suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, as if an entire mountain had been placed upon him. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. What is happening? My body, a commanding officer waving a flag, felt the flow of his internal spiritual energy become obscured like rusted gears, making even the simplest movement a Herculean task. My spiritual power is being suppressed. I cannot stand. Soldiers below the foundation-building realm collapsed in droves. While those slightly stronger felt their bodies grow heavy, their combat effectiveness diminished by over 30%. The once formidable besieging army descended into chaos, their momentum halted. In contrast, on the walls of Xinjing, an astonished soldier exclaimed, "I feel lighter. My arrows fly further." Their force has increased. A member of the Imperial Guard joyfully discovered that the heavy weight pressing upon him had vanished, replaced by a warm flow coursing through his limbs. Bathed in the golden light of national fortune, their morale surged and their combat prowess soared. In this ebb and flow, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Before the central tent, atop a high platform, Jinbei Wang Qin Tuo's expression changed for the first time. He stared fixedly at the increasingly distinct national fortune golden dragon above Xinjing, his body stiffening. National fortune suppression. He enunciated each word slowly, his voice dry. How is this possible? He could not comprehend. How could a dying dynasty, recently torn by internal strife and the slaughter of numerous officials, not only maintain its national fortune, but solidify it to such an extent? This defied all logic. Elder brother, what is happening? Qin Mang and Qin Yi also sensed that something was amiss and rushed over. Qin Tuo remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead at the soldiers, who were too oppressed to lift their heads, and at the increasingly fierce counterattacks from the city walls. He slowly closed his eyes. Continuing the assault would only lead to the soldiers' demise. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and squeezed a single word through clenched teeth. Retreat. Chapter 34. Jinyiwei leads a night raid. The tyrant trains his troops, beginning to show his might. The sound of the retreat signal reverberated through the ranks of the rebel army, like a receding tide of black water. The million-strong army abandoned tens of thousands of comrades who had been crushed by the weight of national fortune and ultimately perished beneath the city walls, retreating in disarray to their camp 10 miles away. Within the central tent, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Prince Pingnan, Qin Mang, smashed a bronze wine vessel onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Brother, what sorcery is this? His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast. My soldiers can barely stand, as if bearing the weight of a mountain. How can we fight this battle? The expression on Prince Zhendong, Qin Yi's face, was equally grim as he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. The few sect elders under my command have also claimed it is the suppression of national fortune. Within the confines of Xinjing, that young emperor is like the heavens. Unless our strength can instantly shatter his national fortune, anyone who enters will be nothing but weakened targets. Then let's attack again. I refuse to believe his national fortune is limitless. Qin Mangzhou, fool. The previously silent Prince Jinbei, Qin Tuo, finally spoke. He slowly sheathed his ancient sword and stood up. To expend the lives of 1,000,000 men to wear down a dynasty's 700 years of national fortune? We cannot afford such a cost. Both Qin Mang and Qin Yi's breaths hitched. Qin Tuo's finger traced the structural map of the city walls. National fortune can protect the grand formation and the hearts of the people, but it cannot safeguard the very foundation of the walls. He turned, his eyes betraying a hint of cold ruthlessness. Tomorrow, there is no need for the entire army to mobilize. Prepare for the monks from the offering hall to go. Their task is singular, to bypass the front of the grand formation and, using earth escape techniques, stealthily approach beneath the walls to directly destroy the foundation of the city walls. Once the foundation is destroyed, the great defensive formation will collapse without the need for assault. At that moment, the effect of the national fortune suppression will also be greatly diminished. I want that young emperor to witness with his own eyes how the walls he prides himself on crumbles from within. An imperial study. Flickering candlelight elongated Qin Hao's shadow. Your Majesty, although we have repelled the rebels today, the depletion of our national fortune is immense. The Minister of War's expression was one of deep concern, his voice trembling. The spirit stones in the treasury are only sufficient to sustain the grand formation for another 5 days. If the rebels do not consider casualties and continue to assault the city, Xinjing will be in grave danger. Qin Hao remained silent, merely observing the sand table on the desk. The suppression of national fortune is not omnipotent. It is akin to a vast shield. Each attack consumes energy. Even a 1,000,000-strong army, merely standing there, continuously erodes the national fortune with their mixed military aura. Holding the line is futile. The only path to survival is to break the extended fist. Gao Zhengchun, the old servant, is here. In the shadows, Zhengchun's figure silently emerged. Where are the siege equipment and provisions of the rebel army? Zhengchun presented a defensive map. Replying to your majesty, they are all located in the eastern Great Camp, guarded by Prince Ping and Qin Mang's forces. The defenses there are formidable, with several kings stationed. Qin Hao lightly tapped the table with his fingers. He needed the sharpest of blades, one capable of piercing the enemy's encampment. Jinyiwei, present. The palace doors swung open, and Jinyiwei strode in, wielding his dual blades. Clad in armor, exuding an aura of ferocity. I command you to launch a night raid beyond the city tonight. Upon hearing this, a bloodthirsty battle intent erupted on Jinyiwei's face as he knelt on one knee, his voice booming. Your Majesty, I am willing to take the heads of those 3 kings for you. Taking their lives is no easy task. Qin Hao stood up and approached him, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Tonight, your objective is destruction, not a fight to the death. Jinyiwei was taken aback. Remember, you only have one chance. If you're entangled by their king-level experts, retreat immediately. Preserving your own life is the foremost priority. The Emperor's strategy is the art of commanding generals. One must let the valiant know when to advance and when to retreat. Jinyiwei bowed his head, forcibly suppressing his boiling battle intent, transforming it into absolute obedience. I will follow your orders. Go, select 5,000 from the Imperial Guards. Use a great fire as a gift for me to them. The night was as dark as ink. Jinyiwei stood in the training ground, gazing at the 5,000 Imperial Guards before him. These soldiers were utterly transformed from just days prior. They remained at the foundational cultivation level. Yet within each of their bodies lay the dormant ferocity of a beast. This was the result of the tyrant's training method. It had activated every ounce of their potential, expunging weakness and fear from their souls, leaving only obedience and valor. Tonight, follow me out of the city, kill and set fire. Jinyiwei uttered no further words. Only this command. Kill, kill, kill. The 5,000 voices roared in unison, the sound echoing almost to the heavens. At the hour of the rat, in the southern part of Xinjiang, at a long-abandoned underground drainage outlet, the rusted iron bars were silently moved aside. Jinyiwei was the first to emerge, followed by 5,000 Imperial Guards, surging like a tide of darkness into the night. They did not choose to charge directly at the heavily fortified eastern Great Camp. Instead, guided by the map provided by Zhengchun, they took a wide arc like a sharp dagger, aimed at the weakest rear of the rebel encampment. There, siege crossbows and massive siege engines were piled high. Within the camp, several soldiers under Prince Pingnan were gathered around a fire, yawning. None noticed the figure, resembling a demonic god, slowly rising from the shadows. Jinyiwei's feet landed firmly on the solid ground. Feature 1. Unmatched in infantry combat, activate. A visible crimson aura surged from his body. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Jinyiwei moved. His massive form erupted with speed that belied his size, akin to a cannonball, crashing into the camp. Enemy. A sentinel barely managed to utter a word before being obliterated into a puddle of flesh by a whistling giant halberd. Chaos erupted in an instant. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm rang through the night. Jinyiwei disregarded the ordinary soldiers fleeing in all directions. The dual blades in his hands transformed into a whirlwind of death, charging directly toward the largest tents in the center of the camp. There resided the commanding officers stationed there, seeking death. A furious roar erupted as 3 generals of the Divine Palace realm charged out from the tents, forming a triangular formation to surround Jinyiwei. However, they faced a peak expert of the Great Power realm, activated with the unmatched infantry combat trait. Jinyiwei did not flinch or evade. He allowed a long sword to strike his shoulder armor, producing a shower of blinding sparks. He did not retreat even a step. With a swift counterstrike, he swept his halberd. Splatter. The general who had ambushed him, along with his weapon, was cleaved in half. Blood and entrails splattered across the faces of the other 2 generals. They were so terrified that their hearts trembled, turning to flee. However, Jinyiwei's other massive halberd had already pursued them like a venomous serpent, impaling the 2 together. He alone drew all attention. Meanwhile, the 5,000 elite troops behind him did not gather for a charge. Instead, they dispersed in teams of 10, like phantoms infiltrating the vast encampment. They showed no inclination to engage in battle or take lives. In their hands, they held containers of pre-prepared incendiary oil. Their singular objective was destruction, maximum destruction. One soldier among them smashed a container of oil onto a colossal siege crossbow before throwing a fire starter. Boom! Flames surged into the sky. Another team of soldiers rushed to a siege engine, fervently hacking at its massive wheels and main axle with specially crafted cleavers. Everywhere, flames erupted and thick smoke billowed. The entire Easter Great Camp descended into utter chaos. What is happening? In the central tent, King Pingnan Qinmang was jolted awake from his slumber. Grabbing a robe, he burst out of the tent. Upon seeing the towering flames in the east, he stood dumbfounded. My siege crossbow! My siege engine! He let out a heart-wrenching roar. Kulme, crush those damned rats for me. Two revered warriors surged from the shadows behind him, transforming into streaks of light as they raced toward the heart of the inferno. Jinyiwei sensed their formidable auras rapidly approaching. The mission was accomplished. He cast aside the last corpse in his grasp and let out a long howl towards the heavens. This was the signal for retreat. The scattered teams of elite troops, upon hearing the howl, wasted no time in abandoning their current targets and swiftly regrouping towards Jinyiwei. Obedient to command, as if by instinct. Attempt to flee? The two peak warriors had already arrived, one on each side, sealing off all escape routes for Jinyiwei. Jinyiwei grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He did not flee. Instead, he crossed his dual halberds to protect his vital points, bracing himself against the combined strike of the two warriors. Boom! A tremendous shockwave cracked the ground beneath him like a spider's web. Jinyiwei spat out a mouthful of blood, swaying slightly but remaining upright. He had bought precious retreat time for the 5,000 soldiers behind him. The 5,000 elite troops, like a massive black dragon, retreated into the darkness along the path they had come. Chapter 35. The Plot Unveils. The hidden cards of the three feudal kings, the apex of the warriors, emerges. Dragging his blood-stained halberds, Jinyiwei returned to the capital, Shunjing. Behind him, the 5,000 elite troops, though all wounded, had suffered no fatalities, their fierce spirit nearly palpable. The atmosphere, which had been stifled by the siege of 1,000,000 troops, was ignited by this resounding victory. We have triumphed. We have burned their food supplies and siege equipment. General Jinyiwei is magnificent. The defenders erupted in thunderous cheers, their gazes towards Jinyiwei and the 5,000 elite troops brimming with awe and fervor. Qin Hao stood atop the highest point of the city wall, observing the morale of the troops below, then glancing at the distant flames of the rebel camp. Ding! You have successfully launched a night raid on the enemy camp, thwarting their morale and greatly uplifting the spirit of your troops. National fortune increases. National fortune value, 80. Current national fortune value, 350 points. Qin Hao gazed at the replenished national fortune value, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the rebel camp, within the central tent, the atmosphere was more serious and frigid than ever before. King Pingnan Qinmang's roar nearly threatened to tear the tent asunder. Jinyiwei. Again, it is Jinyiwei. He slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the sturdy ironwood surface into splinters. My eastern great camp, with tens of thousands of troops and several commanders, allowed him to come and go at will. All our siege equipment has been burnt. We have lost all face. King Zhendong Qin Yi's expression turned ashen, his long sword vibrating subtly in his grip. That Jinyiwei, merely at the great power realm, was able to withstand a blow from two of my early-stage peak warriors and remain unscathed. What kind of monsters are surrounding that young emperor? Enough! The previously silent King Zhenbei Qin To finally spoke, his demeanor devoid of rage, only a numbing coldness. At this point, roaring is futile. Qin To arose, his gaze sweeping over his two brothers. We can no longer afford to delay. To prevent prolonged turmoil, that young emperor possesses countless tricks. We must determine the outcome in a single battle. Both Qinmang and Qin Yi turned their gazes towards him. Brother, what do you mean? The plot unveils the dagger. Qin Tual walked outside the tent, gazing toward the brightly lit walls of Xinjiang. Go, summon the two esteemed elders. Moments later, two figures silently appeared behind Qin Ta. One was clad in a gray robe, an elderly visage, carrying an ancient long sword, exuding a restrained yet volatile aura akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The other was a gaunt old man, dressed in tattered border military armor, his face scarred and resembling a drawn blade. El Dezang, General Li. King Zhengchun respectfully saluted the elder in the gray robe. This elder was Zhang Xian, a peak warrior he had paid a hefty price to summon from the Dongwang Taishu sword sect. The other was General Li Mu, a seasoned veteran who had clawed his way up from a sea of corpses, also a peak warrior. This was their true trump card. The young emperor's suppression of national fortune is effective against formations, but it has limited impact on individuals like us. Qin Tuo's voice remained steady. Tomorrow, the entire army will feign an attack, disregarding casualties, to draw the attention of everyone in the city. He turned to Zhang Xian and Li Mu. Your mission, esteemed elders, is to take advantage of the chaos and infiltrate the city walls as swiftly as possible to slay Qin Hao. Once Qin Hao is dead, the national fortune dragon will surely collapse, and Shunjing will fall without a fight. The next day, before dawn, the thunderous sound of war drums erupted again, more ferocious than ever before. The rebels had gone mad. They seemed to have forgotten the suppression of national fortune from the previous day, surging like a black tide. Wave after wave, recklessly assaulting the walls of Shenzhen. Arrows rained like locusts, while the brilliance of spells and the sounds of explosions echoed through the heavens. The protective array trembled violently under the relentless onslaught, its light flickering ominously. Hold firm. All of you hold your ground. Jinyiwei stood atop the city wall, wielding his dual halberds, shattering a massive stone that flew towards him. Yet, everyone could see that this was merely a futile struggle. At that moment, as the defending soldiers were entirely captivated by the frenzied assault of the rebels, two figures surged from the rear of the rebel ranks like arrows released from a bow, soaring into the sky. Their speed was astonishing, instantly covering hundreds of meters, surpassing the precarious protective array. A terrifying pressure descended upon the city walls of Shenzhen, akin to two divine mountains crashing down. Peak warriors, two of them, on the city walls. All civil and military officials turned pale under this overwhelming pressure. Those of lower cultivation immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. To think that there were peak warriors among the forces of the three feudal kings. The Minister of War's face drained of color, his body swaying precariously. It is over. In everyone's heart, two words emerged. Xian Zhening, Ye Zhen. Gao Shun reacted immediately, letting out a roar in an attempt to lead the Xianzhen Ing forward to intercept. The ants. Elder Zhang Xian of the Tai Su sword sect did not even spare them a glance. He merely waved his sleeve gently, and an invisible force of the domain spread out. The recently assembled Xian Zhening was struck by an unseen giant hand, causing all 800 men to spurt blood and fly backward, their formation instantly collapsing. Protect His Majesty. A sharp screech pierced the air. Chao Zhengchun transformed into a ghostly shadow, advancing rather than retreating, confronting Elder Zhang Xian. In his hand appeared a pair of jet-black, splitting daggers, the aura of a peak great power erupting without reservation. Overreaching, Zhang Xian's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his fingers like a sword toward the front and casually made a slash. A brilliant sword light flashed and vanished. Poof! Chao Zhengchun's figure suddenly halted midair. A mist of blood erupting from his chest, his body crashing violently against the stone wall of the castle tower, shattering it to pieces. One strike. In just one strike, the peak great power, Chao Zhengchun, was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Gao Zhengjun, Qin Hao's pupils constricted. Seeking death, a furious roar erupted. Jinyiwei's eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman. He abandoned defense and charged like a cannonball toward another peak ruler, the veteran General Li Mu. The body of fiend. He crossed his twin blades protectively over his chest, bracing himself against Li Mu's straightforward yet deadly punch. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The bricks beneath Jinyiwei's feet shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the armor on his arms exploded, revealing charred flesh. He did not retreat a single step, valiantly holding Li Mu at bay. Yet he could only hold back one. After sending Chao Zhengchun flying, Elder Zhang Xian showed no sign of pause. His figure vanished in place, reappearing before Qin Hao in the next instant. The cold tip of the sword was now less than 3 feet from Qin Hao's brow. Little Emperor, it is over. Chapter 36. Breakthrough in Desperation, the King. National fortune bestowed, Jinyiwei's ascension. The chill from the sword tip pierced Qin Hao's brow. Elder Zhang Xian of the Tai Su sword sect wore a mocking grin, as if playing with a mouse. In his eyes, this 16-year-old emperor was already a corpse. The auras of two peak rulers loomed over Qin Hao like two invisible mountains, pinning him in place, making even the slightest movement a luxury. The effect of a national fortune suppression was diminished to its utmost in the face of such formidable power. This is the sect. This is the power that transcends imperial authority. Little emperor, it is over. Zhang Xian thrust the sword forward. Just at that critical moment, within Qin Hao's imperial eyes, there was no despair, only a frenzied resolve. Consume 10 national fortune points. Activate the national fortune protection. Buzz. A layer of nearly imperceptible pale golden light flickered across Qin Hao's surface. Hiss. The sword tip struck the light membrane, producing a faint cracking sound. The membrane shattered in response. However, Zhang Xian's lethal strike was momentarily hindered for a fraction of a second. Roar. A roar that resembled no human sound erupted. Jinyiwei, who should have been entangled by Li Mu, forcefully collided with Li Mu's punch, using his chest as a battering ram, crossing several zhang to shield Qin Hao. Poof! Though Zhang Xian's sword was obstructed, its residual force remained. The sword energy pierced through, leaving a gaping blood hole in Jinyiwei's back. His massive body trembled violently, and a stream of hot blood sprayed forth, splattering Qin Hao's black gold dragon robe. He stood like a collapsing wall, resolutely shielding Qin Hao. Fiend! Qin Hao steadied Jinyiwei's swaying body, feeling the warmth of the thick blood. Meanwhile, veteran General Li Mu had already closed in, forming a pincer with Zhang Xian. Murder in his eyes, merely a dying struggle. Li Mu's voice was as dry and lethal as his demeanor. They would not grant any opportunities. The next attack would be thunderous. Protect His Majesty. All the officials who witnessed this scene had tears in their eyes, roaring loudly. Yet most were at the Foundation establishment stage, crushed under the aura of the peak rulers and unable to move. However, Qin Hao's mind was clearer than ever at that moment. His consciousness sank into the system, the screen before him flickering rapidly. Hero summon list. Names glowing with the brilliance of rulers flashed before him, but each required vast amounts of national fortune and was fraught with uncertainty. He could not gamble. He needed a definitive trump card that could instantly reverse the situation. System, can national fortune be consumed to directly elevate the hero's cultivation levels? Ding. National fortune can be consumed to bestow enlightenment upon summoned heroes, forcibly breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks. Qin Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Elevate Jinyiwei to the ruler realm. How much national fortune is required? Target, Jinyiwei, peak great power, promotion, early stage ruler, required national fortune, 250 points. Current remaining national fortune, 350 points. Enough. Confirm the elevation. Qin Hao hesitated not for a moment. He extended his blood-stained hand and firmly pressed it against Jinyiwei's broad back, precisely where the sword energy had pierced. He could feel the dying flame of life within Jinyiwei. Fiend! Qin Hao's voice resonated with undeniable imperial authority, echoing deep within Jinyiwei's soul. Break for me. Confirmation. Consume 250 points of national fortune. A vast torrent of golden energy surged from Qin Hao's palm, wildly pouring into Jinyiwei's body. This was the accumulated national fortune of the Dazhou dynasty. The power forged from quelling internal strife, eliminating traitors, and resolving plagues, uniting the hearts of the people. Roar. Jinyiwei released a painful yet frenzied roar toward the heavens. The veins, bones, and flesh within him shattered inch by inch under the overwhelming national fortune, only to be reformed in an instant. The blood hole in his back began to heal at a visible speed, new flesh pushing through the shattered armor, radiating a lustrous sheen. His already exhausted body felt as if it had been thrown into a volcano, erupting with an aura 100-fold more violent than before. What? Zhang Xian and Li Mu, poised to strike, halted in disbelief. This is a breakthrough on the battlefield? Zhang Xian gasped. No, his aura. He is forcibly breaking through. Interrupt him. Li Mu's combat instincts were sharper. He reacted instantly. Without hesitation, the two launched their attacks simultaneously. Zhang Xian's sword light cascaded like a waterfall. Li Mu's iron fist was like a mountain. Two forces of peak rulers locked onto the transforming Jinyiwei, intent on reducing him and Qin how to dust. However, at that moment the heavens shifted. Over the skies of the imperial capital, the winds and clouds twisted. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in endless dark clouds. A colossal vortex of thunderclouds converged above the city tower, where purple bolts of lightning writhed furiously within the clouds, emitting a heart-stopping rumble. The king's thunder tribulation. Jinyiwei's breakthrough had unwittingly summoned the heavens trial. Madness. All of it was madness. Zhengchun was unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Forcing a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Wasn't he that akin to self-destruction? Yet, Qin how was even more deranged. He raised his gaze, fixing it upon the swirling thunderclouds above, which brewed with destructive power. Reflected in his imperial heavy eyes were flashes of purple lightning. Within my capital, to subject my fierce general to tribulation, heaven must first seek my permission. He abruptly raised his hand towards the sky, grasping at the air. National fortune, come forth. With a roar, the slumbering golden dragon of national fortune, hovering over the capital, suddenly opened its eyes. It emitted a roar that echoed through the 9 heavens. Its massive form transforming into a stream of pure golden light that shot skyward, coalescing above Jinyiwei and Qin how into an immense golden canopy. The privilege of the ruler of the dynasty. Protection from national fortune. Boom! Zhengchun's sword light and Li Mu's fist struck fiercely against the golden canopy. The canopy quaked violently, rippling outward, its brilliance dimming slightly, yet it remained unbroken. At the same moment, a thunderous crack resounded. A bolt of divine purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the air, bearing the power to annihilate all. The tribulation descended. However, when this divine lightning collided with the golden canopy, it melted away more than half of its power, as if snow under the blazing sun. The remaining lightning pierced through the canopy, striking Jinyiwei, merely causing his colossal form to sway slightly. The electrical sparks flickering for a moment before being entirely absorbed by his formidable body. The thunder tribulation seemed to have become nourishment for his breakthrough. The thundercloud vortex above appeared enraged by this provocation, yet soon after, the second and third bolts of tribulation were successively weakened by the national fortune canopy, transforming into Jinyiwei's sustenance. Within mere breaths, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the sky brightened once more, as if the cataclysmic scene had never transpired. Jinyiwei had successfully ascended to the early stage of the king's realm. He slowly straightened, and the aura surrounding him was far more robust and domineering than that of an ordinary early-stage king, exuding a primal, terrifying pressure. It was a power uniquely his, forged through the infusion of national fortune and tempered by the thunder tribulation. He opened his eyes. The fierce determination within them now flickered with 2 golden flames. His gaze traversed past the astonished Zhengchun, locking onto the seasoned general of the border troops, Li Mu. He grinned, revealing a set of ivory-white teeth, and his dual halberds sang with excitement in his hands. Now it is my turn. Chapter 37, The Battle of Kings. The ferocity of the fierce warrior begins to emerge, tearing apart the king. Jinyiwei slowly rose, his eyes shimmering with golden flames, firmly locking onto Li Mu, the veteran general not far away. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, and the dual halberds in his hands hummed with exhilaration. Now it is my turn. Li Mu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Having fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had witnessed more life and death than anyone else. Yet this newly ascended individual instilled within him a primal fear. Engaging in sorcery, Li Mu forcibly suppressed his unease and unleashed a thunderous roar. His peak king's realm aura surging forth without restraint. Newly entered into the king's realm, and with an unstable foundation, you dare to be reckless before me. Domain of slaughter. Activate. A blood-red, invisible domain erupted from Li Mu, rapidly expanding and enveloping the city wall within 100 feet. Within this domain, the air thickened, imbued with the scent of rust and blood, as countless vengeful spirits roared, tearing at the hearts and souls of their enemies. This was the king's domain, born from the slaughter of millions, exceedingly tyrannical. Yet, Jinyiwei merely shook his head. How bothersome. The wails of vengeful spirits that could unsettle the hearts of ordinary kings felt no more significant to him than irritating flies. Li Mu's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? His domain of slaughter, which even fellow peak kings would dread, had no effect on this man. Li Mu ceased his contemplation. Moving like a blood-red shadow, his blood-soaked battle knife slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Jinyiwei's face. Meanwhile, Zhengchun, the elder of the Tai Su sword sect, observed Li Mu's attack, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He did not rush to assist Li Mu. In his view, a peak king should easily handle a newly ascended brute. His true target remained singular. Qin Hao, young emperor, no one can save you this time. Zhengchun transformed into a sword, evading Jinyiwei's battle zone, and surged towards Qin Hao. Attempting to pass, a sharp voice rang out as Zhengchun's ghostly figure blocked his path. His chest bore terrible injuries, his complexion as pale as paper. Yet the hand gripping the Feng Shui spike remained steady as a mountain. First, I'll step over the corpses of the miscellaneous families. You overestimate yourself. Zhengchun's face contorted with disdain. A disabled eunuch dared to obstruct his way? Just then, a unified battle cry resonated, determined to break through, come what may. Gao Shun led 800 soldiers of the assault camp to reform their formation, resembling a black iron wall, firmly blocking Zhengchun's path. Each of them bore wounds, blood trickling from their lips, yet their fearless will coalesced into a dark military spirit, swirling above the formation. For the array, at Gao Shun's command, the spiritual energy and blood vitality of the 800 soldiers converged through the formation, accumulating upon him alone. Gao Shun's aura rose steadily, faintly rivaling that of king. A swarm of ants. Zhengchun was utterly enraged. He felt humiliated, provoked repeatedly by what he perceived as mere mortal warriors. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The radiant sword light ignited once more. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the other end of the city tower as Jinyiwei and Li Mu collided fiercely. The dual halberds clashed against the battle knife, each impact sparking blinding flames and terrifying shockwaves, reducing the bricks beneath their feet to dust. Jinyiwei's combat style was devoid of any finesse. It was pure brute force. One strike could conquer 1,000 techniques. His feet were firmly planted upon the walls of the divine capital. Trait 1. Unmatched in combat. Activate. A savage, domineering aura surged from within him, his strength escalating with the support of the national fortune, growing ever more formidable. What manner of monster is this? The more Li Mu fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's strength was astonishing. A peak king was being thoroughly suppressed in a contest of pure power by someone in the early stages of the king's realm. With each weapon collision, he felt as if his grip might shatter, his entire body's vitality churning uncontrollably. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Li Mu emitted a furious roar, channeling the power of his domain to its utmost limits, as the battle blade in his hand shimmered with a layer of crimson flame. Blood slaughtered 3 cuts. He expended every ounce of his spiritual energy to unleash 3 consecutive strikes. 3 crimson blades of light, each stretching dozens of zhong, formed a triangular shape, sealing off all retreat routes for Jinyiwei. Yet, instead of retreating, Jinyiwei advanced. He completely forsook defense, allowing the first blade of light to strike fiercely against his left shoulder. A resounding clang echoed as the shoulder guard shattered, revealing a deep wound that bled profusely. Remarkably, Jinyiwei did not even flinch. He endured the blow, using the force of the impact to accelerate, his massive frame hurtling forward like a meteor, crashing into Li Mu's embrace. The remaining 2 strikes from Li Mu missed entirely. Madman, Li Mu was struck with terror. He had never witnessed such a reckless fighting style. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Jinyiwei's dual halberds, slicing through the air with a deafening rush, crossed in a deadly arc break for me. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering rang out. Li Mu's proud domain of slaughter was shattered as if struck by a giant hammer, crumbling into fragments. With a violent jolt, Li Mu was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly drained. At that moment, Jinyiwei performed an action that left everyone, including Qin Hao, utterly bewildered. He released his grip. The 2 heavy, human-slaying halberds clattered to the ground with a resounding crash. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. a fleeting glimmer of elation flashing in his eyes. He believed Jinyiwei had exhausted himself. Yet in the next instant, his joy transformed into boundless dread. Jinyiwei's hands, thicker than those of an ordinary person, shot out like lightning, seizing his arms with an iron grip. "What are you doing?" Limu screamed in horror, srub desperately. The power of a peak monarch erupted within him, yet he could not budge those iron-like hands in the slightest. Jinyiwei grinned, revealing teeth stained with blood, his smile more sinister than that of a demon. He did not respond, only flexing his muscular arms, veins bulging like serpents. He unleashed a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. Suddenly, he exerted force. "No!" Limu emitted a shriek so tragic it seemed inhuman. On the city walls, all the guards, along with the million rebel troops outside and the countless eyes watching from above, bore witness to the chilling sound of flesh being torn apart. Blood erupted like a fountain. As a true peak monarch, the strongest general under the Northern King, Limu, was vivisected by Jinyiwei. A torrential rain of blood, mingled with shattered entrails, rained down, drenching Jinyiwei. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared blankly at the figure drenched in blood, clutching half a corpse, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. This was a peak monarch, 3 minor realms above Jinyiwei. To be so brutally torn apart, the visual impact, the cognitive upheaval, was more shocking than any victory. Gulp! The king of Pingnan, Qin Meng, swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat and a chill throughout his body. The king of Zhengchun, Qin Yi, trembled uncontrollably around the hilt of his sword. The usually composed northern king, Qin Ta, displayed fear on his once impassive face for the first time. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, entangled with Chao Zhengchun and Gao Shun, momentarily froze. Upon seeing Limu's half-twitching corpse, a wave of cold dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. As a high-ranking elder of a sect, he understood battle as a contest of principles, a confrontation of domains, an elegant yet lethal swordsmanship. He had never witnessed such barbaric, bloody, and unreasonable slaughter. Limu, a peak monarch of his realm, a battle-hardened veteran, had been torn asunder. A chilling sensation coursed through Zhang Xian, compelling him to flee. This was the sole thought in his mind. What sect mission, what promises of glory from the feudal lords, became a mere joke in the face of death. Zhang Xian no longer harbored any desire to fight. His figure flickered, transforming into a beam of sword light, soaring skyward to escape the suffocating demonic city. Trying to escape? Qin Hao's icy voice resonated from the city tower. "Did you ask for my permission?" He raised his hand, gently grasping the air above. "Formation activate." With a thunderous roar, the imperceptible city defense array above the capital blazed with light, and a massive golden barrier, like an inverted sky, completely sealed off the entire area. Bang! Zhang Xian's sword light crashed against the barrier with a muffled thud, and he was violently rebuffed, his blood surging. "Kill him for me." Qin Hao's voice echoed once more, like the decree of the Grim Reaper. Roar! Receiving the command, Jinyiwei surged forth, his massive body erupting, the bricks beneath him shattering, propelling him like a cannonball straight at Zhang Xian. "I come to assist you," Chao Zhengchun shrieked, disregarding his severe injury. His figure morphing into a blur as he flanked from the side, his water-splitting dagger aimed precisely at Zhang Xian's vital points. "Surround and annihilate," Gao Shun bellowed, leading 800 elite troops to form a military formation, creating a vast black net that sealed off all of Zhang Xian's escape routes. In an instant, Zhang Xian found himself in a dire situation. Before him stood the madman Jinyiwei, who had just torn a monarch apart. To his side was the elusive and lethal Chao Zhengchun. All around him were the ironclad troops, fearless and emboldened by the spirit of war. Above loomed the net of the Imperial dynasty's fortune. "You dare kill me?" Zhang Xian landed, his face pale, shouting fiercely. "I am an outer elder of the Tai Su sword sect of Dongwang. Kill me, and your Zhou dynasty shall face the wrath of our sect." He attempted to leverage the name of his sect for a glimmer of hope. The response to him was Jinyiwei's even more frenzied strike. "What sect? What door? His Majesty commands me to kill you, and you shall die." Clang! Zhang Xian raised his sword to block, his tiger's mouth trembling violently, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the overwhelming force. Suddenly, a silent and deadly Shui Ci pierced through his ribs, and Zhengchun, having struck successfully, immediately retreated. Zhang Xian felt a sharp pain, and his spiritual energy momentarily stagnated. In that instant, the long spear of the Zhengchun surged from all directions. Though it could not breach his protective spiritual energy, it left him in a state of chaos, completely flustered. Under the suppression of national fortune, his power was already diminished by 30%. Now, surrounded by three forces, this peak Wangjia realm expert found himself firmly constrained, unable to retaliate. He could not afford to delay any longer. A flicker of madness flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. "You have forced my hand." He bit his tongue fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, and swiftly formed seals with both hands. Dai Su Hu Hong, blood escape secret technique. A terrifying aura far beyond before erupted from within him. His body began to turn ethereal, as if transforming into a blood-colored rainbow, forcefully attempting to escape this place. This was a life-saving secret technique bestowed by his sect. Once executed, his cultivation would regress by a significant realm, but he could instantly flee thousands of miles away. Yet just as he was about to push the secret technique to its limit, Qin Hao's Imperial eye gleamed with golden light. Tianzi Wang Kui technique. In his view, Zhang Xian's surging spiritual energy was vividly visible, and within that seemingly flawless secret technique, there lay a fatal weakness at its core. Jinyiwei. A voice as fine as a mosquito's buzz precisely reached Jinyiwei's ears, under his left rib in a span of 3 inches. That was the flaw in his spiritual energy's operation. Pierce through it. In the midst of a fierce assault, Jinyiwei's movements abruptly halted. He had no doubts. Abandoning his frontal attack, his massive frame twisted at an odd angle, and the dual blades in his hands merged into one, resembling a pitch-black spear. Aimed precisely at the flaw Qin Hao had indicated. "Fool! How dare you forsake defense?" Seeing this, Zhang Xian's heart leaped with joy, thinking Jinyiwei had recklessly exposed a weakness. But in the next moment, his elation transformed into boundless terror. The target of Jinyiwei's attack was not his head, nor his heart, but precisely the point where he was executing the secret technique, the most unstable node of his spiritual energy. How could he know? With a piercing thrust, the dual blades of death accurately penetrated Zhang Xian's left rib. Zhang Xian let out a heart-rending scream. The rapidly operating secret technique was violently interrupted by this fatal blow. The vast spiritual energy he intended to use for escape became uncontrollable, like a flood breaching its dam, rampaging through his meridians. Boom! A cloud of blood mist erupted from within him. Zhang Xian's entire being felt as if all strength had been drained. The backlash of the secret technique dealt him unimaginable damage. Now is the time. Gao Shun seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zion's Haining, Zhutu Wang Formation. 800 soldiers roared in unison, the formation shifting once again, transforming into an iron cage that trapped the heavily injured Zhang Xian in the center. No, no! Zhang Xian, sensing the arrival of death, let out a desperate wail. Jinyiwei descended from the air, his enormous shadow enveloping him. It is over. The dual blades of death were raised high, wielding the ferocity to obliterate all, and struck down with full force. Thud! The peak Wangjia realm elder of the Tai, Su Jianzong, was cleaved in two by a single strike. The corpse collapsed, blood flowing like a river. Ding! 2 peak Wangjia realm experts have been slain, shocking 1 million enemy troops. The prestige of the Zhou Kingdom soars. Reward: 400 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 500 points. A system notification echoed in Qin Hao's mind. Outside the city, in the rebel camp, the king of Zhendong, Qin Yi, stared intently at everything happening on the city tower through a water mirror, where he saw Zhang Xian being killed by Jinyiwei's strike. The bronze wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. He is dead. The elder he had summoned at great cost, even promising half of his kingdom, was gone just like that. How should he explain this to the Tai Su Jianzong? A chilling dread surged from the depths of his heart. Beside him, the king of Pingnan, Qin Mang, had already gone pale, trembling as if shaken by a sieve. The usually composed king of Zhenbei, Qin Ta, finally revealed a shocked expression on his previously impassive face. At this moment, the morale of the 3 great vassal kings and their million-strong army plummeted to the depths. They gazed at the blood-soaked demon god on the city tower, no longer able to muster even a shred of fighting spirit. The king of Zhendong, Qin felt his legs weaken, collapsing into his chair. Chapter 39. The Collapse of the Allied Forces. A rout as catastrophic as a mountain's fall. The three kings in internal conflict flee. The bodies of two peak Wangjia realm experts still radiated warmth, lying on the city tower of Xinjing. Time seemed to freeze in this bloody scene. Outside the city, the so-called million-strong rebel alliance fell into a deathly silence. Every soldier stared blankly at the water mirror, witnessing Jinyiwei like a demon god. Tear apart a peak Wangjia realm expert. He was not an ordinary general. He was a legendary peak Wangjia realm expert, the very symbol of their invincibility. Now, that symbol lay shattered. Along with it, their last shred of fighting spirit crumbled. Tumult spread like a plague through the vast army. On the city tower, Qin Hao observed all of this, glancing once more at the system panel. Current national fortune points, 500 points. He hesitated not at all, consuming 20 national fortune points. He repaired the Jinyiwei, restored the Zhengchun's losses, and healed Zhengchun, Gao Shun, and others' injuries. A gentle golden light fell like fine rain. The horrific wound on Zhengchun's chest healed at a visibly rapid pace. Gao Shun and the soldiers of the Zhengchun also recovered in an instant. They stood tall once more, as if the brutal battle had never occurred. Qin Hao drew the Tianzi sword from his waist, its tip pointing directly at the wavering black tide outside the city. Open the city gates. His voice pierced through the clamor of the battlefield, clearly reaching every soldier's ears. Counterattack. The opportunity for retaliation was fleeting. He seized it. Where is the Zhengchun? The general is here. Gao Shun knelt on one knee, his voice like thunder. I command you to be the vanguard, to break through the enemy lines. Understood. Relay the order to the 150,000 soldiers of the Jingji camp. Below the city, the 150,000 soldiers, their morale at its peak, roared in unison. To the left and right flanks, follow the Zhengchun and charge through their ranks. Kill! 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 Amidst the thunderous battle cries, the heavy city gates creaked open slowly. In the rebel camp, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Retreat. We must withdraw immediately. That Jinyiwei is a demon, a madman. The king of Pingnan, Qin Mang, no longer exhibited his previous arrogance. His face had turned ashen, trembling all over. His sorcerers had been annihilated, siege engines burned, and now, witnessing the king being torn apart, his courage had completely shattered. Retreat? Where to? The king of Zhendong. Qin sat slumped in his chair, lost and disoriented, the bronze wine cup he held long since fallen to the ground. How do I report Zhang Elder's death to the Tai Su Jianzong? All has come to an end. His support has vanished, and his mind is now filled with terrifying images of the sect's wrath descending upon him. What a commotion! The previously silent Zhenbei Wang Qin Tuo suddenly slammed the table, producing a resounding bang. His expression bore no fear, only solemnity. In the capital, there are monsters capable of slaying those at the pinnacle of kingship. Our army's morale has crumbled. If we continue this fight, we shall face total annihilation. Qin Mang grasped at what seemed like a lifeline. Yes, brother is right. Let's retreat quickly. We shall return to the southern frontier. I will never set foot in this accursed place again. Qin Tuo cast a cold glance at him. He understood that the tide had turned. The defeat was inevitable. What he needed to contemplate now was not how to win, but how to survive, how to preserve as much strength as possible. At that moment, a personal guard stumbled into the tent. Report, my lord, the city gates have opened. The emperor has led the defending troops out to fight. What? Both Qin and Qin Mang stood up in shock. He stepped outside the tent and gazed into the distance. There a black flag of the advancing formation, like the sharpest dagger, unhesitatingly pierced toward the core of their allied forces. Following it were the 15,000 defenders of the capital, surging forth like a tidal wave. A counterattack. That young emperor dares to strike back. Qin Tuo's heart sank completely. He no longer glanced at his two disoriented brothers. Turning to his deputy, he issued an order in an emotionless tone. Relay the command. The entire army shall turn northward immediately. He even refrained from using the term retreat, opting instead for a tactical maneuver. He was leaving. He intended to sacrifice his two brothers, using their forces to stall Qin Hao's counteroffensive, buying time for his 300,000 northern cavalry to escape. Brother, you The Pingnan Wang Qin Mang could hardly believe his eyes. However, Qin Tuo paid him no heed. With the flag signaling the command, the 300,000 Northern cavalry, stationed on the left flank of the Allied forces, immediately turned their horses around without hesitation. Like a black whirlwind, racing away from the main battlefield toward the northern horizon. This action completely shattered the already fragile Allied lines. Qin Tuo, you treacherous bastard! Qin Mang cursed in rage, but he reacted swiftly. He immediately roared at his subordinates. Southern Frontier Army, retreat. Follow the Northern cavalry's direction. Retreat quickly. The Southern Frontier troops on the right flank instantly fell into chaos, soldiers discarding their weapons and fleeing in a panic. The defeat was as swift as a collapsing mountain. Only the Zhendong Wang Qin Yi's hundreds of thousands of troops remained, isolated at the forefront. His forces, primarily composed of infantry and naval units, moved sluggishly. The sudden rout of the Allied troops on both flanks engulfed his soldiers in overwhelming fear. The formation collapsed in an instant. No, stay calm. Steady yourselves. Qin Yi shouted hoarsely, but his voice was drowned out in the chaos of a million people. At that moment, boom, the 800 men of the Zhengchun camp, led by Gao Shun, plunged into the chaos like a searing iron brand, fiercely scorching through the tumultuous battlefield. This army, which had recently recovered its national fortune, displayed unparalleled, terrifying combat prowess. They held shields in their left hands and wielded halberds in their right, forming a moving fortress of steel. Wherever they passed, chaos ensued, and blood flowed freely. Any rebel attempting to obstruct them was ruthlessly crushed. The rout transformed into a massacre. Simultaneously, a more ferocious figure burst forth from the flank of the Zhengchun camp. Jinyiwei. He paid no mind to the fleeing soldiers, releasing his aura as a king without reservation. Like a human meteor, he charged directly toward the banner of Zhendong Wang Qin Yi, which was already beginning to waver. Upon the city tower, Qin Hao's emperor's eyes took in the entire scene. He witnessed Qin Tuo's decisiveness and Qin Mang's panic. They must not escape. One prince must be captured today. The life of a prince must be used to solidify the victory of this war. However, the northern cavalry moved like the wind. Though the Zhengchun camp could fight, they could not catch up. Qin Hao realized he needed a formidable force capable of executing a pursuit mission. Chapter 40. Summon again. The Dashiwa Longqi, the world's swiftest hunters. On the city tower, Qin Hao's black golden dragon robe billowed in the wind. His imperial eyes observed the battlefield's rout in its entirety. Jinyiwei Wang Qin Tuo, resolute as ever, recognized the situation was untenable and immediately severed ties, using his allies as bait to secure his escape. His 300,000 northern cavalry had transformed into a distant black line on the horizon, growing ever more remote. Pingnan Wang Qin Mang, though in a state of panic, instinctively followed suit, his southern frontier army discarding armor and desperately fleeing northward. Your Majesty, do not pursue the desperate enemy. The voice of the chief minister, Zhou Bingda, rang out behind him, tinged with concern. Our forces are primarily infantry, ill-suited for pursuing cavalry. The enemy is in full retreat. We need only to hold the capital to secure a tremendous victory. Qin Hao did not turn back. A victory? That is not enough. Letting a tiger return to the mountain brings endless trouble. What he sought was not merely a rout, but total annihilation. He intended to use the head of a prince to extinguish the flames of rebellion in the hearts of all. Yet Zhou Bingda spoke the truth. The 15,000 soldiers in the capital camp, although filled with high spirits, could not outrun cavalry. The Zhengchun camp consisted of heavy infantry, invincible in defense, but lacking in speed for pursuit. Would he merely watch as Qin Tuo and Qin Mang escaped? Qin Hao's consciousness delved deep into his mind, and a light curtain unfurled before his eyes. Current national fortune value, 1,500 points. This was the entirety of his assets, gained from recently slaying 2 peak kings and intimidating 1 million enemy troops. His gaze swiftly scanned the Shima army list. Xuanjia army, the Iron Army of the Tang dynasty. Clad in armor, indestructible, summoning requirement, 1,200 points. No, the Xuanjia army is heavy cavalry, unparalleled in charging but lacking in long-distance speed. Beiwei army, the elite of the Yu family army, loyal and brave, fearless in battle, summoning requirement, 1,000 points. Also not suitable. The Beiwei army possesses formidable strength but is not renowned for speed. He needed cavalry, a cavalry with unparalleled speed, capable of ignoring terrain and executing a pursuit over 1,000 miles. The Phantom Cavalry. His finger glided across the list, ultimately landing on a name. Dashua Longqi. Source, Shuizhong Han Daoxing. Description, the world's foremost light cavalry, swift as the wind, capable of traversing 1,000 miles. Wherever the Dashua Longqi goes. The heavens and earth belong to Bailiang. Summoning requirement, 1,500 points. Not a point more, not a point less, exactly what he currently possessed in national fortune. All in, this was a gamble, wagering all resources for a chance to secure total victory. Your Majesty? Zhou Bingda, noticing Qin Hao's prolonged silence, spoke again. The corners of Qin Hao's mouth curled into a chilling arc. He relished the sensation of holding his destiny firmly in his grasp. The system resonated within the depths of his consciousness. Summoned, de Shui Long Qi. Confirmed, consuming 1,500 points of national fortune. Summoning the Divine Demon Legion, de Shui Long Qi for you. Number, 10,000. Cultivation level, all at the pinnacle of Shun Gong realm. Commander, Yuan Zuozong, pinnacle of Wangji realm. Trait 1. Charge can ignore most terrain obstacles. Speed increases by 50 during long-distance charges. Trait 2. Treading on snow. When charging, can summon the chill of heaven and earth, crystallizing frost beneath the hooves, hampering and freezing the enemy's movements. Loyalty. 100 fanatically loyal. The national fortune points were instantly reduced to 0. It was at this moment that the fleeing Ping Nan Wang Qin Mang suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness emanating from behind his neck. Instinctively, he glanced back. This glance drained the color from his face. Behind them, on the plains beyond Shunjing City, the sky twisted without warning. A massive spatial rift opened like a colossal eye of heaven. A piercing cold wind howled out from the rift. Although it was autumn, snowflakes fell like goose feathers from the sky. What was that? A general from the Nanjiang army pointed at the rift, his voice trembling. Their questions were answered the very next moment. With a thunderous sound accompanying the synchronized clatter of hooves, a silver torrent surged forth from the spatial rift. 10,000 cavalry, clad in glimmering silver light armor. Their steeds were entirely snow-white, adorned with a single horn, with pale blue flames of cold energy emanating from their hooves. Each cavalryman donned a terrifying demon mask, revealing only their indifferent eyes that disregarded life and death. The instant they appeared, the temperature within a 10-mile radius plummeted. A chilling, murderous, and relentless aura enveloped the entire battlefield. This army seemed not of this world, but rather like harbingers of death that had burst forth from the icy abyss of the Nine Hells. On the city ramparts, Zhou Bingda and a host of civil and military officials were utterly mesmerized. Where had this sudden appearance of silver-armored cavalry come from? Just then, a figure silently appeared beside Qin Hao. The newcomer was similarly clad in silver armor, with a stern countenance, his left hand resting upon a slender battle knife. Kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, this subordinate, Yuan Zuozong, leads the Shui Long Qi of 10,000, paying respects to your majesty. His voice was as cold and hard as iron. At ease, Qin Hao raised his hand, pointing towards the chaotic Qin banner in the distance. Pingnan Wan Qin Mang. I desire his death. Yuan Zuozong slowly rose, uttering not a word beyond what was necessary. As you command. He bowed deeply to Qin Hao. Then, turning, he stepped forward, appearing at the edge of the city wall 100 feet away in an instant, and leapt gracefully onto his steed. He drew his waist knife, its blade directed at the fleeing Nanjiang army. The Shui Long Qi. Charge! The roar of 10,000 voices melded into a singular sound, as if it could shatter the very clouds above. Follow me, advance. Yes. The thunderous sound erupted. The 10,000 Shui Long Qi sprang into action. Without the slightest pause, they reached their peak speed the moment they began to move. They were not merely charging, they were gliding. A silver torrent composed of 10,000 cavalry swept forth like a bolt of lightning, instantaneously surpassing the pursuing Jingji guards, leaving behind shimmering afterimages upon ground. The fleeing Ping, Nan Wang Qin Mang, felt the coldness behind him intensify. He turned back once more, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinheads. The silver demonic cavalry was now less than 500 paces away from his rear guard. How could this be possible? How long had it been since their appearance? 10 breaths? 20 breaths? Quick, run. Stop them. Hold them off for this king. Qin Mang shrieked in a frenzy. His bodyguards loyally obeyed the command. Thousands of Nanjiang soldiers turned around, attempting to form a defensive line. However, before the Shuelong Qi, all efforts proved futile. Treading on snow, Yuan's Wuzong commanded. The hooves of 10,000 extraordinary war horses ignited with blue flames of cold energy, and as they passed, the ground instantly froze into a thick layer of frost. The frost spread forth at a speed exceeding that of the cavalry's charge. The Nanjiang soldiers attempting to turn and defend slipped, tumbling into disarray as their formation collapsed entirely. The Shuelong Qi cut through the Nanjiang army like a red-hot knife through butter. They showed no signs of halting, piercing through the rear ranks of the Nanjiang army. Any soldier that stood in their path was reduced to a mist of blood upon contact. This was a complete and utter massacre. Qin Mang watched helplessly as the silver torrent of death penetrated his entire army, driving straight for his central command banner. He could even discern the cold indifference on the face of the silver-armored commander in the lead. It was over. Only these two words remained in Qin Mang's mind. He attempted to turn his steed, but the horse beneath him had its hooves frozen by the layer of frost and was unable to move. A chilling voice seemed to whisper in his ear, "Ping Nin Wang." Qin Mang stiffly turned his head. Yuan's Wuzong had somehow appeared at his side. The slender battle knife was now poised against his throat. "Your Majesty, please meet your demise." Chapter 41. The decapitation of Ping Nan Wang Qin Mang. The capture of Wang Zhendong. A great victory. The cold voice bore no hint of emotional fluctuation. Ping Nan Wang Qin Mang turned rigidly. The slender battle knife now pressed against his neck, its icy touch causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He wished to plead for mercy, to unleash curses, to offer promises of everything. Yet, under Yuan's Wuzong's indifferent gaze, he could not utter a single word. Only a gasping sound emerged from his throat, like a rooster caught by the neck. With a swift motion, a silver flash, akin to a serene autumn stream, effortlessly sliced through the air. Qin Mang's plump head, adorned with a look of incredulous terror, soared into the sky. Blood gushed forth, staining the silver armor of Yuan's Wuzong, yet he remained unfazed. He reached out, deftly catching the falling head and casually hanging it upon his saddle. Then, with a swift motion, he severed the bloodied Qin banner. The entire process was fluid and seamless, lacking any superfluous movement. The Shuelong Qi, Yuan's Wuzong raised the bloodied battle knife. Continue the pursuit. Leave no remnants of the Nanjiang. Yes, the silver torrent of 10,000 cavalry showed no signs of slowing. Bypassing the headless corpse of Qin Mang as they continued their relentless chase of the fleeing forces to the north. On the city ramparts, Qin Hao observed it all with satisfaction. The expenditure of 1,500 points of national fortune was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, his consciousness delved into his mind, summoning the attribute panel of Yuan's Wuzong. Hero, Yuan's Wuzong. Source, Shuezhonghan Daoxing. Cultivation, Pinnacle of the King Realm. Trait 1. Bei Liang Sword Technique. Swift and fierce swordsmanship inflicting an additional 30 damage to lightly armored units. Trait 2. Command of the Death Soldiers when commanding the Great Snow Dragon Riders. The Legion's execution and stealth significantly enhance, with all members disregarding the fear of death. Trait 3. 1,000-mile chase when the Great Snow Dragon Riders pursue. Potential can be activated, increasing speed by 30 for a short duration and reducing stamina consumption by 50. Loyalty, 100 Die Hard, excellent. Speed, decapitation pursuit. This Great Snow Dragon Rider unit perfectly compensated for the current mobility shortcomings of his Legion. Qin Hao closed the panel, directing his gaze towards the main battlefield beneath Xinjing City, where the combat was nearing its conclusion. The hundreds of thousands of troops led by King Qin Yi of the East had completely collapsed, with ally forces fleeing on both flanks and the rear being brutally pierced by the spearhead of the Xianjin camp. The so-called military formation had disintegrated into a disarray. Soldiers discarded their weapons, lamenting the loss of their legs as they cried out and fled in every direction. The Xianjin camp, led by Gao Shan, functioned like a merciless meat grinder, coldly reaping lives. The 150,000 defenders of the capital acted like a great net, capturing these routed soldiers one by one, sparing those who surrendered. Amidst the chaos, King Qin Yi of the East donned the armor of an ordinary soldier. riding a gaunt horse and desperately attempting to escape amid the fleeing troops. His heart had grown cold. The death of a pinnacle King realm powerhouse, the execution of sect elders, and the fall of the banner of King Qin Mang of Ping Nan had left him in despair. His only thought now was to survive. If he could escape this infernal domain and return to Donghuang, there would still be hope. Boom! A colossal shadow descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground before him and raising a cloud of dust. The earth cracked, revealing a deep pit several feet wide. The gaunt horse beneath him let out a mournful cry, collapsing in fright and throwing him to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, looking up. Emerging from the pit, Jinyiwei slowly straightened, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, examining him with great interest. King of the East, Qin Yi? Jinyiwei grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. Qin Yi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This face, this grin akin to that of a malevolent spirit, had become his deepest nightmare. He had witnessed this man tear the pinnacle king realm warrior Li Mu in half. No, I am not. Qin Yi frantically shook his head in denial. I can smell your scent. Jinyiwei, wielding the dual halberds of the butcher, stepped forward from the pit. It resembles the scent of the Lord. But yours is foul and repugnant, far inferior. Each step felt like a crushing blow to Qin Yi's heart. In that moment, his mental defenses crumbled completely. He discarded his sword, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Do not kill me. I am of royal blood, General. Spare my life. He wept bitterly, fervently bowing his head to Jinyiwei. I surrender. I am willing to offer all the fiefs of Donghuang, all my wealth. Just spare my life. Jinyiwei approached, casting a gigantic shadow that engulfed him entirely. Your life belongs to His Majesty. He extended a hand, seizing Qin Yi's neck as if lifting a chick, raising him aloft. However, His Majesty did not specify whether you should die or live. Jinyiwei stroked his chin, seemingly in deep contemplation. I think it would be safer to break your limbs. No, please. Vigni screamem in terror. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Jinyiwei rendered Qin Yi's limbs useless, carelessly tossing him to the ground like a discarded sack. Thus, among the three king's allied forces, one lay dead, one captured. Only King Qin Tuo of the North, who had fled first, led his main force of Northern Iron Cavalry, disappearing into the northern horizon. The defense of Shenzhen City achieved an unprecedented victory beyond anyone's imagination. Standing atop the city wall, the Emperor's piercing gaze swept over the mass of surrendering soldiers below. Heavenly Emperor's omens activate. In his vision, the fate and loyalty of each individual became vividly apparent. Those with mixed fortunes and negative loyalty, clearly the trusted generals of Qin Yi, bore an invisible red mark on their heads. Gao Zhengchun, at your service. Relay the order. Everyone marked by me, whether they surrender or not, shall be executed on the spot. Qin Hao's voice was cold and merciless. He intended to eradicate all potential threats in their infancy. As you command. Chao Zhengchun's figure transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Soon, screams and chaos erupted among the surrendering soldiers, but it was swiftly suppressed. Minister of War, where are you? I am here, my lord. The Minister of War stepped forward, visibly trembling, not only from excitement, but also from the awe inspired by Qin Hao's thunderous methods. Convey my decree. Qin Hao's voice was devoid of any emotion. Recruit the surrendering soldiers, clear the battlefield, hang the traitor Qin Mang, along with the bodies of Li Mu and Zhang Xian, at the gates of Shenzhen City for 3 days as a warning to others. As you command. Upon completing these tasks, Qin Hao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The bloody battle that had lasted an entire day had finally come to a close. At this moment, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Slain the pinnacle king realm vassal king, Qin Mang of Pingnan, plundered his royal fortune. Ding! Captured the vassal king, Qin Yi of the East, plundered his vassal fortune. Ding! Achieved a resounding victory in the defense of Shenzhen City. Annihilated over 100,000 enemies, capturing more than 200,000. The prestige of the Great Zhou has soared. Reward, 5,000 points of national fortune. Current national fortune, 5,000 points. The system notifications echoed in Qin Hao's mind. At that moment, he felt an unimaginably vast, warm current surging from the void, flooding into his body from every inch of the land of the Great Zhou. It was a national fortune that surged after victory. the national fortune nourished. Boom! The true dragon transformation art within him surged wildly. And the bottleneck of the late-stage foundation establishment was as fragile as a cicada's wing before this power. It shattered instantaneously. Initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm. However, this was merely the beginning. The immense power of national fortune continued to flow in ceaselessly. His cultivation soared like a rocket. Peak of the initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Until the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm was firmly established, the power gradually subsided. Qin Hao slowly clenched his fists. He could feel that the ocean of spiritual energy within his dantian had expanded to more than 10 times its previous size. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his every limb. Chapter 42, Post-War Reconstruction, Summoning New Cabinet Ministers and Implementing New Policies. As the Great Battle concluded, the stench of blood had yet to dissipate from the air of Xinjiang. The next day, a throng of people gathered outside the woman, a sea of faces. The execution ground had long been prepared. Qin Yi, the Wang of Zhendong, who not long ago commanded hundreds of thousands of troops with aspirations to conquer the realm, was now dragged onto the execution platform like a lifeless dog. His resplendent garments had been stripped away, replaced by prison garb. His limbs, shattered by Jinyiwei, contorted grotesquely, leaving him helplessly sprawled in the center of the platform. The commoners whispered among themselves, their faces a tapestry of fear and curiosity. Qin Hao, clad in a black and gold dragon robe, appeared atop the Wu Men City Tower. He did not indulge in lengthy speeches, instead coldly surveying his former royal uncle below. Qin Yi, the Wang of Zhendong, had amassed power through military strength and formed factions for personal gain. This was his first crime. He conspired with sects, inviting wolves into the fold, intending to carve up the territory. This was his second crime. He disregarded the emperor's grace, rising in rebellion, resulting in the suffering of countless souls and rivers flowing with blood. This was his third crime. With each transgression recounted, Qin Hao's voice grew colder. Ving Yi, beneath, felt the chilling intent of death and completely crumbled. He lifted his bloodied face, summoning every ounce of strength to scream, "Your Majesty. I am your royal uncle. Spare my life. I am willing to surrender all my possessions." Qin Hao remained deaf to his pleas. As hope for mercy faded, Qin Yi's expression twisted into a snarl. "Qin Hao, you cannot kill me. I have the backing of the Tai Su Jianzong. You have already offended the sect by killing Elder Zhang. If you take my life, the wrath of the Tai Su Jianzong will be unbearable for the waning Dezhou." He clung to the sect as his last lifeline. On the tower, the court officials, including Zhou Bingde, instinctively changed countenance. The sect was a sword hanging over every dynasty's head. Yet Qin Hao merely smiled, a smile laced with disdain. "The sect?" he uttered softly. Jinyiwei stepped forward, brandishing the twin halberds of a butcher. "Execution." The simple command plunged the Wu Men square into an eerie silence. In that moment, Qin Yi's pupils constricted in disbelief. "No, you dare." Jinyiwei grinned, and the massive dual halberds fell. There was no scream, for the execution was swift. Blood drenched the platform as the once mighty Wang of Zhendong was cleaved in two. Qin Hao did not spare a glance at the grisly scene, turning to descend the tower. "Proclaim my edict. Tomorrow, a grand court assembly." His cold voice left the officials behind him trembling in silence. The following day, in the Jinwan Hall, the grand assembly commenced. The atmosphere was stifling. All officials bowed their heads, afraid to meet the gaze of the young figure on the dragon throne. The relentless purges had shattered their psychological defenses. "Your Majesty, although the crisis in the divine capital has been resolved," Zhou Bingde, the chief minister, quivered as he stepped forward, "we have captured over 200,000 rebel troops. How to accommodate them is a considerable dilemma. The grain supply in the divine capital is already strained due to the siege, and now it is critically insufficient." As he finished, the Minister of War stepped forward in agreement. "Your Majesty, in the southern and eastern frontiers, the Wang has been eliminated, creating a power vacuum. Reports from scouts indicate that foreign tribes at the borders are restless. If we do not promptly dispatch troops and officials to take control, further upheaval may ensue. Most importantly, Wang of Zhenbei, Qin Ta, has led 30,000 iron cavalry back to the northern borders. He poses a significant threat that cannot be ignored. With every statement, The officials' expressions grew graver. Each issue was enough to leave any dynasty in turmoil. Qin Hao sat expressionless on the dragon throne, listening intently. Once the ministers finished their reports, he slowly spoke. What you have said is indeed the truth. However, I have made a decision. Yet, matters must be addressed one by one. He rose, looking down upon the ministers. Proclaim my decree to the world. The 3 rebel Wangs are guilty of treason and shall not be forgiven. From this day forth, all fiefs in the southern, eastern, and northern territories shall be reclaimed, returning to the Zhou Empire. Where's Gao Shun? I am here. Gao Shun stepped out from the ranks of generals, kneeling on one knee. I appoint you as the general of the southern expedition. Lead the elite battalion and select 100,000 strong from the 200,000 surrendered troops to form the southern army. Depart south immediately. Restore order to the southern territories. Anyone who defies the order shall be executed without mercy. Understood. Gao Shun's voice rang with conviction. Where is Yuan's Wuzong? I am here. A silver figure silently appeared, kneeling in the hall. I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition. Lead the Shuel Long Cavalry and 100,000 soldiers from the capital to the east. Assume control of all defenses in the Eastern territories. If any sect or local power dares to interfere, crush them. Understood. Yuan's Wuzong's voice was as cold as ice. These 2 appointments struck the hearts of all present like heavy hammers, embodying a resolve to swiftly address local issues. Qin Hao returned to the dragon throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. As for the accommodation of grain and surrendered troops, his gaze swept over the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of War, causing both to shudder. Confiscate the treasury of the 3 Wangs. The wealth acquired will suffice to alleviate our immediate crisis. As for the remaining 100,000 surrendered troops, they shall be integrated into the capital garrison and trained by Jinyiwei. The court assembly concluded. Qin Hao returned alone to the Yangxian Palace, still deep in thought. Although Zhou Bingde was loyal, his views were overly conservative, always fixated on stability. The deputy minister, Zhou Wenchang, merely followed Zhou Bingde's lead. With this cabinet, the reforms he had previously proposed, such as land audits and the establishment of the Tiangong Yuan, would likely be postponed indefinitely. He needed a sharp blade, a formidable individual capable of shattering the old order and establishing a new world. Qin Hao's consciousness delved deep into his mind. Current national luck value, 5,000 points. This time, he aimed for something monumental. His gaze fixed upon a special category within heroic recruitment, famed ministers. System, filter out the most formidable reformers, the greatest craftsmen, and the most astute strategists. Filtering complete. Reformer Wang Engshi. Master craftsman Liu Ban. Strategist Liu Bowen. Without hesitation, Qin Hao commanded, recruit. Ding. Consumed 400 points of national luck. Successfully recruited Wang Engshi. Ding. Consumed 500 points of national luck. Successfully recruited Liu Ban. Ding. Consumed 450 points of national luck. Successfully recruited Liu Bowen. Hero, Wang Engshi. Cultivation, Divine Palace Realm. Characteristic 1. Fearless of change, when implementing reforms, possesses unwavering resolve, able to ignore most political resistance. Enhancing policy implementation efficiency by 50. Characteristic 2. Prosperous nation and strong army. Economic and military policies devised can effectively increase national revenue, accelerate the restoration of national luck, and shorten the training period for new armies. Characteristic 3. Unyielding once a goal is set, will not retreat until success is achieved. Loyalty, 100, utterly loyal. Gazing at these attributes, a smile played at the corners of Qin Hao's mouth. Was this not the reformist pioneer tailor-made for him? With 3,650 points of national luck remaining, he inquired of the system. What is the cost to repair the Xianzhan camp and the casualties of the Jinyiwei, to restore the battle-damaged troops and heal all injuries? A total of 100 points of national luck will be required. Repair complete. With over 3,000 points of national fortune remaining, Qin Hao's gaze fell upon the option of Renjie enhancement. To elevate Jinyiwei from the initial stage of the sovereign realm to its pinnacle required a staggering 5,000 points of national fortune. Too exorbitant. His attention then shifted to Chao Zhengchun and Gao Shan. Both were at the peak of the great power realm, just a step away from the sovereign realm, making them ideal candidates. To elevate Renjie Gao Shan's cultivation from the peak of the great power realm to the initial stage of the sovereign realm requires a consumption of 1,000 points of national fortune. To elevate Zhengchun's cultivation from the peak of the Great Power Realm to the initial stage of the Sovereign Realm requires a consumption of 1,000 points of national fortune. The cost was significant, yet undoubtedly worthwhile. One a commander of the vanguard camp, and the other the ruler of the Eastern Factory. Their breakthroughs would greatly enhance his dominion. Come forth, summon Gao Shun and Zhengchun to present themselves. Chapter 43. Jinyiwei smiles. The capital changes color. The butcher's blade descends, and all the officials kneel in submission. Within the Yangxin Palace, Gao Shun and Zhengchun stood solemnly, their hands at their sides. As the air in the hall grew thick with tension, Qin Hao's intent descended upon the system panel. Enhancement. Confirmation. Consuming 2,000 points of national fortune to elevate Gao Shun and Zhengchun's cultivation to the initial stage of the Sovereign Realm. Buzz. An unseen force surged into Gao Shun and Zhengchun, causing their bodies to tremble violently. Two vastly different, yet equally overwhelming auras erupted from within them. Gao Shun's form turned crimson, every sinew and bone resonating with the sound of metal being forged. The military soul of the vanguard camp manifested around him. Its indomitable and bloodthirsty while transforming into a torrent capable of breaking through all barriers. Roar! Gao Shun bellowed, his internal palace shattering, giving birth to pure spiritual power that boldly opened up a new realm within his dantian. There, a sovereign will belonging to Gao Shun was coalescing into form. On the other side, Zhengchun's aura became exceedingly soft and enigmatic, as a dark and foreboding domain silently spread beneath his feet, filled with the silent wails of countless vengeful spirits. These were the remnants of all his enemies who had perished since the establishment of the Eastern Factory, and now they served as nourishment for his ascension. A twisted expression crossed his delicate face, only to be replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy. Crack! An invisible shackle within both of them shattered simultaneously. Sovereign Realm. Two genuine powerhouses of the Sovereign Realm were born within the Grand Hall. I, the humble servant, thank your majesty for your divine grace. Gao Shun knelt on one knee, his voice steady as a mountain. I, the servant, congratulate your majesty. Zhengchun prostrated himself, his humility reaching the dust, yet an undeniable sovereign pressure emanated from him, causing the temperature within the Grand Hall to drop several degrees. Excellent. Qin Hao was highly satisfied. He then inquired of the system, why did this enhancement require 1,000 points of national fortune for each individual? I recall enhancing Jinyiwei only cost 250 points. To the host, Jinyiwei, when summoned, was already on the verge of the Sovereign Realm, requiring only a slight push, hence needing a minimal amount of national fortune. Gao Shun and Zhengchun, despite their strong foundations, still had a thin line separating them from the Sovereign Realm, thus requiring more national fortune. I see. National fortune is not omnipotent, yet it serves as the finest catalyst. Qin Hao dismissed the two, instructing them to stabilize their realms. His attention then shifted to the other two recently summoned individuals. Timeless Master Liu Ban. Cultivation. Peak of the Divine Palace Realm. Master of Craft. Characteristic 1. Divine craftsmanship. The durability and intricacy of his creations are enhanced by 100, and any construction time is reduced by 50. Characteristic 2. Mechanisms of Heaven. Expert in various mechanisms and puppetry, capable of creating war puppets and siege equipment comparable to cultivators. Characteristic 3. Heavenly craftsmanship, possessing design concepts that transcend the era, capable of improving existing tools, armors, and devices, significantly enhancing their efficacy. Loyalty, 100 unwavering. Strategist Liu Bowen, cultivation, peak of the Divine Palace Realm, master of strategy. Characteristic 1. Omniscient strategy, insightful into human nature, and adept at strategizing. The success rate of his plans is increased by 30, and he can foresee most potential risks. Characteristic 2. Divine calculations, proficient in geomancy, formations, and divination, capable of assisting the host in establishing an unparalleled divine dynasty. Characteristic 3. Heart of the world, when planning for the host's dominion. His vision and framework will be greatly enhanced, allowing him to see through the trends of fortune for the next century. Loyalty, 100 unwavering. Upon reviewing their attributes, Qin Hao felt a profound sense of assurance. Liu Ban was the perfect steward of the Heavenly Craft Institute, while Liu Bowen would serve as the chief architect of his future divine dynasty. The next day, at the Grand Court Assembly, within the Golden Lawn Hall, all officials stood solemnly, the atmosphere heavier than ever before. Qin Hao's gaze swept over the assembly, and he spoke directly. The chief minister of the cabinet, Zhou Bingde, and the second minister, Zhou Wenchang, are of advanced age. I take pity on them and hereby grant them the honor to return to their homeland and enjoy their twilight years. They shall receive a reward of 10,000 taels of silver and 1,000 bolts of silk. At this proclamation, the entire court was taken aback. All officials instinctively tensed their bodies. The former chief minister Zhou Bingde and second minister Zhou Wenchang exchanged glances, each reflecting a bittersweet understanding. Their era had passed. Xian, Liu Bowen, Wang Engshi stepped forward. Two figures entered from outside the hall. One, clad in a blue robe, exuded tranquility and insight into the world. The other, with a resolute demeanor and sharp features, radiated an undeniable stubbornness. I appoint Liu Bowen as the chief minister of the cabinet, overseeing national affairs. I appoint Wang Engshi as the second minister of the cabinet, fully responsible for implementing new policies and investigating the land. This matter is settled, with no room for discussion. Qin Hao's gaze swept over the faces of every minister, his voice devoid of warmth. Zhou Bingde and Zhou Wenchang trembled as they stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. The old ministers thank your majesty for your great kindness. The sense of loss was genuine. Yet being able to retreat unscathed from this tempest was also a form of fortune. Moreover, the Heavenly Craft Institute shall be established today, independent of the 6 ministries. Directly under my jurisdiction, I appoint Liu Ban as the Grand Scholar of the Heavenly Craft Institute, overseeing its affairs. A series of appointments thundered like lightning, leaving the entire court in a state of bewilderment. This was a complete overhaul. In the Northern Territories, at the Prince of the North's residence, Qin Tuo crushed the confidential report in his hand, his face shrouded in darkness. 2 noble clan princes, one dead and one captured. Under the capital, 1 million allied forces had been annihilated. The nephew he had never regarded highly had proven to be incredibly ruthless, with an array of hidden cards at his disposal. A chilling sense of dread washed over him, an unprecedented fear. Come fort, my lord. Prepare generous gifts and immediately dispatch a messenger to the Tianlang Wang court. Inform the Tianlang Khan that I, Qin Tuo, am willing to offer the 3 states of the Northern Territories in exchange for an alliance to jointly attack the Great Zhou. A glint of madness flashed in Qin Tuo's eyes. He was unwilling to concede, since Qin Hao refused to grant him a path to survival. He would resort to desperate measures, plunging the entire realm into chaos. In the capital, at the cabinet offices, the newly appointed Wang Engshi wasted no time. His first decree upon taking office was to investigate the lands, with the first target being the entrenched noble families of the Jingji region. Within the vast territories of the Zhou, regardless of royal lineage, wealthy clans, or officials, all lands under their names must be remeasured, registered, and tax amounts verified. Those who dare to conceal or resist this decree shall be punished as if they were plotting rebellion. The chilling edict plastered the streets and alleys of the capital, Shenzhen. Wang Engshi's characteristic audacity led him to disregard the subtle warnings from his peers and directly target the entrenched aristocratic families. The Dongchang, under the command of Zhengchun, transformed into countless watchful eyes in the night, relentlessly delivering reports of hidden estates belonging to various clans to Wang Engshi's desk. The investigation into land ownership stirred the most powerful interest groups in the Jingji region. These aristocrats, who had enjoyed privileges for centuries, had long made tax evasion a norm. Several prominent families, led by the Zhao clan, quickly conspired in secret, outwardly complying while covertly resisting. They not only drove away officials who came to measure their lands, but even allowed their servants to brutally injure a minor official from the Ministry of Revenue. They were testing the new emperor's limits. However, what awaited them was not concession, but suppression. At the Zhao residence, the clan head Zhao Qian was feasting with several other clan leaders. What can a mere scholar like Wang Engshi do to us? His new policies do not only threaten my household, but all the noble families in the capital. Zhao Qian raised his cup, his expression filled with pride. Zhao, brother, speaks truly. If we unite in resistance, his new policies will be rendered void. Just then, the front gates of the residence exploded into fragments. A terrified servant rushed in, trembling, and exclaimed, "Master, it is terrible. Jinyiwei has led troops in." Zhao Qian's cup clattered to the ground. He dashed outside to find his residence surrounded by armored soldiers, led by none other than the unyielding Wang Engshi, with a gigantic man wielding twin halberds standing beside him, exuding an aura as fierce as a beast. "Jinyiwei, Wang Engshi, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Qian forced himself to remain calm and demanded an explanation. Wang Engshi, with a stoic expression, produced a document. The Zhao clan has concealed 37,000 acres of land, evaded taxes amounting to 1.2 million taels of silver, and injured a court official. Each accusation is substantiated with solid evidence. By the Emperor's decree, I am here to conduct an investigation. Zhao Qian's complexion turned ashen. An investigation? I see it as a pretext for a raid. Wang Engshi, do not push me too far. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of armed servants surged forth from the estate, including practitioners at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. I demand an audience with the Emperor to report your crimes. Wang Engshi remained unmoved. Jinyiwei simply grinned and took a step forward. Boom! The oppressive aura of the King's realm was not an ethereal presence, but a tangible force that crashed down upon them. The hundreds of guards could not even scream before their bones were crushed by this overwhelming power, blood splattering as they collapsed, instantaneously losing all combat capability. Zhao Qian and the other clan leaders weakened, collapsing to their knees, their trousers damp with warmth and filth. Jinyiwei approached Zhao Qian, bent down, and spoke in a voice only they could hear, "I do not like you." At that moment, an agent from the Dongshang unfurled an imperial edict and, with a sharp voice, proclaimed, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees. The Zhao clan, in defiance of the new policies, is akin to treason. Their entire family shall be executed, and their assets confiscated to serve as a warning." Thus decreed, Zhao Qian's pupils dilated, utterly devoid of focus. Wang Engshi coldly observed the scene, then turned to the officials behind him and commanded, "Enter the estate, inventory and register everything, down to the last blade of grass." For the national treasury, the downfall of the Zhao clan struck like a bloody thunderbolt, awakening all noble families in the Zhengchun region. Fear overwhelmed greed. The next day, countless families rushed to submit their land contracts and deeds voluntarily to the authorities. The investigation into land ownership faced no further obstacles. Within the Yangxin Hall, Qin Hao listened to Chao Zhengchun's report, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The new policies have begun to bear fruit. The national treasury is swelling, and the tax base is expanding. Current national fortune value, 2,000 points. Chapter 44. A miracle appears. The barren land's dragon vein surges with spiritual springs, yielding a harvest of 10 stones that astound the officials. In the Yangxin Hall, candle flames flickered quietly. Before Qin Hao lay a mountain of memorials, each documenting the tempestuous aftermath of the new policies. Wang Engshi's land reform, heralded by the blood of the Zhao clan, surged through the Jingjing region with unstoppable momentum. Lands once tightly held by the aristocracy were gradually returning to the state, and the national treasury's wealth swelled daily. Yet, Qin Hao's brow remained furrowed. He understood that military victories and the sudden influx of wealth from confiscated estates were merely temporary. A dynasty that leaves its people hungry, no matter how powerful its army, is like a castle built upon sand. It will crumble with the slightest breeze. The root of Dezhou's century-long decline lay in land and grain. The aristocracy monopolized 80% of the farmland, exploiting loopholes to evade taxes. Natural disasters struck frequently, with summer floods and autumn droughts leaving the common folk bereft of harvest. Now, the investigation into land ownership only resolved the issue of available land for cultivation, while the threats of calamity and grain shortages still loomed overhead. Qin Hao's thoughts sank deeper. Current national fortune value, 2,000 points. System, filter out the strongest talents related to agriculture and water conservancy. The screen flickered, and 2 names appeared clearly. Water conservancy expert Li Bing. Agricultural master Jia Sixi. They are the ones. National fortune value decreased by 540 points, but Qin Hao remained unfazed. This investment would yield returns 1,000-fold in the future. He swiftly examined the attributes of the 2 individuals. Talent, Li Bing cultivation, pinnacle of the divine palace realm, mastery of techniques, traits, water management, capable of managing rivers, constructing water conservancy projects, sensing geological veins to harness spiritual energy for nurturing farmlands, and transforming them into spiritual fields. Talent, Jia cultivation, pinnacle of the divine palace realm, mastery of techniques, traits, essential techniques for common people, capable of discerning soil quality across the realm, improving crops, cultivating high-yield spiritual grains, and significantly enhancing food production and quality. Water management and soil improvement, along with increased crop yields, form a tailor-made infrastructure powerhouse for Dezhou. Qinhao rose, a newfound sense of control surging within him. Summoned Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi for an audience. Moments later, the newly appointed Prime Minister and Vice Prime Minister arrived together. Your Majesty, please rise. Qinhao spoke directly. I wish to establish a Ministry of Agriculture beyond the 6 ministries to oversee the agricultural and water management affairs of the realm. Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi exchanged glances, both perceiving the other's bewilderment. Wang Engshi stepped forward first, his obstinate nature compelling him to speak candidly. Your Majesty, agriculture is the foundation of the nation, yet it is intricate and affects the populace. It cannot be accomplished overnight. The newly implemented land reforms have already consumed tremendous energy from the court. If a new ministry is established, spreading such a vast undertaking may overextend our manpower and resources. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Liu Bowen, being more diplomatic, bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is wise. The old minister wishes to inquire if you have a candidate in mind for the head of this Ministry of Agriculture. This position is of great national significance. Unless one possesses extraordinary talents, it will be challenging to shoulder such a weighty responsibility, potentially hindering the new policies. His implication was clear. This role is far too crucial for an ordinary individual to manage effectively. Qinhao observed the reactions of both individuals closely. This was precisely the kind of skepticism he desired. Without extreme doubt, how could the miraculousness of his methods be highlighted? Xian, Li Bing, and Jia Xiqiao entered the court. With the eunuch-esque summons, 2 figures stepped into the grand hall. One was tall and lean, with dark skin and calloused hands. Yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. The other resembled an ordinary rural farmer, unpretentious in demeanor, walking into the resplendent hall without a trace of discomfort. Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi furrowed their brows even deeper. Is this truly the extraordinary talent His Majesty sought? I am Li Bing, paying my respects to your Majesty. I am Commoner Jia Xiqiao, paying my respects to your Majesty. Both of you may rise. Qinhao raised his hand, his voice steady and powerful. From this day forth, Li Bing shall serve as the Minister of Agriculture, overseeing water resources. Jia Xiqiao shall serve as the Junior Minister of Agriculture, overseeing farming. I bestow upon you a task. Qinhao leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing, imbued with an undeniable authority. Within 1 year, I demand that there be no hunger within 100 miles of the capital. Within 3 years, I want the granaries of Dezhou to overflow, ensuring every household has surplus grain. Should you require personnel or resources, speak directly to me. Upon hearing these words, even Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi felt the young emperor's ideals were overly ambitious. To fill the granaries of Dezhou within 3 years? This was no mere decree, but a myth. Yet, Li Bing and Jia Xiqiao simultaneously knelt, their voices resonant and firm. We will obey. 3 days later, in the western outskirts of the capital, lay a vast expanse of abandoned land, parched from years of drought. Several officials from the Ministry of Works followed behind Li Bing, their faces etched with concern. Sir, the land's veins are depleted. We can find no water source here. Should we not consider another location? It may be a futile effort to expend manpower here. Li Bing paid no heed to their protests, slowly pacing across the cracked earth, his eyes slightly closed, as though listening to the earth's deep pulse. Abruptly, he halted, stamping his right foot forcefully. A wave of invisible energy radiated from him, expanding in all directions. The officials present felt the ground beneath them tremble as if it had come alive in that fleeting moment. Li Bing opened his eyes, pointing towards several seemingly unrelated locations. Here, dig 3 zhang deep. There, 5 zhang. And over there, 7 zhang. The officials exchanged glances, suspecting that he might be mad. Is exploring for water really a matter of jest? However, The emperor's command was absolute, and they reluctantly directed the laborers to begin digging. An hour later, water has been struck. Sir, water has truly emerged. A disbelieving shout came from the first pit. Soon after, other pits also erupted with gushing springs. What astonished the officials further was that the flowing water was remarkably clear, imbued with a faint, ethereal energy. Li Bing regarded this scene with an expression as tranquil as a deep well. The water does not lie on the surface, but beneath the dragon veins. By harnessing the energy of the dragon veins, we can transform it into spiritual springs. This is the foundation of a fertile field. He surveyed the awestruck crowd and commanded, "Following my method, excavate channels to connect all spiritual springs and irrigate this vast expanse of barren land." 3 days later, as the barren land was thoroughly nourished by the spiritual springs, Jia Xiqiao arrived with a group of farmers. He grasped a handful of moist soil and inhaled its fragrance, his eyes reflecting admiration. Excellent soil, excellent water. From his pocket, he produced a cloth bag filled with plump rice seeds that shimmered faintly. "Let us sow this spiritual grain." An experienced farmer hesitated to speak. "Sir Jia, this is not the season for sowing." Jia Xiqiao chuckled, placing a handful of seeds into the farmer's palm. "With this spiritual field and spiritual water nourishing it, the seasons are irrelevant. Rest assured, sow it. In a month, this grain will be ready, yielding 10 sure per mu." 10 shu per mu. A collective astonishment washed over the farmers, believing they had misheard. In the most fertile fields of Dezhou, even in a year of favorable weather, the yield barely reached 2 sure per mu. This was a 5-fold difference. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, in the newly established Tiangong Institute, a wave of heat enveloped the air. Liu Ban stood before a towering furnace, his eyes gleaming with almost fanatic intensity. "The steel-making method bestowed by your majesty is simply divine," he shouted to the hundreds of skilled craftsmen beside him. "Increase the airflow. The furnace temperature is insufficient. Higher." With the support of industrial knowledge exchanged from the system, the technology at Tiangong Institute was undergoing a qualitative leap. The first batch of spiritually infused black iron was about to be forged. Weapons and armor crafted from this black iron would elevate the combat capabilities of the Dezhou army to new heights. In the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao sat cross-legged, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He could distinctly feel streams of warm and harmonious national fortune converging from various regions, continuously nourishing his body and spirit. This was not the violent plunder following a victory over formidable foes, but rather the positive feedback from the people's loyalty and the growth of national strength. The notifications chimed in, ding. Improvement in living conditions, the people's loyalty, national fortune value increases automatically by 10 points daily. Ding. Breakthrough in Tiangong Institute technology. Enhancement of national power, national fortune value increases automatically by 5 points daily. This power, like spring rain, washed through his meridians. The bottleneck of the mid-stage Linghai realm silently dissolved under this immense and gentle force. Boom! The ocean of spiritual power within his dantian suddenly expanded. Late-stage Linghai realm. Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering. He stood and approached the window, gazing down at the capital, which was rapidly rejuvenating under his will, filled with a sense of grandeur. Just then, a young eunuch burst into the hall, tumbling in with urgency. His voice sharp and panicked. "Your Majesty, urgent news from the north. The wolf smoke rises. The Tianlang king is marching south, and Qin Tuo has surrendered, leading the way." Within the Yangxin Palace, national fortune gathered like a stream, nourishing Qin Hao's imperial essence. The once antiquated war machine of the Dezhou dynasty was being dismantled, reassembled, and revitalized under his will. Chief Minister Liu Bowen devised meticulous strategies, overseeing the overall situation with effective governance. Deputy Minister Wang Engshi wielded the sharp blade of new policies, beginning to cleanse the corruption from the capital region. Minister of Agriculture Li Bing stood firmly on the ground, channeling the dragon veins waters to transform barren lands into fertile fields. Liu Ban, the head of Tiangong Institute, stoked the flames of the furnace, forging a new steel backbone for Dezhou. With Gao Shun in the south and Yuan Zhuozong in the east, the two great sovereigns commanded their armies, restoring control over the previously rebellious territories. Everything was progressing toward the most favorable direction. Dezhou was flourishing like never before. The only blemish was the elusive nail that remained. Ginto. Qin Hao's finger lightly traced the northern region on the map. This uncle, who had fled back to the north, was the last discordant piece in his quest to unify the Dezhou territory. Just as he pondered whom to send to remove this thorn, an attendant rushed in with alarming news. Your Majesty, urgent message from the north, dispatched with great haste. A messenger, battered and breathless, burst into the hall, his armor stained with fresh blood and frost, his voice hoarse. Yet, the movements of Qin Hao remained undisturbed. Moments later. Within the Golden Yuan Hall, the officials gathered. The messenger knelt, summoning his last strength to raise the bloody dispatch high. Your Majesty, the northern front has fallen, he proclaimed. The ruler of the northern grasslands, the Tianlang Wangting, has assembled 500,000 wolf riders and brazenly torn apart the treaty to invade our lands 3 days ago. At these words, shock rippled through the court. What? Tianlang Wangting? Have they lost their minds? After 30 years of peace, why this sudden aggression? The Minister of War turned pale, rushing forward to snatch the dispatch from the eunuch's hands. After a mere glance, he trembled violently. But that is not all. He raised his head, despair etched across his face. The traitor Qin Tuo, that scoundrel, has led 30,000 northern troops to surrender to Tianlang Wangting. The news detonated like a bomb, more shocking than the advance of 500,000 wolf riders. The entire Golden Yuan Hall erupted into chaos. Qin Tuo, how dare he? Inviting wolves into our home. He aims to sever the roots of the great Zhou. Cries of outrage and indignation filled the air. The Minister of War, voice laden with sorrow and rage, continued. The Khan of Tianlang Wangting has conferred upon Qin Tuo the title of guiding king, with Qin Tuo leading. Our northern defenses are rendered futile. The Tianlang cavalry has already breached Yunzhou, Shuazhou, and Daizhou. Silence fell, a palpable stillness that was almost tangible. Where shock and anger had once reigned, now only fear remained on the faces of the officials. 800,000 troops, and among them, 500,000 swift wolf riders, alongside 30,000 traitors familiar with the northern terrain. This force had the potential to rend the already weakened Great Zhou into fragments. Your Majesty, the Chief Minister Liu Bowen stepped forward, his expression more grave than ever. Qin Tuo's treachery is deserving of death. He knows all the strategic passes, supply routes, and troop deployments of our northern front. With him guiding them, the Tianlang cavalry will march as if in an unguarded land. We must prepare at once. Wang Engshi, known for his steadfast demeanor, exhibited both fury and worry. Your Majesty, General Gao Shun's Southern Expeditionary Force is currently purging the remnants of the Baiwei in the southern borders. Marshal Yuan Zhuozong's Snow Dragon Cavalry is striking terror in the eastern wilderness. The two main forces are thousands of miles away and cannot rush to the northern front in time. Distant waters cannot quench a fire nearby. What then? Should we negotiate with Tianlang Wangting? Li Jia, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, stuttered. Negotiate? With what? They are ravenous wolves. They will only tear away more of our flesh. Yet without negotiation, the defenders of Shenzhen, combined with the troops in the capital, number barely over 200,000. How can we withstand an army of 80,000 fierce wolves? The court descended into chaos. Some advocated ceding land for peace. Others proposed relocating the capital southward, while some, pale as death, remained silent, as if they already envisioned the devastation of their country and homes. They instinctively looked towards the young emperor on the dragon throne, only to find Qin Hao's expression devoid of panic. He remained seated with unwavering composure. Qin Hao listened quietly, observing as the court bickered over matters that seemed to concern others, detached from his own fate. This calmness stirred something within Liu Bowen. Could it be that the emperor held a trump card? Meanwhile, Qin Hao's consciousness had already descended into his system. Current national fortune value, 3,000 points. This modest amount, accumulated through the implementation of new policies, improvement of livelihoods, and enhancement of national strength, was sufficient for now. Tianlang Wangting? Qin Tuo. To him, these were but another set of opportunities for national fortune. Yet this opportunity had sharp edges. He waved his hand, signaling exhaustion. Court dismissed. The two words silenced all discord within the hall. Your Majesty? The officials were taken aback. This matter shall be decided by me. Rising with purpose, Qin Hao strode out of the Golden Yuan Hall, leaving behind a group of bewildered ministers. Upon returning to Yangshin Hall, Qin Hao dismissed all attendants. System. His voice echoed in the vast hall. Cavalry against cavalry is the fairest duel. But I do not favor fairness. A cold smile graced Qin Hao's lips. With sufficient national fortune at his disposal, he preferred to dominate. He required an army, one formidable enough to crush the cavalry of Tianlang Wangting across the vast northern plains. A force that would shatter them utterly. More importantly, he needed an invincible commander, a peerless general capable of decisive victory in the chaos of battle. One whose mere name would instill terror in all adversaries. Qin Hao opened the hero recruitment list. Familiar names flashed before his eyes. Han Exin, a master tactician. Yet to confront these lawless nomads, a purer embodiment of slaughter and intimidation was needed. Yu Fei, his loyalty and valor unmatched, his troops formidable. Yet his spear was more suited for defense than carnage. Against these self-righteous grassland wolves, what was required was a beast fiercer, more ruthless, and more ferocious. An idea began to form in Qin Hao's mind. He sought a living embodiment of death. His gaze ultimately settled upon one name, a name that had once made an era tremble, transforming countless lives into dust. The blood within him seemed to boil at that moment. System. Recruit him for me. Chapter 46. The Birth of the God of Slaughter. Summon the Butcher by Qi, 100,000 elite soldiers of the Qin. Within Yangxin Hall, silence reigned. Qin Hao dismissed all inner servants, standing alone before a vast map of territories. He felt no anxiety, for he possessed the system. System. Begin summoning. Ding. Consuming 1,000 points of national fortune, confirming the recruitment of the God of Slaughter by Qi. At the moment the words fell, the temperature within Yangxin Hall plummeted. There was no brilliance, no signs, only an utterly pure intent to kill, like an invisible tide, seeping from the void, chilling and bone-deep, infused with a rich scent of blood, as if dragging the entire hall into a Shura field of corpses and blood. Even the dragon-carved throne seemed to emit a silent lament. A figure gradually coalesced in the center of the hall, clad in ancient, black armor, etched with the marks of blades and axes, each scar telling the tale of a fierce battle. His features were cold, expressionless, with eyes as deep as an eternal icy pool, devoid of any emotion. Simply standing there transformed the once mighty Yangxin Hall into a frigid wasteland. Even Qin Hao, as a sovereign and blessed with the divine physique of an emperor, felt a twinge of trepidation. I, by Qi, pay my respects to your majesty. The black-armored general knelt on one knee, his voice steady, devoid of any tremor. With a thought, Qin Hao summoned forth his attributes. Renjia, by Qi cultivation level. Peak of Sage Realm, characteristic 1. God of Slaughter domain. In the battlefield, an automatic domain forms. Within the domain, enemy morale continuously declines. Panic ensues, and combat effectiveness is weakened by 30. Our soldiers' killing intent gathers, growing braver with each battle. Characteristic 2. Massacre on the battlefield for every 10,000 enemies slain. Our army's attributes are enhanced by 1, stacking up to a maximum of 100. Bai Qi's own combat power will also increase correspondingly. Characteristic 3. Military Path God of Slaughter. When commanding an army of over 100,000, perceives the overall situation of the battlefield, enhancing the execution, mobility, and collaborative combat abilities of the entire army by 30. Loyalty. 100 loyal. Peak of Sage Realm. 3 characteristics, each more terrifying than the last. Truly a butcher born for war. No wonder he is called the Butcher of Humanity. This 1,000-year national fortune is well spent. Qin Hao marveled in his heart and then inquired, Bai Qi, if given a great army, do you have the confidence to crush the 800,000 ferocious troops of the north? Your Majesty. Bai Qi raised his head, still wearing his cold expression. I do not know what the ferocious troops are, but I know that those who stand in the way of your Majesty's unification are merely bones. What a statement of mere bones. Qin Hao was quite satisfied with this response. System. Summoned by Qi's exclusive army. Renjia by Qi's exclusive divine demon army. The Qin Rui Shi has been unlocked. The army has 4 levels. Please choose host. Basic version. Summon 100,000 to Qin Rui Shi. Soldiers cultivation level. Peak of Foundation Establishment Realm. Equipped with 2 deputies, Peak of King Realm, and 10 generals, Peak of Great Ability Realm. National fortune value required, 2,000 points. Upgraded version. Summon 300,000 to Qin Rui Shi. Soldiers cultivation level, peak of spiritual sea realm. Equipped with 3 deputies, peak of king realm. And 30 generals, peak of great ability realm. National fortune value required, 30,000 points. Luxury version, summon 500,000 to Qin Rui Shi. Soldiers cultivation level, early stage of divine palace realm. Equipped with 5 deputies, peak of king realm, and 50 generals, peak of great ability realm. National fortune value required, 100,000 points. Top version, summon 1 million to Qin Rui Shi. Soldiers cultivation level, peak of divine palace realm. Equipped with 2 deputies, late stage of sage realm. 10 assistants, peak of king realm, and 100 generals, peak of great ability realm. National fortune value required, 200,000 points. Looking at that string of zeros, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. With 200,000 national fortune, I cannot even gather a fraction. I need more national fortune. War truly is a voracious beast. The remaining 2,000 national fortune points are just enough. System, summon the basic version, 100,000 to Qin Rui Shi. Ding. Consumed 2,000 national fortune points. Successfully summoned 100,000 to Qin Rui Shi. Basic version. Automatically transported to the western camp of Xinjing. Under the command of Renjie Bai Qi. At the same time, Jinyiwei, who was training soldiers in the Imperial Guard camp, suddenly paused. He raised his head and looked toward the palace. A terrifying aura that made his hair stand on end flashed by. This was not the pressure of a strong man, but a feeling akin to a natural enemy. It was as if a fierce tiger had caught the scent of an ancient Tyrannosaurus. Jinyiwei grinned, not in the least afraid, but instead tightened his grip on his dual halberds, his fighting spirit soaring higher. An interesting fellow. I shall not be outdone by you. The next day at the Grand Court Assembly, inside the Jinluan Hall, the atmosphere had dropped to a freezing point. All the officials wore troubled expressions, having not slept through the night, waiting for the emperor to make a final decision. Should we cede land and pay reparations, or relocate the capital southward? Qin Hao, clad in his dragon robe, ascended the steps of the Dan throne step by step and settled into the dragon chair. His face bore no trace of worry, appearing eerily calm. Lu Bowen and Wang Engshi exchanged glances, having reached a conclusion in their hearts. Qin Hao's fingers gently tapped the armrest of the dragon chair, producing a rhythmic sound. My loyal ministers, do you have any strategies to repel the enemy? A silence fell over the hall. After a long pause, the Minister of War timidly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Tianlang Wang court is formidable, and with a traitorous king leading them, our forces are insufficient. I suggest we temporarily avoid confrontation. Before he could finish, he felt a chilling, killing intent locking onto him. It was the emperor on the dragon chair. Temporarily avoid confrontation? Qin Hao repeated, his tone flat, causing cold sweat to stream down the Minister of War's back. Were it not for the lack of national fortune points, Qin Hao would have genuinely considered replacing this Minister of War, who showed no semblance of a military leader. In my great Zhou, there are only soldiers who die in battle, not fleeing monarchs. Beneath my feet lies Xinjing, and behind me are billions of subjects. There is no retreat. He slowly stood, gazing down at the officials in the hall. Announced by Qi to the throne. The officials were astonished. Bai Qi, who is this? When did such a figure emerge in the court? Moments later, a figure clad in black armor entered the Jinluan Hall. He made no sound as he walked. Yet, with his entrance, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire hall. The killing intent honed in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood made all the civil officials feel breathless, while some military generals instinctively grasped their swords at their waists, as if facing a formidable enemy. Lu Bowen and Wang Engshi's pupils constricted. They could sense that this person was extraordinarily strong. Proclaim, from this day forth, I appoint Bai Qi as the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition. Qin Hao's voice echoed in the silent hall. He will command 100,000 to Qin Rui Shi, overseeing all troops in the northern borders, and immediately advance north to eradicate the traitor Qin Tuo and confront the Tianlang Wang court. The edict I give you has but one command. Qin Hao paused for a moment, articulating every word clearly. Kill without mercy. Bai Qi took the imperial edict, along with the marshal's seal and military tokens presented by the eunuch, and knelt on one knee again. I accept the edict. After speaking, he stood up and turned to leave, his movements crisp and decisive, showing no sign of hesitation. Throughout, he did not glance at any of the ministers in the hall. In his world, there were only two types of people, your majesty and the dead. Watching that solitary, cold figure depart, the entire court remained in a state of profound shock. 100,000, the King Huishi. Where did this army come from? It was not until the black armored figure vanished beyond the hall that the ministers reacted and began to fervently discuss. Chapter 47. The Yinmen Pass confronts the enemy. Bai Qi's god of slaughter domain, slaughtering 80,000 enemy troops. The north wind howled like a blade, sweeping across the walls of Yinmen Pass, stirring up a flurry of sand and snow. After 3 consecutive days of rapid marching, 100,000 Jinyiwei sure advanced like a black sword, piercing into the northern borders of Dezhou. The guard commander at Yinmen Pass, Li Chuan, a battle-hardened middle-aged general, stood atop the pass, his expression grave as he gazed at the boundless sea of tents outside the city. Black wolf flags mingled with the Qin royal flags, stretching for dozens of miles like a vast black ocean. 500,000 Tianlang cavalry and 300,000 northern rebel troops. The might of the 80,000 army pressed down on Yinmen Pass, making it tremble. Beside him, the newly appointed Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition stood quietly, as if the 80,000 troops before him were no different from a few stubborn rocks at the city's foot. Grand Marshal, Li Chuan's throat fell dry. The enemy's strength is overwhelming, and our forces are insufficient. I believe we should fortify the city, raise the white flag of truce, and wait for their troops to tire before seeking an opportunity to counterattack. He mustered all his courage to speak these words. Bai Qi did not even cast a glance at him, nor did he exhibit the slightest reaction. The two burly deputy generals behind him, their presence as formidable as an abyss, merely stood there coldly upon hearing his words. This disregard was far more chilling than any reprimand. Li Chuan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead and wished to say something further. Finally, Bai Qi spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. The enemy commander's cultivation level. Report. Li Chuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied. The traitor Wang Qin Tuo is at the initial stage of the Great Power Realm, while the general of the Tianlang Wang Ting is at the initial stage of the King Realm. Additionally, there are 2 peak King Realm guards, 10 late-stage King Realm warriors, and countless experts at the Great Power and Divine Palace realms. He intended to emphasize the formidable nature of their adversaries. However, upon hearing this, Bai Qi merely emitted an almost inaudible scoff, an expression of utter disdain. Defend the city? Bai Qi finally turned his head, his emotionless eyes sweeping over Li Chuan. Were it not for the fear of scaring them off, I could annihilate them all. One man is sufficient. His words, though spoken plainly, sent a chill surging from Li Chuan's feet to the crown of his head. This was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Bai Qi paid him no further mind. His objective in this campaign was not mere victory or defeat. What he sought was a resounding triumph that would solidify his name as the god of slaughter for eternity. The following day, the drums of war from the Tianlang Wangting resounded once more, their heavy beats reverberating through the earth. Countless wolf riders galloped outside the gates, and a dense throng surged toward the city below. Clad in golden armor, the traitor Wang Qin Tuo rode a fearsome demon beast, charging forth with a countenance full of arrogance and pride. Li Chuan, if you open the gates and surrender, I shall spare your family for the sake of our past camaraderie. Upon the city wall, Li Chuan and the other defenders wore grim expressions, their fists clenched tightly. Bai Qi slowly approached the edge of the wall. He looked down upon the ostentatious display of Qin Tuo, as if observing a lifeless corpse. You are Qin Tuo, the traitor who must die. Those 5 words, devoid of any spiritual energy, resonated clearly across the battlefield, drowning out all drums and shouts. The smile on Qin Tuo's face froze as he looked up, meeting those cold, unfeeling eyes. For some reason, his heart skipped a beat. On the city wall, Li Chuan was horrified at Bai Qi's actions. My lord, no. Bai Qi ignored him and issued a direct command. Open the city gates. All troops charge. The order was succinct, yet carried an undeniable authority. Li Chuan and the other defenders were rendered speechless. 10,000 foot soldiers to confront a combined force of 800,000 cavalry and infantry? This was akin to suicide. Yet, the 2 peak King Realm deputy generals turned without hesitation. Understood. Open the gates. The heavy iron gates emitted a jarring, grinding noise as they slowly opened. Behind them stood 10,000 silent and steadfast soldiers of the Great Qin. At the moment the gates opened, Bai Qi moved. He simply raised his hand toward Qin Ta, who was dozens of miles below, and casually struck down. There was no earth-shattering display of spiritual energy, no dazzling lights. An invisible giant hand, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, materialized above Qin Tuo's head and then came crashing down. No, fear flickered on Qin Tuo's face, but he could not utter a complete sentence. Boom! The great power realm Qin Ta, along with his demon mount and several of his elite guards, was instantly reduced to a pulp. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then, Bai Qi unleashed his power, killing God Domain. A blood-red ripple of invisible energy emanated from Bai Qi, engulfing the battlefield within 100 miles in an instant. The sky transformed into a bizarre crimson hue. The air became saturated with the stench of blood and despair. Outside the city, that army of 800,000, regardless of their cultivation level or whether they were man or beast, felt a primal fear rising from the depths of their souls. Their fighting spirit, courage, and ferocity were instantly drained away, leaving only an instinct to flee. Morale shattered in an instant. Kill. Inside the city gates, the 10,000 soldiers of the Great Qin let out a thunderous roar. Bolstered by the killing God Domain, their combat prowess surged dramatically, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. Under the influence of their slaughtering nature, the enemy's demise would only serve to make them stronger. A torrent of black steel poured forth from the gates, like a red-hot branding iron thrusting into a block of cold butter. This was a massacre. The Great Qin soldiers, like tigers among sheep, wielded their long halberds, decapitating foes and splattering blood. The general of the Tianlang Wangting, a strong man at the initial stage of the King realm, watched the chaos unfold, his eyes bloodshot. Steady, steady, kill them all. He attempted to regain control of his forces. However, in the next moment, a dark figure stepped forward, appearing directly before him from atop the city walls. It was Bai Qi. You. The general barely managed to utter a word before a crushing pressure enveloped him entirely. He poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into his curved blade, unleashing a devastating strike. Bai Qi simply extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade, capable of cleaving mountains apart. Crack! The curved blade shattered into pieces. Dare you draw a blade before me? Bai Qi's fingers, under the terrified gaze of the general, lightly tapped his forehead. Bang! The body of the general from the Tianlang Wangting exploded into a mist of blood, like a punctured balloon. The commander fell. Qin Tuo was slain. The 800,000 army completely lost command, succumbing to the terror invoked by the killing God Domain and disintegrated into chaos. They cast down their weapons and fled, wishing they had been born with more legs. Pursue. Bai Qi uttered a single word. He flashed forth, weaving through the defeated enemy ranks, specifically targeting those at the king. Great power and divine palace realms. With each flicker, an enemy high-ranking warrior fell silently. His 2 deputy generals led the 10,000 soldiers of the Great Qin, like 2 enormous iron pincers, encircling from the flanks to initiate an extensive pursuit. Leave none alive. This chase lasted a full 3 days and nights. Extending from outside, the Yinmen passed deep into the grasslands. Rivers of blood flowed, and corpses lay strewn about. A road paved with the bones of 80,000 stretched for hundreds of miles, the air thick with blood, altering the very clouds above. The name of the god of slaughter, after eons, once more resonated throughout the Tianxian continent. Chapter 48. Tidings of victory shake the realm. Bai Qi ascends to godhood. Qin Hao's resolve annihilates the Tianlang Wangting. In the capital, Zhengchun Hall, the atmosphere during the court assembly was so oppressive one could almost wring water from it. Amidst the assembly, the officials remained as silent as the grave, not daring to mention Bai Qi leading the northern expedition against the 80,000 enemy forces. It had been 10 days since the last court assembly. The newly appointed Grand Marshal Bai Qi, commanding that unheard-of army of the Great Qin, had vanished as if a stone cast into the sea, leaving no ripples behind. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Hao calmly observed the murmuring officials below, exuding not a trace of concern. He is well aware of the terrifying might of Bai Qi, the pinnacle of the Shungrun realm. With an additional 100,000 elite soldiers from the Qin at his disposal, not only could he vanquish the 800,000 troops in the northern border, but he could also obliterate an entire medium-sized kingdom. Suddenly, A hoarse yet fervent shout resounded from outside the hall. A messenger, flag in hand, tumbled into the Jinwan hall. His body drenched in blood, armor tattered, yet his face bore an almost frenzied joy. Victory in the northern border. Urgent news from 800 miles away. The messenger fell to his knees, raising a scroll sealed with wax high above his head. The entire Jinwan hall fell into an immediate silence. All officials were stunned, believing they were hallucinating. Victory? The Minister of War was the first to snap back to reality, hastily stepping forward to snatch the report from the eunuch's hands. Trembling as he unsealed it, after a mere glance, he appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The report slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Minister, what is the state of the battle? An official inquired anxiously. The Minister of War's lips moved several times, yet no sound emerged. He merely pointed at the report, his expression a tumultuous blend of sheer terror and elation. Liu Bowen picked up the report, casting his eyes over it. Even with his profound foresight, he felt his fists tighten, knuckles whitening from strain. Read. The calm voice of Qin Hao resonated from the dragon throne. Liu Bowen steadied himself, slowly speaking, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. The Grand Marshal Bai Qi, at the Yamingwen, confronted 800,000 rebel forces and the Tianlang allied army. He paused, as if digesting the bloodshed contained within the words. The Grand Marshal, amidst the chaos of thousands, struck down the rebel King Qin Tuo with a single blow. Boom! The hall erupted into chaos. What? He killed the formidable Qin Tuo with a single strike. What kind of power is this? Heaven bless our Dezhou. Heaven bless our Dezhou. Liu Bowen raised his hand, signaling for silence, and continued. Then, the Grand Marshal roared, rallying 100,000 elite Qin soldiers to charge forth, causing the enemy's formation to collapse. The commander, the Grand General of the Tianlang Royal Court, was slain on the spot. Pursuing the remnants for 3 days and nights, the blood flowed like rivers. Liu Bowen took a deep breath, uttering the final line that sent a shiver through him. 80,000 beheaded, the enemy army annihilated. In this battle, our troops suffered over 100 casualties. A profound silence fell, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, a tidal wave of exuberant jubilation erupted. We have won. We have triumphed. 80,000. My heavens! Is Grand Marshal Bai Qi a god of slaughter descended upon us? What glory! What glory! The previously cautious Minister of Revenue, Li Jie, now flushed with excitement, was the first to leap forward, shouting hoarsely, Your Majesty is wise. Grand Marshal Bai Qi is a legendary general of the ages. Such unparalleled merit deserves great reward. A grand reward. Indeed, please, Your Majesty, bestow honors upon the Grand Marshal. Let a monument be erected in his name, to be remembered through the ages. The entire court was ablaze with fervor, all prior fears and anxieties dissolving into this moment of collective enthusiasm. Within the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao gazed at the map, his expression indifferent. For him, this victory was already a foregone conclusion. Ding! The hero Bai Qi has slain 80,000 enemy troops, asserting our national might, instilling fear across the lands. National fortune value, 2,000 points. Current national fortune value, 2,000 points. 2,000 points of national fortune was a considerable gain, yet it was still insufficient. If a single Tianlang royal court could compel him to deploy Bai Qi as a trump card, how many more such courts existed on the Tianxian continent? And what are those lofty sects and sacred grounds? Qin Hao's gaze traversed the northern border, extending towards the vast depths of the grasslands. To eradicate the weeds, one must uproot them entirely. In the northern grasslands, within the Tianlang royal court's golden tent, bang! A table crafted from millennia-old ironwood was shattered to dust by a scarred hand. Incompetent fools, a pack of useless wretches. The Tianlang Khan, a man as robust as a bear, with fiery red eyes emanating a terrifying aura of peak royal power, surveyed the trembling tribal leaders and shamans who prostrated themselves in fear. The messenger kneeling at the forefront buried his head in the ground. Great Khan, that Bai Qi is no man. He is a demon. With a single palm, he turned the guiding King Qin Tuo and his steed into a mere pulp. Our Grand General could not even withstand a single finger. The Khan's chest heaved violently. He was not a fool. After the fury came an icy chill. To slay a formidable being with a single strike, to annihilate a king with a mere gesture. This was undoubtedly a peak royal existence, perhaps even transcending such power. When had the Dazhou dynasty, perceived as a sickly sheep, acquired such a terrifying entity? Convey my orders. The Khan's voice was hoarse with hatred. All tribes, immediately converge towards the royal court. Reinforce our defenses and do not engage with the Dazhou forces. A tribal leader, puzzled, raised his head. Great Khan, are we to let this go? Let go. A glint of ferocity flashed in the Khan's eyes. Absolutely not. He seized a wolf pelt cloak and strode toward the exit. Prepare the offerings. I shall personally visit the Longshan Tian Temple. I must summon the great will of the eternal life to descend and request the grand shaman to slay that demon. In the capital, within the Jinluan Hall, the fervor among the officials had yet to wane, still fervently debating how to reward Bai Qi. Qin Hao's figure reappeared upon the dragon throne. The hall fell silent once more. There was no rush for celebrations. As Qin Hao spoke, he doused everyone's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Lu Bowen, sensing a shift, stepped forward. Your Majesty, if the Tianlang royal court remains, there may still be variables. Variables? Qin Hao rose, approaching the map. I never leave any opportunity for the enemy to exploit. He turned to Wang Engshi. Wang Aiqing, I command you to immediately coordinate with the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War to seize and allocate all supplies and resources obtained from the traitors, directing them northward. I want Bai Qi's army ready, with supplies preceding their advance. I obey. Wang Engshi bowed, recognizing the intent behind Qin Hao's words. Qin Hao then turned to an inner servant. Convey my decree to Lu Ban, the head of the Tiangong Institute, instructing him to set aside all current tasks. Within 3 days, I want designs for powerful crossbows, war chariots, and iron caltrops capable of countering cavalry. Within a month, I want these items to fill the armory at Yamengwen. As you command. Finally, Qin Hao's gaze settled on the vast area of grasslands represented on the map. His voice soft yet resonant throughout the hall. Convey my imperial edict to Grand Marshal Bai Qi. The Yamengwen need not be defended any longer. Let him lead the elite Qin soldiers across that path of bones, taking the initiative to strike deep into the heart of the grasslands. Qin Hao's finger pressed heavily on the location of the Tianlang royal court on the map. I want the Tianlang royal court to vanish completely from this continent. Chapter 49. Consuming National Fortune, Summoning Zhuge Wulong. Where is my Minister of War? Qin Hao's decree to annihilate the Tianlang royal court struck like a colossal stone into the tranquil lake, stirring up towering waves within the Jinluan Hall. Your Majesty, this is utterly unthinkable. The Minister of War was the first to kneel on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Our Dazhou has just quelled internal strife, with countless matters awaiting revitalization. The implementation of new policies already faces immense resistance across various regions. At this moment of triumph, we should seize the opportunity to recuperate and reassure the populace. If we were to engage in further armed conflict and venture deep into the grasslands, it would be a reckless act of militarism, dragging our Dazhou into the mire of war. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Behind him, a throng of conservative officials knelt in unison, weeping and pleading against this course of action. Your Majesty, the Minister of War speaks truly. Our Dazhou's treasury is depleted. We can no longer afford such turmoil. Although General Bai Qi is valiant, he is but a lone warrior in enemy territory, and the logistics of supplies pose a monumental challenge. Should our retreat be cut off, the fate of 100,000 troops hangs perilously in the balance. We beseech your Majesty to rescind the command. This heartfelt discourse moved many to tears. In the court, cries echoed, reminiscent of the fall of the Tianlang Wang court, heralding the impending doom of Dazhou. Lu Bowen and Wang Engshi stood aside, their brows furrowed, regarding the short-sighted ministers with pity. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Hao gazed impassively at the kneeling assembly below. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne, each sound resonating like a hammer, striking the hearts of the officials. After a prolonged silence, Qin Hao finally spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. Recuperation? He repeated the term with a hint of amusement. Will the Tianlang Wang court patiently await our Dazhou's recovery, only to confront us when we are strong and formidable? He rose and descended from the throne step by step, the sound of his dragon boots striking the golden bricks echoing clearly. Approaching the Minister of War, He looked down upon him from an elevated position. The empty treasury is a result of your parasitic group. The obstruction of new policies stems from your conservative and obstinate faction's duplicity. Now, I wish to expand our territory and establish a legacy for Dezhou, yet you dare to advise against me? Qin Hao's voice suddenly rose like thunder. My Dezhou requires no such duplicitous, cowardly, and short-sighted officials. The Minister of War trembled under the weight of imperial authority, unable to utter a word. Qin Hao slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the palace gates. Minister of War, you have aged. From this day forth, you are dismissed from your post. I shall consider your lack of grave transgressions and permit you to retire. As for the rest of you who dared to oppose, prepare for your demise. At this declaration, the court fell into stunned silence. All present regarded Qin Hao with expressions of disbelief. Your Majesty, have mercy. The officials who had supported the Minister of War turned pale, desperately bowing their heads. Yet, Qin Hao did not spare them a glance, turning back to his throne. Who else holds dissenting views? His gaze swept the assembly, and all kneeling officials fell silent, burying their heads lower. Dismissed. Qin Hao pronounced the word with finality, sweeping his sleeves as he departed, leaving behind a court frozen in fear and shock. In the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao's fury had long since abated, replaced by a calm contemplation. The events of the court had imparted a crucial understanding. He had Bai Qi, a peerless general, and Jinyiwei, a valiant protector, Liu Bowen, a top strategist, and Wang Engshi, a reformist official, were also by his side. However, the number of capable individuals remained insufficient. He lacked one who could seamlessly integrate strategy and tactics, orchestrating the vast war machine. Bai Qi was a blade of the nation, but he only executed the act of killing, without considering how to do so efficiently or what to do afterward. Liu Bowen could gauge public sentiment and devise national policies, yet he also needed to manage state affairs, which was simply too much for one individual. Another must be found, one who could grasp the overarching strategy while overseeing the entire situation. System. Ding. What are your orders? Host. Display the talent recruitment list. Current national fortune value, 2,200 points. The slaughter of 800,000 troops yielded a mere 2,000 points in national fortune. And, combined with the 200 points accumulated daily, this constituted his entire wealth. Qin Hao's gaze swiftly traversed the talent list. His target was clear. He sought not a general to charge into battle, but a commander capable of overseeing from a distance, achieving victory from afar. Soon, a name captured his attention. That name seemed to emanate a glow of wisdom, overshadowing all others. It was him. System. Summon the brilliant strategist Zhuge Liang. Ding. Confirming the expenditure of 1,200 points of national fortune. Summoning the talent Zhuge Liang. As the words fell, no grand spectacle erupted within the Yangxin Palace. Instead, a gentle breeze seemed to pass, stirring the documents on the table, bringing a breath of fresh air from the mountains and fields. A figure quietly appeared at the center of the hall. He appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in a simple long robe, a silk cap adorning his head, with a face as radiant as jade, most striking with a feather fan in his hand and his deep, starry eyes, as if they could perceive the essence of all things and foresee the past, present, and future. Commoner Zhuge Wulong, at your service, your majesty. He merely bowed slightly, exuding an air of nonchalance and transcendent grace. Qin Hao's thoughts stirred, and his attribute panel instantly materialized. Talent. Zhuge Liang, cultivation, pinnacle of the king's realm, strategic genius. Characteristic 1. 8 trigrams formation, capable of utilizing the forces of heaven and earth to create an unparalleled formation that integrates trapping, killing, and illusion. Even sages may be ensnared and slain within it. Characteristic 2. Longzhong plan, can foresee the grand trends of the world, accurately deducing future fortunes and insights for strategic planning. Characteristic 3. Borrowing the east wind, possessing knowledge of timing, can alter local weather conditions, summon winds and rain, and invoke thunder. Loyalty, 100, utterly loyal, the pinnacle of the king's realm. 3 characteristics, each more extraordinary than the last. This expenditure of 1,200 points of national fortune was exceedingly worthwhile. Qin Hao refrained from any unnecessary probing. For this incarnation of wisdom from the past, any testing would be an insult. He rose directly from the throne, approaching Zhuge Liang, pointing at the mountain of military reports. Kongming, there is no need for excessive formalities. These are all the military reports from the Northern Front. My command is to annihilate the Tianlang Wang court, yet the court lacks a capable leader, and the army lacks a general staff. Qin Hao's tone carried a hint of helplessness, yet also an undeniable resolve. My mind is made up. What you propose? Zhuge Liang did not respond immediately. He picked up his feather fan and walked calmly to the desk, retrieving a scroll of military reports. His reading speed was astonishing. With a gentle flick of the fan, he scanned through the thick reports, setting them aside one by one. In the entire Yangxin Palace, only the rustling of documents remained. Qin Hao did not urge him, merely observing in silence. In the span of a single incense stick, the mountain of documents was thoroughly reviewed by Zhuge Liang. He set down the final report and approached the grand map of territories, lightly tapping the map with his feather fan. Your Majesty, General Bai Qi possesses unparalleled bravery, and victory in this battle is assured. He began by presenting a conclusion. However, as the army departs from the borders, there are 3 critical vulnerabilities. His feather fan traced a long arc upon the map, illustrating the supply line from Yanmen Pass to the Tianlang Wang court. Firstly, the length of the supply route renders it susceptible to disruption by small elite cavalry at locations, such as Heifengkua and Duanhuanpe, should the provisions be set ablaze. Even the divine General Bai Qi would see his 100,000-strong army crumble without a fight. Next, the fan pointed to another location. Secondly, General Bai Qi's overwhelming killing intent, coupled with the Qin's fierce warriors, shall result in rivers of blood as they advance into the grasslands. While this may instill fear in the hearts of petty foes, it will undoubtedly incite a united front among all the tribes of the plains, plunging our forces into an endless quagmire of people's warfare. Finally, the fan came to rest heavily upon a canyon. Thirdly, and most gravely, this location, known as Zonglonggu, is the essential path leading to the golden tent of the Tianlang Wang court. The sheer cliffs on either side present a natural barrier. Should the Tianlang Wang court have skilled individuals to lay an ambush here, employing formations from the realm of immortals, even with General Bai Qi's extraordinary abilities, the entire army would face annihilation. Each word cut to the quick, each phrase a gem. Qin Hao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. These issues had been subtly hinted at by Liu Bowen, yet none had perceived them with such clarity and lethality as Zhuge Liang. He was thoroughly impressed, completely in awe. Well, what a remarkable Zhuge Kongming. Qin Hao strode purposefully to the Imperial desk, personally preparing ink and paper. Proclaim my decree. Henceforth, I shall appoint Zhuge Liang as the new Minister of War, overseeing all logistics and personnel deployments for the Northern Expedition. Grant him the authority as if I were present, allowing him to command all generals of the Northern Campaign without needing to consult the cabinet, reporting directly to me. The nearby eunuchs were already astounded by the insights of this young scholar, and upon hearing his words, they hurriedly moved to assist with the writing implements. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, gently restraining Qin Hao's hand just as he was about to write. Your Majesty, military affairs should not be rushed. Qin Hao paused, looking at him in confusion. Zhuge Liang, with an unprecedented seriousness, withdrew his fan. He tilted his head, seemingly gazing through the dome of the Yangxin Palace toward the distant northern horizon. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me an expanse of land outside the capital, along with vast quantities of fine iron, spiritual jade, and battle flags. Qin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Zhuge Liang slowly spoke, uttering words that sent a chill through Qin Hao's heart. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena. I discovered that in the northern border, an ominous star has risen, its aura of slaughter intertwined with a malevolence that does not belong to this world. He turned his gaze, his profound eyes locking onto Qin Hao. What General Bai Qi is about to face may not merely be the armies of mortal realms. Chapter 50. Qin Hao appoints the Minister of War. Zhuge Liang engages in verbal duels with the scholars, earning the respect of all officials. The following day, during the Grand Court Assembly, the atmosphere within the Golden Long Hall was tense. Following the dismissal of the Minister of War, not a single official dared to speak first. The vacant position was akin to a scalding iron, no one daring to approach it. Qin Hao, clad in his dragon robe, emerged from behind the hall, striding confidently to the exalted dragon throne. He wasted no words. Announce Zhuge Liang to the court. The officials were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves. Zhuge Liang? Who is this? Why we never heard of this name? Amidst the puzzled gazes, a young man dressed in a plain long robe and a silk cap, holding a feather fan, entered the golden long hall with measured steps. He appeared remarkably young, seemingly in his late 20s, devoid of any official demeanor, resembling a reclusive sage. From this day forth, I appoint Zhuge Liang as the new Minister of War, overseeing all military affairs concerning the northern border. Qin Hao's voice, though not loud, stirred a tempest within the hall. The court erupted in astonishment. A previously unknown young man in white had suddenly ascended to wield the military power of the Great Zhou. This was tantamount to treating the nation's vital affairs as a mere jest. Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. An elderly official, with hair as white as snow, emerged from the crowd, holding an ivory tablet. He was Wu Zheng, the left censor of the Imperial censorate, known for his incorruptibility and forthrightness. A man of resolute character, even in the previous dynasty. The position of Minister of War oversees the nation's troops and is critical to the security of the state. How can it be entrusted to an unknown young scholar? Wu Zheng bowed, his voice resonating like a bell as he posed 3 inquiries. May I ask this, Zhuge gentleman? As our army embarks on the grasslands, stretching thousands of miles, how shall we address the logistics of supplies? This is the foremost dilemma of military strategists. Secondly, I inquire, given the unpredictable climate of the northern plains, how shall our soldiers from the central plains adapt to the harsh conditions to avoid non-combat losses? Thirdly, while the Tianling Wang court is our primary adversary, the grasslands are populated with numerous tribes. If they unite against us, our 100,000-strong army shall be engulfed. How shall you respond to these challenges? Each question was incisive, targeting the crux of the northern expedition, causing the initial fervor within the hall to swiftly dissipate. Indeed, warfare cannot rely solely on a valiant general. All eyes turned to the young man in white. Faced with the scrutiny of esteemed officials, Zhuge Liang displayed not a hint of trepidation. He merely nodded to the nearby eunuch. The eunuch promptly understood, presenting 3 scrolls of pre-prepared documents. In response to the inquiries posed by Lord Wu, I have prepared answers for your Majesty and the esteemed officials to peruse. Wu Zheng was taken aback, and the entire court fell silent. Rather than engage in a verbal contest, he chose to present written documents. What manner of approach is this? Qin Hao's lips curled into a smile. He had already reviewed the documents. Present them, and read them aloud for all to hear. A eunuch took the first scroll, unfurling it and reading aloud. To resolve the challenges of supply transportation, I have devised a contraption called the Munyo Luma. This device is constructed with fine iron as its skeleton and spiritual wood as its body, embedded with a spirit-gathering array. Capable of traveling 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, traversing mountains and valleys as if walking on flat ground. One Munyo Luma can accomplish the work of 100 laborers, conserving over 70% of transportation capacity. The hall erupted in astonishment. What? A mechanical creation that can travel 1,000 miles? Driven by spiritual stones? Is this a product of the Heavenly Craftsman's Institute? If such a device truly exists, our great Zhou army's logistics would face no hindrance. Before the discussion could settle, the eunuch unfolded the second scroll. To mitigate the harsh cold of the northern border, I have established a 3-phase rotation strategy, rotating 1/3 of the troops to the rear for rest every month of combat. Additionally, I have outlined 3 layers of cold-resistant standards, the inner layer woven with fire silkworm silk, the middle layer filled with snow goose down, and the outer layer crafted from the leather of demonic beasts. I have also attached 13 measures for epidemic prevention, addressing typhus, frostbite, and acclimatization issues, ensuring that non-combat losses are minimized. The thoroughness of the document left all military officials feeling abashed, lowering their heads in shame. Those who had spent their lives managing military affairs had not considered even half as comprehensively as this young man. If the first 2 documents were astonishing, the third document would render the entire court speechless. To divide the tribes of the plains, one must employ strategies of discord. We could send envoys, offering substantial bribes to the leaders of the Shirong Tenlang tribe, known for their greed and lust. They are easily swayed by material gain. In a promise made, the most fertile pastures of the Tianlang Wangting were allocated to the Donghu Songlong tribe, a faction with a long-standing enmity against the Tianlang Wangting. The memorial meticulously analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of various tribes on the grasslands, along with the personalities of their leaders and the preferences of their generals. Every detail regarding the timing of emissaries, locations for negotiations, and the means of enticement was flawlessly designed, as if this entire scheme had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The usually silent chief minister, Liu Bowen, stepped forward briskly and took the third memorial from the eunuch's hands. He read it rapidly, but with each glance, his hand trembled more violently. Finally, he abruptly closed the memorial. Under the astonished gaze of the court officials, this esteemed chief minister, who held immense power and was greatly favored by Qin Hao, deeply bowed to the young man in white. Mr. Kongming's strategy is not solely aimed at defeating the immediate enemy. Liu Bowen's voice carried a hint of heartfelt astonishment. This plan is intended to secure the long-term peace of our Zhou's northern frontier for the next 50 years. I, an old minister, am in awe. His words sent shockwaves throughout the realm. How could someone Liu Bowen trusted be anything less than remarkable? All skepticism ceased abruptly. Wu Zheng, who had previously spoken with righteous indignation, now had a flushed face, wishing he could disappear into the ground. It was then that the officials truly realized that this young man's vision and ambition had far surpassed that of everyone present. Qin Hao slowly rose, gazing down at the awestruck officials. My mind is made up. From this day forth, the Supreme Military Council shall be established, under the leadership of the Minister of War, Zhuge Liang, with the Chief Minister Liu Bowen and the Deputy Wang Angshi assisting. This body shall be responsible for all strategic decisions regarding our Zhou's external military affairs. This move decisively stripped the highest military decision-making power from the court, firmly placing it in the hands of the sovereign. The imperial authority reached an unprecedented zenith. Zhuge Liang, holding his feather fan, slightly bowed in acceptance. I shall obey. His first military order was not directed at the front line, but rather to the rear. Relay the command to the Master of Crafts, Liu Ban, to immediately halt all current projects and focus entirely on producing 100 wooden oxen and flowing horses. Additionally, based on this blueprint, create 5,000 Zhuge crossbows to be sent to Yanmen Pass. The Zhuge crossbow, crafted from fine iron and embedded with a spirit-gathering array, requires only spiritual energy to operate, allowing it to shoot 10 arrows simultaneously, capable of piercing the protective aura of cultivators. Furthermore, it can be loaded with spirit stones, making it accessible for ordinary people, and its operation is simple. At that moment, a shadow swiftly entered the hall like a specter. It was the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, Zhengchun. He knelt on one knee, his expression grave. Your Majesty, an urgent report from 800 miles of the northern frontier. I dispatched 30 Jinyiwei to monitor the Tianlang Wangting in the depths of the grasslands. And just half an hour ago, the soul lamps extinguished completely. Zhengchun produced a blood-soaked bamboo tube from his bosom. This was their last message. The Tianlang Khan has entered the Chongqing Tian Temple, and blood light fills the temple. A deathly silence enveloped the Yangxin Palace. Zhuge Liang received the blood-stained intelligence, gently fanning himself. Yet his gaze pierced through the palace, looking toward the distant northern horizon. Your Majesty, the enemy has revealed their hand. Chapter 51. The Emergence of the Crouching Dragon. The first scheme, 3 targets with 1 arrow. Without leaving his humble abode, he had already calculated the fortunes of the Tianlang Wangting. The Supreme Military Council had just been established, and the air in the hall still bore the scent of fresh timber. Dressed in white, Zhuge Liang stood before a massive sand table that depicted the mountains, rivers, and vast grasslands of the northern frontier with exquisite detail. He did not hasten to mobilize troops, but issued a series of orders seemingly unrelated to the front line. Relay the command to establish a sand table simulation office on the west side of the capital's military camp, gathering all military advisors daily to simulate the northern expedition's progress. Command General Jinyiwei to secretly select 50,000 elite troops within the capital's military camp to practice the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. Upon receiving the orders, several officials who had just been assigned to the military council exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice dissent. At that moment, a determined and powerful footstep echoed from outside the hall. It was the deputy minister of the cabinet, Wang Angshi. He did not glance at Zhuge Liang, but walked straight to the sand table. pointing decisively along the supply line from Yinmen Pass to the golden tent of the Tianlang Wangting. Minister, what audacity! Wang Engshi's tone was neutral, merely stating a fact. However, warfare is ultimately about resources. The accounts in the Ministry of Revenue cannot support such audacity. The daily consumption of grain and equipment for General Bai Qi's army is astronomical. How long do you intend to wage this war? Where will the funds come from? He raised his head, his piercing gaze locking onto the much younger Minister of War. This was not a challenge. It was the most pragmatic issue facing the entire Zhou dynasty. The atmosphere in the hall instantly thickened. All eyes turned to Zhuge Liang, eager to see how this new minister would resolve the deadlock. Zhuge Liang merely shook his fan gently, a serene smile gracing his face. Minister Wang, why must the funds come solely from our Zhou's treasury? Wang Engshi frowned. What do you mean, minister? The emperor's ambition extends beyond merely conquering the Tianlang Wangting. Zhuge Liang directed his fan away from the northern grasslands, pointing instead to the vast expanse of the western region on the map. The Tianlang Wangting has long been dominant in the north, frequently clashing with the various nations of the western regions, harboring deep-seated grievances. They are natural allies, merely lacking a connector. I have drafted a national letter and will soon dispatch a merchant convoy carrying our Zhou's unique silk, porcelain, and fine salt, taking a detour through the western regions. We are not seeking aid. We are engaging in commerce. Wang Engshi was taken aback. Commerce? Indeed. Zhuge Liang lightly tapped his fan, stating that the king of the Jinyiwei dynasty in the western regions has a great fondness for our Central Plains porcelain. The queen of the ancient country of Lulan is utterly defenseless against silk. We can exchange these goods for their war horses, oars, and even allow them passage to attack the flanks of the Tianlang Wangting. He turned to indicate the scattered tribes on the grasslands. Simultaneously, we shall spread the word that after our Zhou subdues the Tianlang Wangting, we will open trade ports in the northern frontier, permitting all tribes that surrender to engage in free trade. Once these words are spoken, will those small to medium-sized tribes, already harboring ulterior motives, remain loyal to the Tianlang Wangting? We need not lift a finger. They will create chaos for their future interests. Zhuge Liang finally looked at Wang Engshi, his voice clear and powerful. This is to sustain war through commerce, with the commercial front leading the way, using the enemy's funds to wage war against them. This initiative achieves three objectives. It secures military funding, divides the enemy, and gains favor and intelligence from the nations of the western regions. Wang Engshi was utterly stunned. He, who had pushed for new policies and engaged in a battle of wits with the conservative factions, had only considered how to conserve resources and enrich the nation from within, strengthening the military. Yet this young man had already looked beyond the borders of the Zhou, transforming the entire northwestern corner of the Tianxin continent into his chessboard. Such vision and such strategy. The burden in Wang Engshi's heart suddenly lifted. He seemed to see a new path leading to a prosperous and powerful nation. He gazed at Zhuge Liang for a long while before solemnly clasping his hands in respect. Jifu, I have learned much. In that moment, two souls, equally devoted to the affairs of the state, reached an unprecedented consensus. The war machine of the Zhou dynasty commenced its unprecedented operation with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, in the Tiangong Institute, Liu Ban, the legendary master craftsman of ages past, clutched two scrolls, his hands trembling slightly, appearing almost delirious. One scroll contained the intricate design of the wooden ox and flowing horse, while the other illustrated the specifications of Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow. Such craftsmanship. This was nothing short of divine ingenuity. Liu Ban's face flushed with excitement as he gazed at the exquisitely detailed mortise and tenon joints and the astonishing spirit-gathering array depicted on the scrolls. As if he could glimpse the path of his lifelong pursuit of artistry. Convey my command. He suddenly raised his head and bellowed at all the artisans. Abandon all tasks at hand. Everyone, day and night, work to build these for me. I demand to see these items filling the armory at Yinmen Pass within a month. He regarded Zhuge Liang as his lifelong confidant. In the late hours of the night at the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao, having concluded a day of administrative duties, rubbed his temples. The system notifications cheered him up considerably, indicating that the brilliant Wang Engshi and Zhuge Liang had reached a consensus on governance, enhancing the efficiency of state affairs, and that Liu Ban had experienced a breakthrough in craftsmanship, also boosting the efficiency of the Tiangong Institute. He rose and decided to visit the military affairs office. The office was brightly lit, yet unexpectedly, he found it empty except for Zhuge Liang, who stood alone before a massive sand table. The sand table had transformed, no longer depicting the vast northern landscapes. It now showcased an oddly shaped temple model, with a blood-red flag planted at its center. Qin Hao approached. Kong Ming, it is late. Why do you not rest? Zhuge Liang did not turn. His entire focus fixated on the temple model. He was using starlight stones to continuously calculate and arrange something around the model, murmuring incantations as if engaged in a game against an unseen adversary. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang spoke slowly. What I am calculating is not the war against the Tianlang Wangting. Qin Hao's heart stirred with curiosity. Then what are you calculating? Zhuge Liang finally turned, folding his fan with a grave expression. I am calculating a contest of magic against the Grand Shaman of the Tianlang Wangting from afar. He pointed to the blood-red flag at the center of the sand table. If we win this battle, the Tianlang Wangting could be shattered overnight. He paused, raising his gaze to Qin Hao. If we lose, General Bai Qi's 10,000 elite soldiers face annihilation. Qin Hao's fingers hovered above the model of the blood-red flag on the sand table. He sensed the weight of Zhuge Liang's words. This was not mere alarmism from a subject to a sovereign, but a serious declaration based on meticulous calculations. Kong Ming, do you have a solution? Zhuge Liang's expression remained calm, as if discussing an ordinary chess match. Your Majesty, everything is within my expectations. Chapter 52. The ultimate trump card of the Northern Grasslands. Sacrificing 3,000 hearts to awaken the Grand Shaman of the temple. He gently waved his fan, and the lights within the hall seemed to stabilize. General Bai Qi is not facing a fault in battle, but rather a suppression of laws. From his ample sleeve, he produced a delicately crafted pouch the size of a palm, presenting it with both hands. This pouch, I implore your Majesty to dispatch immediately to General Bai Qi with utmost speed. In times of crisis, it can be opened to resolve the predicament. Qin Hao accepted the pouch. It felt warm to the touch, yet he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from it. Is that all? The pouch is but the first step. To buy time for General Bai Qi, Zhuge Liang admitted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his perceptive eyes. The true method of breaking the deadlock lies in a grand gift I have prepared for the Grand Shaman, which requires General Bai Qi's unparalleled intent for slaughter to ignite. Qin Hao refrained from further inquiry. Trust those I employ, do not doubt them. He chose Zhuge Liang and would grant him his unwavering trust. Convey my decree. Activate the flying kite mechanical beast and send this pouch to the northern front immediately. An inner servant dashed out. The flying kite mechanical beast, the latest creation of the Tiangong Institute, powered by spiritual stones, could traverse 3,000 miles in a day, representing the fastest means of communication in the Dezhou dynasty. Just as the order was given, Zhuge Liang stepped forward again. Your Majesty, I have a second strategy. He presented a new scroll, its runic structure more intricate and profound than that of the Zhuge Liang's crossbow. Please issue another decree for Liu Ban to immediately install this purification rune array on all wooden oxen and flowing horses, as well as the Zhuge Liang's crossbows. Qin Hao glanced at the scroll. Although he did not comprehend its significance, he immediately grasped Zhuge Liang's deeper intention. This was to provide an additional layer of protection for the entire army. Approved. Relay the order to the Tiangong Institute. Meanwhile, deep in the northern grasslands, a temple constructed entirely from the bleached bones of colossal beasts and charred stones loomed over the desolate earth. This was the Changsheng Tian Shrine. Inside the temple, a chilling wind howled, and the air was thick with resentment and bloodlust potent enough to drive an ordinary person to madness. At this moment, the Tianlang Khan, the sovereign of the grasslands, knelt devoutly before a vast blood pool at the temple's center. Within the pool floated 3,000 still-beating hearts, belonging to the youngest herders of the steppe. He slashed his wrist, letting the royal blood drip into the pool, reciting ancient and obscure incantations. Great Changsheng Tian, your most devout descendant offers the purest sacrifice, beseeching your will to descend. The blood pool began to churn violently, dark bubbles rising to the surface. A dry, ancient voice, as if echoing from the depths of hell, gradually filled the temple. The resentment of 800,000 sons, coupled with the hearts of 3,000 warriors, guided by the blood of the royal family, has awakened me from slumber. Speak, who disturbs the tranquility of the grasslands? The voice carried a hint of displeasure. A look of ecstatic joy spread across the Tianlang Khan's face as he prostrated deeply. Great Grand Shaman, I am the current Khan of the Tianlang Wangting. A demon from the Central Plains has appeared. His name is Bai Qi. Outside Yemen Pass, he has slaughtered 800,000 of my grassland warriors. He detailed Bai Qi's astounding might and the terrifying domain that enveloped the battlefield. I implore the great Grand Shaman to take action and avenge the grasslands. Let that demon's head become your drinking vessel. The voice fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a series of eerie cackles, filled with curiosity and greed. The pinnacle of the killing laws in the realm of saints? How intriguing. Such a figure should not dwell in this spiritually barren remote land. Could he be an outsider? Gurgle, gurgle. From the center of the blood pool, a dried corpse gradually rose, seated in a meditative posture. Its skin clung to bones, its eye sockets hollow, as if it had been dead for millennia. Yet, as the rich resentment and overwhelming vitality from the blood pool were fervently absorbed, its desiccated skin began to visibly plump and redden. This was the ultimate trump card of the grassland. Preserved through countless blood sacrifices for generations, the Grand Shaman of the Changsheng Tian Shrine, the Tianlang Khan, lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift his head. As the immense resentment and vitality from the pool were frantically drawn into him, his withered skin began to swell and take on a flush of life. The once silent chest echoed with the first resounding heartbeat. Thump! This sound made the body of Tianshou Kahan tremble violently. Your request, I grant. The dry, aged voice reverberated within the temple, devoid of any emotion. The great shaman opened his eyes. They were devoid of pupils or whites, only endless swirling darkness. Merely being swept by those eyes, Tianshou Kahan felt as if his very soul was on the verge of being consumed. Thank you, great shaman. A horn, carved from pale beast bones, floated from the emaciated hand of the great shaman, hovering before Tianshou Kahan. 3 days hence, sound this horn on the path of the Central Plains army. I shall unleash divine punishment. Trembling, Tianshou Kahan accepted the cold bone horn, a morbid ecstasy blossoming upon his face. The great shaman emerged from the blood pool, his withered body now restored to a semblance of vitality, resembling a robust middle-aged man, albeit with skin so pale it bore no hint of color. A terrifying aura emanated from him, the pinnacle of the saint realm. This pressure far surpassed any formidable figure in Tianshou Kahan's understanding. The great shaman paid no further heed to the Khan beneath him. He slowly raised his gaze towards the south. Within those dark pupils, the advancing rout of Bai Qi's army was vividly reflected, alongside an overwhelming killing intent that soared skyward, almost staining the heavens crimson. The pure law of slaughter was indeed formidable. A strange smile curled upon his lips. Unfortunately, what you face is a deity. Only the great shamans of ages past are privy to this secret. The faith upon the grasslands, the so-called Changsheng Tian, is no longer the totemic deity of the pastoral people. Rather, it is an extraterrestrial demon that fell from the heavens, now entombed here. This temple is constructed atop the skull of that otherworldly fiend. Throughout history, the great shamans have bartered with the residual will of the demon, offering endless blood sacrifices to exchange for a sliver of the power of law. A mere sliver, sufficient to manipulate souls and toy with life and death. Bai Qi, the pinnacle of the saint realm, merely a slightly more powerful flesh and blood vessel. He slowly lifted his emaciated right hand, gently grasping the ground in the temple's center. Awaken, my legion. The temple trembled violently, the solid black stone floor cracking inch by inch, deep fissures spreading like a web. Piercing wails and vengeful howls erupted from the depths below. These were the countless powerful, resentful souls accumulated over millennia. In life, they were renowned figures on the grasslands, warriors, nobles, shamans. In death, their souls were imprisoned here, having undergone a millennia of refinement, transforming into formless, terrifying entities that specialized in assaulting the spirit, the legion of vengeful spirits. Tianshou Kahan watched in horror as countless translucent black phantoms surged forth from the ground's fissures, coalescing into a storm of darkness swirling above the temple. Does the great shaman intend to tear that Central Plains army apart with your legion? The great shaman emitted a series of eerie cackles. as if he had heard a joke. Tear them apart? Too crude. He slowly ascended, enveloped in swirling black mist. That killing intent was the very essence of the army's spirit. Pure, powerful, and direct, striking forth. My legion would suffer heavy losses. A true hunter understands how to exhaust the stamina of their prey. His plan was far more insidious than Tianshou Kahan could fathom. He intended to first use this legion of vengeful spirits, infused with millennia of plague and curses, to corrupt Bai Qi's army's fortune. He aimed to weaken their military spirit. He sought to taint that unstoppable killing intent, rendering it murky and sluggish. When the soldiers began to awaken from nightmares, when they fell ill without cause, when their blades dulled, and when fear and despair spread throughout the ranks, that moment would herald the divine punishment. The great shaman's form slowly dissipated in midair, transforming into a thick black smoke that silently melded into the heavy clouds above. The entire grassland seemed to dim. He gazed down upon this vast expanse, as though surveying his pasture, with Bai Qi's army as the lambs unwittingly stepping into a trap. No matter how formidable you may be, as long as you remain flesh and blood, as long as you possess a soul, you cannot withstand the assault from the realm of spirits. Chapter 53. Bai Qi's march stalled. The eerie shaman's legion of cursed spirits. The north wind, like a blade, swept through the remnants of Yanmen Pass. The footsteps of 100,000 elite Qin soldiers crushed the bones beneath them as they officially ventured into the heart of the grasslands. The killing intent, condensed from their military spirit, transformed into a blood cloud that hung faintly above the formation, causing birds to vanish and beasts to flee. The very land had learned to silence the wind. On the third day at noon, Commander, Deputy General Meng Ao rode swiftly towards him, his armor stained with patches of black filth. He dismounted and knelt on one knee. Scouts report that the earth is bleeding. Bai Qi reined in his warhorse, his expression inscrutable. Clarify. 10 miles ahead, the grass is seeping a black liquid, reeking foully. The grass and trees wither upon contact. And even the water source we discovered has turned unbearably putrid. Livestock perish upon drinking it. Meng Ao's voice trembled with incomprehensible horror. Bai Qi remained silent, merely urging his horse onward. Moments later, the bizarre land came into view. Indeed, the ground resembled a rotting wound, black viscous liquid oozing from below, emitting a nauseating, sickly sweet odor. Suddenly, a soldier bent over and began to retch violently, expelling black bile. He was weak, his complexion ashen, as though all vitality had been drained from him. Bring him here. 2 personal guards brought the soldier before Bai Qi. Bai Qi extended his finger, gently touching the soldier's forehead. A cold, decaying force, filled with resentment, lingered within his life essence, like maggots burrowing into flesh, slowly yet surely eroding his vitality. Not a plague. Bai Qi withdrew his finger. A curse. He raised his gaze toward the deeper reaches of the grassland. Night fell, and the army set up camp. The bonfires blazed, but could not dispel the increasingly palpable chill in the air. A soldier leaned against a shield, sinking into a deep slumber. In his dream, he returned to his homeland, where his wife and children awaited him at the door. He ran towards them with a smile, but the moment he touched his wife's face, it rotted away, transforming into a skull that opened its gaping maw, emitting a silent scream. No, the soldier jolted awake, his eyes bloodshot, his face etched with sheer terror. He beheld his sleeping comrades, that familiar face twisted in his vision into the shape of a skull from his nightmare. Ghost, get away! He drew the dagger at his waist and wildly struck at his companion. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the camp. This seemed to serve as a signal. Throughout the camp, anguished screams and the clashing of weapons echoed incessantly. Madness. Wang Er has gone mad. Help! Do not kill me. Meng Ao, drenched in blood, burst into the central tent, revealing a deep, bone-visible gash on his arm. Commander, something has gone awry. The brothers seemed possessed, turning against one another. Bai Qi stood solemnly outside the tent. There is no need for alarm. He slowly closed his eyes, his immense consciousness enveloping the entire military encampment in an instant. Countless twisted, semi-transparent black phantoms rampaged through the camp. Formless and intangible, they penetrated the tents, invading the soldiers' dreams, conjuring the most horrific illusions in their minds, devouring their sanity and reason. Bai Qi's eyes snapped open. The realm of the god of slaughter, With a thunderous roar, a blood-red halo erupted from him, spreading outward. Boundless murderous intent materialized, sweeping across the entire camp. Shriek, hiss, an array of anguished wails resonated within the sanguine domain as the vengeful spirits, seemingly scorched by a branding iron, were forcibly expelled from the soldiers' bodies, retreating in terror. Yet they did not dissipate. They merely fell back beyond the realm of the god of slaughter, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, lurking in the darkness, awaiting their next opportunity. Overnight, nearly 100 elite soldiers succumbed to mental breakdown, driven to madness. For the first time, the army faced non-combat attrition. An oppressive atmosphere silently spread throughout the ranks. Worse things were yet to come. The following morning, countless frantic figures appeared on the horizon. They were the beasts of the grasslands. There were colossal grassland wolves the size of small mountains, lightning-fast red-tailed foxes, and rugged-skinned one-horned bulls. Yet they had all transformed. Each beast's eyes burned red as blood. Shrouded in black mist, with foul saliva dripping from their mouths, they charged suicidally towards the formation of the Great Qin elite soldiers. Form up, Meng Albelovid. Shields at the front, long spears at the rear, standing ready. A king-level demonic giant wolf leaped 100 meters, like a black meteor, crashing violently into the military formation. Bai Qi moved. He stepped forward, suspended in midair, his sword tracing a perfect arc of crimson. Thud! The giant wolf's head soared into the sky, clean and decisive. However, Bai Qi halted in midair, his brow furrowed for the first time. No, the familiar murderous intent, which usually surged after slaying a formidable foe, did not manifest. His slaughter characteristic showed no response. Under Bai Qi's astonished gaze, the giant wolf's massive corpse rapidly decayed into a pool of black water, exuding a potent pestilential aura upon hitting the ground. From the black water, several new vengeful spirits shrieked and soared into the surrounding darkness. Endless slaughter. The more they killed, the more there were. This was not a war, but a depletion. In this bizarre manner, they aimed to exhaust his 100,000-strong army. Commander, this is untenable. These ghostly beings cannot be vanquished. A deputy's voice was laced with urgency. Bai Qi descended back to the ground. He finally understood that the enemy's goal was not to defeat him, but to corrupt his army, to taint the principles of slaughter he held dear, to tarnish his invincible Great Qin elite soldiers. He slowly raised his hand. All troops, cease advancement. The command echoed throughout the army. Form a defensive circular formation. The 100,000 Great Qin elite soldiers executed the order with precision, swiftly contracting to form an impenetrable circular ironclad formation. Bai Qi positioned himself at the very center of the formation, plunging his sword into the ground. Rise! He became the eye of the storm, unleashing the peak power of the slaughter principle without reservation. A colossal, unmatched blood-red barrier soared skyward, resembling an inverted massive bowl, firmly shielding the entire military formation within. Outside the barrier, whether it was the wails of the vengeful spirits or the impacts of the beasts, all were utterly isolated and crushed by that pure murderous intent. However, maintaining such an immense domain was a terrifying drain on Bai Qi himself. Upon the grasslands, the Tianlang Khan observed from afar the vast basin known as Zhengchun, where the great Zhou military camp was enveloped in a blood-red barrier. His face alight with frenzied delight. He could sense that the power of the blood-red barrier was being steadily depleted. Bai Qi, that demon, had finally been ensnared. The moment had arrived. Tianlang Khan, ecstatic, retrieved a horn carved from pale beast bones from his bosom. Chapter 54. Zhuge Jinong guides the path by Qi's night raid. Slaughter intent transforms into divine sword. Sword cuts the pseudo-divinity. Tianlang Khan brought the horn to his lips and, summoning all his strength, blew fiercely. The sound of the horn was not thunderous, yet it was extraordinarily mournful, as if it could tear apart the very soul of a person. The sound reverberated. In Zhengchun, this land that had buried countless grassland beings, began to tremble violently. Within 1,000 miles, all souls of the deceased herdsmen, fallen warriors, and slaughtered livestock, whether dissipated or not, were forcibly awakened at that moment. Visible streams of black mist surged from the cracked earth, from the withered grass roots, from scattered bones. Rising to the heavens, thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions, the sky darkened in an instant. Amidst the heavy clouds, The withered figure of the grand shaman gradually emerged, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the entire world. Those vengeful spirits' black mist, surging from the depths of the earth, converged towards him as if they had found their king, merging entirely with the army of vengeful spirits he had previously unleashed. An unprecedentedly terrifying power brewed and swirled within the dark clouds. The pseudo-divinity domain's myriad souls storm. The grand shaman's voice, unrecognizable as human, descended from the heavens. The earth trembled. An enormous, unfathomable black tornado suddenly formed above Zhengchun, expanding at a visible pace. Within the storm, it was no longer merely black mist, but billions of twisted, howling human and beast faces. Resentment, curses, and the purest soul attacks intertwined, transforming this area into a desolate land devoid of life. The black storm began to move slowly, its target set directly on Bai Qi's military encampment. Following the storm, the remnants of the Tianlang royal court's army, under the leadership of Tianlang Khan, regrouped. Bathing in the tendrils of black mist leaked from the pseudo-divinity domain. They suffered no harm. Rather, their eyes turned crimson, muscles bulged, and their auras surged. The vengeful spirits possessed them. They gained a boost from the domain. Their combat prowess greatly enhanced. Tianlang Khan, astride his steed behind the storm, felt the powerful force surging within him, arrogantly taunting the blood-red barrier. Bai Qi, you butcher of the Central Plains. His voice, bolstered by the power of the domain, resonated clearly across the battlefield. Are you not capable of fighting? Why do you act like a cowardly turtle? Among the ranks of the Great Qin elite soldiers, many faces flushed with anger, gripping their weapons tightly. If you have the courage, step out of your turtle shell and taste the divine punishment bestowed by my master, Changsheng Tian. Tianlang Khan raised his curved blade high, exuding an air of invincibility. Today, I shall offer your head as a tribute to honor the spirits of my 800,000 valiant warriors of the grasslands. This act aims to utterly shatter the indomitable spirit of the Great Qin's fierce soldiers. Within the crimson light shield, Bai Qi stands resolutely before the army, his expression unyielding. His peak cultivation at the saint level grants him an unparalleled clarity to perceive the terror of the storm of countless souls. This is no mere accumulation of power. It is the manifestation of laws. Guided by souls, fueled by grievances, and built upon curses, a domain of the false deities has been constructed. Within this realm, physical attacks are rendered ineffective. Only annihilation of the soul and will can occur. Should he force his way in, even if he could safeguard himself with the domain of the god of slaughter, the 100,000 soldiers behind him would be instantly torn to shreds by that immeasurable wrath of souls, leaving them with no chance of rebirth. Commander! Deputy General Meng A.O. rode up behind him, his voice tinged with urgency. At this rate, your consumption is too great. Bai Qi did not turn around, hold the formation. He simply drove his sword deeper into the ground by an inch. The crimson light shield blazed brightly once more, resolutely holding the encroaching black storm at bay. Yet, Bai Qi's complexion grew a shade paler. Just then, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed from the heavens above. A mechanical construct, shaped like a massive eagle and forged from fine iron and spiritual wood, pierced the clouds at an astonishing speed, diving toward the military camp. It disregarded the chaotic spiritual energy and vengeful curses on the battlefield, accurately landing before the central command tent. It is the flying kite mechanism beast from Shenzhen. A military general exclaimed in delight. As the mechanism beast descended to within 10 zhang of the ground, its belly opened and a metallic cylinder was ejected, firmly embedding itself in the earth before Bai Qi. A personal guard immediately stepped forward to retrieve the cylinder, presenting it with both hands. Bai Qi removed the lid of the cylinder, pouring out a delicately crafted silk pouch and a neatly folded sheet of white paper. The pouch bore no fluctuations of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary token. Under the gaze of 100,000 soldiers and countless enemies, Bai Qi slowly unfolded the white paper. It contained but a single line of elegant script. In times of peril, the pouch may be opened. The predicament can be resolved. Signed, Zhuge Liang. The characters were beautifully inscribed, yet exuded a profound understanding of human sentiment. After reading, Bai Qi swiftly tucked the note away. His movements were quick, and under the watchful eyes of the 100,000 soldiers, he opened the seemingly unremarkable pouch. Inside was yet another note, this one adorned with two grand characters, decapitate. In that instant, an invisible current surged through Bai Qi's mind. Zhuge Liang's entire strategy crystallized in that moment. Remaining here was a dead end. Passive defense was a road to destruction. The great shaman's storm of souls, seemingly unsolvable, fundamentally hinged upon a single individual. Once the manipulator perished, this towering realm of false deities would collapse without resistance. Should they endure, the 100,000 fierce soldiers would inevitably become mere bones. And even if Bai Qi could escape, what face would he have to present to the sovereign? He gazed beyond the storm at the triumphant Tianlang Khan, penetrating through the endless vengeful souls, as if he could perceive that figure nearing death within the temple. The peak of the saint level, a realm forcibly amassed through blood sacrifices and vengeful souls, was ultimately an external construct. A barely perceptible arc graced Bai Qi's eternally cold visage. He turned to face the 100,000 Qin soldiers, who were already seething with rage. The entire army heed my command. His voice, though not loud, distinctly overshadowed the howling storm and the enemy's jeers. Retreat 100 li. Set up camp. Upon this command, the entire army fell silent. Deputy General Meng Ao was taken aback, riding forward. Commander? Retreat? At such a critical juncture, when the enemy's morale is at its peak. This is akin to admitting defeat. Bai Qi offered no glance nor explanation. Execute the order. Yes, despite his myriad of confusions, Meng Ao could only swallow his doubts and loudly accept the command. The crimson light shield enveloping the entire army began to slowly retreat. The 100,000 soldiers, like a finely tuned war machine, exhibited no disorder, maintaining their formation as they began to withdraw in perfect order. This scene initially stunned Tianlang Khan, hidden behind the storm, before erupting into even more maniacal laughter. "Ha ha," he asked, fleeing. "That devil is running away. The butcher of the Central Plains is nothing more than this. Before the great Chongqing Tian, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter." The night deepened more than ever. In the new camp, Bai Qi commanded a state of martial law, setting guards every 3 steps and sentinels every 5. Inside the central command tent, the lights remained lit. Bai Qi, alone, polished his long sword, which glimmered with a faint sanguine glow. Sheathing the sword, he rose and exited the tent, after summoning 2 deputy generals and issuing a few commands. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, soaring into the air, seamlessly melding into the night, darker than ink. He paid no heed to the relentless storm of souls ravaging 100 li away. His direction was deeper into the grasslands, the Chongqing Tian Temple. Bai Qi was enveloped in a tangible aura of bloodthirst, transforming into an imperceptible streak of light against the night sky, silently approaching the malevolent temple constructed from bleached bones. Within the temple, the great shaman sat cross-legged in the empty blood pool, eyes closed in meditation. Controlling such an immense realm of false deities was a tremendous burden upon his withered body. At this moment, a surge of pure, unparalleled killing intent descended from the heavens without warning, causing his very soul to tremble. Not good. The great shaman abruptly opened his eyes, about to react, when, boom, a colossal hand, forged from blood-red killing intent, descended from above, striking down with tremendous force. Chapter 55. The Fall of Chongqing Tian. The faith of the northern grasslands crumbles. Tianlang Khan dead. The entire Chongqing Tian temple, along with its solid black stone foundation, was instantly reduced to dust beneath that overwhelmingly powerful strike, akin to paper being crushed. Dust and smoke filled the air. A figure emerged from the haze, stepping forth. An endless killing intent coalesced in his hand, manifesting as a blood-colored sword, seemingly forged from blood glass. Amidst the ruins of the temple, the great shaman clumsily rose, for the first time feeling a sense of unease. How would he be here? How dared he leave his army? Seeing Bai Qi approach, the great shaman hurriedly summoned the vengeful spirit army, imprisoned for 1,000 years beneath the temple, attempting to halt Bai Qi's advance. The vengeful spirits sensed Bai Qi's immense vitality and divine soul, like sharks catching the scent of blood, howling as they surged forth in a black torrent from the fissures of the ruins, aiming to devour his divine soul. However, as these spirits neared the 3-foot radius around Bai Qi, They were instantly purified and evaporated by the purest form of annihilation's killing intent, not even able to emit a cry of distress. In Bai Qi's domain, slaughter was the sole law. All else was mere illusion. The great shaman was utterly stunned. His proud legion of vengeful spirits, before his adversary, appeared as fragile as snow before the blazing sun. He roared, forcibly channeling the power of the Wanhan storm formation. Located 10 miles away, the storm's core, teeming with countless vengeful souls, let out a collective wail as their strength was forcibly extracted, traversing the chasm of space to converge upon the Grand Shaman. A colossal hand, forged from the essence of the laws, formed above the temple, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun as it reached violently towards Bai Qi. This claw, imbued with the very laws of the pseudo-divine realm, possessed the might to shatter the bones of any saint and obliterate their soul. Bai Qi looked up, his gaze devoid of emotion as he raised the blood-red, divine sword in his hand. With a gentle flick towards a hand and the Grand Shaman behind it, he declared, "You are unworthy." A blood-red sword light, indescribable in its ferocity, surged forth. Though not radiant, it exuded an overwhelming dominance, rendering everything else feeble in its wake. The crimson light cleaved through the night, severing the very fabric of the laws, and struck towards the Grand Shaman's face, which was etched with horror and disbelief. This blood-red sword light was silent and subtle. It lacked the grandeur of a cataclysmic force, nor did it shatter the void with a resounding roar. It was as if, at the moment of its appearance, all that existed was this pure essence of annihilation, born from the will to slaughter millions. The Grand Shaman's pupils, swirling with darkness, froze in that instant. No, the domain of the gods, the countless souls as shields. He shrieked, a sound more beastly than human, as the Wanhan storm's core, 10 miles away, echoed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Their power was instantly drained, coalescing before the Grand Shaman into a pitch-black shield composed of countless twisted faces, a manifestation of his authority as a pseudo-god, an absolute dominion over the souls of this land. However, all was in vain. The blood-red sword light made contact with the lost shield. There was no collision, no explosion. It was like a searing iron plunging into snow. The shield, constructed from the vengeful souls and cursed laws, began to dissolve silently at the moment it touched the sword light. Each tormented visage that formed the shield was purified at the moment of contact, its hatred and madness transforming into the most primal essence of soul power, dissipating into the heavens and earth. How could the murderous intent of a mere mortal sever the laws of the divine? The Grand Shaman trembled, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of confusion and fear. He attempted to merge his soul with the fragment of the celestial will from beyond, seeking to become a true deity for self-preservation. Yet he was too slow. Or perhaps, Bai Qi's sword was simply too swift. The sword light sliced through his being, severing not just flesh and blood, but the invisible thread of causality binding him to that otherworldly demonic will. No, the Grand Shaman's body began to disintegrate from the ground up, turning to ash. He could not comprehend it. After a millennium of cultivation and countless sacrifices of living beings to gain a sliver of divine law, how could he be so easily cut down by a mortal butcher, wielding the most primal and savage intent to kill? Regret flooded him. He should not have provoked this devil. As the Grand Shaman fell completely, the severed link to the celestial will from beyond unleashed a silent roar of defiance. It transformed into a dense black smoke, attempting to tear through space to escape. But the residual force of Bai Qi's sword light remained undiminished. Like a shadow, it followed swiftly, enveloping and annihilating it. The black smoke was thoroughly purified in the bloodlight, evaporating into an exceedingly pure, unclaimed soul energy, dissipating like a gentle rain across the heavens and earth. At that moment, the cursed prairie, tainted for a millennium, seemed to regain its clarity. 10 miles away, at Zhengchun, the colossal black tornado of the Wanhan storm collapsed with a thunderous roar. The millions of souls confined there were finally liberated from the Grand Shaman's grasp. They no longer wailed or harbored resentment, instead transforming into countless glowing motes, akin to fireflies on a summer night, slowly ascending back to the heavens. The sky, in an instant, restored its unprecedented clarity. Within the tent of Khan Tianshou, the slumbering ruler was abruptly awakened by commotion. A scout, tasked with guarding the temple's direction, stumbled in, his face reflecting a terror greater than that of encountering a demon. The Khan's temple has collapsed. The mind of Khan Tianshou went blank. He immediately gathered his guards and rushed towards the temple. Upon arrival, the sight before them shattered their spirits completely. The edifice, representing the highest faith of the prairie, had been reduced to ruins. In the center of this devastation stood the devil from the south, quietly poised. One man, one sword, embodied the essence of heaven and earth. Their revered god, their ultimate trump card, their totem, which they had worshipped for a millennium, had been cleaved by this man's sword. With a thud, a prairie soldier dropped his curved blade to the ground, his eyes vacant as he knelt and wept uncontrollably. The celestial has perished. Our god has fallen. His cries acted as a spark. It is over. Everything is over. We have been forsaken by the divine. Increasing numbers of soldiers cast aside their weapons, kneeling in despair as their spirits crumbled in that moment. Faith, in that instant, lay in ruins. Amidst the rubble, Bai Qi descended slowly from the air, the palpable aura of slaughter gradually retracting into his being. The blood-red sword, born of murderous intent, likewise dissipated. This sword had slain a pseudo-god and vanquished a celestial demon, elevating his comprehension of the laws of slaughter to an entirely new, ineffable realm. His gaze shifted to the kneeling throngs, ultimately resting upon the terrified, trembling figure of Khan Tianshou. As their eyes met, Khan Tianshou shuddered violently. His steed beneath him let out a mournful cry, frightened to death, throwing him to the ground. Bai Qi approached him, step by step, treading upon the heartbeat of the prairie's ruler. You may embark on your journey. The cold voice pronounced the final judgment. Khan Tianshou opened his mouth, attempting to utter words of plea or threats, but no sound emerged. Bai Qi raised his hand casually, delivering a single strike. Boom! Khan Tianshou, along with dozens of his elite guards, was reduced to a pulp without even a scream escaping their lips, obliterated by the intangible force of the strike. Chapter 56. The Fall of the Prairie Overlord. News of victory spreads across the land. The southern regions of the Western Territories, all in shock. Bai Qi withdrew his hand, not casting another glance at the filth left behind. He then flickered back to his camp, summoning a trusted guard. Convey to Meng Ao that the entire army shall depart under the cover of night. The deputy general stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend. Depart? Where to? Bai Qi did not turn back, his voice devoid of any ripple. Tianlang Kahan, the great shaman, has perished. The myriad soul storm formation has been shattered. Pursue the remnants of the Tianlang royal court. This single proclamation sent a shiver through the vice commander, causing his blood to boil instantaneously. Under command, 100,000 elite soldiers of Daqin, this war machine that had only just extinguished its flames, roared back to life at the instant it received the new order. They did not celebrate, nor did they cheer. Only a discipline as unyielding as steel prevailed. A black tide surged forth from Zhengchun, breaking free from this land that had just been purified, sweeping toward the remnants of the Tianlang royal court. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the pursuit never ceased. Thus, the Tianlang royal court, which had dominated the northern snowfields for millennia, was entirely erased from the map of Tianxin continent. The news spread swiftly. As Bai Qi severed the false deity with a sword and extinguished the Kahan with a palm, the reports of a nation's demise in 3 days transformed into beams of spiritual light, radiating across the 4 corners of Tianxin continent, plunging the entire world into an eerie silence. In the western regions, at the Great Brightness Divine Hall, the closest place to the sun, the golden dome was perpetually bathed in holy light. The Pope sat high upon the sacred seat, flanked by 12 cardinals clad in crimson, their faces etched with unprecedented gravity. Your Holiness, the news has been confirmed thrice. A cardinal's voice was dry, the intelligence jade slip in his hand feeling as heavy as a mountain. The deity from the Changshan Tian temple has indeed perished. A mortal wielded a sword that directly severed the connection to the faith of that land, scattering its soul. Another cardinal struggled to accept this truth. A general from a mundane dynasty. How could he possess such immense power? This is blasphemy against the divine authority. Enough. The Pope spoke slowly, his voice gentle, yet commanding an immediate silence throughout the grand hall. This is not blasphemy, it is a warning. He rose from the sacred seat. Approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the magnificent holy city bathed in holy light. We have always regarded that land in the east as a pasture for mortals, a reserve for the spread of our faith. But it appears we were mistaken. The Pope's tone turned grave. It is not a pasture. It is a dragon's nest that has awakened. The general named by Qi is merely a paw of the great dragon. He turned to face all the cardinals. Relay my divine edict. Immediately elevate the threat level of the Zhou dynasty to the highest. All infiltration plans targeting the east must be suspended. Your Holiness, what shall we do then? The Pope's fingertips lightly tapped the window sill. Let others first test the sharpness of that dragon's teeth. In the southern frontier, deep within the 10,000 mountains at the Baiwei Witch Temple, a perpetual shroud of dark green miasma enveloped the area. The air thick with a bizarre scent of herbs and blood. In the center of the hall, a green flame flickered. Dozens of tattooed high shamans sat cross-legged around the fire, their faces marked by terror. The oldest shaman threw a recently divined beast bone into the fire, which instantly turned to ash. The curse of the vengeful spirits, he rasped, as if in a trance. The power accumulated by the great shaman of Tianlang over a millennium is but that of an infant before the general. His murderous intent is not of mere mortals. It is the very essence of the rules of slaughter. A young shaman trembled involuntarily. Great Elder, the Great Elder abruptly opened his murky eyes. Relay my command. All tribes are migrate southward 300 li immediately. Seal all mountain paths to the central plains. For a century, no one is to step foot into the Zhou territory. He paused, adding, those who defy this will be cast into the pool of 10,000 gu without trial. All the shamans fell into a profound silence. Fear is the best of laws. In the eastern wilderness, the realm of cultivation sects, when the reports simultaneously reached the three great holy lands, the resulting waves far exceeded those in the western regions and southern frontier. At the Tai Su sword sect, on the Wanren sword plain, the sect leader Xia Luyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was a peaked great saint, typically inscrutable in demeanor. Yet at this moment, the jade cup in his hand silently crumbled to dust. An elder stood behind him, too afraid to breathe. Xia Luyan gazed at the churning sea of clouds, finally breaking the silence. First, they killed our outer elder, and now they have slain a false god at the pinnacle of the saint realm with a single sword. Good. His voice remained calm. But beneath that calmness lay a volcano poised to erupt. When did a mere mortal dynasty, curled up in the central divine continent, acquire such power? Sect leader, we cannot allow that mortal dynasty to grow any further. We are willing to descend the mountain with swords in hand to demand justice from that divine capital. Let the Emperor of Zhou give us an explanation. A hot-tempered elder volunteered for battle. Demand justice? Xia Luyan scoffed. An entity capable of effortlessly slaying a peak saint is at the very least a great saint. What will you use to demand justice? Your head? The elder's face flushed a deep shade of red. Shall we simply let this go? Of course not. Xia Luyan turned. However, there is no need to rush. In this world, there are many who wish to see the trump cards of the Zhou dynasty revealed, not just us. At the Wanfa Immortal Gate, within a palace floating above the sea of clouds, the Master Luo Li, a woman of extraordinary grace clad in imperial garb, examined the intelligence in her hands with great interest. By Qi, she uttered the name, her delicate fingers lightly tapping the air, conjuring a water mirror that appeared out of thin air. Within the water mirror, countless runes circulated, yet none could deduce any information related to Bai Qi. It was a blank slate. Intriguing. A playful milagrosa Luli's lips. It is as if he appeared out of nowhere. Investigate. Mobilize all the forces of the Tianji Pavilion. I must know the origins of this individual and who his master is. Understood. A shadow silently emerged within the hall, only to vanish without a sound. Luo Li gazed toward the central divine continent, her phoenix-like eyes seemingly capable of seeing through the world's myriad laws, flickering with an enigmatic light. At the end of the age of laws, at the dawn of divine awakening, do the mortal dynasties wish to partake in this contest for the dragon's throne? In the most mysterious of the three great holy lands, the Haoyan Sacred Land, atop a snow-capped peak, a similar piece of intelligence was delivered by the wind and snow to a thatched cottage at the summit. After a long while, a distant and indifferent voice echoed from within the cottage, carried away by the wind and snow. Observe the changes. the destiny is yet undetermined. Almost simultaneously, ancient families that had remained hidden for millennia across Tianxian continent were stirred. They sensed an unusual aura behind the unfamiliar name by Qi. The undercurrents throughout Tianxian continent began to surge wildly due to this report from the northern grasslands. Countless eyes, whether greedy, wary, or curious, converged upon the once ignored power of the Zhou dynasty. Chapter 57. National fortune surges by 50,000 points. Qin Hao breaks through to mid-god palace realm. In the imperial capital, the royal palace, in the imperial study. The news from the north has long since arrived, yet Qin Hao did not display much joy. He was perusing military reports from the southern and eastern borders, his brow slightly furrowed. The entire Zhou dynasty, akin to a colossal war machine he had personally set in motion, was executing his will with meticulous precision. Suddenly, Qin Hao's actions of reviewing the reports came to an abrupt halt. He abruptly raised his head, gazing towards the north. Within his celestial vision of the emperor's divination, a golden river, imperceptible to mortal eyes, was gathering above the completely conquered northern grasslands. It carried with it boundless dragon vein energy, traversing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, surging like a celestial river into the very essence of fortune within the capital. The golden dragon of fortune, coiling above the imperial city, emitted a roar that resonated through the soul, its size nearly doubling in that instant. The golden scales became denser, and within its eyes, it seemed to contain the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Almost simultaneously, mechanical system notifications echoed in Qin Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utterly annihilating the northern domain's dominant force, the Tianlang Wangting, slaying the peak Saint Realm Grand Shaman, expanding territory by 300,000 miles, and gaining 50,000 points of national fortune. Current national fortune value, 52,800 points. Over 50,000. Even with Qin Hao's composed disposition, his heart involuntarily raced at this moment. This substantial sum was enough to elevate the overall strength of the Zhou to a completely new echelon. Soon after, a second notification sounded. Ding! Due to the dramatic increase in national fortune, the host cultivation bottleneck has loosened. Would you like to break through? Yes. Qin Hao unhesitatingly confirmed. Boom! He scarcely had time to prepare, as the Imperial exclusive true dragon transformation art within him began to operate wildly on its own. The immense power of national fortune transformed into the purest energy, surging through his limbs and meridians like a flood breaching a dam. The ocean of spiritual energy in his dantian began to roil, compress, and elevate. The barrier of the late spirit sea realm was as thin as a cicada's wing before this overwhelming force, collapsing at the slightest touch. There was no pain, no struggle, only a sense of effortless liberation. Spirit sea transformation into divine palace. A resplendent palace, shrouded in endless dragon energy, seemingly forged by the laws of heaven and earth itself, rose above the ocean of spiritual energy in his dantian. The moment the palace stood tall, Qin Hao's aura surged upward, stepping into a realm that countless cultivators could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Yet this was not the end. The mighty force of national fortune continued to flow ceaselessly, and his cultivation did not pause for an instant, directly breaking through the boundaries of the early divine palace realm, stabilizing firmly in the mid-divine palace realm. Qin Hao slowly clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength within him. It was a sensation of mastery. If the spirit sea realm was akin to possessing a lake, then the divine palace realm was establishing an absolute domain above that lake. His connection to the entire Zhou dynasty became immensely intimate at that moment. He could distinctly perceive every vein of the fortune dragon, sense the joyous flow of dragon energy across every inch of territory, and feel the faith and reverence of millions of subjects converging. However, just as this feeling of dominion over the world reached its zenith, Qin Hao's actions suddenly froze. Something was amiss. Within the vast network of national fortune perception, he keenly detected several discordant notes. It was a form of scrutiny, an exceedingly subtle, yet condescending gaze filled with judgment. One emanated from the distant east, its intent like a drawn sword, sharp and cold, carrying a sense of impending judgment. The other came from the western desert, its intent grand and sacred, yet casting a shadow beneath the sunlight, harboring undeniable greed. Beyond these two most distinct presences, there were several ancient and obscure auras lurking in the shadows, barely perceptible. The hidden ancient clans, previously mere spectators, now turned their avaricious gazes towards him. The joy Jinyiwei had just felt from a surge in power was instantly replaced by a cold intent to kill. He understood. The annihilation of the Tianlang Wangting was akin to exposing a submerged giant crocodile to the surface. While he had resolved the immediate crisis, he had also attracted stronger, greedier hunters. The challenges ahead would be more formidable than ever before. Gao Zhengchun, at your service. Chao Zhengchun's figure appeared like a phantom in the shadows of the study. Bowing in respect, convey my decree to summon the Chancellor Liu Bowen and the Minister of War Zhuge Liang to the palace at once. As you command. Moments later, Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang entered the Imperial study, one after the other. I, Liu Bowen. I, Zhuge Liang. Your Majesty. Jinyiwei raised his hand, signaling for them to rise. He did not take any detours, but directly addressed the matter at hand. The wolves in the north are dead. Yet the jackals and tigers in the forest seem to have caught the scent of blood. Liu Bowen stroked his long beard, his expression solemn. Your Majesty speaks true. The hidden dragon of Dezhou is no longer a mere creature in a pool. The world is aware. Those lurking in the abyss will not allow us to transform into true dragons unchallenged. He had already discerned the changes in the heavenly secrets through his stargazing and divination. Beside him, Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, adding, the eastern wilderness sects seek transcendence beyond the mundane, viewing the mortal realm merely as a place of cultivation. The Western Divine Temple seeks unified faith, perceiving the populace as mere lambs. What your Majesty seeks is dominion over all under heaven, with no land beyond your rule. He paused, emphasizing each word. This is a fundamental struggle, a contest of the great path, irreconcilable. The atmosphere in the Imperial study grew heavy in an instant. Liu Bowen's insights and Zhuge Liang's grand perspective corroborated Jinyiwei's own perceptions. This was no longer a matter of nation versus nation, but rather the ultimate collision of imperial power against divine and religious authority. Leaning against the dragon throne, Jinyiwei lightly drummed his fingers on the armrest. Since reconciliation is impossible, there is no need for further discussion. His tone was calm. I dislike waiting, and even more so, being passive. Rather than waiting for them to make a move, I will establish the rules myself. Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Is your Majesty intending to take the initiative? To confront the extraordinary forces across the continent? Jinyiwei offered no further words, merely waving his hand. You two may withdraw for now. I shall make my own decisions. As you command. The two bowed and exited, leaving space for this young emperor, whose thoughts ran deep as the abyss. The Imperial study fell silent once more. Jinyiwei closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system interface. The national fortune value, radiating a golden glow, 52,800, resembled a vast treasury capable of arming an apocalyptic army. Time was of the essence, and pressure loomed like a mountain. He needed greater strength, power formidable enough to intimidate the entire continent, ensuring that all petty figures would not dare to even spy upon him. His consciousness settled upon the heroic summon list. One by one, familiar and illustrious names flowed slowly across the list. He needed to summon a figure of sufficient strength to confront the pressing crisis at hand. He requires a presence that can genuinely lay the foundation for the divine dynasty, one formidable enough to instill fear in those so-called sacred sects, divine temples, and ancient clans. As a national fortune surpasses the threshold of 50,000, a name that once resided in the shadows, shrouded in gray and deemed unworthy of summoning, now radiates with a brilliant purple divine light. This is a name he has long coveted, one that embodies the legacy of a timeless emperor of Huaxia and signifies supreme authority and dominance. Jinyiwei's breath momentarily falters. It is he. System. His inner voice reverberates in his mind like thunder. I shall summon. Chapter 58. Summoning the War God. Among men, Lu Bu. Among steeds, the red hair. Lu Bu pays his respects to your Majesty. System. His inner voice transforms into an unequivocal command within his consciousness. Summon the War God Lu Bu for me. Ding. The mechanical system prompt carries an unusual weight at this moment. Detecting that the hero Lu Bu is a special war general, his persona, combat will, and martial prowess are unparalleled in this era, possessing an exclusive divine steed and a unique military bond with the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. Summoning the hero Lu Bu requires a consumption of 5,000 national fortune points. Do you confirm the summoning? Confirm. Qin Hao's response is devoid of hesitation. This is precisely the unparalleled power he seeks. At the instant of his confirmation, the golden dragon of fortune within the palace suddenly raises its head. Emitting a resounding dragon roar, the space within the Imperial study, nay the entire Yangxin Palace, begins to tremble violently. A tempest arises, an aura, starkly different from a cold, deathly chill exuded by Bai Qi, descends with thunderous force. If Bai Qi's aura is akin to the eternal ice of the abyss beneath the nine hells, a void that consumes all vitality, then this aura resembles a volcano that has amassed energy for millennia, erupting in a sudden blaze. Domineering, arrogant, with a disdainful gaze upon the world, it seeks to pierce the heavens. Within the Yangxin Palace, all tables, chairs, bookshelves, and jade ornaments are instantly reduced to dust under the onslaught of this ferocious battle will. Only the dragon thrown beneath Qin Hao remains unscathed, sheltered by the national fortune. A burst of golden light erupts. A figure, grand and majestic as an ancient demonic god, slowly coalesces in the center of the palace's golden illumination. He stands 9 feet tall, his presence akin to a mountain, adorned with a 3-pronged purple-gold crown. The tail feathers of a pheasant quiver slightly with the intangible battle will. He dons a scarlet robe of Western Sichuan, vibrant as blood. Clad in a beast-faced, interlocking armor, each joint gleams with a cold metallic luster. A finely crafted lion belt accentuates his robust waist. Merely standing there, without a single action, his unparalleled presence overwhelms the very fabric of space, causing it to groan under the burden, especially with the weapon he wields. Fangtian Huayi. The crescent-shaped blade glimmers with the promise of tearing through all, and a fearsome black dragon is intricately carved along the shaft. Just this divine weapon alone is enough to instill dread in any king-level powerhouse. At that moment, a piercing, thunderous roar resonates through the skies. This cry is imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit. A magnificent steed, extraordinary beyond compare, materializes beside the demonic figure. Its entire form is devoid of any incongruous hair, resembling a blazing flame akin to the finest red jade, towering above ordinary war horses beneath its hooves. Crimson flames flicker and dance, scorching the sturdy gold brick floor to a sizzling sound. A divine beast. This is undoubtedly a fire-type divine beast of noble lineage. It is the red hare. Upon its appearance, the red hare affectionately nudges the beast-faced armor of the man with its proud head, emitting a contented whinny. The man extends his hand to stroke the red hare's mane. His eyes, typically filled with disdain for all, now radiate tenderness. Yet in the next moment, he senses the supreme imperial aura emanating from the dragon throne. That arrogance, once so dominating, is instantly subdued like a blazing fire encountering a vast ocean. He turns to face Qin Hao. The Fang Tianhua Ji, heavy as a mountain, clanks against his side as he takes a step forward, kneeling on one knee. The floor of the Yangxin Palace trembles violently with his movement. Lu Bu. His voice resonates like thunder, causing the beams of the Grand Hall to hum in response. I pay my respects to your majesty. Qin Hao gazes upon the demonic figure before him, his spirit stirred. His consciousness delves into the system, and Lu Bu's attribute panel manifests as a golden light screen, vividly displayed before his eyes. Hero, Lu Bu origin, late Han Dynasty, 3 kingdoms, alias, war god. Flying general, cultivation, peak of the great sage realm. Trait 1, unparalleled, in battle, the higher the battle will, the stronger the combat power. Disregarding any pressure or negative effects from opponents of the same rank. Able to temporarily transcend one's own realm constraints through immense battle will. Trait 2, flying general, when commanding cavalry units, the overall mobility, charge damage, and armor-breaking capability of the unit are enhanced by 30. Trait 3, human Shurji, upon locking onto a single target. Any ranged weapon thrown will gain guaranteed hit and dispelling effects. Power increased by 100. capable of bypassing most defensive formations and shields. Weapon: Fang Tianhua Ji, Holy King Tier Divine Weapon. Mount: Red Hair, Holy Tier Divine Beast, capable of traversing air, covering 30,000 miles a day, and breathing divine fire. Loyalty: 100 unwavering loyalty, peak of the Great Sage Realm. It is indeed the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Qin Hao's breath halts for a moment. This is a full realm higher than Bai Qi's peak in the Saint Realm. This signifies not merely a disparity in power, but a transcendence in the hierarchy of life. A saint merely comprehends the laws, while a great sage has already mastered the power of those laws, wielding them at will. Coupled with the unparalleled trait, he can even unleash power beyond his own realm at critical moments. The human Shurji's guaranteed lock-on is a divine skill tailored for assassinating enemy leaders. Even more terrifying is that red hair, capable of traversing air. This grants Lu Bu unparalleled mobility, allowing him to strike like the wind, effortlessly severing the heads of generals amidst thousands of soldiers, as easily as reaching into a pocket. The perfect firefighter, the ultimate expert in decapitation, with him stationed in the divine capital. The prying eyes from the eastern sects and western divine temples will become a mere joke. Who dares to come? Whoever comes shall perish. Qin Hao's thoughts shift towards the legion that appeared alongside Lu Bu. Demon Army, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, numbers, 5,000. Cultivation, all at the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm. Commander, Lu Bu, peak of the Great Sage Realm. Trait 1, Wolf Nature, fearless in battle. Adept at pursuit and hunting, inflicting an additional 50 damage to fleeing enemies. Trait 2, Flying Cavalry, under the command of Lu Bu. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry gains temporary ability to traverse air. Loyalty, 100 unwavering loyalty. 5,000 peak Divine Palace Realm Flying Wolf Cavalry. Qin Hao is nearly beside himself with excitement. This formidable power is sufficient to obliterate a second-rate sect devoid of a sage's presence in an instant. Please rise, Feng Xian. Qin Hao's voice resonated with an undeniable hint of joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Bu Guodualiros. His demonic form imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure throughout the Grand Hall. Qin Hao promptly made his decision. I hereby appoint you as Zhenjing Xinjiang, with the rank of first-class official, overseeing all defenses of the Imperial capital. Your 5,000 Bingzhou Wolf Riders shall henceforth serve as my Imperial guards, safeguarding the royal city. Lu Bu once again clasped his fists, his halberd striking heavily against the ground. I accept the decree. I shall not disappoint Your Majesty's trust. Anyone daring to covet the capital shall have their heads severed and displayed at the city gate. With Lu Bu, this mighty deity, stationed at the helm, Qin Hao felt the colossal weight pressing upon his heart finally lifted. He could now rest easy and enjoy a peaceful slumber. The tension that had gripped him due to looming adversaries could at last be released, allowing him to ponder his next expansion plans. His attention returned to the system interface. The remaining national fortune value stood at 47,800 points. This was still an astronomical sum. Lu Bu served as a stabilizing force, a deterrent. Yet, the true conquest of the world relied on the invincible legion, akin to a torrent of steel. Qin Hao accessed the Shenma Juntuan list and directly located Bai Qi's exclusive legion, the Qin Ruishi. He aimed to transform this already renowned army in the northern domain into a supreme blade capable of sweeping across the entire continent. The Qin Ruishi, basic version. Status, recruited, number of troops, 100,000, soldiers cultivation, peak of foundation establishment. Next level, upgraded version, upgrade requirement, 30,000 points of national fortune. Upgrade effect, legion size expanded to 300,000. Soldiers cultivation elevated to the peak of Spirit Sea. Number of deputy generals increased to 3, peak of the King Realm, and generals to 30, peak of the Great Ability Realm. Gazing at the prospect of 300,000 at the peak of the Spirit Sea, Qin Hao felt his blood surge with excitement. What a terrifying force this would be. Once fully formed, it could erase any dynasty without a sage from the map. System. Upgrade Onda. King Hui Shi Formi. Chapter 59. Frantic upgrade of the renowned Shenma Legion. 300,000 Spirit Sea Peak de Qin Ruishi. Now, ding. Confirm consumption of 30,000 10,000 points of national fortune to upgrade to Qin Ruishi to the upgraded version? Confirm. National fortune value, 30,000. Remaining national fortune value, 17,800 points. The Qin Ruishi has been successfully upgraded. Additional troops and generals have been automatically transported to by Qi's camp in the northern region, awaiting inspection. In the distant northern grasslands, the blizzard had suddenly ceased. The 100,000 Qin Ruishi, currently purging the remnants of the royal court, were enveloped in a blinding golden light. Within this radiance, their spiritual power, once akin to a gentle stream, was forcibly widened by an irresistible force, transforming into a roaring river. The barrier of peak foundation establishment crumbled before this might like fragile paper. Early stage of Spirit Sea, mid-stage of Spirit Sea, peak of Spirit Sea. In mere moments, they achieved a leap that would be unattainable in an ordinary lifetime. Almost simultaneously, beside their neatly arranged ranks, 20,000 formidable figures clad in dark armor, wielding long halberds, stepped forth from the distorted void. They appeared silently, yet instantly connected with the existing 100,000 Ruishi, as if they were one and the same. 300,000 at the peak of Spirit Sea. A military spirit, solid as iron and dark as ink, soared into the sky, transforming into a fearsome black dragon coiling above the legion. The skies above the prairie, which had just regained their clarity, darkened once more under the influence of this iron-blooded aura as the winds and clouds shifted. Bai Qi stood at the front of the army, his domain of slaughter resonating faintly with a massive military spirit. He sensed the transformation of his troops, and a rare expression of satisfaction crossed his eternally frosty visage. This army now barely deserved the name Ruishi. Beside him, the third deputy general, also clad in heavy armor, materialized from the void, kneeling on one knee. Peak of the King realm. In the Imperial study of the capital, Qin Hao keenly perceived the vast military spirit from the northern grasslands establishing a tighter bond with his Imperial dragon aura. Through this connection, he felt as though he could gaze down upon the snow-covered plains blanketed by the torrent of steel. This is power. This is the exhilarating sensation of transforming national fortune into absolute military might. Experiencing this pleasure, Qin Hao's gaze returned to the system interface, observing the remaining national fortune value of over 10,000 points. Current national fortune value, 17,800 points. He deemed it essential to expend all of it to further enhance the overall strength of the renowned legion. Zhengchun's Jinyiwei serves as the eyes and ears of the Great Zhou. As the territory expands, the original 3,000 personnel have become stretched thin, and their cultivation appears inadequate. System, how much national fortune is required to expand the Jinyiwei to 30,000 and elevate their cultivation to the peak of Spirit Sea? Replying to the host, it requires 500 points of national fortune. Very well, upgrade the Jinyiwei. Ding. Expanding the 3,000 Jinyiwei to 30,000 and elevating all their cultivation to the peak of Spirit Sea will consume 500 points of national fortune. Confirm? Confirm. Subsequently, Qin Hao turned his attention to Gao Shun's Zhengchun, the sharpest army for besieging cities. They would need to play a more significant role in the forthcoming conquests. However, their numbers were somewhat insufficient. System, how much national fortune is required to expand the Zhengchun to 8,000 and elevate all their cultivation to the peak of Divine Palace, while also raising Commander Gao Shun to the peak of the King Realm? Replying to the host, it requires 10,000 points of national fortune. Very well. Upgrade the Zhengchun. Ding. Expanding the Zhengchun to 8,000 and elevating all their cultivation to the peak of Divine Palace. Commander Gao Shun's cultivation will rise to the peak of the King Realm. Total consumption of national fortune, 10,000 points. Confirm? Confirm. With over 5,000 points of national fortune remaining, Qin Hao chose to elevate Jinyiwei, who had rendered remarkable contributions in the early stages, ensuring his cultivation keeps pace. System. Raise Jinyiwei's cultivation to the peak of the King Realm. Ding. Elevating the renowned Jinyiwei's cultivation from early stage to peak of the King Realm will consume 5,000 000 points of national fortune. Confirm? Confirm. Current remaining national fortune value. 300 points. A series of expenditures had rapidly depleted the vast sum. Yet Qin Hao felt no pain. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented sense of solidity and pride. The national fortune consumed had transformed into swords and blades capable of intimidating the world, becoming his most reliable trump card. The next day, in the Taya Hall, a grand court assembly took place. The civil and military officials stood in orderly ranks, the atmosphere solemn. Lu Bu, clad in a brand new attire befitting the Xinjiang, stood like an iron tower beside Qin Hao, the subtle pressure of his saintly aura rendering the air in the court still. All the ministers instinctively softened their breathing by 3 degrees. The Prime Minister Liu Bowen stepped forth from the ranks of civil officials, holding a jade tablet. I report to your majesty. The northern front is secured, and the vast territory of the Tianlang royal court now belongs entirely to the Great Zhou. The royal court has dominated the grasslands for millennia, accumulating an immeasurable wealth. How should your majesty handle this? Everyone's ears perked up, particularly the Minister of Revenue, who clenched his fists in anxiety. With the implementation of new policies and the expansion of the army, each initiative devours gold at an alarming rate. The national treasury is already strained and desperately requires substantial funding for replenishment. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Hao's voice resonated calmly throughout the Grand Hall. Convey my decree. Command General Bai Qi of the Northern Expedition to meticulously inventory every item in the treasury of the Tianlang Royal Court, from the smallest blade of grass to the heaviest stone, and transport it all back to the divine capital. Augment the national treasury. Thunderous joy erupted in the court upon hearing this proclamation. Notably, Wang Engshi, the usually stoic and humorless minister, displayed a rare flush of excitement on his face. Money. With this influx of wealth, the last obstacle to implementing his new policies would finally be overcome. Bai Qi's efficiency was astonishing. Within 3 days of the command, the first batch of wooden oxen and flowing horses laden with resources from the Tianlang royal court arrived in the divine capital. For 10 consecutive days, the transportation teams from the north never ceased their journeys. Piles of spiritual stones, rare deposits of fine iron, and treasures of heaven and earth, even countless ancient tomes of martial arts, were continuously delivered to the treasury. The entire divine capital basked in an atmosphere of abundant joy. With the affairs of the northern territories concluded, Qin Hao understood it was time to address the entrenched internal malignancies. During yet another grand council, when all anticipated discussions on how to utilize this newfound wealth, Qin Hao issued a second decree that sent chills down everyone's spine. Convey my decree to Wang Engshi. Instantly, the hall fell into profound silence. Wang Engshi stepped forward, bowing in readiness. Qin Hao leaned slightly forward, an intangible imperial pressure enveloping the entire Taya Hall. Commenced the new policy of unified taxation on all lands, encompassing both officials and gentry, effective immediately across the realm of Dazhou. Upon this declaration, many officials from noble families turned ashen. Chapter 60. The new policy is a blade, the noble families wail. The holy sun emerges from seclusion, commanding the sword to the divine capital. Wang Engshi, holding a jade tablet, bowed to receive the decree. Wang Engshi, obey the command. He straightened his slightly gaunt spine, his indomitable spirit evoking goosebumps among the numerous officials from aristocratic backgrounds present in the hall. They watched as Wang Engshi, leading a cadre of newly promoted officials, departed the capital with a determined air, their eyes glinting with ambition. The heavens were about to change. In the eastern wilderness, Zhengchun, this place, separated from the divine capital by a roaring river, boasts fertile land and thriving commerce. More importantly, it stands as a vital secular offering site outside the gates of the Taishu sword sect. As Wang Engshi's official boat docked at the county's wharf, no officials awaited to greet him, nor did any commoners kneel in reverence. Only a few local magnate stewards lounged against the stone lions at the dock, casting sidelong glances at them. Lord Wang, you have traveled far, one steward said with a forced smile. The county governor is unwell and unable to come out to greet you. Please forgive the inconvenience. Wang Engshi, expressionless, walked past him. No matter. I shall proceed on my own. The official notices plastered the streets and alleys of the county. The new policy of unified taxation required each household to report their land within 3 days to be measured uniformly by the court. Before the notice, the onlooking commoners whispered among themselves, while the scions of noble families and cultivators bore expressions of mockery and disdain. Unified taxation? The court's clause wished to stretch across the Yinjing River. Have they lost their minds? We offer tributes to the Taishu sword sect. That is our path to cultivation. Pay taxes to the mortal court? Do they even deserve it? On the third day, in the early morning, a newly appointed official from the Ministry of Revenue arrived at the largest noble family, the Jiang family, accompanied by 2 clerks holding a fish scale atlas. By the emperor's decree, we are here to survey the lands. I request the cooperation of the Jiang family patriarch, the official announced loudly. The vermilion door remained firmly shut, and a solitary word echoed from within. Get lost. The official's face flushed with anger. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again. I am an official of the court. You all bang. The door burst open, revealing a young cultivator clad in fine robes, leisurely stepping out, flanked by 4 or 5 formidable servants. The young cultivator scrutinized the official. An official of the court? Here, the rules of the Jiang family are the only rules. He reached out, snatching the fish scale atlas and the Imperial edict from the official's hands. With a swift motion, he tore the Imperial edict and atlas into shreds before tossing them on the ground. You. The official trembled with rage. What of it? The young cultivator stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across the official's face. Crack! The sharp sound reverberated through the street. A dog of the court dares to bark at the gates of the Jiang family? He kicked the official in the abdomen, sending him flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement, blood spilling from his mouth. The 2 clerks were left pale and collapsed to the ground in fear. The young cultivator trampled the scattered papers beneath his feet. Go back and tell your little emperor that this Yunjiao is a place he cannot touch. At that moment, the chilling sound of hooves approached from afar. At the end of the street, a battalion clad in white armor, their steeds seemingly treading upon frost, appeared slowly. At the forefront stood a stern-faced figure, adorned with a bailion blade. It was none other than the eastern commander, Yuan Zuozong. Behind him were the Dashua dragon riders. A frigid aura enveloped the street, causing the temperature to plummet. The smile on the Jiang youth's face froze as he felt the suffocating essence of military might. Yuan Zuozong dismounted and approached the severely injured official, assisting him to his feet. He did not glance at the young cultivator, merely waved his hand. Seize him. In an instant, 2 Dashua dragon riders advanced, their iron-like grips clamping onto the young cultivator's shoulders. You dare! My brother-in-law is an inner disciple of the Taishu sword sect. The young cultivator screamed in terror. Crack! The sound of his arms being dislocated echoed loudly. Yuan Zuozong's icy gaze swept over the Jiang family gate and the surrounding stewards, who bore expressions of dread. Relay my military orders. Immediately seal off the entire city. All members of the Jiang family involved in attacking the court official and tearing up the Imperial edict shall be arrested and imprisoned. I shall grant you one more chance. Yuan Zuozong slowly drew his bailion blade half an inch, the cold gleam of the blade reflecting the faces of those present ashen with fear. At this time tomorrow, all families must gather at the square outside the county governor's office with their land deeds for measurement. Failure to comply will be treated as treason. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Just then, a voice filled with authority resonated from the heavens. Such audacity! A mere general of a mortal kingdom dares to speak of treason in the domain of the Taishu sword sect? In the sky, a middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, descended upon a flying sword. The oppressive aura of his early-stage Wangzhe realm was unleashed without reservation, seeking to suppress the Dashua dragon riders below. However, that oppressive force, upon encountering the military spirit condensed by the Dashua Longqi, vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Zhao Zhisher, the stewards of the Jiang family, spotted the newcomer and rushed towards him as if he were their savior. Zhao Zhisher, you must stand up for us. This group of hill bandits is rebelling. The middle-aged man, known as Zhao Zhisher, snorted lightly and landed before Yuan Zuozong. He did not spare a glance at the captured members of the Jiang family, but fixed his gaze on Yuan Zuozong. I am Zhao Wujia, the outer sect steward of the Taishu sword sect. This place has been under the protection of my sect for 100 years. The laws of the mundane dynasty hold no sway here. Release them immediately, and take your soldiers back across the Yunjiang River. I shall pretend that nothing has occurred." His tone was akin to issuing an irrefutable command. Yuan Zhuozong remained silent, simply observing him. Noticing Yuan Zhuozong's inaction, Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed. "What? Do you not understand my words? Or do you intend to declare war on my Taishu sword sect on behalf of that inexperienced young emperor?" A fleeting thought crossed Yuan Zhuozong's mind, recalling the singular command given to him by Qin Hao in the military affairs office. If a sect intervenes, crush them. He slowly raised his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword. Zhao Wujia was about to rebuke him when suddenly, a blade light, brilliant as snow, sliced through the air. It was the Northern Liang sword technique, the purest and swiftest strike. The arrogance on Zhao Wujia's face froze. He lowered his head, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the line of blood appearing on his chest. His protective spiritual energy, as an early-stage king realm cultivator, was as fragile as paper before that strike. His life force was swiftly draining away. "You dare!" Before he could finish, his head soared into the air. Blood sprayed across the faces of the astonished stewards of the noble families. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Yuan Zhuozong sheathed his sword, the blade untouched by blood. He kicked Zhao Wujia's body aside, as if it were merely an obstructive stone. His gaze fell once more upon the group of noble stewards, now rendered dumbstruck with fear. Now, who still believes that the laws of the court hold no power here? In the East Wilderness, within the grand hall where the soul lamps of the sect's disciples were kept, with a sudden clap, the soul lamp representing the outer sect steward Zhao Wujia extinguished without warning. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The soul lamp of steward Zhao has extinguished? A disciple guarding the soul lamps trembled as he hastily reported to the inner sect elders. Steward Zhao has been killed, right here in Yunzhou County, by a mere mortal general with a single strike. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy within the entire sect. How outrageous! That little emperor of the Dazhou dynasty has utterly disregarded my Taishu sword sect. A tremendous humiliation. This is the gravest provocation against the dignity of my Taishu sword sect over millennia. Blood must be repaid with blood. I shall personally descend the mountain and raze the Dazhou dynasty to the ground. An irate inner sect elder slammed the table, the aura of a sage erupting. Enough! A chilling voice quelled all the clamor. The sect master, Xia Luyun, slowly rose from his seat. His face bore no anger, only an icy calm. A mortal dynasty has not only slain my outer sect elder, but now dares to publicly execute my sect steward. It appears they truly believe that the sword of my Taishu sword sect has lost its edge. He surveyed the room. "Convey my orders as sect master. All elders, rise and listen. Summon our holy son, Chun Qingxian, to exit seclusion at once." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Chun Qingxian, a prodigy of swordsmanship not seen in a millennium, was merely 30 years old and already at the pinnacle of the sage realm, the future of the entire sect. Xia Luyun continued, his voice frigid. "Bearing my Taishu sword decree, he shall personally travel to the capital of the Dazhou dynasty. I demand that the arrogant mortal emperor kneel before the sword decree, forsake his cultivation, and take 3 steps to bow before the gates of my sect to plead for forgiveness." Not long after, a young sage emerged from behind the hall, clad in snowy white, bearing an ancient sword on his back, his aura profound. It was none other than Chun Qingxian, the holy son of the Taishu sword sect. He knelt on one knee, accepting the sword decree that signified the sect master's presence. Disciple, obeying the command. Chapter 61. The arrival of the Taishu holy son. The presence of the sage descends. Lubu shatters 1,000 laws, slaying the holy son. 3 days later, in the divine capital, the sky brightened, clouds hanging high. A dazzling sword light, without warning, tore through the azure sky, descending fiercely from the heavens. As the sword light dissipated, 5 figures became visible. Leading them was a young man in snowy white, his features strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, standing atop a verdant ancient sword. His garments fluttering as if he were an immortal. He was Chun Qingxian, the holy son of the Taishu sword sect. Behind him stood 4 middle-aged men dressed in the robes of the Taishu sword sect elders, each exuding profound auras, all at the pinnacle of the king realm. The 5 of them hovered like celestial deities above the divine capital, gazing down upon the grand city that symbolized the utmost imperial authority of the mortal realm. Chen Qingxuan's expression was devoid of emotion. To him, this journey was not one of negotiation, but of judgment. He could scarcely be bothered to adhere to any mundane protocols for notification. He intended to proclaim the will of the Taishu sword sect in the most direct and domineering manner. In the next instant, a terrifying and unparalleled pressure erupted from his being, the pinnacle of the sage realm. The invisible pressure descended like an ancient divine mountain, instantly enveloping the entire divine capital. On the city walls, the soldiers of the Imperial army, who had been standing tall, suddenly felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 tons. Their legs trembling uncontrollably. Clang, clang. The sound of countless weapons slipping from hands and crashing to the ground echoed across the walls. On the streets, the citizens who had been walking collapsed to the ground, the weaker among them fainting on the spot. The entire divine capital succumbed to a paralyzing panic under this divine might. In the palace, within the Golden Long Hall, civil and military officials were in conference. The moment the pressure descended, a chorus of muffled groans filled the hall. Except for a scant few, such as Zhengchun and Jinyiwei, who could barely remain standing. The other officials turned pale, those beneath the divine palace realm bleeding from their mouths and noses, their souls seemingly on the verge of being torn apart. This was the might of a sage, the most blatant disdain and suppression of mundane imperial authority by a transcendent sect. Chen Qingxian was quite satisfied with the reaction of the ants below. This was precisely the effect he sought. He wished for that mortal emperor to crawl forth in endless fear to greet him. Where is the mortal emperor, Qin Hao? Chen Qingxuan's voice, infused with the might of the sage, reverberated like rolling thunder throughout every corner of the divine capital. The Taishu Holy Son, Chen Qingxian, has arrived. Do hasten to kneel and welcome. Kneel and welcome. These two words struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all Dazhou subjects. Within the Golden Long Hall, every official wore expressions of humiliation and rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Hao remained unmoved. Thanks to the protective aura of the Dazhou Dragon Qi and the assistance of Chao Zhengchun and Jinyiwei in withstanding the pressure, Qin Hao felt little to no burden. Qin Hao gently set down the edict in his hands. Just as everyone believed that this young emperor would be compelled to bow under the overwhelming pressure, a cold snort echoed from the depths of the Jinwan Hall. The sound, though not loud, was imbued with boundless arrogance and dominance. Who dares to be so audacious before his majesty? At the moment that voice emerged, the saintly aura that enveloped the entire Shengjing, suffocating countless individuals, melted away like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing without a trace. In the sky above, a hint of surprise appeared on Chen Qingxuan's handsome face for the first time. His overwhelming presence had been shattered, and so effortlessly at that, before he could ponder further, a crimson streak of light shot up from the depths of the palace, moving at an astonishing speed. The light halted, transforming into a figure resembling a demonic god, wielding a fearsome Fangtian Huaji, standing in stark opposition to them. The newcomer was none other than the divine general of the capital, Lu Bu. He did not release any aura, merely hovering casually in the air, his posture exuding an air of condescension, as if Chen Qingxian and his companions were nothing more than slightly larger flies. What skill! Chen Qingxuan's astonishment quickly morphed into disdain. In his view, a martial artist from a mundane dynasty could only be so strong. Surely, the opponent had employed some secret technique to dispel his aura. A mere martial artist dares to bark before this saintly son. Chen Qingxuan's tone turned frigid. Very well, I shall first slay you, this gatekeeper, before addressing your oblivious master. He extended his fingers into the shape of a sword, and a sharp, unparalleled sword chi suddenly took form at his fingertips. The sword chi flickered unpredictably, tearing apart the surrounding space, radiating the brilliance of judgment as it ruthlessly slashed toward Lu Bu. Faced with the sword chi imbued with the laws of the saint, capable of cleaving mountains, Lu Bu did not flinch or evade. A hint of undisguised derision appeared on his face, as if what approached was not a saintly strike, but rather a moth drawn to the flame. With one hand gripping the Fangtian Huaji, he casually flicked his wrist. A low, dragon-like hum emanated from the halberd. and the violent battle intent that merely escaped from him sent ripples through the space below. There were no extravagant maneuvers, no dazzling displays of spiritual power, just the simplest, most direct sweep. The crescent blade of the Fangtian Huaji, imbued with a force capable of tearing everything asunder, met the oncoming azure sword Qi. The anticipated earth-shattering clash did not occur. Instead, a sound akin to metal being forcibly twisted and crushed filled the air. Chen Qingxuan's sword Qi, which could give even saint-level cultivators a headache, crumbled before Lu Bu's casual strike, as if it were fragile glass, shattering from the point of contact. Cracks spread at a visible pace, and finally, with a dull thud, the entire sword Qi was smashed into countless azure specks of light by Lu Bu's halberd. What? In the sky above, Chen Qingxuan's previously calm countenance finally changed color. He was a natural sword body, born in harmony with the sword path. And every sword Qi he unleashed after attaining the Saint Realm contained his own sword path laws, invincible and unyielding. To have his sword Qi shattered so brutally? He had never witnessed such a feat, nor even conceived of it. What kind of tyrannical power was required? This defied all logic. How could the strength of a mundane martial artist shake the laws of a saint? Interesting. Chen Qingxian retracted all disdain, his expression turning gravely serious. He had misjudged. The person before him was far from an ordinary gatekeeper. Yet, as the proud saint son of the Tai Su, he could not allow himself to retreat. You are worthy of pride for shattering my sword, but this is where it ends. Chen Qingxuan's figure flickered, and he instantly became ethereal. One transformed into two, two into four, four into myriad. In an instant, thousands of identical Chen Qingxuans, each wielding the same azure ancient sword, filled every inch of space surrounding Lu Bu. Each sword's shadow radiated genuine saintly aura, embodying a complete essence of the killing laws. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. This was the supreme killing technique of the Tai Su sword sect, a skill only the saint's son could master. In the next moment, the myriad sword shadows surged forth. They charged from all directions, every conceivable angle, towards the center where Lu Bu stood, launching a deadly assault. The sword Qi intertwined into a net, the laws sealing off the void. This was an inevitable death trap. Within Shengjing City, all the cultivators who managed to raise their heads were struck with terror at this sight. This was the might of the sacred ground. However, surrounded by the multitude of sword shadows, Lu Bu let out a long howl towards the heavens. Ha ha! His laughter was filled with unrestrained delight as the pent-up battle intent erupted at that moment. Unmatched, the destructive power coalesced fiercely upon the Fangtian Huaji, and the space surrounding the halberd began to fracture under the unbearable weight of that force. Facing the myriad sword shadows capable of annihilating everything, Lu Bu still executed that singular, simple move, a sweeping strike that could conquer thousands. He gripped the halberd with both hands and, pivoting on his waist, spun fiercely. A pitch-black circular halberd light, imbued with the power to obliterate all, thunderously expanded. There were no profound laws, no exquisite techniques, only pure strength. Strength so raw that it could crush everything. Crack, crack, crack. The countless sword shadows infused with saintly laws disintegrated upon contact with the pitch-black halberd light, like bubbles under the sun, vanishing one after another without even the slightest resistance. No, impossible. In the sky above, Chen Qingxuan's horrified scream echoed. His myriad sword shadows were swept away in an instant by that unparalleled halberd strike. All sword shadows converged into one, and Chen Qingxuan's true form staggered into view. His complexion ashen, a trickle of golden, saintly blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. A great saint? The opponent was actually a great saint. How could such a mundane dynasty possibly harbor a great saint? There was no time to ponder further. The destructive pitch-black halberd light had already breached all his protective sword barriers, advancing toward him. Tai Su Swat Suda, in the face of life and death. Chen Qingxian activated his life-bound flying sword with all his might. The azure ancient sword emitted a mournful wail, transforming into a streak of light, blocking in front of him. Clang! A deafening metallic crash, resonating through the heavens, sent tremors throughout Shengjing City. Chen Qingxuan's life-bound flying sword was brutally struck by the Fangtian Huaji. The ancient sword let out a heart-wrenching cry, its spiritual radiance dimming to the utmost, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Meanwhile, Chun Qingxian himself was struck as if by a myriad of thunderbolts. He did not even have time to utter a scream. Poof! His saintly body exploded in midair like an overinflated balloon, flesh, bones, and soul reduced to nothingness in an instant by that ferocious power. Dai Shusanson, Shen Kangxiong, met his demise on the spot, both body and soul obliterated. The sudden turn of events left the four-peak elders of the Wangzhe realm who followed him in a state of utter bewilderment. The Holy Sun is dead, crushed by a single spear? After a brief silence, a profound fear seeped into their very bones. Flee! The four, as if awakening from a dream, thoughtlessly ignited their lifeblood, transforming into four streaks of light, desperately escaping in different directions. Lu Bu cast a cold glance at them, akin to observing for fleeing ants. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the formidable Fong Tian Hua Ji with ease. The spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, slicing through the air with an eerie arc. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of the first elder, maintaining its momentum to penetrate the head of the second elder, followed by the third and fourth. One spear for lives taken. The four corpses, propelled by the residual force of the Fong Tian Hua Ji, soared through the air for thousands of meters, ultimately exploding in the sky above Xinjing City due to an invisible force. Lu Bu raised his hand, summoning the Fong Tian Hua Ji back to his grasp with a soft chime. He hovered silently in the air, his crimson cloak billowing in the wind. A drop of warm, holy blood slid down the spear tip, dissipating into the vastness of the sky. Chapter 62. The Holy Sun's demise shocks the world. The seven great sects unite in retribution. The assassination list of Wuxing Lu and Dong Wang at the Tai Su sword sect. The atmosphere atop the Wanren sword platform was stifling, akin to the silence before a storm. Thousands of inner disciples bowed their heads, not daring to utter a single sound. Within the hall, the expressions of all the elders were grim. The sect master, the sole lantern of the Holy Sun, along with the sole lanterns of the four accompanying elders, have all extinguished. A disciple responsible for guarding the sole lanterns knelt in the hall, trembling like a leaf. Bang! An irate elder slammed the jade table before him into powder. This is too much. How dare a mortal dynasty insult our Tai Su sword sect in such a manner? First, they kill our steward, then they slay the Holy Sun. This is a declaration of war against our sect. Please, sect master, give the order. I am willing to lead the vanguard, taking 3,000 sword cultivators to flatten the Dezhou Xinjing and hang the head of that mortal emperor at our sect's gate. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The hall was filled with fervor. Powerful sword intents soaring into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. At the head of the hall, Xia Luyun remained silent. His face was icy, betraying no emotion. Yet the hands gripping the armrests were leaving deep imprints. Enough. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet instantly silencing all commotion. The entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xia Luyun stood, descending the steps one by one. He did not glance at the enraged elders, but directed his gaze towards the west, as if he could penetrate the clouds for miles and see the rising Imperial city. The great sage realm. The being wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji is at least a formidable figure in the great sage realm. How could a mortal dynasty possibly support a great sage? It defies logic. Anger will not resolve the issue. Impulsiveness will only plunge the Tai Su sword sect's millennia-old foundation into unforeseen peril. He understood well that this was no simple act of vengeance, but a meticulously planned and severe provocation against the authority of the sect. Convey my command as sect master. Xia Luyun's voice was chilling. Prepare generous gifts and dispatch our most capable envoy to swiftly travel to the Wanfa Xianmin and the Haoyan Holy Land. An elder raised his head in astonishment. Sect master, are we not? Xia Luyun cast a cold glance at him. The elder's words were instantly choked in his throat. Furthermore, send someone to visit the Tianjin Pavilion, Zixia Palace, Balian Mountain, and Yusho Gate. Inform them that I, Xia Luyun, will convene the Dongwang Sect Conference at the Yunhai Tiangong of Wanfa Xianmin in 3 days. He paused and spoke every word with undeniable resolve. Just say that the Dezhou dynasty has already slipped from our control. Today, they dare to slay my holy son with a spear. Tomorrow, They will send troops to measure your spiritual mountains and seize your mineral veins. The principle of mutual dependence is one they surely understand better than I. If they do not wish to see all of Donghuang grovel beneath the feet of a mortal emperor, they must arrive punctually, 3 days hence, at Wanfa Xianmen. In the palace of the immortal island floating above the sea of clouds, the leaders of Donghuang's 7 foremost sects gathered. The leader of Wanfa Xianmen, Luo Li, a stunningly graceful woman in palace attire, gently waved her fan and spoke first. Sect Master Xia, please accept my condolences. I have also met that child, Chen Qingxian. He was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in swordsmanship, and his fall is truly a pity. Her words seemed to express sorrow, yet lacked any genuine emotion. The leader of Haotian Holy Land, an elder with snow-white hair, closed his eyes in meditation, appearing indifferent. There is no need for excessive words. Xia Luyan cut straight to the point. I believe you all understand why I have summoned you here today. The leader of Tianjin Pavilion, a middle-aged swordsman radiating sharp energy, snorted coldly. Sect Master Xia, your holy son was killed due to your own lack of skill. What does that have to do with us? Do you intend to drag the entire Donghuang into your quest for vengeance? Vengeance? Xia Luyan let out a cold laugh. Lord Pavilion Master, do you truly believe that the Dazhou dynasty's objective is merely our Tai Su sword sect? He surveyed the room, his voice suddenly rising. That mortal emperor harbors insatiable ambition. First, he launched a northern expedition to swallow the Tianlang Wangting, and now he extends his blade towards us in Donghuang. What he desires is not merely the loss of a city or a region. He seeks dominion over all under heaven. He desires that all our sects bow in submission to him. Today, it is Chen Qingxian who has fallen. Tomorrow, it could be your most prized disciple. When his blade is at your throats, it will be too late for regrets. This declaration caused the expressions of the seated sect leaders to shift slightly. Luo Li's fan came to a halt. What does Sect Master Xia imply? We must strike him down before he fully matures. Xiao Yoyun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The Dazhou possesses a great sage to defend it. A direct assault on the Imperial city would be too costly. However, the lifeblood of a dynasty is not solely reliant on martial strength. I propose that our 7 sects unite and impose comprehensive sanctions against the Dazhou dynasty. First, sever all trade routes leading to Dazhou. Prohibit any spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, or refined iron from flowing into Dazhou territory. Second, our 7 sects shall jointly issue a statement. Any merchant associations or families collaborating with Dazhou shall be considered enemies of our 7 sects and will be eradicated with thunderous force. Third, Xiao Yoyun's face revealed a chilling smile. The foundation of a dynasty lies in its populace. Dazhou is currently implementing new policies, and several key figures are crucial. I have already contacted the most elite assassin organization in Tianjin continent, Wuxing Lu. As long as we offer a suitable price, even a great sage can be assassinated. We will systematically strangle this nascent dynasty from economic, social, and political angles, allowing it to collapse under internal strife and external pressure. The hall fell into a deep silence. All the sect leaders weighed the pros and cons. After a long pause, Luo Li spoke first. I, Wanfa Xianmen, agree. I, Haotian Holy Land, second the motion. Tianjin Pavilion agrees. Excellent. Thus, the 7-sect alliance was established, united in both fortune and adversity. An invisible net was instantaneously cast, enveloping the Dazhou Empire. 2 weeks later, in the capital, Shenzhen, the atmosphere in the Taya Hall was unprecedentedly solemn. The Minister of Revenue held a memorial, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Your Majesty, it is an urgent matter. Since 2 weeks ago, the 7 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness have jointly issued a ban, forcibly severing all external trade routes of our Dazhou. All major merchant associations at the borders have retreated overnight. The prices of spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and even the mysterious iron used for forging weapons and armor have skyrocketed tenfold, with no market available. Our treasury can sustain us for at most 3 more months. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in an uproar. This was akin to cutting off the source of fire. Wang Engshi's face darkened as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, due to this influence, my new policies are already obstructed in various regions. Many projects have stagnated due to a lack of materials, and public sentiment is wavering. Qin Hao sat upon the dragon throne, his expression impassive as he listened. He opened the system interface, and the value representing the nation's fortune, which had previously increased by dozens of points daily, had sharply declined to single digits. The nation's fortune was draining away. Dismissed. Qin Hao uttered 2 words before rising to depart. In the Imperial study, Qin Hao was alone, gazing out at the sky. Your Majesty. A ghostly figure appeared silently behind him. Zhengchun bowed and presented a scroll of black confidential reports, recently intercepted by the Eastern Factory. Containing assassination lists from Wusheng Lu. Qin Hao accepted it and slowly unfurled it. Lines of names met his gaze. Dezhou Emperor, Qin Hao, Deputy of the Cabinet. Wang Engshi, Minister of the Heavenly Craft Institute. Liu Ban, Minister of Agriculture. Li Bing, Deputy Minister of Agriculture. Jia Sixi. Each name stood as a pillar supporting the implementation of Dezhou's new policies, each accompanied by a bloody bounty. Qin Hao's name prominently topped the list. What a formidable 7-sect alliance. What a sinister Wusheng Lu. They aimed to sever the very lifeblood of Dezhou. Qin Hao tossed the report onto the table, not in anger, but with a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The enemy had finally ceased their concealment. They laid all their cards upon the table. Excellent. This spared him the trouble of searching for them one by one. Gao Zhengchun, at your service. Convey my decree. The Eastern Factory and the Jinyiwei shall operate at full capacity to gather all intelligence regarding the 7 sections. As you command. Furthermore, Qin Hao lightly tapped the armrest of the Dragon Throne. Inform Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang to pay me a visit. Chapter 63. Wang Engshi attacked at night. Jinyiwei. Want to harm him? First, ask me about this pair of iron halberds. The air within the city of Xinjiang grew increasingly tense with each passing day. Discussions in the streets dwindled, pedestrians quickened their pace, and even the once bustling taverns fell into desolation. The impact of the resource embargo was akin to an invisible hand tightening its grip around the throat of the Imperial city. The report from a Heavenly Craft Institute was the first to arrive. Liu Ban's robust handwriting conveyed a sense of repressed anger. The latest batch of Zhuge crossbows had been halted due to a lack of essential mysterious iron crystals. Newly constructed city defense puppets had also become useless heaps of steel due to the interruption of core component supplies. The repercussions were gradually permeating from the national heavy armaments to the livelihoods of the people. In the Imperial study, Qin Hao convened 3 consecutive military meetings. The room was brightly lit, the atmosphere tense. Liu Bowen stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, the actions of the 7 sects are a classic dead-end strategy. They aim to isolate our Dezhou completely, turning us into an island devoid of resources. In such circumstances, without them having to lay a hand, our dynasty would collapse under internal strife. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Baiwen's words are only half correct. He raised his gaze to Qin Hao. Your Majesty, this is not a conspiracy, but rather an overt strategy. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest, signaling him to continue. Deceitful schemes can be unraveled, but overt strategies laid bare present no immediate solution. Zhuge Liang rose and approached the vast sand table. They're trying to force us, to compel us to bow our heads, to wag our tails in supplication, to abandon the new policies and revert to the old ways. In doing so, imperial authority would be utterly diminished, leaving no chance for resurgence. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes. Or perhaps they aimed to provoke us into initiating conflict. Liu Bowen immediately grasped the implication. Though our Dezhou boasts formidable military prowess, our foundation is still shallow. Should we become embroiled in a prolonged war of attrition against the entire Eastern Wilderness sects, our national strength would inevitably be drained. That is precisely what they desire. Qin Hao's fingers ceased their tapping. Since this was an overt strategy, it meant they had also laid their vulnerabilities bare. His voice was calm, yet carried an irrefutable chill. Do they believe that I have only these 2 paths to tread? I shall pursue a third. Zhuge Liang and Liu Bowen exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. They understood that this young emperor had already conceived a method to break the deadlock. That night, under a dark and windy sky, the residence of Deputy Wang Engshi remained illuminated in his study. This minister, renowned for his stubbornness, was reviewing a series of confidential reports regarding land surveys by candlelight. The implementation of the new policies faced immense resistance. He had not slept for 3 days. his eyes bloodshot yet still full of vitality. Suddenly, the candle flame on the table flickered without warning. The flame was not swayed by the wind, but rather bent unnaturally in one direction, as if bowing to some unseen force. Wang Angshi's hand, which held the brush, froze. He neither raised his head nor uttered a sound, merely placed the brush back onto its stand. In the shadow of the beam behind him, a figure darker than the surrounding gloom began to slither. This shadow seemed without substance, like a pool of flowing ink, silently sliding down the wall, coalescing into a vague human shape upon the floor. No footsteps echoed, no breath was heard, not even a hint of murderous intent escaped. The visitor was a professional, a predator at the pinnacle of the assassin's craft. He was the top assassin of Wusheng Lu, codenamed Shadow, possessing skills at the peak of the King Realm. His target was the seemingly frail elder seated behind the desk. The Shadow slowly raised its hand, a pitch-black dagger, laced with deadly poison, slipping from its sleeve. He could clearly see the veins in his target's neck. A gentle slice would complete the mission. He had even planned his escape route, how to seamlessly merge back into the darkness and vanish 1,000 miles away. Just as he was about to strike, a furious roar erupted. The sound was a violent explosion, reverberating like thunder across the small study. This roar did not emanate from the throat, but was a manifestation of an explosive surge of vital energy. The walls of the study were instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks from shockwave. Before Wang Angshi, a towering figure materialized out of thin air, Jinyiwei, the legendary warrior of old. Upon his emergence, he wielded his spear with ferocity, striking at the shadow behind him. The characteristic of defending his master activated instantaneously, causing Jinyiwei's aura to surge and his combat prowess to escalate dramatically, exuding a fierce malevolence that threatened to shatter the very confines of the study. The shadow's pupils constricted in alarm. An ambush awaited, and from such a formidable adversary, he had no time for further contemplation, and his form became ephemeral, akin to wisps of smoke. Jinyiwei's spear, capable of obliterating mountains, whooshed through the air, piercing the space where the shadow had been, and crashed heavily onto the floor. The room quaked violently, and the resilient bluestone floor was indented deeply, with a violent energy shredding every piece of furniture within the study to fragments. Amidst the swirling paper debris, Wang Angshi slowly rose, brushing the dust from his shoulders, and walked calmly to a corner, as though the chaos around him held no relevance. The shadow reformed in another corner of the room, his heart racing with trepidation. Such overwhelming power, had it not been for his ability to become intangible, that spear strike would have reduced him to mere pulp. Rodents seeking death, Jinyiwei roared, his feet stamping forcefully on the ground. The characteristic of Wubbing Shuang activated, transforming him into a frenzied beast of the wilds, his dual spears swirling into twin tornadoes of death, aimed at the shadow. The metallic clang of their clash resonated like a torrential downpour within the cramped confines. The shadow moved with spectral grace, wielding a poisoned dagger, striking with precision aimed at Jinyiwei's vitals. His form continuously oscillated between solid and ethereal, deftly evading Jinyiwei's lethal blows. Though Jinyiwei was valiant and unparalleled in strength, he found himself unable to land a decisive blow against his elusive foe. Useless. Can you only evade? Jinyiwei bellowed in frustration, his onslaught growing ever more ferocious. Yet the shadow remained silent, akin to a finely tuned machine of death, coldly seeking an opportunity. However, he soon realized his error. The brute before him possessed an inexhaustible strength, growing ever more resolute, and the protective will emanating from him seemed to invoke the very fortune of the nation. Should this battle continue, it would be he who faltered first. The assassination had already failed. In a decisive moment, after another clash of dagger and spear, the shadow retreated with a surge of force, his form once again becoming transparent as he melded into the darkness of the corner. Attempting to flee, Jinyiwei's eyes widened in fury, ready to pursue. Do not chase a cornered foe, Wang Angshi's calm voice interjected. Jinyiwei halted abruptly, panting heavily, his murderous intent unspent, and in a fit of rage. He smashed the remaining half of the wall beside him into rubble. In the darkness, the assassin's cold, hoarse voice echoed, seemingly emanating from all directions. Once we of Wuxing Lu have set our sights on you, You may evade us for a moment, but not for eternity. As the voice dissipated, the chilling aura vanished entirely. Jinyiwei, still gripping his dual spears, approached Wang Engshi, his voice deep and resonant. Deputy Minister, are you unharmed? Wang Engshi picked up an unscathed brush from the chaotic floor, blowing away the dust. I am fine. He turned to gaze at the large hole in the wall that Jinyiwei had created, through which the night breeze rushed in. It seems I shall need to call upon the artisans of Tiangong Yuan to repair this wall. Chapter 64. Qin Hao's Grand Scheme. Entering the game as bait to lure all the fish of the world. Within the Imperial study, the flickering candlelight illuminated the reports. The intelligence regarding the failed assassination by Wuxing Lu lay silently upon the dragon table before Qin Hao. The assassin's words rang true. Passive defense meant relinquishing all initiative to the enemy. They could leisurely choose the time, place, and target for their assassination. Having preserved Wang Engshi today, what of tomorrow? What of himself, Liu Ban, and Li Bing? The foundation of the great Zhou could not withstand such relentless attrition. Rising, Qin Hao approached the expansive sand table, which depicted not only the mountains and rivers of the great Zhou, but also marked the territories of the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness. His finger gently touched the location representing the capital, before sliding slowly toward a royal hunting ground outside the city. Chao Zhengchun, he called. Here, your majesty. Chao Zhengchun emerged from the shadows, bowing in attendance. Summon Liu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, and Wang Engshi for a council at the Military Affairs Office. In the Military Affairs Office, Wang Engshi's face bore a hint of pallor. Qin Hao did not regard anyone, his finger forcefully pressing down on the sand table at the location of the royal hunting ground. The enemy seeks to kill me, to slay our loyal ministers. His voice remained calm, devoid of anger, yet imbued with a chilling resolve. Then I shall grant them an open opportunity to come for me. At this pronouncement, Wang Engshi trembled, his head snapping up. Qin Hao continued, articulating a plan of audacity beyond measure. 3 days hence, I shall depart the city for the autumn hunt. Your Majesty! Wang Engshi could no longer contain himself, collapsing to his knees with a thud, his tone transformed. This is absolutely unacceptable. You are a treasure beyond measure. The very pillar of the great Zhou. How can you expose yourself to danger, becoming bait? He nearly pleaded. The assassins of Wuxing Lu are elusive and unpredictable. The 7 major sects watch with bated breath. Should you leave the protective bounds of the capital, it would be akin to revealing yourself in a wilderness teeming with wolves and tigers. This advocate of new policies, once unperturbed by celestial omens, now quaked like a leaf in the wind. He feared not for his own life, but for the well-being of the emperor who had finally begun to steer the great Zhou toward a brighter future. Qin Hao remained silent, shifting his gaze to the other 2 individuals present. Liu Bowen stroked his beard in contemplation, while Zhuge Liang gently fanned himself, both remaining taciturn. Yet, in their exchanged glances, they recognized a shared thrill of challenge and admiration. Wang Engshi, sensing the urgency of the moment, bowed deeply. Gentlemen, please persuade His Majesty. This course is fraught with peril. Eventually, Zhuge Liang lowered his fan, inclining slightly to Wang Engshi before addressing Qin Hao. Your Majesty's plan is not reckless. He paused, articulating 4 words. This is a grand scheme. Wang Engshi looked up in astonishment, bewildered by his words. Zhuge Liang approached the sand table, lightly tapping it with his fan. Deputy Minister, consider this. Why does the enemy resort to embargoes and assassination? Because they are fearful. They fear the might of our great Zhou, fear the unassailable power within the capital. Thus, they resort to these underhanded tactics, attempting to undermine us from within. But what if your Majesty were to step forth from the capital? In Zhuge Liang's eyes shone a glimmer of wisdom. The enemy, aware that this could be a trap, would nonetheless find the temptation to assassinate an emperor devoid of the capital's protection too great to resist, so great that they would be willing to gamble everything. They would perceive this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, their singular chance to turn the tide. Liu Bowen clapped his hands in laughter, seizing the conversation. Indeed, should this battle be successful, the rewards shall be equally immense. Not only shall we capture the invading enemy in one fell swoop, but we shall also shatter the backbone of the 7 factions' alliance in a single strike, making them aware that the Emperor of the Zhou is not someone they can manipulate. Once we bury their elite forces, the The so-called resource embargoes and assassination alliances will become nothing more than a grand jest. At that moment, the cosmos shall be set right. Wang Engshi listened to the words of the two strategists, his mouth agape, yet he found himself speechless. He understood. This was not madness. It was a staggering gamble, with the emperor wagering his very self to shift the entire chessboard of the realm. Victory would bring boundless skies, while defeat would lead to irreversible doom. As he gazed at the young man seated upon the dragon throne, only a profound shock remained in his heart. What audacity! What confidence it must take to lay such a strategy. Qin Hao slowly rose, approached Wang Engshi, and personally assisted him to his feet. Wang Aiqing, I know your loyalty. However, mere defense will only lead to our slow demise. I intend to show them who the true hunter is on this land. He surveyed the three individuals, issuing an irrefutable command. This matter is settled. Gao Zhengchun, at your service. Let the people of the Eastern Factory inadvertently leak the news of my impending hunt 3 days hence. Ensure that every ear that should hear it does indeed hear it. Understood. Chao Jingxuan's figure melted into the shadows. Qin Hao's gaze finally rested upon Zhuge Liang. Kong Ming, the arrangements for the hunting ground are entrusted to you. Zhuge Liang bowed deeply, a serene smile gracing his face. I shall comply with your orders. The news, like locusts with wings, spread overnight to the ears of the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness. The Emperor of Dezhou, Qin Hao, shall hold an autumn grand ceremony 3 days hence, to hunt in the royal hunting grounds outside of Shengjing. At Taisu Jianzhong, upon receiving the news, Xia Luyuan felt a stir of suspicion. What is this young emperor plotting? He is outright provoking us. An elder thundered. However, another elder, regaining his composure, gleamed with avarice. No, this may be an opportunity. He has stepped out of Shengjing. What are we waiting for? Regardless of any traps, let's charge forth. Xia Luyuan shut his eyes, and after a moment, open them wide. Convey my secret orders. Summon the 3 elders in seclusion to emerge. At one Facn Min, the elegantly dressed woman, Luo Li, gently placed the intelligence jade slip down. An intriguing young emperor. Is it confidence or arrogance? She spoke softly to the shadows behind her. Send word to the Haotian Holy Land, informing them that we at one Facn Min cannot miss this grand spectacle. It is time for us to stretch our limbs. In an instant, the currents within the eastern wilderness surged. One after another, the reclusive old monsters were stirred by this news. 5 great saints, 3 in the early stage, 2 in the mid-stage. This force was sufficient to flatten any holy land in the eastern wilderness. They could not fathom how a mundane dynasty, stripped of the protection of the capital's dragon aura, could withstand such a terrifying array of assassins. Moreover, there was that most enigmatic organization of assassins, Wu Shenglu. Within an unknown underground palace, the Lord of the Tower, upon reading the report, let out a hoarse laugh. The Emperor's head is a splendid gift that Wu Shenglu shall gladly accept. He prepared to take action himself, emboldened by his own cultivation at the late stage of the great sage realm. On the eve of the hunting day, the royal hunting grounds outside Shengjing fell into a profound silence. A figure clad in white, flowing garments descended upon the center of the hunting ground. It was none other than Zhuge Liang. He surveyed the surrounding mountains and terrain, manifesting a series of array flags that emitted a soft glow. With a flick of his fingers, the first flag disappeared into a valley to the east. The second fell into a dense forest to the west. The third sank into a river to the south. With each step he took, it felt as if he was synchronizing with the very pulse of the heavens and earth. Here, he aimed to weave the culmination of his life's wisdom, the unparalleled great formation that had once ensnared 100,000 troops, rendering them unable to escape. He halted, planting the final main array flag into the earth beneath him. The night breeze rustled his ample sleeves. The 8 formation diagram, rise. On the day of the hunt, the sky was clear and bright. The gates of Shengjing swung wide, and a tide of iron surged forth. At the forefront was Qin Hao, garbed in light hunting attire. He sat astride a magnificent black steed, exuding an air of leisure as if he were merely indulging in a spring outing. Behind him, Jinyiwei bore the fearsome twin blades of slaughter. Each step he took causing the earth to tremble slightly. On the other side, Lu Bu wielded his Fong Tianhua halberd, his steed, the red hair, snorting with vigor, the palpable battle intent making the air around them feel charged. 5,000 Bingzhou wolf riders, clad in shining armor, silently encircled the imperial carriage, advancing steadily toward the vast royal hunting grounds outside the city. Everything appeared as normal as a royal excursion could be. Yet, an atmosphere of impending doom loomed, akin to a mountain storm brewing on the horizon. The ceremonial procession did not pause, plunging directly into the hunting grounds. Ultimately, they halted in a broad valley at the heart of the grounds. This area, open and surrounded by mountains on three sides, was the ideal location for the hunt. Qin Hao reined in his horse and gazed skyward. The weather was splendid, perfect for a day of slaughter. Just as his words fell, an abrupt change occurred. The sky darkened instantly. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but rather a higher-level power forcibly distorting the light. Boom! 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 Four terrifying auras surged from the mountain peaks to the east, west, south, and north, soaring into the heavens. The auras rose like columns, piercing the clouds and connecting with one another, forming a celestial net that instantly sealed off the entire valley. Each aura far surpassed that of King, carrying the majesty and indifference of one who looks down upon all living beings. Great saints, 4 of them. Today, Qin Hao, is your day of demise. In the eastern sky appeared 3 figures, led by an elder adorned in the robes of the Tai, Su Jianzong's top elder, his voice as cold as ice. They were the hidden treasures of the Tai, Su Jianzong, 3 top elders who had slumbered for centuries, all at the early stage of the great sage realm. In the southern sky, a beautiful woman in palace attire smiled while holding a flower, her expression infused with chilling intent. The top elder of Wan, Fa Xianman, mid-stage of the great sage realm. The 4 great saints, united, enacted the sect's secretive 4 symbols locking heaven formation, severing all connections between this place and the outside world. In their eyes, Qin Hao, stripped of the protection of Sheng Jing's dragon aura, was but a bird in a cage, meat on the chopping block. Jinyiwei and the 5,000 Bingzhou wolf riders instantly formed a military formation, their overwhelming ferocity and military spirit surging upward, fiercely resisting the oppressive force descending from above. Lu Bu lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at the 4 figures in the sky, a trace of disdain evident on his face. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the 4 great saints in the sky, a shadow, darker than the deepest night, silently appeared behind Qin Hao. There were no fluctuations of energy, no hint of murderous intent. It was as if he had always existed there. A dagger, infused with a deep azure poison, disregarded the distance of space and lunged towards Qin Hao's back. Swiftly, at an extraordinary speed, this strike locked onto the soul, sealing off all avenues of retreat. The master of Wusheng Lu, at the late stage of the great sage realm, had personally intervened. A crisp sound echoed. The dagger, capable of instantaneously killing a great sage, halted just 3 inches from Qin Hao's heart. What blocked? It was the crescent blade of the Feng Tianhua Ji. Lu Bu had turned around an unknown time, and without dismounting, casually thrust the halberd backward, precisely deflecting this lethal blow. The figure of the Wusheng Lu master was forced to reveal itself under the impact, his face concealed behind a bronze mask, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. This strike was meticulously calculated, yet the man before him had effortlessly thwarted it. Just as he considered retreating, an overwhelming force surged from the halberd. Get lost. Lu Bu exclaimed it. The master of Wusheng Lu felt an irresistible power sweep over him, sending him hurtling back 100 meters like a kite with its string cut. Barely stabilizing himself, his hand that gripped the dagger trembled slightly. Lu Bu was about to spur his steed and pursue, intending to crush this bothersome fly completely. Feng Xian, stand down, came Qin Hao's calm voice. Lu Bu's actions halted. He cast a discontented glance at the distant assassin, but ultimately retracted the Feng Tianhua Ji. Returning to guard Qin Hao's side, there is no need to rush. Qin Hao adjusted his collar, as if he had not just brushed against the edge of death. He lifted his head, taking a keen interest in the sky and the distant assassin. What other means do you possess? Reveal them all. I await. This scene caused the 4 great sages in the sky to narrow their eyes in disbelief. The guard had actually forced the master of Wusheng Lu back with a single move. At the pinnacle of the great sage realm, an undeniable powerhouse. How could a mere mortal dynasty possess such strength? Yet soon, the greed and murderous intent in their hearts overwhelmed all astonishment. Well, the peak great sage. They had 5 great sages on their side, including one at the late stage of the great sage realm. They could exhaust him to death, even at death's door. He dared to speak defiantly. The elder of Tai Su's sword sect declared harshly, "Today, all of you shall perish." "Kill," laughed the beautiful woman from Wan Fa Xianmen. The master of Wu Sheng Lu remained silent, but his figure once again became indistinct, poised to unleash another thunderous strike. This was a fatal ambush. 5 great sages joined forces to hunt down a mortal emperor. If this were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Tianxian continent. Yet, Qin Hao's face bore no hint of panic. Instead, a mocking smile emerged. He gently clapped his hands, as if applauding their entrance. "Excellent, you're all gathered." He turned his head to glance at a silent figure nearby, a scholar clad in white. This scholar, with a feather fan and a flowing cap, exuded an elegance that seemed out of place in this battleground rife with killing intent. It was Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang slightly bowed to Qin Hao. Then, he raised his head, looking at the 5 arrogant great sages with a hint of compassion. He gently waved his fan. "Since you have come, you shall all remain." The 8 formation diagram, rise. As Zhuge Liang's final words fell, the entire valley underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar. Countless massive stones rising from the earth, blocking the sky as they danced wildly along some arcane trajectory. Life, injury, rest, death, scenery, shock open. The 8 gates flowed. The vital energy of the entire realm seemed to be instantaneously drained by an invisible black hole. Then, it surged forth again with a ferocity 100-fold. Endless illusions manifested out of thin air. At times, it was a battlefield of corpses and blood. At times, the underworld of the Yellow Springs beneath the Nine Nether. And at times, a cataclysmic scene of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The 5 arrogant great sages, along with their prideful 4 symbols locking the heavens formation, were engulfed by this world-destroying power. What kind of sorcery is this? A formation? Impossible. What formation possesses such might? This is bad. My divine sense is suppressed. Their horrified roars echoed within the formation. Just a moment ago, they had been high and mighty, controlling everything, and in the next, they became lost lambs in the formation, awaiting an unending wave of murderous intent. Zhuge Liang, holding his fan, stood calmly outside the formation, his expression serene. Those who enter this formation, even great sages, may be trapped. Chapter 66. The National Fortune Golden Dragon Suppresses. The god of war, Lu Bu versus the 5 great sages, the sages stained with blood. Within the 8 formation diagram, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The 5 great sages, upon entering the formation, fell into a chaotic world. Their divine consciousness was suppressed by an invisible and colossal force, reducing their once expansive perception to less than 100 jong. Surrounding them was a grayish mist, with massive stones flying through the air and fierce winds howling. Each step they took caused the scenery beneath their feet to wildly shift. What kind of formation is this? The supreme elder of Tai Su's sword sect, unable to endure this passivity, erupted first. His hair stood on end as the laws of the great sage realm within him exploded forth, a radiant sword energy soaring 1,000 feet into the sky, aiming to tear apart this realm. However, as soon as the sword energy left his body, the surrounding chaotic stones seemed to come alive, instantaneously forming an immensely thick stone wall to block his path. Boom! The sword energy struck the stone wall, leaving only a shallow white mark before being completely eroded by the profound power of the formation. What? The elder of Tai Su was aghast. This sword strike could cleave mountains, yet here, it couldn't even shatter a single stone? More terrifyingly, countless runes suddenly illuminated upon the stones forming the wall, rebounding his sword energy back towards him. He barely dodged, a sharp gust grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody line. Something's wrong. This formation can convert our attacks. The beautiful woman from Wan Fa Xianmen shrieked. The sea of flowers she had conjured, originally a murderous illusion, now transformed into countless vines that entwined around her. My sagest laws, my connection with the heavens and earth has been severed. Another great sage discovered in horror that the law power he had once been proud of became obscure and difficult to wield, like a rusty gear. Moving with a sense of delay, they were sages, their words commanding the laws, their thoughts capable of mobilizing the might of heaven and earth. Yet within this grand formation, they felt like tigers stripped of their claws, full of power, but with nowhere to unleash it. The figure of the master of Wusheng Lu flickered in a corner of the formation. For the first time, his bronze mask revealed a trace of gravity. He attempted to blend into the void, but found the space here as solid as divine metal, rendering his assassination techniques devoid of their greatest support. 5 individuals huddled together with their backs pressed against one another, their faces devoid of the previous arrogance and indifference, replaced instead by expressions of bewilderment and unease. Outside the formation, Zhuge Liang stood quietly, holding a feather fan, his white robes billowing gracefully in the wind. He gazed at the 5 headless saints within the formation, his countenance remaining as serene as a cloudless sky. Captivity was merely the first step. He turned to Qin Hao, bowing slightly. "Your Majesty, although this formation can temporarily ensnare them, should the 5 great saints unite and launch an all-out assault, their strength will eventually wane. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I implore your Majesty to harness the national fortune and suppress the essence of this formation, thereby extinguishing their hopes entirely." Qin Hao nodded. He raised his gaze towards the direction of Shenzhen, a single thought igniting within him. A resounding roar, majestic and commanding, erupted from within the city, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, a magnificent golden dragon, spanning 100 zhang, burst through the clouds, tearing apart the void, carrying with it the unparalleled might of the collective beliefs of the people and the dragon veins of the mountains and rivers, arriving in an instant. The national fortune golden dragon. It coiled above the 8 formation diagram, its colossal head bowing down, 2 golden dragon eyes coldly surveying the 5 within the formation. An indescribable pressure descended upon them, akin to the weight of the heavens or a surging tsunami, bearing down relentlessly. In the formation, the weakest among the great saints, an elder at the initial stage, spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, his aura instantly diminished. National fortune. It was the national fortune golden dragon of that mundane dynasty. How could he possibly summon the national fortune away from the capital? Damn it, my strength has been diminished, at least by 30%. The 5 great saints felt as though struck by lightning, their last shred of hope utterly shattered by the appearance of this golden dragon. If the 8 formation diagram severed their connection to heaven and earth, then this national fortune golden dragon directly undermined their very essence. Under the suppression of the national fortune, each of their strengths was forcibly reduced by over 30%. In this ebb and flow of power, escaping had become a mere fantasy. They finally comprehended that this had been a meticulously prepared death trap from the very beginning. How could such a mundane dynasty possess such profound depths? The elder of Tai Su Jianzong murmured, his fighting spirit nearly crumbling. At that moment, Qin Hao's voice resonated calmly throughout the valley, clearly reaching the ears of each individual within the formation. Were it not for the fear of your escape, preventing a complete net capture, do you truly believe you could have survived this long? These words struck the 5 great saints like a heavy hammer against their hearts. He was not in defense nor counterattack. He was hunting. From the very start, he had no intention of engaging in a prolonged confrontation with them. His desire was to decisively sever every outstretched claw in one fell swoop. After enduring for so long, Lu Bu finally awaited this moment. He slammed his Fong Tianhua Ji onto the ground with a thunderous crash. "Ha ha ha! Your Majesty, I have long since been unable to contain myself." Amidst his wild laughter, the aura he had been restraining erupted like a volcano. Peak of the great saint realm, the pure, tyrannical, unparalleled battle intent surged into the skies, even shaking the might of the national fortune golden dragon. The faces of the 5 within the formation turned as pale as paper in an instant. Peak of the great saint. That guardian was actually a peak great saint. Who were they truly here to besiege? Lu Bu, Vin Hao commanded. Kill them all for me. This subordinate obeys. Lu Bu laughed heartily as his steed, Chi Tu Ma, let out a long neigh, its hooves igniting with divine fire. Transforming into a streak of crimson light, charging directly into the life and death illusion of the 8 formation diagram. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. Where Lu Bu tread, the formation automatically parted, opening a path for him. The gates to life were set for him, while the gates to death were established for the enemy. The infinite killing intent capable of ensnaring and slaying great saints did not touch him in the slightest. Instead, it became an impetus for his charge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu appeared before Tai Su Jianzong Elder. His face bore a bloodthirsty grin. The Elder, under the dual pressure of the formation and the national fortune Golden Dragon, had his great saint realm cultivation reduced by more than 30%. Faced with Lu Bu's overwhelming presence, only endless coldness remained in his heart. You impudent fool, do not be so arrogant. He forcibly suppressed the terror within, his holy sword humming as he unleashed a sword aura. Yet, within the 8 formation diagram, the sword path principles he prided himself on were incomprehensibly obscure. The moment the sword aura left his body, its power was diminished by more than half. Lu Bu roared, ignoring it entirely. He simply took a step forward. Boom! The earth beneath him cracked, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand enveloped in black-red, thunderous power, creating a sound that tore the very fabric of space. The Elder's sword aura, before the ferocity of the Fong Tian Hua Ji, was as fragile as a sheet of paper, instantly shredded. No, the Elder could only manage a desperate scream. Chapter 67, Slaying 5 Great Saints, Shocking the Tian Xian Continent. Those who offend a Zhou shall be punished. In the next heartbeat, the Fong Tian Hua Ji pierced through his protective holy light, penetrating his chest. With a tremendous force, his body was sent flying, impaled against the towering stone. Holy blood flowed down the shaft, staining the Elder's tattered robe red. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in the last remnants of incredulity. A great saint had perished just like that, died so easily, so humiliated. Ding! Lubusalais en opposin saint. Raising national prestige and intimidating the world, gaining 15,000 national fortune points. Ding! Lu Bu slays an opposing saint, raising national prestige and intimidating the world, gaining 15,000 national fortune points. As Lu Bu swiftly eliminated another elder of Tai Su Jianzong, Qin Hao outside the formation felt a tremendous tremor. He sensed an overwhelming surge of fortune, akin to a vast celestial river, flowing back from the 8 formation diagram, instantaneously flooding into his limbs and bones. The bottleneck of his mid-stage Shungong realm offered no resistance against this power, shattering with a resounding crash. A more formidable presence surged forth from within him. Late-stage Shungong. Qin Hao slowly raised his hand, feeling the power coursing through him, and his eyes erupted with 2 piercing beams of light. His icy voice reverberated throughout the valley. Today, I shall stain the heavens with the blood of the saints. Within the formation, the fall of 2 great saints struck the remaining 3 like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Junior brother, the elder of Tai Su Jianzong's eyes widened in fury. Quick, join forces. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. The beautiful woman of Wan Fa Xianmen cried out, her composure completely shattered. They moved closer together, attempting to unite as one. But Zhuge Liang would not afford them that opportunity. With a gentle wave of his fan, the formation shifted at will. The ground beneath them alternated between quicksand and marsh, while the stone walls before them shifted constantly, desperately obstructing their convergence. Next, Lu Bu's maniacal laughter echoed in every corner of the formation. He had set his sights on the 3rd elder of Tai Su Jianzong. Shi Tu Ma galloped through the rocky maze with ease, each leap landing precisely on the gates of life, his speed reaching its zenith. Don't come over here. The elder, utterly shattered, turned and fled. However, just as he had run 100 meters, the mist before him dissipated, revealing the grinning visage of Lu Bu once more. Despair engulfed him instantly. I will fight you to the bitter end. He ignited the blood of the sage within him, launching a final counterattack. Lu Bu miridi snorted distaminful, wielding his Fangtian Huaji with a sweeping motion. There was no finesse. Boom! The sage's body, along with the sacred weapon in his grasp, was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist. The system's notification rang out once more. Ding! Lu Bu has slain an opposing sage, greatly enhancing national prestige, earning 15,000 000 national fortune points. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 great sages had perished. The remaining 2 were ensnared in sheer terror. Demon. You are a demon. The beautiful woman from the Wanfang, Xianmin, paled at the sight, her hands forming seals as waves of pink mystical energy emanated, attempting to bewitch Lu Bu with illusions. Lu Bu's battle spirit soared, incinerating the pink mist entirely, activating his unique trait to immunize against all negative effects. He urged his steed, Chitu, forward like a bolt of crimson lightning, swiftly arriving before the beautiful woman. "Get away!" she shrieked, brandishing an ancient mirror that shone brightly in an attempt to defend herself. Lu Bu struck down with his halberd. Crack! The sage tier artifact shattered upon impact. The remaining force of the Fangtian Huaji directly crushed the alluring woman, along with her protective holy light, into a pulpy mess. At that moment, only one figure remained in the formation, the master of Wuxing Tower. This top-tier assassin, at the late stage of the Sage Realm, now wore a face devoid of composure. As he watched Lu Bu approach step by step, the sensation was more terrifying than facing death itself. "Who are you?" Such a powerful being could not possibly belong to a mundane dynasty. He rasped, attempting to buy time. Lu Bu halted, hoisting the still-dripping Fangtian Huaji, and broke into a grin. "Dazhou, the divine general of the capital. Lu Bu, Lu Fengyan." With those words, the killing intent surged anew. The master of Wuxing Tower's pupils constricted sharply, and his form instantaneously became ethereal, transforming into hundreds of identical shadows that fled in all directions. This was his ultimate life-preserving skill, Thousand Shadows Illusion. A mere parlor trick, Lu Bu laughed maniacally, not pursuing a single shadow. He simply raised his Fangtian Huaji high. A torrent of battle spirit and rule power surged into the weapon. Let them all shatter. With a mighty swing, he brought the halberd crashing down onto the ground. Boom! A cataclysmic shockwave erupted from his center, expanding in a circular fashion. The earth was lifted 10 zhang high. All the debris missed, and spatial fabric were reduced to dust in the wake of this strike. The hundreds of shadows did not even have time to scream before being annihilated by this unparalleled force. In a clearing, the true form of the master of Wuxing Tower staggered out, blood gushing from his mouth, his breath failing him utterly. He was defeated, thoroughly and utterly. The assassination techniques he prided himself on were rendered a farce before absolute might. Lu Bu's figure materialized before him like a specter. "It is over." The Fangtian Huaji descended swiftly. As Zhuge Liang flicked his feather fan lightly, the chaotic realm enveloping the valley receded like the tide. The mist dissipated, and the scattered rocks returned to their places. Sunlight streamed down once more, but the valley had transformed into a hellish landscape. 5 mangled corpses lay askew on the ground. Once exalted sages, looking down upon all life, now resembled the lifeless husks of mortals, their fates even more lamentable. Some were pinned against the stone walls, others reduced to mush, and some had simply dissolved in a blood mist, leaving only scattered bones behind. The sacred blood stained the earth, and the oppressive aura unique to great sages was now replaced by a nauseating stench of blood. Lu Bu stood silently among the corpses, his crimson battle armor now darkened to a deep red. The fierce bloodlust and battle intent still surged within him, making him appear as a demon emerging from the battlefield of slaughter. The 5,000 soldiers of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry dared not breathe a word as they beheld this scene. Their gazes towards Lu Bu's silhouette brimmed with fervent admiration. When they turned to the dragon carriage bearing Qin Hao, it was with a profound reverence etched deep within their souls. Qin Hao's expression remained calm as he dismounted from the dragon steed, walking slowly through this field of carnage. "Kongming, Fengxian, you have performed admirably." His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in every ear. Zhuge Liang bowed respectfully. "It is all the majesty of your majesty. We are but executing orders." Lu Bu grined, slamming the Fangtian Huaji heavily onto the ground, producing a resonant thud. "Your majesty, the slaughter was not sufficiently satisfying. When shall we lay siege to the stronghold of the Tai Su Sword Sect?" Chapter 68. National Fortune Points Soar. Bai Qi is granted a marquis title and bestowed with 9 honors. The next target, to flatten the Tai Su Sword Sect. Qin Hao did not respond, but addressed the shadow behind him. "Gao Zhengchun, at your service." Chao Zhengchun's figure appeared silently, bowing slightly, a hint of sickly excitement on his face. Qin Hao casually gestured towards the corpses on the ground with his whip. Sever their heads and return them to the capital, hanging them at the city gates for 3 days. As for the bodies, burn them on the spot. He paused, his tone turning icy. Proclaim to the world, those who offend the majesty of Dazhou shall be exterminated. As you command. Chao Zhengchun waved his hand, and several operatives from the Dongchong immediately stepped forward, expertly beginning to handle the corpses. They confiscated all of their storage artifacts, tallying them before sending them to the national treasury. News spread faster than the swiftest steed. Through the newly crafted communication jade slips of the Tiangong Institute, carried by merchant caravans traversing north and south, and through various spies embedded in the capital. The tale of the Dazhou Emperor laying an ambush in the royal hunting grounds and slaying 5 great sages erupted like a nuclear bomb across the power landscape of the Tianxin continent. In the eastern wilderness, countless cultivation sects fell into a deathly silence. Impossible. This must be a lie. 5 great sages. Those were 5 great sages. The 3 supreme elders dispatched by the Xiaoluyan sect have all perished? Has the Wanfang Xianmin and Wuxing Tower gone mad? In the western regions, within the great bright divine hall, the high priest in red crushed the crystal cup in his hand. In the north, remnants of the Tianlang Wangting, recently trampled by Qi's iron cavalry, extinguished all thoughts upon hearing this news. A mortal dynasty? Which mortal dynasty could hang the heads of 5 great sages like dried meat upon the city walls? Beneath the city gates of the capital, countless citizens and outsiders gazed up at the 5 lifeless heads, their hearts filled with an endless chill and awe. The skies of Dazhou had changed. The skies of his continent were destined to change as well. On the following day, the Grand Court Assembly took place. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and austere, yet currents of unrest flowed beneath the surface. The civil and military officials stood in orderly ranks, each feeling a distinctly different aura in the air compared to days past. It was the fervor born of victory, the gravitas of accumulated reverence. As Qin Hao, clad in the dragon robe, steadily ascended the imperial steps and took his seat upon the dragon throne, all officials, regardless of their inner thoughts, knelt in unison, calling out for long life. Your Majesties, rise. Qin Hao's voice was faint yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The national fortune value, 78, 300 points. Observing the surging figures on the system panel, Qin Hao's heart brimmed with determination. Everything was meticulously calculated. His intention was to offer the 5 heads of the saints as a tribute to the rise of Dazhou. As for yesterday's events, you esteemed ministers must have heard. The 7-sect alliance, in their folly, sought to undermine our Dazhou through embargoes and assassination, a path leading only to demise. The victory in this battle is not solely my merit, but a testament to the unity of our Dazhou's sovereign and subjects, a result of our soldiers' dedication. Your Highness, all officials held their breath. Proclaim my decree. The divine General Lu Bu of the capital, for his valor in slaying 5 saints and safeguarding the throne, shall be bestowed the title of Marquis of Ever Victorious, with a fief of 10,000 households, and awarded the National Fortune Golden Seal. Let be known, Lu Bu, clad in battle armor, strode forth, kneeling on one knee, his voice resounding like thunder. Your servant, Lu Bu, humbly thanks your Majesty for your heavenly grace. I am willing to dedicate my life and soul for your Majesty, without hesitation. His powerful bow shook the very ground of the Golden Throne Hall. All present, civil and military officials alike, cast glances of awe. Such honor had not been bestowed since the establishment of the new dynasty. This was not merely a title. It solidified the warrior's unassailable position within the court, established through earth-shattering military achievements. Qin Hao nodded slightly, continuing. Commander Bai Qi of the Northern Expedition, clad in dark armor. Bai Qi emerged from the ranks of military leaders, exuding an icy demeanor that seemed to chill the air. I am present. You shall lead 100,000 elite soldiers to crush the Tianlang King escort, elevate the prestige of our Dazhou, and expand our northern territory with your achievements. You shall be honored as the Marquis of Martial Peace, with the addition of 9 ceremonial gifts to recognize your merit. The hall erupted. To elevate Bai Qi with 9 ceremonial gifts was nothing short of astonishing. Such an honor had not graced any minister in the past millennium across the entire Tianxian continent. It signified the sovereign's unwavering trust and reliance upon his subjects. Liu Bowen and Wang Ongshi exchanged glances, each perceiving the turbulent waves in the other's eyes. This young emperor was indeed bold. Their loyalty stood unwavering at 100%. Qin Hao feared not the rise of powerful ministers. He aimed to proclaim to the world that those who achieved unparalleled feats for Dezhou would receive boundless rewards. Bai Qi's expression remained stoic, yet a flicker of emotion danced in his profound gaze. He gradually knelt. "Your servant, thanks your majesty." Qin Hao surveyed the assembled ministers. Furthermore, the head of the cabinet, Liu Bowen, and deputy head Wang Ongshi, along with the minister of war, Zhuge Liang, who strategized and triumphed from afar, shall each be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of silk. All officials involved in this campaign shall receive 1 year's salary as reward. In Dezhou, merit is duly rewarded and faults punished. I hope, esteemed ministers, that you will join me in founding an everlasting divine dynasty. Long live the emperor. Da Zhou Shaoing duri fora millennium. May your majesty live long and prosper. The court erupted in a chorus of fervent acclaim. In that moment, every heart was united under the resplendent imperial might and the emperor's illustrious favor. After the court assembly, within the military affairs office, Qin Hao, Liu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, and Lu Bu convened. The atmosphere was even more solemn than in the court. The 3 supreme elders of the Tai Su sword sect are dead. We have forged a deadly enmity with them. The sect leader, Xie Luyun, stands at the pinnacle of the great sage realm. Despite the sect's diminished strength, he remains a formidable threat. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and spoke first. Now is the opportune moment for us to pursue victory and annihilate them entirely. Liu Bowen stroked his beard, adding, "I concur. We must eradicate evil completely. Otherwise, they shall rise again with the spring breeze." The Tai Su sword sect has occupied the eastern wilderness for millennia, with deep roots. If we grant them respite, they will surely become a future calamity. Qin Hao turned to Bai Qi. "Marquis of martial peace, what are your thoughts on deploying troops?" Bai Qi's voice was devoid of emotion. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead 300,000 elite soldiers as vanguard. Within 10 days, we shall reach the gates of the Tai Su sword sect." Qin Hao nodded, then turned to Lu Bu. "Feng Xian, if you face Xie Luyun, what confidence do you have?" Lu Bu, wielding his Feng Tianhua Ji, brimmed with combat spirit. "Your Majesty, if he dares to emerge from his mountain gate, I will surely claim his head within 3 strikes. If he stays hidden, I shall smash his gates and drag him out." Chapter 69. National fortune infused, Lu Bu ascends to the Saint King realm. Qin Hao commanded the eastern expedition, and the 3 armies aligned. Within the military affairs office, the atmosphere was rife with tension. The map laid out the mountains and rivers of the eastern wilderness in exquisite detail, with a miniature gate representing the Tai Su sword sect, resembling a venomous thorn embedded in the eastern territory of the Dezhou Empire. Qin Hao hurled a Black Order arrow, symbolizing the Tai Su sword sect, onto the map with force. The arrow struck the territory of the eastern wilderness, its tail vibrating ominously, causing the model of the sect's gate to tremble. "My mind is made up. Prepare for the eastern expedition." Qin Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated with the weight of stone falling. "Bai Qi, I am here." Bai Qi stepped forward, clad in his cold armor. "I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition, overseeing 300,000 elite soldiers and all subsequent forces. I accept the command." Bai Qi received the command with calm resolve, fully aware of the monumental shift this would bring to the continent's dynamics. "Lu Bu, I am here." Lu Bu stepped forward, his fighting spirit nearly lifting the palace's roof. "You shall be the vanguard. I command you to reach the foot of the Tai Su sword sect in the shortest time possible. Rest assured, Your Majesty, within 3 days, I shall ensure that the Tai Su sword sect hears the neighing of my red rabbit steed." Lu Bu grinned with overwhelming pride. "Zhuge Liang, I am here." The feather-fanned, turbaned Zhuge Liang bowed slightly. "You shall serve as the military strategist, accompanying the expedition, responsible for all planning and coordination. I shall obey the decree. The strategic objective is clear: eliminate the evil at its roots, striking terror into all who would follow." Once all arrangements were made, Qin Hao dismissed them to prepare for the expedition. Next, Qin Hao opened the system panel, gazing at the rapidly rising national fortune value. After 2 days of accumulation, it had reached 5,000 points. Qin Hao examined the list of national fortune values required for the elevation of the notable figures. Lu Bu's ascent from the peak of the Great Sage to the initial stage of the Saint King realm requires 15,000 points. The advancement from the initial stage of the Saint King to the pinnacle requires 50,000 points. Bai Qi requires 10,000 points to elevate from the peak of the Saint realm to the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm. Jinyiwei and the others need 15,000 points each to ascend from the peak of the King realm to the pinnacle of the Saint realm. In total, they require 60,000 points of national fortune. Altogether, that amounts to 85,000 points. Calculating, Qin Hao realized he was still 5,000 points short. A thought flashed through his mind. He concentrated, inquiring within his mind. System. If I elevate the cultivation levels of multiple notable figures simultaneously, will there be a discount? Beep. Detected the host's intention to conduct a large-scale enhancement of combat power. Triggering hidden mechanism. Gathering of heroes. Mechanism effect. When the host chooses to elevate the realms of 3 or more notable figures simultaneously, a 20 reduction in national fortune value consumption will be applied. Qin Hao's heart steadied. What he desired was nothing less than an unbridled display of dominance. System. Elevate Bai Qi, Lu Bu, Chao Zhengchun, Jinyiwei, Gao Shun, and Yuan Zuozong all at once. The command was given, triggering the gathering of heroes effect, consuming a total of 68,000 national fortune points. As the words fell, an unexpected phenomenon erupted within the Military Affairs Bureau. A wave of blood-red malevolence surged forth from Bai Qi, causing the temperature within the chamber to plummet to freezing levels. The onlookers were momentarily blinded, as if they had been thrust into a realm of corpses and blood beneath a blood-soaked sky. The palpable aura of murderous intent was frigid, unadulterated, devoid of any emotion. Luke Bowen, whose cultivation was slightly inferior, was overwhelmed by this killing intent, staggering back several steps, his face ashen, nearly choking. In a mere breath, Bai Qi's aura transcended the chasm separating the sage from the great sage, reaching the pinnacle of the great sage realm. His icy gaze seemed capable of piercing through the cycles of life and death, indifferent to all living beings. Before anyone could recover from the shock Bai Qi had instigated, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the divine capital. A brilliant golden dragon of national fortune pierced through the palace roof, channeling an immense force of national fortune directly into Lu Bu's body. With a skyward howl, Lu Bu's aura surged to astonishing heights, his fierce battle intent tearing through the air and shattering an invisible barrier. He had reached the Sage King realm. This was a pressure that completely eclipsed that of a sage, embodying the might of a ruler. The Fong Tian Hua Ji flew from his grasp, hovering in midair, emanating a resonant hum akin to a dragon's battle cry, causing the entire divine capital to tremble under its weight. Soon after, Chao Zhengchun, Jinyiwei Gaoshan, and Yuan Zuozong simultaneously erupted with columns of light that ascended heavenward, cold, domineering, steadfast, and fierce. For distinctly different auras crossed the threshold into the sage realm, continuing to ascend until they reached the pinnacle before gradually stabilizing. In a brief moment, the elite fighting force of the Zhou dynasty underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Ding! The remarkable Lu Bu has ascended to the Sage King realm, and a unique trait has undergone mutation. New trait, Battle Intent Plunder on the battlefield, can absorb the fear and despair generated by enemy rout, converting it into personal battle intent, achieving an unlimited temporary enhancement of combat power. Qin Hao observed the remaining 12,000 national fortune points on the system panel without a hint of remorse. He turned his gaze back to the system. Consume 5,000 national fortune points to summon the commander of the Divine Demon Legion. Ding! 5,000 national fortune points consumed. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the commander of the Divine Demon Legion, Yu Fei. Remarkable, Yu Fei realm. Late-stage Sage Trait 1. Loyal to the nation. When fighting to protect the homeland, personal combat power increases by 50. And the morale of the commanded legion remains perpetually at its peak. Trait 2. Wumu. expert in military strategies. His formations can enhance the legion's attributes by 15, trait 3, Beiwei. When commanding the Beiwei army, the legion's charge can condense the soul of loyalty and bravery, rendering them immune to most mental attacks and negative effects. Ding! The host has successfully summoned Yu Fei, unlocking his exclusive Divine Demon Legion, the Beiwei Army. Legion, Beiwei Army Number 200,000 Realm. All members at the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm military soul, loyal to the nation. A cryptic smile graced the corners of Qin Hao's lips. The following day at the Grand Court Assembly, Qin Hao issued a series of new edicts. Gao Shun would continue to guard the southern front, while Yuan Zuozong would lead 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders to assist Wang Engshi in nationwide reforms. Subsequently, in front of the entire court, Qin Hao delivered an unexpected decree, announcing newly appointed General Yu Fei of the Northern Expedition requests an audience. Clad in standard armor, with a resolute visage, Yu Fei strode into the Golden Wan Hall and knelt before Qin Hao on one knee. This humble general, Yu Fei, pays respects to your majesty. Qin Hao rose, personally descending the steps of the throne to assist Yu Fei to his feet. From this moment forth, he appointed Yu Fei as the Northern Expedition General, commanding the 200,000 Beiwei Army to march northward and guard the northern plains. He surveyed the assembled officials, raising his voice. Moreover, cleanse the remnants of the Tianlang Wangting and those unruly tribes of the grasslands that refused to submit to imperial rule. At this proclamation, the court erupted in astonishment. Everyone believed that after the slaying of the 3 supreme elders of the Tai Su sword sect, the emperor's blade would undoubtedly turn towards the eastern wilderness. Yet now, the direction had suddenly shifted northward. What could this mean? Those spies embedded within the court swiftly relayed this significant information. It seemed the Dezhou emperor intended to postpone the eastern expedition. This was a rational decision, one they were pleased to witness. As night fell, the northern gate of the divine capital fluttered with banners, torches blazing like dragons, and drums resounding like thunder, heralding the expedition of the northern army. Countless citizens and spies surrounded the city gates, preventing any passage. Clad in silver armor, Yu Fei mounted his steed and respectfully bowed towards Qin Hao. He then turned his horse's head, spear pointing forward. The army commenced their march. The magnificent 200,000 Beiwei army stood in resolute formation, their morale soaring. As they slowly exited the city gates, advancing towards the vast northern grasslands, while all eyes were drawn to the departing Beiwei army at the eastern city gate, it silently creaked open. A silent torrent surged forth from within the city. Clad in black armor, with hooves muffled, 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty emerged, each soldier's face etched with a chilling aura. Their steps were synchronized, yet not a sound was uttered. Bai Qi and Lu Bu stood at the forefront of the army. Under the cover of night, they stealthily led their forces away from the divine capital, heading straight for the eastern wilderness. Chapter 70. The Final Frenzy of the Tai Su Sword Sect. Blood sacrifice of 3,000 disciples, initiating the extermination of a mortal sword array in the eastern wilderness. At the Tai Su Sword Sect, deep within the ancestral hall, where the soul tablets of core elders were enshrined, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed in the otherwise silent temple. The disciple guarding the hall stumbled out, their faces drained of color, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The soul tablets of the 3 supreme elders of the great sage realm had simultaneously turned to dust. The news spread like a plague. The Tai Su Sword Sect, a sacred ground of cultivation that had stood for millennia in the eastern wilderness, was instantly engulfed in unprecedented terror. All 3 supreme elders had perished? Heaven help us! Those were 3 great sages. How could this be possible? Run. The sect is doomed. Remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death. Panic morphed into chaos as countless disciples took to the skies on their swords, transforming into streaks of light, desperately fleeing towards the mountain gates. At that moment, a cold and merciless sword light shot up from the sect master's peak, slicing through the heavens. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of fleeing streaks of light suddenly burst in midair, transforming into clouds of blood mist, not even able to emit a single scream. Blood mixed with severed limbs rained down upon the Wan Ren Sword Plateau. At the center of the Wan Ren Sword Plateau, Xia Luyuan, clad in white, held a long sword, standing tall and straight like a pine. His garments bore no trace of blood, yet the chilling, killing intent emanating from him caused the temperature of the entire mountain range to drop several degrees. All disciples fell silent, no longer daring to make even the slightest movement. Xie Luyun surveyed the terrified faces below, choosing neither to flee nor to offer comfort. I am aware of your fears. The fall of the three grand elders is indeed a monumental disgrace for our Tai Su Jianzong after 10 millennia. However, this is not the end, but merely the beginning. He raised his sword high, his voice transformed into a fervent and resounding proclamation. A holy war for the glory and survival of our sect has commenced. You shall be witnesses and participants in this sacred battle. I hereby declare the immediate activation of the ultimate formation, the Taisu Zhu Xian Sword Array. The moment these words were spoken, gasps of astonishment resonated through the crowd. The Zhu Xian Sword Array, a legendary protective formation said to be connected to the dragon vein of Taisu Mountain, was known to be impregnable unless breached by a deity-level expert. Lord Sectmaster, please reconsider. The cost of activating the formation is too great. An elder of venerable age and late stage, Saint Realm trembled as he spoke in caution. Cost. Xie Luyun sneered, turning the blade of his sword towards the elder. Compared to the annihilation of our sect, any cost is trivial. Now, I announce that all inner disciples whose names I mention shall step forward immediately. He began to call out names, each utterance stirring unease within the crowd. Soon, 1,000 inner disciples, faces marked with confusion and anxiety, approached the sword platform. They were the core strength of the sect, all practicing the most fundamental techniques of Tai Su Jianzong. Xie Luyun gazed upon them, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Children, the sect has nurtured you. Now, it is time for you to dedicate everything to our cause. Your sword hearts, your lifeblood shall become the key to activating the Zhu Xian Sword Array. Your glory shall endure alongside Tai Su Jianzong, eternal through the ages. He secretly channeled his power, his voice imbued with an enchanting force. The unease and fear on the faces of the selected disciples gradually faded, replaced by a fervor akin to brainwashed excitement. For the sect, glory intertwined with our sect, the foremost disciple fervently cried, unhesitatingly transforming his palm into a claw and plunging it into his chest. A euphoric smile adorned his face as he extracted his still-beating sword heart, radiating dazzling light. He staggered to the altar at the center of the sword platform, raising the sword heart high as his searing blood cascaded upon the formation's core. After completing this act, a satisfied smile lingered on his face before he collapsed. One by one, the 1,000 disciples, like bewitched believers, ascended the altar, repeating the same bloody and brutal act. They ended their own lives, yet their faces radiated unparalleled glory. The entire Wanren sword platform was suffused with a frenzied, bizarre, and nauseating aura. When the last disciple fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire Tai Su Mountain trembled violently. The dragon vein beneath was completely ignited. An immense energy surged skyward from the altar. Four colossal sword phantoms, composed purely of energy, slowly rose in the four cardinal directions of Tai Su Mountain, piercing the clouds. An endless tide of murderous sword intent expanded, engulfing a radius of 10,000 miles. The entire elemental energy of the eastern wasteland was forcibly drained by this tyrannical sword array, transforming into its source of power. Xie Luyun reveled in this cataclysmic force. Erupting into maniacal laughter, he swiftly penned 7 letters, sealing them with his blood, marking a crimson character for punishment upon the envelopes. Dispatch these letters with utmost speed to the Wan Fa Xianmen, Hao Tian Shengdi, and the other 6 sects. Inform them of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. At the Wan Fa Xianmen, situated atop a Cloud Sea Island Palace. The enchanting sect master Luo Li leisurely sipped spiritual tea while listening to reports from below. Oh, the Dazhou dynasty not only did not pause its eastern expedition, but also feigned a retreat. Yufei's northern advance is merely a ruse, while Bai Qi and Lu Bu lead 300,000 troops towards Tai Su Jianzong in secret. A smirk of schadenfreude curled upon Luo Li's lips. That old coot, Xie Luyun, always so arrogantly self-assured, was finally about to hit a wall. At that moment, a beam of bloodlight pierced through the protective array of the Xianmen. directly entering the hall and hovering before her. It was a plea for help, stamped with blood. The blood-red plea from Tai Su Jianzong. Luoli frowned slightly as she grasped it. She initially thought it contained the usual threats and pleas for assistance. However, as she unfolded the letter and read its contents, her hand trembled violently. Crash! The exquisite spiritual jade teacup shattered upon the floor, splintering into pieces. Luo Li's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper. The letter bore not a plea, but a blatant threat. The message was straightforward, yet struck her mind like a thunderclap. Sect Master Luo Li, do you still recall the event a millennium ago when our 7 sects jointly seized the dragon vein at the ancestral land of the Dezhou, leading to its national decline for 1,000 years? Should Tai Su Jianzong fall, I will undoubtedly expose this matter to the world before my demise. At that time, neither your one Fa Xianmin nor the entire Eastern Wasteland 7 sects shall escape unscathed. Xia Luyuan, a final decree. Luo Li's body trembled uncontrollably. A madman, Xia Luyuan, a complete lunatic. He intended to drag the entire Eastern Wasteland's cultivation sects down with him. This was the greatest secret of the 7 sections. If the Dezhou dynasty confirmed it, it would ignite an unending blood feud. With that young emperor's iron-fisted methods, he would undoubtedly turn the Eastern Wasteland upside down. She had no choice. Convey my decree. Luo Li's voice carried an unmistakable fury. Summon all elders and disciples of the sect. Simultaneously, send word to the other 5 sects. The Dezhou dynasty has gone too far. We, the Eastern Wasteland sects, are united. How can we stand by and watch Tai Su Jianzong's destruction? From this moment forth, we shall form a protective alliance of the 7 sects and confront the Dezhou in a fight to the death. In an instant, the winds of the Eastern Wasteland changed. Over 500,000 sect coalition forces converged from all directions towards Tai Su Jianzong. They stood guard outside the Zhu Xian sword array, establishing 18 enormous defensive formations, their spirits soaring. A decisive battle that would determine the fate of the entire Eastern Wasteland had begun. Chapter 71. Lu Fengxian's initial probe of the sword array. Even a Saint King finds it difficult to cross the threshold. Outside Tai Su Mountain, ominous clouds loomed over the city. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Daqin stood arrayed upon the plain like a silent black steel forest. The armored soldiers were silent, their long spears resembling a forest, the cold, murderous aura coalescing into a tangible form, scattering the clouds above. Before the military formation, Bai Qi sat upon his steed, his expression betraying no emotion. He gazed toward the distant mountains shrouded by 18 massive light barriers, where figures flitted and sword lights flickered, starkly contrasting with the deathly silence of the Daqin soldiers. Wen Ho, shall we simply watch? Lu Bu approached, wielding his Fong Tianhua Ji, mounted on his red rabbit steed, his expression filled with impatience. The steed Chitu sensed the battle intent of its master, restlessly pawing the ground, expelling 2 streams of scorching breath from its nostrils. Bai Qi remained unfazed, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the distant formation. Their array was chaotic. The morale of the troops was equally disordered. Lu Bu flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Since it was in disarray, let Fengxian stir it up even further. Tear down their ragged contraptions. Bai Qi finally turned his head slowly, his emotionless eyes casting a glance at Lu Bu. Go ahead and scout the path. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, excellent. Wen Ho, just watch. He abruptly tightened the reins, and Chitu reared up, letting out a resounding neigh that echoed through the heavens. Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, follow me. 5,000 knights clad in red armor roared in unison, their voices rolling like thunder. Follow me, let's flatten them. Lu Bu charged ahead, transforming into a streak of crimson light, directly assaulting the 18 defensive formations. The 5,000 wolf cavalry followed closely behind. Bolstered by the unique attributes of the flying general, the entire legion's speed surged to its utmost, akin to a searing blade cutting through what appeared to be solid butter. Within the lines of the 7-sect alliance, an elder from the Wanfa Xianmin observed the slender cavalry with a derisive sneer. A mere 5,000 cavalry dares to assault my coalition of 500,000? They truly do not know how to write the word death. Another elder from the Haoyan sacred land nodded, stroking his beard. Activate the first layer of the Tian gang covering Earth formation. Let them come and go without return. The order was given, and the outermost light curtain suddenly radiated brilliance. Countless earthy yellow runes swirling as an immensely thick wall of light rose from the ground, obstructing Lu Bu's path of charge. Is this all they have? Lu Bu's boisterous laughter pierced through the cacophony of the formation. He did not employ any ostentatious techniques. Instead, he simply infused the power of the Saint King realm into his arm, and, with a mundane swing of the Fangtian Huaji, struck at the wall of light. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The wall of light, purportedly capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a saint, shattered silently upon contact with the Fangtian Huaji, crumbling like fragile glass, disintegrating into nothingness. The ruler controlling the formation, a practitioner of the King realm, could not even let out a scream before his body was obliterated into a mist of blood by the backlash of the laws. What? The elder from Wanfa Xianmin found his smile frozen in an instant. Before he could react, Lu Bu had already plunged into the formation with the Bingzhou wolf cavalry. The sensation was not that of war, but rather a one-sided massacre. Each swing of the Fangtian Huaji tore open horrific rifts in space, drawing in hundreds of disciples from various sects who were instantaneously reduced to powder. The Bingzhou wolf cavalry rampaged through the formation like a crimson tornado of death, leaving chaos in their wake, with bodies and horses overturned, rivers of blood flowing. The second formation breached. The third also breached. Damn it! Quickly block him. He is a Saint King, a powerful being of the Saint King realm. How could a mundane dynasty possess such a monster? Panic spread through the coalition like a plague. Their proud formations crumbled before Lu Bu like paper. Lu Oli stood at the heart of a core formation, her face as pale as paper as she gazed at the figure within the light curtain, resembling a demon. She finally understood the terrifying existence that she and the entire Dongwang sect had provoked. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Anyone who dares to retreat a single step shall face execution without mercy. Her screams seemed so feeble and powerless before Lu Bu's frenzied onslaught. The battle intent within Lu Bu intensified, absorbing the endless fear and despair from the battlefield, and his crimson armor appeared to ignite. The battle intent plundering attribute had been triggered. He felt his power climbing ceaselessly. Exhilarating. Exhilarating. Lu Bu let out a howl to the heavens, sweeping with his halberd. Boom! The 5th, 6th, and 7th formations in operation ahead were simultaneously shattered by the force of his strike. Tens of thousands of disciples were torn to shreds by the raging energy in an instant. In a single day, the skies were stained crimson. Lu Bu alone had breached 15 of the 18 meticulously arranged defensive formations of the Seven Sect Alliance. He had slain 7 elders of the Saint Realm, over 30 practitioners of the King Realm. The casualties among the Great Ability and Divine Palace Realm practitioners numbered nearly 1,000. The remaining coalition utterly collapsed, discarding their armor and fleeing in disarray back to the last 3 core formations, huddled at the foot of the Taishu Mountain, trembling in fear. The battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with corpses. Lu Bu stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his malevolent aura almost palpable. He did not pause. The intent to kill was fervent. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the remnants of the coalition, landing upon the Taishu main peak shrouded in clouds, where 4 towering sword shadows flickered in and out of visibility. A group of worthless fools. Let me see just how resilient your final turtle shell truly is. He let out a wild laugh, spurring Chitu onward, transforming into a flash of crimson lightning as he charged toward the gates of the Taishu sword sect. He aimed to challenge the so-called Zhu Xian sword formation. Just as Lu Bu's steed stepped within 100 zhang of the mountain gate, a hum reverberated. The entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. The wind ceased, the clouds dispersed, and all sound vanished. A tremor from the depths of his soul made Lu Bu's wild laughter falter for the first time. Atop the Taishu main peak, the 4 sword shadows at the corners trembled simultaneously. An inconspicuous gray sword energy silently descended from the mountain summit. It did not tear through space, nor did it emit any fluctuations of laws. It simply fell in an ordinary manner, rendering light, dust, and even void into nothingness. Excellent. Lu Bu's pupils constricted suddenly as he sensed a long-lost threat. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full power as a Saint King, pouring overwhelming battle intent and law power into the Fangtianhuaji, positioning it before him to block with all his might. Clang! A sound akin to shattering souls erupted. Lu Bu felt an irresistible, utterly pure force of annihilation surging through the halberd. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and he, along with Chitta, was forcefully blasted 100 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground. His grip on the Fangtianhuaji left his palms torn and bleeding, his sacred blood gushing forth. Silence. An eerie stillness. The hundreds of thousands of coalition troops huddled within the last 3 formations stared blankly at this scene. Just a moment ago, Lu Bu had appeared like a descending demon, invincible and fearsome, yet he had been repelled by a single sword strike, following a brief moment of stunned silence. A thunderous cheer erupted. He was stopped. The Zhuxian sword formation has thwarted him. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Xie did not deceive us. This formation is invincible. The morale of the alliance surged as a result. Lu Bu slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at his bloodied hand and then lifted his eyes towards the silent peak enveloped by an endless sword intent. The arrogance that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a frenzied wrath. How intriguing. He let out a roar towards the heavens, his fighting spirit reignited, pushing forward instead of retreating, attempting to charge into the fray once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, he was met with dozens of identical gray sword energies. The inexorable sword intent of Zhu Xian sealed off all his paths of advance, forcing him to retreat in disarray. Ultimately, Lu Bu halted outside the formation of swords, his expression grave. Even in the early stages of the Holy King, he found himself unable to shake the array in the slightest. He fixated on the mountain peak, as if attempting to see through it, then wordlessly turned away, leading the similarly injured Chitta horseback step by step to the army of Dezhou. Chapter 72. The Decision of Haoyan Sacred Land. Withdraw from the 7-faction alliance. Seal the mountain for 100 years. Inside the military tent, the atmosphere was stifling. Lu Bu slammed the heavy Fangtianhua halberd onto the ground, producing a deep, resounding thud. His chest heaved violently, and blood from his grip continued to seep out, dripping onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Bai Qi remained silent, merely approaching the sand table and moving a flag representing Lu Bu from the front of Tai Su Mountain back into the military array. Feng Xian, you have worked hard. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, breaking the silence. Lu Bu raised his head, his face a mask of uncontrollable madness and battle intent. My strategist. That formation is peculiar. Give me another incense stick time, and I shall surely break it open. And then what? Zhuge Liang countered, after breaking through. How much strength will you have left? How many lives of our Dezhou soldiers will be sacrificed? Lu Bu's movements faltered it. Zhuge Liang approached him, pointing at the mountain model encircled by dense light screens on the sand table. This formation is based on the dragon veins of the mountains, utilizing the blood and sword hearts of 1,000 disciples as a lure, while draining the Earth's vitality for a radius of 10,000 miles, already creating a realm of its own. A forceful attack is not the act of a wise man. Shall we just watch? Lu protested, striking his chest armor in frustration. What His Majesty desires is to flatten the Tai Su sword sect, not to engage in a mutually destructive Pyrrhic victory. Bai Qi's cold voice punctuated the debate, drawing it to a close. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly and turned to face the tent's entrance. Convey my orders. The entire army shall retreat 30 miles and set up camp. He paused, adding the most crucial phrase. Surround, but do not attack. At the foot of Tai Su Mountain, the remaining allied forces erupted with a jubilant cheer, celebrating their survival. The invincible demon of Dezhou had been repelled. The Zhu Xian sword formation was indeed invincible. Yet this joy did not last long. They watched helplessly as the black forest of steel slowly withdrew like the tide, re-establishing their camp 30 miles away. There was no challenge, no harassment, and certainly no attack. The Dezhou military camp lay quietly along the horizon, like a silent giant beast coldly gazing at its prey. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 full days, with 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin, apart from their daily drills. Not a single man or horse crossed the line. This eerie silence began to sow seeds of unease within the 7-faction alliance. What were they planning? Why did they not attack? Were they frightened by the Zhu Xian sword formation? Something was off. This was too unusual. I feel an unsettling anxiety. That Bai Qi, known as the Butcher, could he truly be this patient? Atop the main peak of Tai Su sword sect, Xia Luyun stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the silent military camp 30 miles away, his inner turmoil intensifying. He sought a grand, decisive battle, to use the unmatched might of the Zhu Xian sword formation to slay the Dazhou demon, instilling fear across the world and restoring the glory of the sacred land. Yet the other side refused to engage. The Zhu Xian sword formation consumed vast amounts of energy and the foundation of the sect with every passing moment. Like a bottomless black hole devouring the millennia of accumulation of Tai Su sword sect. If this dragged on, before Dazhou could attack, he himself would be exhausted first. Meanwhile, at one of the three sacred lands, Haoyan's sacred land, atop a towering peak perpetually covered in snow, an elder with white hair and beard, dressed in simple linen robes, sat cross-legged upon a suspended giant rock. His aura melded with the heavens and the earth, as if he had been there for 1,000 years. He was the master of Haoyan's sacred land, a being who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. He slowly opened his eyes, devoid of brilliance, only a murky and weathered gaze that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. In front of him, an ancient copper mirror floated in the void. The reflection within did not depict the Tai Su mountain, but rather a surging sea of fortune clouds. The fortune representing the 7-faction alliance was vibrant and vast, yet in reality, it was disordered and fragile, like a pile of loose sand, riddled with cracks, and visibly thinning. In contrast, the fortune representing the Dazhou army was a deep, profound black. It manifested as a coiled black dragon, its eyes closed as if in slumber, yet its solid form, sharp claws, and the imminent surge of overwhelming malevolence all showcased its earth-shattering power. It was not hindered but rather accumulating strength, awaiting a moment for a decisive strike. Madman, the master of Haoyan muttered, "Xia Luyun, you are a complete lunatic." He finally comprehended why the Dazhou dynasty surrounded but did not attack. They were waiting for the alliance to collapse from within, waiting for Xia Luyun to exhaust the last vestiges of Tai Su sword sect's foundation. This was not a confrontation, but a cunning strategy, a slow and brutal execution. Xia Luyun had bound himself and the entire Tai Su sword sect to a chariot racing toward a cliff, and Haoyan's sacred land would not accompany him to the grave. The elder rose, stepping forward, his figure appearing within the main hall of the sacred land. "Gather all elders. We must convene at once." The command was issued, and moments later, all the high-ranking members of Haoyan's sacred land gathered together. "Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Master, Zigering Daisu Swat Sek." The elder raised his hand, silencing all voices. He surveyed the room, slowly speaking, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for every ear. "Convey my decree. Haoyan's sacred land shall immediately withdraw from the 7-faction alliance." At these words, the assembly erupted in shock. An elder swiftly stepped forward. "Master, you must not. We have sworn a blood oath with the 7 sects. To withdraw now would be a betrayal, inviting scorn from the world." The master of Haoyan cast a glance at him with his murky eyes. Compared to the survival of the sect, reputation holds no value. Xia Luyun has fallen into madness. His aim is not victory, but to drag the entire eastern wasteland to ruin. Haoyan's sacred land has no obligation to pay for his insanity. He ceased further explanation, issuing an irrevocable command. "Immediately pack up, and all members shall return to the sect. Those who defy this order shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the mountain." That night, while other sects remained immersed in uneasy speculation, the 100,000 soldiers of Haoyan's sacred land, stationed on the western front of the alliance, swiftly packed up and vanished into the vast night like streaks of flowing light. The following morning, when the disciples of Wan Feijian discovered their defensive area completely deserted, the entire alliance erupted in chaos. Immediately following, a more astonishing announcement spread throughout the entire Dongwang via the transmission of the Jade Tablet. The Haoyan sacred land has declared, effective immediately, a century of seclusion, uninterested in worldly affairs. This proclamation struck all alliance sects like a resounding slap, leaving them stunned. Within the halls of the Wanfa Xianmen, Luo Li trembled in fury, crushing the Jade Tablet in her grip, her face a mixture of shock and rage. That treacherous old fox. She promptly dispatched the swiftest messenger from her sect to confront the Haotian sacred land. However, the messenger was unable to even enter the mountain gate, returning only with a cold response. The message was inscribed on a wooden plaque, bearing 6 words, "Do not associate with the mad." As Luo Li gazed at the plaque, her anger gradually subsided, replaced by an overwhelming chill and fear. The morale of the alliance collapsed utterly in that moment. Chapter 73. The ingenious strategy of the sleeper dragon strategist. Surround and do not attack. 7 stars locking dragon formation to secure the dragon veins. In the Great Zhou military camp, within the central tent, the air hung thick as iron. Lu Bu paced restlessly, his heavy battle boots leaving shallow impressions on the solid ground. Occasionally, the Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand clashed softly against the floor, sending a jarring sound that made the loyal guards tense. "Strategist, give us a clear answer." Lu Bu finally halted, forcefully planting the halberd on the ground. "How long must we wait in this cursed place? Those cowardly turtles are holed up in the mountains. Let's charge in and slay them all." Bai Qi sat calmly to the side, meticulously polishing his sword with a white cloth, seemingly oblivious to Lu Bu's outburst. "General, there is a method to killing," he remarked. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, rising from behind a stack of documents. Ignoring Lu Bu's impatience, he walked directly to the center of the tent and unfurled a massive scroll. The scroll spread out, occupying half of the tent. Lu Bu lianit collusive, his brows furrowing in confusion. There were no marching routes, no troop deployments, only a labyrinth of intricate lines, twisting and crossing like the meridians of the human body, leaving one dazzled. What on earth is this? Lu Bu kuishinit, perpliet. Mountain ranges? Dragon veins? Strategist, are you perhaps planning to change careers to become a geomancer? Selecting a suitable burial site for them? You are partly correct, Zhuge Liang replied, picking up a red brush and gently touching the map. This indeed is their burial ground, and this map serves as the guiding talisman to send them there. Bai Qi paused in his polishing, raising his head to silently observe the landscape map. Zhuge Liang spoke with an unhurried, insightful demeanor. "In recent days, I have dispatched scouts skilled in earth evasion techniques, combined with my strategic arts, to ascertain the terrain and the direction of the dragon veins throughout the Tai Su mountain range." He traced a main vein slowly with the red brush. The Zhuxian sword formation possesses immense power, reputed to be unbreakable except by those of the divine fire realm. Its foundation draws upon the formidable energy of the dragon veins within 1,000 miles of Dongguan. It stands like a towering tree, with lush branches that are indestructible. Zhuge Liang then shifted his tone, emphasizing 7 key points on the map with the brush. Yet its roots have already been exposed before us. They are both the source of its power and its fatal weakness. Lu Bu's breath hitched slightly. He was no fool and instantly grasped Zhuge Liang's intent. "You mean to sever its roots?" he asked. "A direct assault on the formation is akin to hurling flesh and blood against a steel fortress. Even if one breaks through, they will be utterly shattered. But what if we hollow out the foundation of the fortress? Forcibly severing the dragon veins would invite a backlash from heaven and earth. With too great a cost." Zhuge Liang shook his head. "We need not sever them. We only need to temporarily shield them." He turned, carefully retrieving 7 ancient bronze lamps from a wooden box behind him. The lamps were palm-sized, adorned with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, exuding an air of mystery. Lu Bu gazed at the 7 small lamps, becoming even more bewildered. "Strategist, it is daytime. Why light the lamps? Do you intend to use these to burn their dragon veins?" "This is called the 7 stars life-continuing lamp," Zhuge Liang explained as he arranged the 7 lamps atop the map, precisely on the 7 marked nodes. "Life-continuing?" Lu Bu's voice grew louder. "What we need now is something to take lives." "Indeed," Zhuge Liang replied with a slight smile. "These lamps can channel the power of the 9 heavens to prolong the lives of the dying. Yet, if arranged in reverse, they can also invert the yin and yang, obscuring heavenly secrets. I will use these 7 lamps as the focal points to set up the 7 stars, locking dragon formation at the 7 critical nodes of the dragon veins. Once activated, it can temporarily shield the energy supply to the Zhuxian sword formation." Within the tent, one could hear a pin drop. Finally breaking his silence, Bai Qi spoke, his voice hoarse as he posed a crucial question. "How long can we shield it?" Zhuge Liang extended a finger. Lu Bu assumed it to mean 1 hour and felt a flicker of joy. 10 breaths. Lu Bu's expression froze instantly, disbelief washing over him. 10 breaths. Did I hear you correctly, strategist? Only 10 breaths will reduce the power of the Zhuxian sword formation to its minimum, Zhuge Liang continued, unperturbed by Lu Bu's astonishment, his tone turning gravely serious. That will be our sole opportunity to break the formation. After 10 breaths, the power of the dragon veins will rebound. The 7 stars lamps will be destroyed, and the sword formation's might will surpass what it was before. At that point, there will be no possibility of breaking the formation. This plan could hardly be described as bold. It was nothing short of madness. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, racing against death. Any deviation in the execution would lead to the annihilation of their entire army. The astonishment on Lu Bu's face gradually faded, replaced by an almost perverse excitement and fervor. His chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit like a roaring inferno. Ha 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 ha! He erupted in thunderous laughter, filled with the bravado of one who looks down upon the world. Excellent! What a 10-breath formation-breaking plan. The slow siege and capture of cities is far too mundane. This game of life and death, where victory is determined on the knife's edge, is worthy of me, Lu Fengxian. He hoisted the Feng Tianhua halberd, pointing it toward Zhuge Liang. Strategist, just say when to strike. The first blow to shatter the turtle shell must be mine. Zhuge Liang's plan had ignited the madness that lay deep within him. Bai Qi rose slowly, reattaching his polished sword to his waist. He approached the sand table, firmly pressing down the black command flag that represented the great Zhou's main forces before the mountain gate of Taisu. The gesture was minimal, yet filled with unwavering resolve. 10 breaths is sufficient. He uttered 4 words, concise yet heavy as a mountain. It was an expression of absolute trust in Zhuge Liang's strategy and unwavering confidence in the might of his troops and Lu Bu. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, assured in his approach. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, when the star power is at its peak, shall be the moment to act. At the hour of the rat, the darkness of night was profound. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin had transformed into 300,000 silent phantoms, stealthily approaching within 10 miles of the Taisu mountain range. There were no torches, no clamor, only the faint sound of armor brushing against armor and an oppressive atmosphere that was about to erupt in a torrent of murderous intent. Lu Bu, wielding the Fantian Huaji, stood with the restless cheetah horse beneath him, its hooves scratching the ground anxiously, while the warm breath, escaping its nostrils, condensed into a white mist in the frigid night air. Strategist, do not miscalculate the hour. My halberd can hardly wait to taste blood. His voice was low yet imbued with an irrepressible fervor. Bai Qi stood at the forefront of the army, resembling an ancient, immovable statue. He did not respond to Lu Bu, but instead lifted his gaze to the makeshift high platform erected behind the camp. There, a figure adorned in a feathered fan and a silk cap stood apart from the world. At the rear of the camp, atop the towering Ninzhong stargazing platform, the howling wind caused Zhuge Liang's robes to flutter violently. Beneath him lay a colossal Taiji Bagua diagram, crafted from cinnabar and powdered spirit stones, radiating an eerie crimson glow under the moonlight. He disregarded the tearing sound of the wind and simply looked up at the heavens. In this night devoid of moonlight, the stars shone brilliantly, stirring the heart with their splendor. Zhuge Liang slowly raised his right hand, forming an enigmatic incantation. Tiangang above, Xianji below. He chanted softly, his voice not loud, yet resonating with a certain rhythm of the universe. Stars as a guide, bind the dragon to this place. At the moment his words fell, the distant Big Dipper above blazed with newfound brilliance. 7 visible beams of starlight cascaded from the infinite void like silver waterfalls, simultaneously throughout the Taishu mountain range. 7 concealed corners, shrouded by dense foliage and steep cliffs, housed elite scout teams of the Great Qin, long in hiding. Before each of them stood an ancient bronze lamp. Upon witnessing the descending starlight, the 7 scout leaders moved in perfect unison. Light the lamps. With a hissing sound, the 7-star lanterns ignited simultaneously. The flames that flickered to life were not ordinary fire, but clusters of pure, celestial power. Boom! 7 radiant beams of starlight surged from different points of the Taishu mountain range. These 7 pillars precisely connected with the descending light from the Big Dipper, resonating in the air and in an intricate trajectory, instantaneously formed a colossal diagram of the Big Dipper that enveloped the entire mountain range. The Qixing Suolong Formation, complete. The entire eastern wilderness trembled violently. It was as if an invisible hand had grasped the throat of the land. Deep within the bowels of the Taishu mountain range, a mighty dragon vein that had surged and roared for millennia let out a reluctant wail. Its energy flow was abruptly severed by this unparalleled formation, resulting in a momentary stagnation. At the peak of the Taishu sword sect, Xie Luyun sat cross-legged at the core of the Zhuxian sword formation, meditating. A cold smile of assured victory graced his face as he awaited the great Zhou army to exhaust their patience and come forth to their doom. Yet, at the moment the earth trembled, his smile froze abruptly. He opened his eyes wide, his face drained of color. An unprecedented sense of weakness surged from all directions. He sensed the continuous influx of dragon vein power into the sword formation suddenly cease. Coughing blood, Xie Luyun felt his vitality wane instantaneously. He looked up in horror, witnessing the four towering sword shadows suspended around the sect, their endless murderous energy visibly dissipating, their brilliance dimming rapidly. No, impossible. It's the earth vein. They VE disturbed the earth vein. Xie Luyun screamed in terror. He desperately attempted to channel his peak saint-level cultivation to infuse spiritual energy into the formation's core, striving to maintain its operation. However, his individual power was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast dragon vein. His efforts were in vain. The Zhuxian sword formation, heralded as invincible beneath the realm of divine fire, had now reached its lowest point in millennia. The remaining coalition disciples, huddled at the foot of the mountain, stood dumbfounded before this unfathomable scene. What is happening? The brilliance of the Zhuxian sword formation is waning. My heavens! The four swords are about to vanish. It's over. We are finished. Just moments ago, buoyed by the victory over Lu Bu, their morale crumbled into a deeper despair. On the stargazing platform, Zhuge Liang observed the rapidly dimming light of the sword formation, a knowing smile gracing his face. He turned and gently waved his feather fan towards the central camp. The time has come. Full assault. His voice pierced through 30 li of night sky, clearly reaching Bai Qi and Lu Bu's ears. At the instant Zhuge Liang's fan fell, the ancient, unmoving figure of the god of death sprang to life. Bai Qi abruptly raised his head, for the first time reflecting the myriad starlights in his emotionless eyes. He did not glance at anyone, but raised his sword, pointing its blade towards the dimming mountains ahead. A thunderous roar erupted from his chest, not merely a mortal's cry, but a military command imbued with boundless slaughter and iron will. All troops, charge! A resounding response erupted from 300,000 elite Qin soldiers. One word reverberated like thunder that shook the heavens. Boom! The earth trembled, and the void vibrated. The pent-up malevolence that had been stifled for days, the concentrated essence of military spirit, was instantaneously drawn forth under Bai Qi's dominion in the realm of slaughter. Black currents surged from every corner of the military formation, like rivers returning to the sea, wildly swirling above Bai Qi's head. They intertwined, coiling and coalescing. A colossal black dragon, 10,000 zhang in length and as dark as ink, slowly took form in the void. It bore no scales. Its body comprised purely of malevolence and military spirit. Each twist sent ripples through the space around it. It had no eyes, only two voids that swallowed all light. Roar! The black dragon howled skyward, releasing not a sound, but an overwhelming ferocity that directly impacted the soul. At the foot of the mountain, those coalition disciples who had already crumbled under pressure bled from their 7 orifices, their souls shattered and collapsing to the ground under the force of the roar. The world-destroying black dragon moved. It bore the terrifying momentum of slaughtering the world and burying gods and Buddhas, charging fiercely towards the weakest eastern gate of the Zhuxian sword formation. The entire process unfolded with breathtaking speed. However, there was another figure even swifter. Haha, Bai Qi, your display is quite grand, but the credit for shattering the turtle shell shall belong to me. Fengxian. Lu Bu's maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky. He did not charge with the army, but at the moment the military soul black dragon took shape, transformed into a crimson shooting star, circumventing the front lines and directly piercing upward from the flank. His being, his halberd, his battle intent, merged into one at this moment. The power of the laws of the Sacred King realm surged and ignited around him, infused with boundless fear harvested from his battle spirit, all directed into the Fangtian Huaji. He seemed to transform into the unparalleled weapon poised to be hurled forth. Gods and demons annihilate, heaven falls. A thunderous shout erupted as the Fangtian Huaji was released. Buzz. The space seemed to have been rent asunder, revealing a gash of crimson and ebony. The Fangtian Huaji vanished, replaced by a divine radiance of red and black that pierced through heaven and earth. It disregarded the distance of space and the passage of time, advancing with a speed that transcended reason, precisely locking onto the very core of the Zhu Xian sword array, an altar fed by the blood of 1,000 disciples, connected to the earth's veins. Upon the summit of Tai Su, Xia Luyun felt the apocalyptic pressure emanating from the army's sole black dragon, his face a mask of terror. Yet in the next moment, a more lethal sense of being targeted, one that chilled him to the bone, surged from the depths of his soul. He lowered his gaze sharply, witnessing the divine radiance of red and black piercing through the void. It embodied pure, unreasoning, destructive power. No. Xia Luyun emitted a scream of terror, his voice cracking. He poured every ounce of his peak saint-level cultivation, along with the last vestiges of strength extracted from the sect's reserves, into forming an immensely thick shield of laws above the altar. Yet all was in vain. Boom! The army's sole black dragon collided with the dimly glowing eastern sword gate. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-wrenching cracking sound. The once invincible sword shadow, which had repelled the Saint King Lu Bu, shattered like fragile glass under the brutal assault of the apocalyptic black dragon, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Almost simultaneously, the red and black divine radiance that Lu Bu had transformed into struck the altar with unerring accuracy. Xia Luyun's final defense shield crumbled before this divine light. As fragile as paper, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment before being silently torn apart and obliterated. The divine radiance pierced through the altar. Boom! The altar, along with its connection point to the earth's veins below, was utterly annihilated by the violent laws of the Saint King. A chain reaction commenced. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining 3 sword shadows, deprived of energy supply and array balance, collapsed in succession, dispersing into countless motes of light, vanishing into the cosmos. The Zhu Xian sword array, heralded as unbreakable below the divine fire realm, and having safeguarded the Tai Su sword sect's glory for millennia, was utterly shattered in less than 10 breaths of time. Poof! The terrifying backlash of the array surged forth like a volcanic eruption that had simmered for 10,000 years, erupting violently from the depths of Tai Su Mountain. A cataclysmic wave of energy engulfed the entire Tai Su sword sect. Countless palaces and towers were instantly reduced to dust under the force of the energy shockwave. Countless disciples, unable to escape, were vaporized without even a scream. The sacred ground, revered for millennia, transformed into a hell on earth in that moment. A torrent of black steel surged to the mountain gates. Bai Qi, expressionless, merely pointed his sword forward. Kill. Chapter 75. The Apex Duel of Saints. The Butcher Bai Qi versus the hero Xia Luyun. The moment the Zhu Xian sword array shattered marked the dawn of doom. The accumulated power of the dragon veins, liberated from the array's constraints, erupted into the most violent, primal tsunami of energy, roaring forth from the depths of Tai Su Mountain. This was not spiritual energy. It was annihilation. The first to bear the brunt were the tens of thousands of Tai Su sword sect disciples who sustained the operation of the array. They barely had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized in the devastating energy storm, disappearing without a trace like snow under the scorching sun. Their flesh, souls, and every trace of their existence were obliterated in that instant. Poof! Atop the Wanren sword terrace, the core of the array, Xia Luyun, faced the most terrifying backlash. He spewed forth a mouthful of sacred blood mixed with fragments of his innards, his aura deflating like a puncture balloon. The luxurious robe that symbolized his status as sect master tore apart inch by inch. He could no longer maintain his form in the air, plummeting like a meteor. Boom! The indestructible Wanren sword terrace was smashed into a bottomless pit, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly in all directions. The remnants of palaces and towers were completely reduced to dust under the shockwave. The surviving disciples, all wounded, stared blankly at the ravaged sect, witnessing their obliterated home. Their faces etched with despair and fear. A sacred ground that had stood for millennia was toppled in an instant. Kill. At that moment, a chilling word devoid of any emotion echoed across the battlefield like ancient ice from the depths of the abyss. Bai Qi's voice served as the clarion call for the total assault. Roar. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty, this silent torrent of black steel, surged forward. They advanced like an unstoppable tide, silent yet formidable, flooding into the Tai Su Sword sect's mountain gates. They made no war cries, no uproar. Only the synchronized sound of marching feet and the rasp of drawn weapons. A merciless harvest began. No, musect. From the depths of the pit, Xia Luyun struggled to emerge. Disheveled and drenched in blood, the ethereal appearance he once had was now lost, replaced by a visage of madness. He gazed upon the devastation, witnessing the merciless slaughter of his disciples, and let out a roar of utter defiance. A devoted elder, dragging half a mangled body, crawled to his side, weeping blood as he implored, "Sect Master, flee. Leave a spark of incense for Tai Su. Flee." Xia Luyun forced a grim smile, insanity lacing his laughter. In this vast world, is there still a place for me, Xia Luyun? I have failed my ancestors. He chose not to escape, for he knew it was futile. Rather than being hunted down like a stray dog, he would expend his final breath here, seeking the most frenzied revenge. Ah, Xia Luyun howled at the heavens, the essence of the saint within him igniting fiercely. An aura far surpassing his usual peak erupted forth. His body withered rapidly, his hair turning a desolate yellow at a visible pace, yet his power surged to an unprecedented zenith. His eyes turned blood red, devoid of reason, filled solely with pure murderous intent and a desire for destruction. He fixed his gaze on the black figure standing before an army. The mortal commander who had ruined everything he held dear. "Mortal, I will have your life." Before his words faded, Xia Luyun vanished from his spot, transforming into a blinding crimson light, charging directly towards Bai Qi. In the face of this desperate assault from a peak saint-level powerhouse who had burned everything, Bai Qi remained impassive. He did not even glance up. He simply stepped down from his towering steed to meet the oncoming attack. At the moment his feet touched the ground, boom, an aura far more terrifying, profound, and pure than Xia Luyun's erupted from within him. Peak saint level. An endless surge of black malevolence shot skyward from behind him, instantly staining the sky for miles around with ink. The domain of the god of death descended. Within this domain, all Tai Su Sword sect disciples felt as though they had plunged into a hell comprised of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their souls trembling, unable to steady their grasp on their swords. As Xia Luyun's unstoppable crimson light rainbow surged into the domain, its speed abruptly faltered as if ensnared in a viscous quagmire. The two figures collided fiercely in midair. Xia Luyun's swordsmanship had completely lost its structure, reduced to sheer madness and ferocity. Each strike unleashed the principles of destruction, tearing apart the very fabric of space, with enough power to grievously injure an ordinary saint. In stark contrast, Bai Qi's techniques were remarkably simplistic. In his hands, the seemingly ordinary battle spear transformed into the most lethal weapon in existence. Sweeping, thrusting, and cleaving, every motion was devoid of superfluous actions, each blow containing the essence of a lifetime of slaughter, targeting all of Xia Luyun's vital points with acute precision. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing erupted in a torrential downpour in the air. With each collision, Xia Luyun felt a chilling, bone-deep killing intent infiltrating his body along the sword's blade, freezing his holy blood and vitality. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became, spiraling into greater madness. Why? I have burned my essence, yet I cannot kill you. He could not comprehend how a general from a mundane empire could possess such terrifying strength and combat skills. Bai Qi offered no response. In his eyes, Xia Luyun was already a corpse. He never engaged in conversation with the dead. As the battlefield saw more and more disciples of the Tai Su Sword sect fall, their anguished cries and accumulating resentment became nourishment for Bai Qi's power. The slaughtering trait of his being quietly activated. Pure killing energy surged from the battlefield below, merging with his essence. Bai Qi's aura ascended in an irrational manner, growing stronger with each encounter. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun's strength, gained from burning his essence, rapidly waned like a rootless reed. His strikes slowed imperceptibly. His defenses revealed a minuscule flaw. This flaw existed for less than 1,000th of a breath. Yet for Bai Qi, it was more than sufficient. At the instant the flaw appeared, Bai Qi's seemingly unremarkable spear moved. It evaded Xiao Yun's long sword at an unfathomable angle, as if piercing through the barriers of space. Thrust! The spear's sharp tip accurately pierced Xiao Yun's heart. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao Yun's frenzied actions abruptly halted as he stiffly lowered his head, incredulously gazing at the spear that had penetrated his chest. The madness in his blood-red eyes gradually faded, replaced by boundless confusion and unwillingness. Chapter 76. Slaying the Tai Su sword sect leader, Xiao Yun. The 3 holy lands of Donghuang are hereby disbanded. I'm unwilling. A hoarse, desolate voice squeezed from Xiao Yun's throat, each word tinged with the scent of holy blood. He looked down at the spear that had pierced his chest, pinning all his vitality and pride in midair. The madness in his blood-red eyes faded, leaving only an unshakable resentment and despair. He was unwilling. He had schemed his entire life, forging alliances and even burning his essence to push his cultivation to the pinnacle of his existence. He was meant to be the hero who would turn the tide and restore the glory of the Holy Land. Why had he failed? Why had he been defeated by a general from a mundane empire? Bai Qi provided no answers, or rather, his actions served as the coldest response. Facing Xiao Yun's resentful gaze, Bai Qi remained unfazed. He merely shook his wrist, holding the spear gently. A surge of pure, more refined killing intent erupted like a flood of black mercury, rushing into Xiao Yun's body. No, the last vestiges of Xiao Yun's consciousness emitted a silent roar. The violent, killing energy mercilessly shattered his saintly organs, then his steel-like bones. Finally, it enveloped, crushed, and obliterated his striving soul, leaving not a trace behind. The once mighty hero, the leader of the Tai Su sword sect who had held dominion over Donghuang for a millennium, was completely erased from existence in the most direct and brutal manner. His form and spirit annihilated. As Xiao Yun's body turned to ash, the sword he had clutched emitted a mournful wail. Clang! This ancient sword, which had endured for millennia and accompanied several generations of leaders, a divine weapon of the Saint King rank, lost its master's control. Dimming in brilliance as it fell from the sky, the blade traced a path through the air, descending towards the battered Wanren's sword plain below. This marked the end of a holy land and the curtain falling on an era. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The falling Tai Su ancient sword suddenly erupted with a brilliance far surpassing anything witnessed before. Its radiance briefly dispelled the darkness cast by Qi's domain of slaughter. Buzz! The sword trembled violently as an ancient, ethereal remnant soul, exuding unmatched authority, burst forth from the blade. Upon its appearance, it radiated an aura far exceeding that of Xiao Yun, scanning the battlefield with a face filled with rage and sorrow. You wretch, dare to destroy my lineage, it bellowed, commanding the Tai Su ancient sword, unleashing a blinding light directed at Bai Qi. Without hesitation, it transformed into a streak of light, seeking to tear through space and flee. This was the remnant soul of the founding ancestor of the Tai Su sword sect, left within the sword as a safeguard before ascension. It was the final legacy and hope bestowed upon the sect. As long as it could escape, the Tai Su sword sect would one day rise again. The surviving disciples of Tai Su, upon witnessing this remnant soul, reignited hope in their despairing faces. It is the ancestor. The ancestor has manifested. We are saved. Ancestor, quickly avenge our leader and slay these fiends. But at that moment, a voice filled with disdain and arrogance, like thunder splitting the air, resounded in everyone's ears. Newbie, who had been spectating the carnage, finally moved. The steed, Qi too, let out a roar akin to a dragon-esque cry, igniting divine flames beneath its hooves. Disregarding the distance of space, instantly appearing before the remnant soul. You wish to play tricks before me? Lubu extended his hand, giving no chance for the remnant soul to react. The power of the laws of the Saint King realm surged forth, transforming into a colossal black net that completely sealed off that space. The remnant soul of the ancestor found itself ensnared like an insect caught in a spider's web. Utterly immobilized, The Saint King. How can this be? The remnant soul of the ancestor screamed in terror. Who are you? How can the Zhou Empire? Lu Bu had no inclination to engage in conversation with a dying soul. He clenched his hand fiercely. Crack! Boom! The colossal net abruptly constricted, and the remnant soul, bearing the last hope of the Tai Su sword sect, along with its unwilling roar, was crushed by Lu Bu as easily as one would pop a bubble. Pure soul energy diffused into the air, transforming into specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. Silence. The entire battlefield descended into an eerie silence. If the death of the revered Xie Liyun shattered the backbone of the disciples of Taishu Jinzong, then the effortless annihilation of the founder's residual spirit obliterated the last vestige of their faith, reducing it to mere dust. Hope lay utterly shattered. Thud! A long sword fell from the hands of an elder of Taishu Jinzong, as if all strength had been drained from his body. He crumbled to his knees. His surrender triggered a chain reaction. At the foot of the mountain, those from the alliance sects who had witnessed the events were already paralyzed with fear. Upon the opulent flying vessel of Wanfa Xianmen, Luoli trembled uncontrollably, her exquisite face now as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Escape? Where to escape? Even the residual spirit of the ancestral master had been crushed like an insect. In this vast world, was there still a place for them? This exalted master of the immortal sect, usually majestic and unparalleled, made the swiftest and most judicious decision of her life in that moment. She disregarded everything. Leaping from the vessel, and knelt towards the direction of Baiqi and Lu Bu, pressing her noble head deeply into the bloodied and dusty ground. A piercing and resonant cry reverberated across the battlefield. Wanfa Xianmen surrenders. Please spare us, great general. We are willing to offer all of our sect's resources, merging into Dazhou, serving as subjects for eternity. Her capitulation struck like a colossal boulder into a lake on the verge of collapse, stirring tumultuous waves. Shenkwamen surrenders. Liu Gu surrenders. The remaining leaders and elders of the four major sects, as if awakening from a dream, hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in submission, fearful that any delay would lead them to share the fate of Taishu Jinzong. The clamor of battle gradually subsided. On the entire battlefield, only the echo of surrenders and the clattering of weapons hitting the ground remained. Baiqi slowly retracted his war spear, casting a glance at the kneeling soldiers scattered across the mountainside, before finally directing his cold gaze towards the distant horizon of the eastern wilderness. He slowly raised his hand. A command was issued. Within the territory of the eastern wilderness, all sects and families must submit their formal request for surrender within 3 days, offering their mountain gates, techniques, and spirit stones for registration, awaiting the emperor's decree. After 3 days, any who do not comply shall be regarded as enemies of Dazhou. Baiqi's voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of every individual, resonating like a final judgment. No mercy shall be shown. Chapter 77. The Destruction of the Sacred Land Alliance. National fortune surges by 300,000. Qin House Power Source. In the eastern wilderness, Taishu Mountain Range. As Baiqi's chilling proclamation of no mercy echoed across the land, the kneeling soldiers beheld Lu Bu effortlessly obliterating the residual spirit of a sacred landmaster, marking the abrupt end of an era. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital of Dazhou, a dramatic shift occurred. Above the Imperial city, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with turbulent winds. An invisible, colossal flow of energy surged from the eastern horizon, akin to roaring golden rivers, rushing towards the capital. It was not clouds nor wind. It was the national fortune, a monumental force amassed from the destruction of a millennium-old sacred land, collecting the entirety of the eastern wilderness cultivation realm. The citizens of the capital felt an invigorating sense of peace emanating from within, as if some intangible power was shielding this great city, nurturing every soul within. Inside the Taiha Hall, Qin House sat upon the dragon throne. He had long dismissed all attendants, alone, absorbing the terrifying dragon energy surging into him, nearly overwhelming him. Before him, the system interface flashed wildly, notifications ringing like firecrackers. Ding! The host's army has annihilated the eastern wilderness premier sacred land, Taishu Jinzong, ending the era of sectarian division. Achieving an unprecedented feat, earning 100,000 points of national fortune. Ding! The host has subdued Wanfa Xianmen, Shenkwamen, and 3 other major sects, resulting in a substantial expansion of Dazhou's territory, winning the hearts of the people, earning 15,000 points of national fortune. Ding. The host's exceptional commander Bai Qi and Lu Bu have slain the master of the sacred land, instilling awe across the realm, elevating Dazhou's prestige, earning 50,000 points of national fortune. Following a barrage of notifications, the total on the system panel finally settled at a staggering figure that left Jinyiwei astounded. Total national fortune, 315,500 points. 315,000. This immense number nearly surpassed the total national fortune he had amassed since ascending the throne. Such was the bounty of war. Such was the thrill of conquest. A vast array of spoils was being continuously transported back to the capital from the eastern wilderness front via hastily established teleportation arrays. The treasures accumulated over millennia by Taishu Jinzong alone were worth more than Dazhou's tax revenue for several years. Not to mention the collections from the other major sections. Rare heavenly materials, lost techniques, and complete maps of spirit stone mines piled high, threatening to overflow the treasury's side halls. Dazhou had never been so affluent. Gazing at the astonishing national fortune, Jinyiwei felt joy and trepidation intertwine within him. A long-hidden sense of crisis intensified. Bai Qi, at the pinnacle of the great sage realm. Lu Bu, in the early stages of the Saint King realm. Jinyiwei, Gao Shuan, Yuan Zuozong, and Ufa, all at the peak of the saint realm. Each of his exceptional subordinates was increasingly formidable. And what of him? In the late stage of the divine palace realm. This cultivation level, while considerable among mortal realms, paled in comparison amidst the assembly of great sages, saint kings, and martial experts within the capital, rendering him the weakest among them. This created an acute sense of dissonance. Although every summoned hero was utterly loyal to him, Jinyiwei could not tolerate the feeling of his own weakness. An emperor should be the strongest in the realm. Relying on ministers is the path of a sovereign. Yet, lacking the power to subdue all would not make him an emperor, but rather a puppet. As Dazhou's adversaries grew stronger, from feudal lords to sacred lands, and potentially even to imperial dynasties or ancient deities, his position as emperor would only expose him to greater risks. Should an opportunity arise for a lethal strike, what use would his numerous, formidable warriors serve? He could not entrust his life entirely to the protection of others. He must grow stronger. Immediately. Now. System. Jinyiwei inquired within. Can national fortune points be used to directly enhance my cultivation? Ding. Detecting that the host's total national fortune has surpassed 300,000 points. Hidden conditions are met, formally activating the National Fortune Enlightenment function. National Fortune Enlightenment. The host may consume national fortune points to directly elevate their own cultivation realm. The required consumption is double that of enhancing the cultivation of an equivalent hero. A double expenditure. The cost was not insignificant. Yet, Jinyiwei hesitated not. Regardless of the quantity of national fortune, it would ultimately be futile. Only by translating it into genuine strength could it be rightfully his. His current cultivation level remained far too low. This sensation was one he found intolerable. At this moment, Jinyiwei's resolve became unwavering. He issued the most audacious command since his ascension to the throne. System, spare no effort. Elevate my cultivation. Begin from the late stage of the Shungong realm and infuse me with power all the way to the pinnacle of the Saint realm in one go. Command confirmed. Initiating cultivation enhancement for the host. Consuming 500 national fortune points. Host cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of the Shungong realm. Boom! An overwhelming surge of energy, far purer than anything he could cultivate on his own, materialized out of thin air and surged into his limbs and bones. The true dragon transformation art within Jinyiwei's body activated spontaneously, greedily assimilating this energy. What was a bottleneck? Under the deluge of national fortune, the barrier from the late stage of the Shungong realm to its peak shattered without so much as a ripple. But this was merely the beginning. Beep. Consuming 2,000 national fortune points, commencing breakthrough to the initial stage of the Denong realm. Initiating infusion. Beep. Consuming 3,000 national fortune points. Host cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of the Denong realm. Beep. consuming 10,000 national fortune points. Host cultivation elevated to the initial stage of the Wangzhe realm. Beep, consuming 15,000 national fortune points. Host cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of the Wangzhe realm. The terrifying energy surged like a torrent from the heavens. And Qin Hao's body resembled an insatiable black hole, welcoming all that came. His imperial heavenly body radiated resplendent divine light under the cleansing of national fortune. Each inch of flesh and every bone undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Within his imperial heavy eyes, the shifting images of the sun and moon became increasingly vivid, as if he could truly pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, comprehending the cycles of eternity. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Hao was enveloped by a dense cocoon of golden light. He could feel his power rising at an astonishing pace. Da Ning Haomi, Wangzhe realm. The chasms that once required countless prodigies' years of arduous effort to cross were effortlessly traversed in mere breaths. Beep. The national fortune points required to break through to the Saint realm have doubled, totaling 20,000 points. Will you continue? Continue. Beep. Consuming 20,000 national fortune points. Host cultivation elevated to the initial stage of the Saint realm. Crack. It felt as if some invisible shackles had been shattered within Qin Hao. His will broke free from the confines of his physical form, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. The once obscure paths of space-time and the 5 elements became strikingly clear in that instant. Beep. Consuming 30,000 national fortune points. Host cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of the Saint realm. As the final surge of national fortune energy flowed into him, the golden cocoon enveloping Qin Hao shattered with a thunderous sound. As the brilliance dissipated, Qin Hao remained seated upon the dragon throne, as if he had never moved. Yet, the aura emanating from him had undergone a revolutionary transformation. He slowly raised his hand and opened his palm. Without invoking any spiritual power, a mere thought twisted the space before him like rippling water. This was the power of the pinnacle of the Saint realm. This time, he was no longer the monarch reliant on others for protection. He himself was a formidable force capable of subduing an entire nation. Qin Hao slowly clenched his fist. Chapter 78. The 5 sect masters seeking forgiveness. Qin Hao's decree rendered the heavens of the East Wilderness to bear the surname Qin from this moment forth. On the ruins of the Tai Su mountain range, the stench of blood from slaughter lingered, replaced by a heavier sense of oppression. The army had not returned victoriously. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin stood like silent black statues upon this once sacred ground, their malevolence sealing every inch of space. On the Wan Ren sword platform, the blood-soaked remnants from Xieluyan were further ravaged by energy storms, transforming into a stage for judgment. Bai Qi sat upon a makeshift throne belonging to Xieluyan. Beside him was the war god Lu Bu, his Feng Tianhua Ji casually resting nearby, exuding an unsettling aura of ferocity. The square was densely packed with people. All the sect masters, clan heads, and rogue cultivators who had survived in the East Wilderness had gathered here. They were summoned by the great Zhou army to witness the proceedings. No one dared to utter a word. All eyes were fixed on the stone steps leading to the Wan Ren sword platform, where 5 disheveled figures were climbing up. Bowing at every step, leading them was Luo Li, the sect master of the Wan Facian men. The splendid palace attire, symbolizing her status and glory, had long been discarded for coarse cloth. Her smooth, fair back was bound with thorny brambles, sharp spikes embedded deeply into her flesh, drawing fresh blood with every movement. Her once stunningly beautiful face, which had captivated countless cultivators, was now smeared with dirt and sweat, mingled with tears of humiliation, rendering her a pitiful sight. Behind her, the sect masters of the 4 major sects, including Shun Quan Min and Lu Yungu, bore similar appearances, seeking forgiveness. This was the decree of the great Zhou Emperor Qin Hao, executed by Bai Qi, in the most direct and primal manner. Before the entire cultivation world of the East Wilderness, the last vestiges of dignity of these once mighty sect leaders were ruthlessly trampled into the ground to dust. Thud! Luo Li's forehead struck heavily against the hard, rough stone steps once more. The jagged stones lacerated her skin, blood trickling down her brow. She dared not use a sliver of spiritual power to resist. allowing pure pain and humiliation to wash over her soul repeatedly. She could sense the gazes of tens of thousands focusing on her from the square below. There was pity, fear, a sense of shared sorrow, but more so, a numbness following the collapse of faith. It was over. The era of sex had completely ended. The moment they knelt, the moment they bore the brambles, the pride belonging to all cultivators of the East Wilderness had perished. Time passed without her noticing, and this journey of atonement, akin to a millennium, finally all disciples under the sect, both internal and external, shall be uniformly registered into the Dezhou household registry, recorded as commoners. All lands, mineral veins, spiritual fields, and properties occupied by the sect shall be confiscated and returned to the national treasury. As this decree was uttered, not only did the 5 kneeling figures of Luo Li tremble, but the multitude of cultivators in the square erupted in uproar. Dissolving the sect? This was akin to uprooting them entirely. A millennia of heritage severed in an instant. Luo Li's body shuddered violently. She raised her head abruptly, disbelief etched across her face. "General, we have already surrendered. Why must you?" Her words were abruptly stifled as she met by Chi's emotionless gaze. What kind of eyes were those, devoid of anger, devoid of murderous intent, only an abyss of lifelessness, as if observing a collection of inanimate stones? The remainder of Luo Li's words lodged painfully in her throat. She understood. This was not a discussion, nor a negotiation. This was a notification. Resistance? Look at the obliterated Tai Su Mountain. Gaze upon the Fong Tianhua Ji resting beside Lu Bu. Who dares to resist? Who even can? Bai Qi disregarded their commotion, continuing in his flat tone to announce the second decree. Secondly, all sects to be dissolved must, within 3 days, unconditionally surrender all methods, texts, secret arts, and alchemical formulas stored within their premises. The court shall organize, filter, and decide thereafter. If the first decree was a root severing, this one was the annihilation of their last hopes. Even their final legacy was to be stripped away. An irate sect master could no longer contain himself. Roaring, "This is too much. They seek to eradicate our lineage. We shall fight back." No sooner had he spoken than a line of blood arced through the air, his head soaring upwards, his face still expressing unwillingness and rage. The assailant was Lu Bu, who remained seated, with merely a flick of his finger. He dispatched a sage-level cultivator. Silence fell. Lu Bu raised a finger to his lips and gently blew, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. The arena fell into an immediate hush. No one dared to utter another word. Bai Qi's expression remained unchanged, as if the life extinguished was merely an ant. He proclaimed the final and most heart-wrenching decree. Thirdly, to punish your collusion and tyranny, all cultivators above the king realm from the 5 major sects, including one Fa men, are to depart immediately to the northern borders. They shall serve 100 years on the frontier, redeeming their sins through military merit. Within this century, any unauthorized departure without the emperor's command shall be met with death, and their families and disciples shall be punished collectively. 100 years on the frontier. What difference does this have from a death sentence? Luo Li's heart plunged into despair. She felt utterly limp, the thorny burden on her back weighing her spirit down to the very depths. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. These 3 decrees were interlinked, leaving them no chance of resurgence. Qin Hao, the young emperor seated upon the dragon throne in the distant capital, with a mind so profound and methods so harsh, surpassed everyone's expectations. The sinner Luo Li complies with the decree. With all her might, Luo Li forced the words from her clenched teeth. She understood that from this moment forth, the heavens of Donghuang had irrevocably changed. Henceforth, the name Qin. With Luo Li's submission, no one dared voice dissent. Qin Hao's command was executed without exception across the desolate expanse. Bai Qi slowly rose. Convey the emperor's edict, establishing the Donghuang Protectorate across the entirety of Donghuang, overseeing all military and political affairs. A herald stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby appoint General Yuan Zuozong as the first Grand Protector of Donghuang, holding the rank of first grade, with the authority of a protector, as if I were present myself. Effective immediately, the Grand Protector shall fully cooperate with Lord Wang Engshi to implement new policies, inspect lands, and ensure that officials and gentry alike contribute their taxes, to be carried out uniformly throughout Donghuang." In the crowd, Yuan Zhuozong, a peak sage in battle attire, strode forward. He knelt on one knee towards the capital's direction. I, Yuan Zhuozong, accept the decree. Chapter 79. Forge the Undying Legion. Plan celestial constructions. National Divine Temple. Wells of Reincarnation. In the capital, at the Zhuke Gate, banners fluttered like a forest, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. For 10 miles along the Imperial Road, throngs of citizens gathered spontaneously to welcome the triumphant army. They craned their necks, their faces glowing with heartfelt fervor and reverence. When a grand banner emblazoned with a black shrew dragon appeared on the horizon, a roaring cheer erupted, drowning the imperial city in a tidal wave of celebration. Long live the Zhou! Long live the Emperor! The might of the Marquis of Wuhan! The invincibility of the Marquis of Changsheng! Qin Hao, clad in a dark dragon robe, stood atop the towering castle, surveying the flowing tide of steel below, alongside the faces flushed with excitement. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin, their fierce aura contained, marched in perfect unison, each step resonating with the pulse of the universe, producing a deep, thunderous sound. Behind them were the surrendered troops carrying countless spoils, and further back, the representatives of the major forces from Donghuang, now pale and expressionless. An unprecedented grand victory ceremony elevated the prestige of the Zhou dynasty to unprecedented heights. Within the Taihe Hall, accolades were bestowed. Bai Qi and Lu Bu, whose merits were unparalleled, received immense rewards of cultivation resources from Qin Hao, along with the privilege to select 3 divine weapons or materials from the national treasury. Yuan Zhuozong and Wang Engshi, for their governance over Donghuang and implementation of new policies, also received generous rewards. The court and the populace rejoiced. All were in high spirits. Late into the night, Qin Hao dismissed his attendants, sitting alone upon the dragon throne. His mind was fully absorbed in the system panel. Ding! The entirety of Donghuang has been incorporated into the territory, with royal governance implemented, the people's hearts aligned, and national fortune automatically increasing by 30 points daily. Ding! The southern border has been stabilized. General Gao Shun has eradicated the rebellious tribes, showcasing the might of the Zhou, with national fortune automatically increasing by 10 points daily. Ding! The Tiangong Institute has integrated the sex forging techniques, enriching the national treasury and enhancing national strength, with national fortune increasing by 10 points daily. Following a series of notifications, the number representing the foundation on the panel underwent astonishing transformation. National fortune value automatically increases 100 points daily. 100 points daily. This signifies that even if Qin Hao were to do nothing, merely by living a month, he could accumulate 3,000 points of national fortune. Such a speed would drive any ruler of a dynasty to madness. Yet, the national fortune value remained insufficient. Qin Hao gazed at the total national fortune exceeding 200,000, yet felt no sense of satisfaction. His peak sage-level cultivation had elevated his